After traveling to a fantasy world, I found that I owned a battleship, and it was a battleship that could evolve. So, the world has changed a little since then. The technology in my hands is the confidence to set the rules here. And this world is about to undergo a great change dominated by steel and gunpowder. Whether the opponent has a god-level skill or a protective chi, my cruiser's high-speed close-in defense guns and missile torpedoes can blow the enemy to pieces. If that doesn't work, I can upgrade my battleship to a few more levels and launch a small nuclear bomb. This is a story about upholding justice and fairness in a foreign world by relying on modern military strength. In the last issue, our story talked about the ransom transaction between Yanggu and Wen Changxiu from the Goryeo Kingdom. Under the firepower support of the cruiser, Yanggu looked at him with a half-smile and said calmly, "Since the Lord Counselor is so sincere, then I will agree. But please remember, within 5 days, send all the spiritual stones you owe me. Otherwise, my patience will not last long." Wen Changxiu nodded repeatedly, with a bitter and smiling expression on his face, and turned and left. Yanggu looked at his receding back and sneered in his heart. Today's confrontation was just the beginning. Hey everyone! This video is the second part of After Time Travel. I acquired a super battleship, killing beasts to infinitely upgrade its weapons. If you haven't watched the previous part, you can find the link in the video description. Now, I will explain the new story for you starting from chapter 81. Although Yanggu couldn't feel the murderous aura on the scene through the screen, he could sense the unusual atmosphere from the serious expressions of the crowd. He glanced at Shui Jian, who immediately understood, tightly grasped the assault rifle in his hand, and glanced around coldly. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive gunshots seemed to shatter the solemnity in the air. Zhao Jingwen, who was smiling just now, suddenly changed her expression and stared at Shui Jian's gun with flickering eyes, as if trying to get a glimpse of the details from it. Shui Jian raised his chin slightly and said in a cold voice, "This is Lord Megatron's territory. No matter who you are, you must abide by the rules here and don't mess around." As soon as he finished speaking, Wen Changxiu took out his handkerchief, sweating profusely, wiped his forehead, and said with a smile, "Oh, it's really scary in this hot weather. General Wu Yang, don't you think so?" There was a deliberate sense of ease in his words, but his fat hands were trembling slightly, and he could not hide his inner uneasiness. Wu Yangtzu frowned slightly, bowed to Shui Jian to apologize, and then said coldly, "Counselor Wen, I respected you as an important minister of a country before and treated you with great respect. But I want to remind you that even if Goryeo and Qi get closer, you are still a vassal state of Dian. The distance between Dian and Goryeo is much closer than that of Qi." Before he finished speaking, Zhao Jingwen interrupted and said, "General Wu Yang, I heard that the Yin State's right border army has recently added a cavalry unit. I wonder how strong it is?" Wu Yangtzu narrowed his eyes and responded coldly, "It's 1,000 miles away, and it can be reached in 3 days." Wen Changxiu couldn't help but wipe his cold sweat, and then he changed the subject, looked at the thin man who was brought up, and said with a wry smile, "Sir, can we continue?" Shui Jian nodded, pointed at the man, and said, "This person has not revealed his identity, but his cultivation has reached the Earth Martial Realm." There was a brief silence in the room, and Wu Yangtzu suddenly said, "Sir, we in Yin State want this man." Wen Changxiu heard this and immediately said, "Sir, we in Goryeo also want to claim this person." Yang Ji's heart moved, and he immediately understood that Wen Changxiu was deliberately causing trouble for Wu Yang Canal. Shui Jian looked at Yanggu, and Yanggu smiled slightly and said lazily, "Then the highest bidder wins." Wen Changxiu's eyes flashed with cunning, and he raised a finger. "I'll give you 100 boxes." Wu Yangtzu responded calmly, 150. Wen Changxiu smiled, "Even more?" 200. Wu Yangtzu said calmly, 250. Wen Changxiu was afraid, but he gritted his teeth and continued, 300. This time, Wu Yangtzu did not bid immediately. After a moment of silence, he whispered, 360. Upon seeing this, Wen Changxiu laughed and bowed to Shui Jian and Yanggu, saying, "Congratulations, old General Wu Yang. Dian is still rich and powerful. I admire it." Huh. After that, he said goodbye and left in a hurry. After Shui Jian made a few notes in the account book, he turned to Wu Yangtzu and asked, "General Wu Yang, how do I deliver it?" Wu Yangtzu responded calmly, "I will pick you up within 3 days after the goods arrive." Shui Jian nodded and confirmed, 3 feet square, half a foot high wooden boxes, a total of 444 boxes of top-grade spirit stones. Wu Yangtu nodded slightly and prepared to leave. At this moment, Shui Jian suddenly reached out to stop them and said with a smile, "My two lords, my master has a treasure to sell today. Maybe you will be interested." Wu Yangtu and Zhao Jingwen looked at each other, nodded to each other, and sat down again. Not long after, several armed Hummers slowly drove over, dragging a huge object covered with camouflage cloth. As the camouflage cloth was removed, a dark green 130 caliber howitzer revealed its true appearance. Zhao Jingwen walked around the howitzer in amazement and asked, "Is this a formation cannon?" Shui Jian waved his hand, and several soldiers stepped forward to operate the muzzle of the gun and signaled everyone to step back and cover their ears. Wu Yangtu and others did as they were told, half believingly. The soldiers skillfully adjusted the height, loaded ammunition, and raised a black flag on the distant hilltop. Wu Yangtu looked at the black flag and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Sir, what do you mean?" Shui Jian smiled and said, "There's more than just that side. Look further away." Looking along the black flag, everyone saw one black flag after another gradually extending into the distance. Zhao Jingwen sent her followers to summon a spirit eagle to check the black flag at the farthest point. The image in the mirror froze at the black flag 40 miles away. Shui Jian explained, "The last black flag is 40 miles away from here." Wu Yangtu knew very well what this meant, and his face was solemn. Zhao Jingwen was also shocked, and her eyes were fixed on the soldiers' every move. Fire! Boom! A loud noise tore through the air, and everyone retreated. Only Wu Yangtu stared at the black flag in the mirror. A moment later, flames shot up into the sky and black smoke billowed from the distant forests, but the black flag had long disappeared without a trace. Zhao Jingwen murmured in disbelief. "Just now, there was no formation fluctuation here?" Shui Jian smiled slightly. "Yes, this is the final product that my master prepared for you two today. Unlike your formation cannon, this howitzer can be operated by anyone after simple training." Wu Yangtu and Zhao Jingwen were stunned, then reacted instantly and asked almost at the same time, "How many of these weapons do you have?" Yang Gu on the screen finally spoke, saying calmly, "Only one." Hearing this, Wu Yangtu and Zhao Jingwen both breathed a sigh of relief. However, Yang Gu immediately added, "Because it is something that will be eliminated soon, it will not be produced in the future." Wu Yangtu was speechless, and Zhao Jingwen was speechless. Indeed, the worst equipment in the base are the 150 caliber vehicle-mounted howitzers, and the 130 caliber howitzer in front of him is indeed an old item that Yang Gu is preparing to eliminate. During this transaction, Wu Yangtu and Zhao Jingwen witnessed the power of the 130 caliber howitzer and were deeply shocked. Zhao Jingwen vaguely realized that the emergence of this new weapon seemed to be announcing the end of the traditional Yanjiao cavalry era. She asked softly, "Old General, is our Yanjiao iron cavalry about to pass away?" Wu Yangtu remained silent and looked up at the sky, as if to confirm to himself the truth of all this. At this moment, Shui Jian saw that the two were lost in thought, so he asked, "What do you think? Are you interested in this cannon?" The two of them answered almost at the same time, "Yes, I want it." After that, the two looked at each other, and Zhao Jingwen smiled and said to Wu Yangtu, "Old General, you have spent more than 400 boxes of spirit stones today. Isn't it time to stop?" Wu Yangtu said with a fake smile, "Princess, I have been frugal all my life, but I have never been vague about spending your majesty's money. Since you have already spent more than 400 boxes, why not add a few hundred more?" Zhao Jingwen looked helpless and finally sighed, "Old General, I won't fight with you. I just hope this thing can help you." Wu Yangtu smiled, knowing that she was not willing to give up, but understood that this item was rare and not worth arguing about. So he turned to Yang Gu on the big screen and asked tentatively, "Lord Megatron, since this howitzer is obsolete, do you have more powerful weapons for sale?" Yang Gu smiled faintly. "Maybe, maybe not. It depends on my mood." Hearing this, Wu Yangtu shook his head helplessly, realizing that this was not an occasion for casual bargaining. So he turned to Shui Jian and said simply, "Sir, please make an offer. I will immediately send a message back to the country to arrange the transportation of the spirit stones." Shui Jian held up a finger and said, 100 boxes of spirit stones, with 20 shells included. If you need to purchase additional ones, 1 box of spirit stones for every 2 shells. This offer surprised Wu Yangtu a little. Although it was a rare weapon, the price was not as high as he had imagined and seemed quite reasonable. He thought for a moment and said slowly, "Lord Megatron, if I pay a total of 600 boxes of spirit stones, can you increase the number of shells to 200? Deal!" Yang Gu agreed without hesitation and quickly cut off the screen, fearing that Wu Yangtu would go back on his word. Wu Yangtu was stunned for a moment. He originally just wanted to add some artillery shells, but he didn't expect Yang Gu to be so straightforward. He didn't know how to react for a moment. At this moment, inside the White Shark base, Yang Gu was all smiles, secretly happy about this lucrative deal. Compared with monster crystal cores or spiritual ores, the profit from selling weapons was simply staggering. He suddenly understood why a certain country could rise rapidly in later generations. As teams of transport vehicles loaded with spirit stones entered the base, Yang Gu began to use these energy points to continuously upgrade the cruiser's equipment. After several transports, Manga upgraded the warship's Hornet radar detection system, fire control capabilities, and the power of the Eagle Strike missile. The upgraded Eagle Strike missile has a stronger nominal damage value, becoming Yangji's most powerful weapon. When the 10th transport was completed, Manga used 100,000 energy points to start the overall upgrade of the cruiser. The screen displayed, Battleship Class Cruiser, Heavy, is being upgraded, upgrade progress, 1. Manga was delighted, knowing that once the upgrade was completed, his cruiser would reach a new level of combat effectiveness. In a series of upgrades, Manga upgraded the 37 semi-automatic gun to a quad-mounted 40 caliber Bofors machine gun, increasing the number from 4 to 6. This upgrade only cost 15,000 energy points, which is extremely cost-effective. In addition, the drone module has also been improved. Although the Tiger Eagle and Harrier Eagle have not changed, the performance of the Hawkeye has been greatly improved after the upgrade. Today, the operating radius of the Hawkeye reconnaissance drone has expanded to 300 kilometers, and the fire control range has increased to 100 kilometers, achieving full area monitoring of Liaodong. Although it consumes 30,000 energy, the effect is significant. After several rounds of transportation, Manga added 10 Apache Longbow attack helicopters, 5 Cougar transport helicopters, and 200 Tingy combat robots to the base, spending a total of 120,000 energy. Looking at the energy that was constantly replenished and then quickly consumed, Manga felt both distressed and refreshed. This satisfying shopping spree experience really made him laugh. After Manga slept tiredly for a day, he woke up at dusk and found that the Harrier UAV and Cougar had completed 20 transportations that day, successfully delivering 400 boxes of spirit stones to the cruiser and extracting a total of 900,000 energies. At this moment, Manga still had more than 400,000 energies left in his account, and the transportation mission was still continuing, harvesting more than 40,000 energies per hour. 5 Apache Longbow helicopters have been produced, and 3 Cougars have arrived at the base. But without Yangji's permission, they have not yet been involved in the transportation of spirit stones. Half of the 200 Tingy combat robots have been completed and have been incorporated into the combat sequence by Yonglin. Manga opened the system panel and checked the 2 messages he received. Ding! It is detected that the commander has consumed more than 300,000 energy value in 30 days, and a function module worth 300,000 energy value will be randomly given. Ding! Congratulations to the commander for obtaining the Tomahawk Cruise missile function module, limited to 30 pieces. Manga was a little helpless about this news. The Tomahawk missile sounded powerful, but it could not be used effectively without satellites, and the number was limited. Ding! It is detected that the commander has consumed more than 500,000 energy value in 30 days, and a function module worth 500,000 energy value will be randomly given. Ding! Congratulations to the commander for obtaining a multifunctional high-definition small near-Earth satellite, including a launch vehicle. When Manga heard this, he immediately sat up excitedly and quickly asked the headset, "Why is there a purchase limit on Tomahawk?" Report to the commander, the current weapon system level is insufficient and needs to be further upgraded to fully unlock the Tomahawk Cruise missile function module. The price of the Tomahawk shocked Manga. The anti-ship missile required 20,000 energy, the ship-based cruise missile 50,000, and the land-based one 100,000. Seeing the price, he felt a headache and complained in his heart that if there were no purchase restrictions, he wouldn't be able to afford much. Why is the price twice as much for ship-based and land-based products? Manga asked in confusion. Reporting to the commander, the deployment of land-based missiles has incurred additional consumption. Despite the constant complaints, in order to unlock high-tech weapons, Manga decisively gave the order. Upgrade the weapons system. Upgrading the weapons system requires 100,000 energy. Are you sure? Confirm. Manga gritted his teeth and replied. Thinking of the price of the Tomahawk, he couldn't help but sigh that the upgraded Eagle Strike missile seemed to be good value for money. With Tomahawk missiles and satellites, Yangji's ultra-long-range strike capability will be enhanced. However, the high cost of the Tomahawk deterred him, so he temporarily prioritized launching the satellite at the White Shark base and began loading the satellite module for later use. Start loading satellite module, launch location, White Shark base. After the satellite launch was ready, Manga washed up and went to the open space at the base to breathe fresh air. Just as he was looking around, Yonglin came over with a letter from Liaodong King Gong Sun Hao, reporting, "The Liaodong King has also sent a cultivator to stay outside the base for communication." Manga nodded and said, "Well handled. Just arrange accommodation outside the base." After quickly reading Gong Sun Hao's letter, Manga summoned Shui Jian and entered the command center. Manga marked an enemy stronghold outside Xiaoping City, sent the target to Shui Jian, and instructed, "Take 5 teams of Tingy robots and set off tonight. Don't leave any behind." Yes. At the White Shark Naval Base, the last rays of sunset gradually disappeared on the horizon of the mountains. 4 Apache Longbow attack helicopters hovered over the base, their propellers stirring up strong winds, and the low-altitude air currents enabled the 3 Cougar transport helicopters on the ground to move into position one by one. On the tarmac below, more than 60 fully armed soldiers were ready to go, all with stern expressions. Shui Jian stood in front of the team, saluted solemnly in the direction of the command center, then waved his hand and shouted in a low voice, "Let's go! Kill!" More than 60 soldiers roared in unison, and the murderous shouts echoed over the base for a long time. The soldiers quickly boarded 3 Cougar helicopters, and the 4 Apaches in the sky also maintained formation. As all the helicopters slowly took off, the guards in the base stood at attention and saluted, watching the 7 helicopters gradually disappear into the night. Outside the city of Xiangping, in the wilderness outside the city of northeastern China, the Liaodong army was being mobilized intensively under the command of generals at all levels. Several generals gathered around Gongsun Hao, Guan Ning, and Zhang, who listening to the battle deployment. Gongsun Hao pointed at the map and gave instructions to everyone one by one. After a moment, he put the map away, looked around at everyone solemnly, and said in a sonorous and powerful voice, "The Hu cavalry is here. Although they are only scouts, we must go all out and wipe out the enemy completely to boost the morale of the army." "Yes," the generals responded in unison, with high morale. After the generals dispersed, Zhang Hu said to Gongsun Hao with some doubt, "Brother, today we are just the front scouts of the Hu cavalry. Isn't it a bit of an overreaction for you to ask for their assistance?" Guan Ning raised his sword and said with a smile, "Third brother, my elder brother's move is to deter the Hu cavalry and let them know that our Liaodong's strength is not inferior to Tianwu, so that they will retreat when they see the difficulty, so as to avoid causing unnecessary war." Zhang Hu scratched his head and was about to continue speaking when Gongsun Hao said sternly, "Third brother, before the battle, you must not spread words that are detrimental to the morale of the army. What will happen if you violate this?" Zhang Hu was stunned. He did not expect his usually gentle elder brother to be so stern. He laughed and said, "Ha, brother, you misunderstood. I was just about to say that the Hu cavalry are just a bunch of remnants, waiting to be killed one by my sword." Zhang Hu's bold words caused the surrounding soldiers to laugh lightly, and Gongsun Hao also smiled slightly. At this time, the guard behind him handed over a mysterious mirror. "Your Majesty, this is the news from the mine." Gongsun Hao hurriedly took the mirror and saw the messenger sent by Yang Gu in the mirror, who respectfully conveyed, "Lord Megatron sent someone to say that we should not enter the mountain, but only set up defenses on the periphery to catch leaks." Gongsun Hao nodded. "Okay, tell Lord Megatron that I have learned about it." He then ordered the messenger, "Order all troops to surround the mountain and set up defenses. No one is allowed to enter." Not long after, a dull roar was heard in the distance, and 7 huge iron birds flew across the night sky. Strong winds blew up, and they flew over the Liaodong army with great momentum. Although the Liaodong soldiers were surprised, Gongsun Hao gradually became reassured when he saw the 7 iron birds heading straight for the Hu cavalry stronghold. Deep in the forest, at the Huchi camp, a group of Huchi were making a fire and having a meal in the camp. Leading the group was a burly Hu cavalry leader named Yiku. He was wearing leather armor and sitting on a boulder, staring coldly outside the mountain. At this moment, one of his deputy generals came up to report, "Yiku, some brothers are not getting enough to eat." He showed a mouthful of black and yellow teeth, sneered, patted the giant wolf beside him, and said viciously, "Wait until the Yunxiao people enter the mountains, and there will be food for them." The deputy general asked in confusion, "Why are they still not entering the mountain?" Yiku looked fierce and sneered, "They are scared. Go, take those uneaten remains outside the mountain and light a fire, so that the Yunxiao people can see how their compatriots have become our food." Under Yiku's command, a team of Hu cavalry rode out of the mountain on horseback, carrying bloody human bones in their hands, and bursts of malicious laughter drifted in the night wind. Gongsun Hao and his companions were setting up defenses outside the mountain when they suddenly saw a group of Hu cavalry coming out of the mountain with torches. The remains of human bones could be faintly seen in the firelight. Seeing this, Gongsun Hao was extremely angry. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and gnashed his teeth and said, "You evil Huchi thieves! You actually treated my compatriots as food. I will not be a human being if I don't avenge this. I, Gongsun Hao, will kill all the Huchi in the world without mercy." Chapter 85 Airstrike. Gongsun Hao drew the sword from his waist, pointed it directly at the Hu cavalry in the mountains and forests, and ordered sternly, "Lie camp, follow me to attack." The sound of horse hooves was like thunder. Gongsun Hao rushed to the front with a sword in hand, followed by more than 1,000 cavalrymen from the Lai camp, who were feared in Liaodong. This elite cavalry swept towards the enemy like a torrent. At the same time, in the darkness of the forest, a series of nimble figures quickly approached the Huchi camp, and a moment later, with a slight muffled sound, a Hu cavalryman who was standing guard on the stone wall fell to the ground, and then his companion was also knocked down silently in an instant. Dozens of black shadows shuttled quickly in the woods, and in a moment they had eliminated all the Hu cavalry's visible and hidden sentries. Shui Jian glanced at the detection map on the radar, and after confirming that it was safe, he reported to the headset, "Report to the commander. We have reached the perimeter of the target and can carry out airstrikes." In the command center of the White Shark base, Yang Gu was closely following the situation on the front line through the screen. After hearing Shui Jian's report, He switched the channel and said, "Warship weapon system ready for Eagle Strike missiles transferred to the Hawkeye fire control system." Received. Feedback from the warship's weapon system and the Hawkeye system popped up almost simultaneously. After a moment, the Hawkeye system's prompt lit up again. Target area has been located. Are you sure to launch the Hawk Strike missile? Yang Gu said, confirmed. Received. On the warship anchored off the coast of Liaodong, the 4 launch bays of the missile launcher were immediately opened. Swish, 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 swish. 4 newly upgraded Eagle Strike missiles broke through the air with blazing flames, heading straight for the target deep in the night sky. Outside the forest, Gong Sun Hao was leading the elite cavalry of the Lai camp to charge towards the Hu cavalry. The leader of the enemy, Hu cavalry, let out a long howl and then quickly retreated into the forest with his men. Seeing that they were about to chase into the forest, Guan Ning grabbed Gong Sun Hao and reminded him, "Brother, Lord Megatron's order." Gong Sun Hao gradually calmed down after hearing this and gave the order behind him. The infantry should be fully defensive, and the cavalry should be on standby at all times. If any Hu cavalry breaks through, chase them immediately. Deep in the dense forest, the Hu cavalry leader Yaku stood up with a huge hammer in his hand and looked at Gong Sun Hao's army outside. A Hu cavalryman beside him asked in confusion, "Yaku, why don't we fight our way out?" Yaku glanced at him coldly and suddenly punched him in the chest. Bang! The Hu cavalry staggered a few steps, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Yaku stepped forward and said coldly, "Don't question me." He swung the giant hammer and said in a deep voice, "The plains are the advantage of the Yunxia people. The mountains and forests are our battlefield." However, a violent buzzing sound came from the sky. The Hu cavalry looked up and saw several flames flying towards the forest at a high speed. Yaku's eyes suddenly shrank, and he opened his mouth and gasped with a hint of shock in his eyes. The Eagle Strike missiles in the sky quickly approached the target area. A flash of red light flashed on the warhead of the missile that arrived first. Beep! Boom! The first Eagle Strike missile exploded instantly, and the strong heat wave and shock wave tore through the entire mountain forest. The Hu cavalry in the central area, including the men and horses, flew into the air and turned into charcoal when they landed. Before the Hu cavalry a little further away could react, 3 flashes of fire appeared one after another in the thick smoke. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions resounded through the mountains and forests, like the collapse of the sky and the splitting of the earth. The flames devoured everything, and the ground shook continuously. Outside the mountain, Gong Sun Hao and his companions witnessed flames rising into the sky and strong winds sweeping in. The war horses were neighing in fear, and the cavalrymen pulled the reins hard to barely keep their ground. Even though the 3 brothers Gong Sun Hao were mentally prepared, they were still shocked when they saw this scene. The wailing of the Hu cavalry could be heard all around, and their horses were running away in panic and out of control. On the other side of the forest, the explosion of 4 missiles left the forest devastated, with thick smoke billowing and large areas of the ground charred. Countless seriously injured Hu cavalry lay on the ground wailing, and even more Hu cavalry were dead. Among the corpses lying on the ground, a sturdy figure slowly climbed up. It was the Hu cavalry leader Yaku. The leather armor on his body was almost burned, and his skin was covered with burns. He roared wildly, gritted his teeth, retrieved the hammer from under a corpse, raised the hammer and roared, "If you can still move, follow me." At this time, bursts of click sounds came from the darkness. Shui Jian led the task force soldiers and 50 Tianji combat robots to approach, raising their guns and firing every few steps. The single-shot bursts were particularly clear in the quiet night, and a flash of fire would take the life of a Hu cavalryman. Peng! Shui Jin shot and killed a Hu cavalryman in front of Yaku. The Hu cavalryman immediately erupted in rage. "Kill them! Eat them!" Even after experiencing the bombing of 4 missiles, no one among the Hu cavalry was afraid. With a roar from Yaku, the Hu cavalry charged towards Shui Jian and others without hesitation. Shui Jian quickly ordered, "Stop advancing. Establish a defense line and get the machine gunners in place." Then he called into the headset, "Ground troops request air fire support." Inside the White Shark base, Yang Gu heard the request and said calmly, "Agreed." In the rear, 4 Apache longbow-armed helicopters moved at the order, crossed the night sky, and flew rapidly towards the forest where Shui Jian was. Chapter 86 Fire Support. Whoosh, whoosh. The explosion of the Eagle Strike missile caused billowing black smoke to rise among the mountains and forests. Yaku was holding an iron hammer, staring at the location of Shui Jian and others at the back of the forest like a ferocious beast. He let out a low roar, and the Hu cavalry who had managed to survive got up from the ground and pounced on Shui Jian and the others with lingering anger. The previous airstrikes had caused more than half of the Hu cavalry to be killed or wounded, but more than 1,000 people still survived. Although the mountains and forests were not conducive to the cavalry, some of the Hu cavalry captured a few ownerless horses, rushed to the front of the team, waving machetes, and shouted desperately, "Kill!" Suddenly, a sharp wolf howl pierced the night sky. The huge gray wolf next to Yaku sensed the presence of strangers and ran to the front line. Shui Jian observed the situation coldly from the dark and whispered into the headset, "Machine gunners, get ready. Machine gunners number 3 and 4, lock onto that wolf." The machine gunners of the Decepticon Special Forces and the Tingy combat robots were divided into groups of two and ambushed in different places, forming a crossfire network. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out, and the giant wolf rushed out of the bushes in an instant, followed closely by the Hu cavalry on war horses. Shui Jian suddenly shouted, "Fire! Da-da-da-da-da!" Countless tongues of fire cut through the night sky, interweaving into a dense barrage of bullets. The gray wolf was instantly smashed into pieces in the line of fire, and the Hu cavalry formation was swept by bullets, falling down in rows as if being harvested by an invisible sickle. At this moment, a buzzing sound came from the sky, and a strong air current swept down. Looking up, I saw 4 Apache longbow helicopters hovering above the Huchi. Swish, swish, 2 flashes of fire flashed from the rocket launcher of helicopter number 1, and 2 rockets flew straight towards the Hu cavalry team. Boom, boom! Flames rose up, and the Hu cavalrymen fell to the ground. Then the other 3 helicopters fired rockets one after another, and they exploded in the enemy camp in an instant like flowers scattered by fairies. Fierce flames and rumbling explosions filled the entire forest, turning the area where the Hu cavalry were located into a fiery purgatory. Inside the command center of the White Shark base, Yang Gu stared at the image sent back by Hawkeye and suddenly asked into the headset, "Hawkeye, can this image be recorded?" "Report to the commander. All real-time images will be automatically saved." Yang Gu nodded with satisfaction. On the battlefield, after a round of rocket bombing was completed, the 4 Apaches did not leave, but lowered their altitude and fired their 30mm machine guns, bombarding the ground continuously. The residual power of the triple attack of machine guns, rockets, and machine guns had not yet dissipated, and the Hu cavalry troops were already in a terrible state. The mountains and forests were filled with charred corpses and burned war horses, and there was almost no intact place. Shui Jian looked at the effect of the firepower coverage and confirmed that there were no more Hu cavalry charging. He took out the radar detection map and ordered, "The Decepticon Special Forces follow me. Tingy Group 1 will go to the left wing, Group 2 will go to the right wing, Group 3 and Group 4 will go forward, and Group 5 will cover the rear. If you see any living people, automatically eliminate them and leave no prisoners." "Got it." The soldiers moved forward one by one, with occasional gunshots heard. In a moment, there were only a few spots of Hu cavalry marked on the radar map, leaving only the last one, standing in the center of the battlefield, holding a hammer in his hand. That man was Yuko. His body was almost burnt black, covered with wounds, and there were multiple machine gun bullets stuck in his body. However, relying on the unique physique and willpower of the Hu cavalry, he still did not fall. Shui Jian stared at the dying Huchi leader and asked into the headset, "Commander, this is the leader of the Huchi. He is still alive. What should we do with him?" Yang Gu said calmly, "Take off his head and give it to Gongsun Hao." "Understood." Shui Jian calmly ordered, "Stab, do it." Bang! With a dull gunshot, Barrett's bullet tore through the air, blasting a big hole in Yaku's chest. His body trembled for a moment and finally fell heavily to the ground, dead. The battle was over. 3 Cougar helicopters slowly landed under the escort of 4 Apaches. The soldiers cleaned up the battlefield and boarded the planes to return. In this battle, no one at the White Shark base was injured or killed. Outside the forest, Gongsun Hao stared at a group of Hu cavalry captives who were tied up in front of him, his heart filled with anger and contempt. These Hu cavalrymen all looked listless, with none of their previous arrogance, and some even had incontinence, causing the Liaodong soldiers to look down on them. What Beiyuan Hu cavalry? They are nothing but this. Many new recruits were complacent. Gongsun Hao keenly noticed the high morale of the recruits and was secretly satisfied. In this battle, Yang Ji's help not only made the Hu cavalry in the rear feel fearful, but also effectively boosted the morale of the new army in Liaodong. Suddenly, a scream was heard from the battle line. Gongsun Hao turned around suddenly and saw a captive Hu cavalryman breaking free of the rope and biting the neck of the Liaodong soldier beside him. A Liaodong soldier was attacked unexpectedly and was clamped by the Hu cavalry with both hands, struggling powerlessly. The Hu cavalry opened its mouth wide like a wild beast and bit his neck fiercely. The light in the Liaodong soldier's eyes dimmed instantly. The Liaodong soldiers nearby retreated in terror. The leading officer roared and pointed his sword at the Hu cavalry. "Let him go. If you don't let go, I'll chop you down." However, the Hu cavalry looked at them coldly, without any fear, and instead tore the soldier's neck with one bite, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Witnessing this scene, Bai Chong became furious. He rushed forward first and slashed at the back of the Hu cavalry with a knife. Swish! Although the knife cut a long gash on his back, no blood gushed out. Bai Chong realized something was wrong and quickly changed his attack from chopping to stabbing, with the blade going straight into the Hu cavalry's heart. However, Hu Chi dodged easily with a quick move and then punched Bai Chong on the back of the shoulder. Bang! Bai Chong screamed and was knocked away by the punch. He lay on the ground in so much pain that he was unable to get up, and his shoulder bone was obviously collapsed. When the soldiers saw their leader was injured, they rushed forward to attack the Hu cavalry. However, The Hu cavalry had strong arms and swung his long sword to repel the soldiers. Even though he was hit several times, none of the wounds were fatal. The Hu cavalry roared wildly, grabbed a long sword that was about to chop off his shoulder, and instantly took it back. With a swing of the long sword, 3 Liaodong soldiers fell to the ground. Seeing this, the soldiers did not dare to rush forward. Only a few brave men tried to besiege them, but they were repelled one by the Hu cavalry. One of them was even cut in half. Gong Sunhao saw that the soldiers were gradually losing strength and signaled to Guan Ning in a cold voice. Guan Ning immediately rode forward and shouted at the besieging soldiers. Have you forgotten the battle formations you learned every day? Form a battle array, a circular formation. The soldiers reacted immediately and quickly formed a circle, with the soldiers holding spears surrounding the Hu cavalry. Seeing this, the Hu cavalry showed no fear at all. He bent down to pick up a corpse and smashed it at the nearest shield man. Bang! The shield man staggered back. Then the Hu cavalry kicked to the other side, but the gap was immediately filled by the shield men behind, and soon a circle of huge shields was formed to surround the Hu cavalry. The Hu cavalry trapped inside kept hitting the surrounding shields like trapped beasts, and the shieldman's defense line was on the verge of collapse at any time. The sergeant ordered urgently, "Spearmen go! Stab him to death! Kill!" The spearmen roared in unison, stepped forward, and stabbed their spears into the bodies of the Hu cavalry through the grooves between their shields. Puff, puff, puff! The sound of the spear piercing the flesh was endless, and blood gushed out. The spearmen attacked 3 times repeatedly, and finally the Hu cavalry collapsed and slumped beside their shields dead. After confirming that the Hu cavalry had been killed, the captain stepped forward and reported to Gong Sunhao, "Your Majesty, the Hu cavalry is dead." Good. Gong Sunhao praised loudly, then turned his horse's head, looked around at the soldiers, and said loudly, "Did you see it? Although the Hu cavalry is large, as long as we use the right method, killing them is as easy as killing pigs." As soon as the words fell, the Liaodong soldiers burst into laughter, and their morale was greatly boosted. Zhang Hu behind Gong Sunhao also laughed and said, "That's right. Killing the Hu cavalry is almost the same as killing a pig." Amidst the laughter, Gong Sunhao ordered the squad leader to lead his men to clean up the battlefield. Although he was laughing, his expression was solemn, and he sighed silently. Guan Ning walked up to him, patted his shoulder, and whispered, "Brother, it is inevitable that the new army will be weak in combat power. Take your time." Gong Sunhao closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then sighed. Last year, many veterans moved south with their families, and the new army has not yet been formed. This autumn and winter, I'm really afraid that this will be a disaster for Liaodong. Buzzing sound came from the night sky, and the wind was blowing violently. 7 helicopters flew in from the sky, and a Puma helicopter slowly landed in front of the Liaodong army. When the Liaodong soldiers saw these flying iron lumps, they exclaimed in amazement, and some even knelt down to worship them. Shuijin stepped down from the helicopter and handed the head of the Huchi leader Yaku, which was wrapped in cloth, to Gong Sunhao. He smiled and said, "Brother Gong Sun, this is the head of the Huchi leader. I give it to you." Gong Sunhao looked at the blood-stained cloth bag in his hand and said excitedly, "The 2,000 Hu cavalry hiding in the mountains." Shuijin answered loudly, "They have all been wiped out." Gong Sunhao was silent for a moment, and Guan Ning thanked him. "Thank you, Brother Shui. I wonder how many casualties your troops have suffered." Shuijin smiled calmly. This time, there were no casualties. Chapter 88 Starlight. Inside the command center of the White Shark base, Yanga finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Shuijin and his team members returning safely. He pondered for a moment, then turned to Wu Qiangxin beside him and said, "Old Wu, what do you think about letting Tianji Robot take on all the tasks of charging in a battle in the future and giving all of you a promotion?" Wu Qiangxin hesitated a little and finally replied, "Commander, this arrangement is equivalent to making us lose the mission of soldiers. It can be regarded as another form of death." Yang Ge burst out laughing when he heard this. The next morning, all the spirit stones in stock in the base had been transported to the cruiser, and Yang Ji's energy value once again exceeded 800,000. At this moment, he remembered that the king of Goryeo still owed 360 boxes of spirit stones. Although there were still 2 days before the agreed time, the 50 boxes of spirit stones that Changxiu brought when he arrived were nowhere to be found. Yang Ge was not in a hurry and decided to give them 2 more days. He checked the satellite loading progress, which had reached 60% and was expected to be completed in the afternoon. The upgrade of the weapon system has also been completed. Now Yang Ji's battleship system is powerful enough, and the upgrade progress of the cruiser has reached 40%, which is expected to be completed within 3 days. After opening the Tomahawk missile function module, Yang Ge found that the price of missiles had dropped significantly. Tomahawk anti-ship missile, 10,000 energy, original price, 2,000. Shipborne Tomahawk cruise missile, 25,000 energy, original price 5,000. Land-based Tomahawk cruise missile, 50,000 energy, original price 10,000. I can afford to use it once in a while, Yang Ge said to himself. However, when he decided to continue upgrading the energy system, a message popped up on the main control panel. Report to the commander, the battleship is currently being upgraded, and the energy power system cannot be upgraded for the time being. The upgrade of other systems will not be affected. This reminder put Yang Ji's plan on hold temporarily. He felt depressed. He could only look at 800,000 energies but not use them. This feeling was unbearable for him. He wandered around the base, followed by two Tianji robots, while Wu Qiangxin was given a vacation. The upgradable parts of the cruiser have been almost fully utilized, and the Dragon prison base is operating normally. Yang Ge walked and thought, and found that the defense system of the White Shark base was almost perfect. Suddenly, he keenly discovered a project that had not yet been fully developed, a 3-level fighter airport. He decided to improve the performance of the fighter jets. After arriving at the airport, he gave some instructions to the pilot Tian Fei through the headset and ordered the upgrade of the 2 fighter jets to new fighter bombers. System prompt beep. Reminder to the commander, upgrading the fighter jets to the target model requires 50,000 energy per aircraft, a total of 100,000 energy for 2 aircraft. Do you confirm? Yang Ge said, confirmed. As the order was given, the sound of mechanical operation was heard from the hangar on the mountain. After the upgrade, Yang Ge felt relieved. At noon, he took the Cougar helicopter back to the cruiser and enjoyed a relaxing afternoon on the deck. In the evening, Yang Ge was enjoying the sea breeze when a message suddenly popped up on the main control panel. Report to the commander, the satellite has been loaded and can be launched at any time. Half an hour later, the guarding of the White Shark base was handed over to the Tianji robot, and all the base personnel stood in neat rows on the open space. Shuijian and the Decepticon Special Forces were also in the front. Yang Ge held the ignition device and stared at the white rocket that was tens of meters high not far away. There was no lengthy launch ceremony. He simply pressed the button. Swish, flames illuminated the night sky. Billowing white smoke rose, and the rocket took off and pierced the sky. About 10 minutes later, a new prompt popped up on the main control panel. Report to the commander, the small near-Earth satellite has entered the predetermined orbit and is expected to connect with the warship, Prisoner Dragon Base, White Shark Base, and the Hawkeye reconnaissance drone radar systems within 3 minutes. Commander, please name the satellite for this launch. Yang Ge thought for a moment and said softly, let's call it Starlight. Received. A moment later, the radar detection map appeared on the screen in a new light. The large area of terrain around Liaodong was clearly visible, including the forest in the north, the snow-covered area in the northeast, and the Qi Peninsula in the south. Chapter 89. The Past of Huqi. When Yang Ge pulled the satellite view to the northeast, the scene in front of him made him gasp. Large ant-like black spots were migrating southward from the vast forests in the far north. Yang Ge tried to zoom in on the satellite view and found that this mighty team included orcs of various shapes, giants as tall as 3-story buildings, and ordinary Hu cavalry with burly figures. However, there were no women or children in this team. Suddenly, Yang Ge recalled the history of the Hu cavalry that Gongsan had mentioned. There were no weak people among the Hu cavalry in the Baishan area. All the women and children stayed in the extremely cold Everwinter forest or the Arctic ice fields. When winter came every year, the Hu cavalry who went south to plunder would not return to bring food, and the women and children left there would either find a way out on their own or wait to die. Most of the young Hu cavalry who survived had experienced famine and fighting since childhood. When they grew up, they became brutal and barbaric. When they became adults, they joined the Hu cavalry troops heading south and became a new generation of invaders. Yang Ji's thoughts immediately turned to the past of this land. Once upon a time, the vast lands in the northeast and east of Liaodong, as well as the eternal winter forest, all belonged to the territory of the Yunxia dynasty. After the collapse of the Yunxia dynasty, 7 empires coexisted, and the Yin kingdom inherited the Baishan land. At that time, the Baishan region was rich in soil and water, the people lived and worked in peace and contentment, and there was little war. However, decades later, the barbarians on the Arctic ice field gradually moved south, crossed the eternal winter forest, and lingered on the border of the state of Yin. At first, the people of Yunxiao welcomed these foreigners of unknown origin with kindness and generously gave them food and wine. Unexpectedly, this unintentional act of kindness sowed the seeds of disaster. As more and more barbarians poured in, food became insufficient to distribute, and officials of the state of Yin tried to teach them how to farm. But the greedy barbarians had no intention of waiting for the grain to grow. They eventually looted the government's granary and began to attack civilians. The conflict between Yin state and the barbarians broke out. In the following hundreds of years, the state of Yin was caught in a protracted war against the barbarians, and even the other 6 empires sent troops to support it. The famous general of Yin state, Lu Yi, once led the coalition forces of 7 countries to fight against millions of barbarians under Baishan Mountain for several months, and finally killed nearly 1 million enemy troops. This epic war was later called the Battle of Baishan. After this battle, the barbarians disappeared from Yunxia's sight for a while. However, the geographical conditions of the eternal winter forest made it almost impossible to completely wipe out the barbarians, and the Yin state's many expeditions were turned back due to poor logistics. The environment of the Arctic ice field is extremely harsh, and only desperate pirates can cross the Abyss Strait and land on the other side of the ice field. Even so, Only a few pirates were able to successfully gain a foothold on the ice, and the hope that the expedition would eliminate border threats gradually faded. Many years later, civil strife broke out in Zhao State. 5 nomadic tribes in the north invaded the border. The border troops of Zhao State were ordered to withdraw. It was difficult for Yin State to support fighting on 2 fronts. In desperation, the state of Yin retreated to the Liaodong line and gave up Aishan, and the area outside Liaodong became a no-man's land. The barbarians gradually gained a foothold in this land, and the name barbarians gradually evolved into Huqi. Today, as the relationship between Yin, Liaodong, and Goryeo becomes increasingly tense, Yin is still able to fight against the Hu cavalry independently, and Goryeo also has powerful monks in charge, but the one that suffers the most is Liaodong, which is caught in the middle. Recalling this, Yang Gu saw dense black spots moving southward and finally stopping at a place out of sight, which was obviously beyond the detection range of Hawkeye. After observing for a while, he found that more small groups of black dots were constantly joining the main team from all directions, which were probably Hu cavalry scout units from various places. Staring at the satellite view, Yang Gu couldn't help but think, with so many Hu cavalry, if they were to use a battle axe. The current Huqi gathering point is about 500 kilometers away from the cruiser, which is far beyond the range of the Eagle Strike missile. However, shipborne Tomahawk cruise missiles, although expensive, can easily cover this area. Yang Gu was getting more and more restless, and finally made up his mind. He gave an order into the headset. Tomahawk missiles ready, launch pad. System prompt. Report to the commander. Preparing the Tomahawk shipborne cruise missile will consume 25,000 energy. Are you sure? Confirm. Yang Gu responded decisively. Tomahawk missiles are ready and can be launched at any time. Commander, please locate the coordinates through the satellite view. Yang Gu glanced at the properties of the Tomahawk missile. Enhanced quadruple launcher, currently equipped with Tomahawk cruise missiles. Single shot damage 15,000. Looking at the 5-digit power number, and then looking at the dense black dots on the view, Yang Gu muttered to himself. What a sin. Tomahawk missiles are not sold at normal prices. The battleship system can be recovered at the original price within 24 hours. When did I say I wanted to recycle it? Yang Gu smiled, quickly selected the central area of the black spot, and gave instructions into the headset. Starlight lock coordinates. Tomahawk missiles ready, launch. Chapter 90, another one? On the cruiser anchored off the coast of Liaodong, the missile launcher slowly adjusted its direction. Amid a roar, mist rose, and a Tomahawk cruise missile worth 25,000 energy points was fired towards the north with a tail flame. The missile flew towards the target at a speed of less than 900 kilometers per hour and was expected to arrive in half an hour. Yang Gu was originally looking forward to witnessing the explosion immediately, but he didn't expect that the long wait would make him a little discouraged. He stared at the satellite view on the command center screen, patiently watching the Tomahawk missiles flying slowly on the screen. Time passed little by little, and finally at the 20th minute, Yang Gu could no longer bear it and stood up and paced back and forth in the command center, asking into the headset, "Is there any way to speed up the missile? You can use the strong attribute energy of the wind system to strengthen the launcher. However, this rare energy is currently unavailable." At this time, the system popped up another message. After the Eagle Strike series anti-ship missiles are fully upgraded, the range can reach 500 kilometers and the maximum flight speed can reach 3,500 kilometers per hour. Compared with the Tomahawk missile, the fully upgraded Eagle Strike missile has a flight speed 4 times that of the Tomahawk missile, but its range is far less than the 2,500 kilometers of the Tomahawk. Another 20 minutes later, the Tomahawk missile finally began to descend. Yang Gu zoomed in the satellite view to the maximum. Although the figures of the Hu cavalry were as small as ants, it was obvious that they were gathering near the target area. Seeing the fire descending from the sky, there was a commotion among the Hu cavalry, but it was obvious that they did not realize the threat. Some of the Hu cavalry stopped to watch, and some even walked towards the point where the missiles landed. As the Tomahawk missiles approached the ground, a small group of Hu cavalry tried to get out of the way. The next moment, the Tomahawk missile exploded in the target area. Boom! Dazzling flames soared into the sky, and the shock waves swept in all directions. The Hu cavalry at the center of the explosion were instantly engulfed in flames. The shock wave blew away the surrounding Hu cavalry, and the scorching heat destroyed a large number of people. Yang Gu stared at the satellite view and saw thick smoke and flames billowing among the Hu cavalry. The shock wave formed by the explosion continued to spread, turning wherever it passed into a vacuum zone. Yang Gu let out a long sigh, feeling extremely happy. At this moment, a bold idea came to his mind. How about another one? With 840,000 energy remaining, it seemed that one more shot was not a luxury. Yang Gu calculated in his mind and gave an order into the headset. Ready the battle axe. One more shot. Report to the commander. The Tomahawk missile is ready, consuming 25,000 energy. Do you confirm the launch? Yang Gu pondered for a moment, and suddenly a mischievous idea came to his mind. Can we add some decorations to the missile? Please let me know, commander. Yang Gu did not respond immediately, but called the Tianji robot beside him and ordered, "Go find Old Wu." A moment later, another Tomahawk cruise missile rose into the sky, trailing a trail of flames, and was particularly conspicuous in the night sky. Half an hour later, The Hu cavalry team had not yet recovered from the shock of the first round of explosions when they suddenly heard a familiar sound of breaking air in the air. The Hu cavalry looked up at the sky and watched in amazement as another iron lump roared towards them. This time, the fear of the Hu cavalry was beyond words. Some tribal leaders anxiously commanded their men to flee in all directions, and low roars echoed in the chaotic Hu cavalry. However, the second Tomahawk missile still hit the target accurately. The flames and shock waves generated by the explosion instantly overturned a large number of Hu cavalry, and the deafening noise turned the surrounding area into a sea of fire. This time, after the explosion, pieces of paper were swept into the air by the shock wave and scattered all over the sky. Most of the paper was burned in the high temperature, but a few pieces stubbornly fell down and fell into the hands of the Hu cavalry. At this time, in front of the Hu cavalry team, a 3-meter-tall giant was taking over a piece of burnt paper with a serious expression. Although the edge of the paper was burnt black, the pattern was still vaguely visible. A bald, strong man raised his scissors hand and smiled charmingly. "This is exactly the photo of Wu Changsun," Yang Ge once said with a smile. "A real man should be brave enough to take responsibility for his actions, so that others will not know who to seek revenge on." Chapter 91, Cruising Goryeo. The next morning, as soon as Yang Ge opened his eyes, a message appeared on the main control panel. "Report to the commander, the fighter jet has been upgraded to the target model." Yang Ge nodded with satisfaction, and at the same time noticed that the battleship upgrade progress was only halfway through, so it seemed that he would have to wait another 2 or 3 days. He rubbed his sleepy face and asked into the headset, "Yang Lin, has Gali delivered the things they owe us?" Yang Lin's voice came immediately. "Report to the commander, no traces of Koreans have been found near the base recently." A sneer appeared on Yang Ji's lips. Today was the 4th day, and Goryeo Right Counselor Wen Changxiu was obviously trying to shirk his responsibility. "Tian Fei, conduct a fighter test flight this afternoon and cruise the Goryeo capital," he gave the order. Tian Fei's voice immediately rang out. "Received." After finishing breakfast at the White Shark Base restaurant, Yang Ge returned to the cruiser and prepared a truckload of frozen ducks to feed the great white sharks in the sea. However, just as he leaned out of the deck, a wave surged and a huge white shark suddenly jumped out of the water, jumping to a position higher than the deck. Just as the Bofors machine gun on the deck was about to take aim, Yang Ge immediately ordered, "Don't fire!" He noticed that the white shark seemed to be holding something in its mouth, and a prompt popped up on the main control panel. "Alert, Commander, strong attribute energy has been discovered." The white shark leaned over from the air and threw the object in its mouth onto the deck. The huge fish body hit the deck with a loud noise as it entered the water. Yang Ge looked closely and saw a large frozen fish lying on the deck. It was covered with thick frost and had a row of tooth marks from sharks. Yang Ge called 2 Tianji robots to dissect it. After a while, the robots took out a small square seal from the fish intestines. It was the same strong energy seal he obtained on Wuyun Island. Yang Ge sent the seal to the energy extraction chamber, and the main control panel immediately popped up a prompt. "Get a strong attribute energy source. Start extracting energy." He leaned out of the deck and shouted, "Thank you, Big White." Ripples appeared on the water, as if the white shark was responding to his gratitude. In the afternoon, after Yang Ge had lunch in the battleship restaurant and was about to take a nap on the deck, Tian Fei's report came through the headset. "The fighter squadron at the White Shark Base has assembled and is ready to take off at any time. Let's go and take a look around the Goryeo capital to let them remember our existence." Yang Ge said lightly. In the early autumn afternoon of Chongqing, the capital of Goryeo, King Li's son one of Goryeo was walking in the palace garden with 2 ministers, one fat and one thin. The fat one was the right counselor Moon Changsu. Li Chunyuan smiled and said to Wen Changxiu, "Changxiu, you did a great job on this trip to Liaodong. I thought they would ask for a lot of money, but I didn't expect you to bring back my Jinlong guard without spending a box of spirit stones." Wen Changxiu responded with a flattering smile, "Your Majesty, you are too kind. In fact, it is because of your reputation that has spread to Liaodong that the thieves dare not embarrass me." Li Chunyuan laughed loudly and asked, "Oh, the Liaodong bandits actually know my reputation? I wonder how they compare me with Gongsun Hao." When Changxiu wiped the sweat from his forehead and said earnestly, "Your Majesty, how can Gongsun Hao be compared with you? The people of Liaodong are living in dire straits, and all the people are looking forward to you taking over Liaodong." "Ha ha." Li Chunyuan laughed after hearing this. He immediately looked at the tall and thin minister beside him. Seeing that he looked serious, he asked, "Why is Jiangqing so worried?" The tall and thin minister was named Jiang Zanqing. He stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, I feel that Liaodong is intimidated by your Majesty. Why do you have to wait until Counselor Wen arrives before releasing the people?" Li Chunyuan's eyes changed slightly, and he turned to Wen Changxiu and said, "Wen Qing, explain it to Jiangqing." Wen Changxiu smiled flatteringly and said, "Master Zhang's words are not without reason. If we send someone else, even if we bring the spiritual stones that the Liaodong thieves demanded, I'm afraid it will be difficult to bring back the Jinlong Guard. However, the prince has a keen eye for talent and sent me there, and the result is extraordinary." Jiang Zanqing was about to retort in dissatisfaction when he suddenly heard a roar from the sky. The three of them looked up at the same time, especially when Changxiu, whose face changed drastically and he was frightened out of his wits. In the sky, two silver-gray fighter jets flew over Xinjiang City at supersonic speed. The roar caused by the low-altitude flight almost shook the entire Goryeo royal palace, and the people in the city fled in panic. Tianfei and Tang Ming took turns to control the fighter jets and circled over the Goryeo royal palace, sending silent warnings to the people below with their sharp postures. Jiang Zanqing, who was standing by, looked at the sky in horror, his face pale, and murmured, What kind of magical weapon is this?" Li Chunyuan also looked at the fighter jets in the sky in shock. He had never seen such domineering fighter jets before. When Changxiu's trembling voice was heard in his ears, "Your Highness, that is the method of Lord Megatron." At this moment, the fighter plane piloted by Tianfei suddenly made a sharp turn, with its wings slightly tilted, and passed over the palace garden like a sharp blade. Soon, Tang Ming's fighter plane followed closely, and with a huge sonic boom, the fighter plane flew away from the sky above the palace. When the roar gradually faded away, Li Chunyuan turned to Wen Changxiu with a serious expression and said coldly, "Wen Changxiu, is this the power of Liaodong's Megatron that you mentioned? How can it be so strong?" Wen Changxiu's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he stammered, "My lord, Megatron is very powerful. I'm afraid he is sending us a warning this time." Li Chunyuan's face turned pale, and he took a deep breath and said, "Send an order. Prepare all the spiritual stones immediately and send them to Liaodong to prevent any changes." Although Jiang Zanqing, who was standing by, was unwilling, he finally remained silent when he saw Li Chunyuan's determination. At the White Shark base, Tianfei and Tang Ming returned triumphantly in their fighter jets and landed steadily on the base runway. Yanggu observed the movements of the Goryeo capital in real time through the main control panel. Seeing that the effect had been achieved, he smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 92, This is a good omen. Although Wen Changxiu had never seen this thing flying in the sky when he was in Liaodong, but looking at its shape, color, and calculating the time, Wen Changxiu understood that this was sent by Megatron. Seeing that there is only one day left before the 5 days agreed upon, Megatron's intention of sending this thing here is very clear. To collect debts. At this time, Li Chunyuan and the tall and thin minister kept looking up at the sky and did not notice that Wen Changxiu next to them was covered in cold sweat as if he had just taken a shower. After a while, the two fighter planes disappeared from the sky above Xinjiang City. At this time, Goryeo King Li Chunyuan lowered his head and asked the two people beside him, "My dear ministers, we were just flying in the sky. Mr. Wen, are you hot?" Wen Changxiu nodded quickly and said, "Yes, your majesty, it's already autumn, but I didn't expect the weather to still be so hot and humid." "Snort!" The tall and thin minister on the side said coldly. "Counselor Wen, it's time to brush off the fat on your body. Otherwise you may not see the morning sun one day." Wen Changxiu responded uncertainly, "Then Jiang Zanqing doesn't need to worry about it. Even though Wen is fat, he has not eaten Jiang Zanqing's rice and flour. He can still go to Liaodong to help the prince. Unlike some people, they just sit there and do nothing and mock their colleagues every day." You. The tall and thin minister was so angry that his hair stood on end. He pointed at Wen Changxiu for a long time without saying a word. At this time, Li Chunyuan frowned and shouted, "That's it." Wen Changxiu and the tall and thin minister bowed to Li Chunyuan at the same time. They glared at each other and turned their heads away without paying any attention to each other. Li Chunyuan shouted, "You two have been arguing for more than 10 years, and you still haven't had enough. I want to ask you, what was that thing flying in the sky just now?" Wen Changxiu rolled his eyes and spoke first. "Your Highness, Jiang Zan is well read, so he must know." Li Chunyuan turned to look at the tall and thin minister, and the tall and thin minister blushed and lowered his head and said, "Your Majesty, I don't know." Before Li Chunyuan could speak, Wen Changxiu snorted and laughed. The tall and thin minister on the side turned around and shouted at him, "What are you laughing at? Do you know?" Wen Changxiu raised his eyebrows proudly and said to Li Chunyuan, "Your Highness, what a coincidence that Jiang Zanqing really got it right. I know what it is." Li Chunyuan hurriedly said, "Wenqing, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us quickly." Wen Changxiu flattered, "Your Majesty, this thing appeared in the sky, and 2 of them appeared in a row. I don't know what it is, but I can tell you, Your Majesty, this is a good omen." As soon as Wen Changxiu finished speaking, the roaring sound that had just gradually disappeared started again, and the 2 fighter jets that flew over Xinjiang City slowly appeared in the sight of the 3 people. Li Chunyuan looked up at the 2 fighter planes and said, "Wenqing, please continue. Why do you say these 2 objects are auspicious signs?" At this time, Wen Changxiu silently swallowed his saliva. He glanced at the 2 fighter planes in the sky and stuttered a little more when he spoke. "Your Majesty, according to ancient records, if a strange beast appears in broad daylight, it means good luck and no disaster. And right now, we have good weather and good harvests in Goryeo, so it can't be considered a disaster at all." "Humph, that's nonsense. The Hu cavalry is heading south, and Li Tianwu has even gone to Beeching River to take charge. How can you say there is no disaster?" After the tall and thin minister finished speaking, Wen Changxiu remained silent, and a feeling of secret joy rose in his heart. How dare you? You are talking nonsense. Instantly, Li Chunyuan pointed at the tall and thin minister and cursed. Jiang He, why, in your eyes, the Hu cavalry marching south is a disaster for my Goryeo? The tall and thin minister was dumbfounded. He quickly explained, Your Majesty, that's not what I meant, Your Majesty. This time, Goryeo will surely be able to turn danger into safety. Oh! The tall and thin minister was halfway through his words when Li Chunyuan shouted and walked away. At this time, 2 fighter planes happened to pass over Qingjiang City. The violent roar made Li Chunyuan feel irritated, and he pointed at the 2 fighter planes and cursed. Go find 2 Earth Martial Realm, Jianlong guards, and drive these 2 things away. As soon as Li Chunyuan said this, Wen Changxiu trembled all over and almost lost his soul. Your Highness, no! Surprisingly, this time Wen Changxiu and the tall and thin minister said in unison. When Li Chunyuan saw that the tall and thin minister was still standing in front of him, he angrily took off his shoes and threw them at the tall and thin minister. I told you to get out! The tall and thin minister had no choice but to bow to Li Chunyuan immediately, then left in disgrace. After that, Li Chunyuan turned around and left without caring about Wen Changxiu, who was standing there in a daze. Call! After Li Chunyuan disappeared from sight, Wen Changxiu let out a long sigh and sat down on the ground. At this moment, his whole body was cold. At the same time, off the coast of Liaodong, on the deck of the cruiser, Yang Ge was holding something like a large vest and observing it curiously. There were 2 raised cylinders on the back of the vest, with an opening at the bottom. It was a pair of double-outlet jet devices. This was the individual rocket booster that Yang Ge bought from the Intelligent Ordnance Module, and it also came with a helmet. After studying it for a long time, Yang Ge called a Tianji combat robot and asked him to put on the vest. The vest is very convenient to wear. After putting it on the body, you only need to fasten the buckles around the waist, back, arms, shoulders, chest, and abdomen, and the whole vest will be firmly fixed on the wearer. Finally, put something like a large ring on the wearer's index finger. The wearer can control the vest by pressing different textured areas on the ring with his thumb. After the Tianji robot was dressed, Yang Ge told him how to operate it. Then he stepped back a few steps and said to him, Take off. The Tianji robot's fingers moved slightly, and then 2 faint blue flames slowly spurted out from the vest behind him. Then the Tianji robot rose into the air little by little, and finally stopped in the air 20 meters above the deck of the cruiser. Try flying forward and backward. Later, under Yang Ji's command, the Tianji robot tried all the functions of the individual rocket booster. To Yang Ji's surprise, the individual rocket booster could reach a maximum speed of 150 yards. The flight time was also up to 8 hours. If there were dozens of these things, they might work wonders at certain times. After looking at the price, which was 5,000 energy points per set, Yang Ge waved his hand and bought 30 sets. Chapter 93 Night Attack on Xinjiang City. Another day passed, and Yang Ge still hadn't received the spiritual stones from Gao Li. This is the last day agreed upon by Yang Ge and Wen Changxiu. It was a sunny and windy afternoon. A total of 30 people, including the Decepticon Special Forces and a dozen Tianji combat robots, stood on the deck of the cruiser. Each of them was fully armed and holding a weapon. After a while, several Tianji robots came over and gave each person a single soldier rocket booster. Then, under the leadership of Xue Jian, a group of 30 people began to familiarize themselves with the equipment. Evening, against the backdrop of the setting sun, 30 figures whistling like the wind flew over the cruiser. At this time, Yang Ge, who was standing on the deck, turned his back to the setting sun and looked towards the direction of Goryeo in the east, with a faint smile on his lips. Late at night, 11:59, Yang Ge looked at the time change on the main control panel. When 12 o'clock came, he said into the headset, Action. In an instant, there was a loud buzzing sound on the cruiser. A strong wind blew up, and 3 Apache Longbow-armed helicopters flew out of the cabin first, followed by a Cougar transport plane. After the 4 helicopters took off, they flew rapidly towards the east. At the same time, at the fighter airport in the White Shark Naval Base, 2 fighter jets that had been ready for a long time started slowly, suddenly accelerated on the runway, and flew into the night sky. Goryeo, the capital of Xinjiang City, all is quiet. Xinjiang City was very quiet late at night. Except for a few red light districts, the whole city seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. However, the lights in the study of Right Counselor Wen Changxiu were still on. Only Wen Changxiu and some servants were left in such a huge mansion. Wen Changxiu's family was sent away the same day after he left the palace yesterday. The night wind in early autumn was already a little cold, but at this time the windows of Wen Changxiu's study were wide open. The night wind blew the flame on the candle, reflecting Wen Changxiu's fat face that was changeable. Buzz! Suddenly, amid the whistling sound of the wind, a strange roar was heard. Hearing the roar, Wen Changxiu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, there was a hint of ferocity in his eyes. Soon, a servant in black sneaked out from the back door of Wen Changxiu's mansion. In the sky, inside the cockpit of the Puma helicopter commander, the helicopter pilot's voice came through Yang Ji's earphone. Report to the commander. We have arrived above the designated location. At the same time, Tian Fei and Tang Ming in the fighter planes also reported that they had arrived at the designated location. Yang Ge looked at the satellite view in front of him, marked an empty spot in the Goryeo Palace, and said into the headset, "Number 1, Number 2, wake up our friends." Tian Fei and Tang Ming's voices came at the same time. Receive. Then, a strange noise suddenly came from under the wings of the 2 fighter jets flying above the 4 helicopters. Whoosh! 2 Maverick air-to-ground missiles left a trail of thick smoke in the dead of night and flew towards the largest palace complex in Xinjiang City below. Bang! Bang! The violent explosion suddenly broke the tranquility of Xinjiang City at night, and the Goryeo King's palace was instantly engulfed in flames. The open space Yang Ge chose was the royal garden of the Goryeo Royal Palace. Li Chunyuan invited famous craftsmen from all over Goryeo to build the royal garden. The garden was instantly turned into a mess under the bombing of 2 Maverick missiles. A team of unlucky night watchmen lost their lives before they knew what happened. The explosion of the 2 Maverick missiles caused quite a stir, and soon the entire palace became busy. Large groups of guards were running hurriedly. The torches they carried were extremely conspicuous at night. From the helicopter in the sky, one could clearly see that there were 2 teams of fire dragons in the palace. One team was running towards the Imperial Garden where the missile had just exploded, and the other team was gathering towards the side hall. At this time, Goryeo King Li's son Wan, who was sleeping soundly with his concubine in his arms, was also awakened by the sudden explosion. He sat up from the bed, dazed for a moment, frowned, and called out to the outside of the bedroom. "Someone come." 2 palace maids who were on night watch came over immediately, and Li Chunyuan ordered them, "Go and see what's going on outside and why there's such a big commotion." Promise. Outside Li Chunyuan's bedroom, a team of Jinlong guards on night watch were already on high alert. As soon as the explosion sounded, the team of Jinlong guards rushed out from the darkness and protected Li Chunyuan's bedroom. Soon, the maid who went to check had not returned yet, and another team of Jinlong guards came running over. The leader of the team said to Li Chunyuan inside the palace, "Your Majesty, there was an explosion in the Imperial Garden. Captain Wen has already led people to investigate." Before the captain of the Jinlong Guard had finished speaking, a series of air-braking sounds suddenly rang out from the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, outside the Goryeo King's bedroom, a series of violent explosions struck and bursts of flames shot up into the sky, making it seem as if it were daytime inside the bedroom. In the sky, after 3 Apache longbow helicopters each fired a rocket toward the ground, Shui Jian and the Cougar said coldly to those behind him, "Let's go." Then he pulled open the hatch of the Cougar and jumped out. The Decepticon Special Forces soldiers and the Tianji combat robots behind Shui Jian immediately followed and jumped out of the helicopter like Shui Jian. After everyone jumped off the Cougar, they activated their individual rocket boosters. Soon, dozens of bluish flames lit up in the night sky and headed straight for the Goryeo King's bedroom below. The 3 Apache longbows and Cougars slowly lowered their altitude. When the 4 helicopters descended to a certain altitude, 3 figures suddenly jumped out from the Goryeo Royal Palace below and headed straight for the 4 helicopters in the sky. "Who are you, you thief? How dare you come to the Goryeo Palace and make trouble? You deserve to die." Before the figure finished speaking, Yang Ge said coldly into the headset, "Tell him to shut up." Swoosh! In an instant, 2 streams of thick smoke rose from under the wings of the 2 longbow-armed helicopters closest to the figure, and 4 air-to-air rockets flew towards the figure at a rapid speed. Boom! A ball of fire burst out in the night sky, and the figure that was just shouting disappeared into thin air in an instant. The other 2 figures that rushed into the sky saw this scene and immediately turned around. The 2 who were originally flying towards Yang Ge retreated quickly, as if they didn't see the 4 huge monsters here at all. In just a short moment, Shui Jian and his group had landed in the Goryeo Palace. They rushed straight to the Goryeo King's bedroom. When they met the Jinlong guards who blocked their way on the way, they shot them in the head. Finally, the team composed of the Decepticon Special Forces and a dozen Tianji combat robots completely controlled the area around the Goryeo King's bedroom. Machine gunners blocked several commanding heights. For a moment, countless Jinlong guards shouted, "Protect the prince!" But no one could break through the blockade set up by heavy machine guns and assault rifles. Soon, Shui Jian's voice came through Yang Ge's earphone. "Report to the commander, the area has been cleared." He said in a low voice into the headset, "Got it." Yang Ge then ordered the Cougar to continue descending. Below, in the bedroom of the Goryeo King, everything that happened outside the palace had made Li Chunyuan realize that the situation seemed a little bad. The princess on the bed trembled all over and hugged Li Chunyuan's arm, asking in a trembling voice, "My lord, what happened?" Li Chunyuan was so frightened that he pretended to be calm and tried to comfort his concubine while shouting outside, Door, are there any of my guards outside?" Li Chunyuan asked several times, but no one responded to him. The occasional gunshots outside the hall made Li Chunyuan's heart beat faster and slower, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. Time passed little by little, and a violent buzzing sound was heard outside the bedroom, followed by a steady sound of footsteps. Bang! Suddenly, The door of Li Chunyuan's bedroom was kicked back by someone outside. The autumn night wind blew into the hall. Li Chunyuan saw that the person who kicked the door was a bald, strong man. Then the strong man strode into the hall and stood aside. A moment later, a black-haired young man in a neat military uniform walked in. The sturdy man moved a chair and placed it behind the young man. The young man was none other than Yangge. Yangge sat in front of the Goryeo king's bed. His eyes swept over Li Chunyuan and his concubine openly. Then he smiled slightly, looked at Li Chunyuan, and said softly, "Hello, His Majesty the King of Goryeo." Chapter 94 Storm. When the sun rose from the east again, the earth gradually welcomed the light. For the people of Qinjiang City, it was just another ordinary day. But for the people in the palace, the sky had fallen. Because King Li's son Wen of Goryeo disappeared. Long before daybreak, Right Counselor Wen Changxiu had quietly entered the palace. At that time, two captains of the Jinlong Guard were waiting for him at the side door of the palace. After a while, another one of the four captains of Jinlong Guard hurried to the palace. As for the fourth captain of Jinlong Guard, he had died from a rocket from an Apache longbow last night. Not long after the three Jinlong Guard captains entered the palace, a burst of shouting and killing sounds suddenly came from the palace. At the same time, Cui Shangji, the commander of the Imperial Guard, blocked Xinjiang City, and no residents, regardless of their identity, were allowed to enter or leave. The news of Li Chunyuan's disappearance was not deliberately blocked. Instead, it seemed that someone was spreading it secretly. Within just 1 or 2 hours, almost all the civil and military officials of Goryeo knew about it. After daybreak, in the council hall of the royal palace, all the Goryeo officials gathered here. They were like ants on a hot pan, discussing something anxiously. However, the ministers who were the heads of all the officials kept silent. They all looked at a certain place at the same time. That was where the right counselor, Wen Changxiu, usually stood. Such a big thing happened today, but Wen Changxiu did not come. The message he conveyed made all the court leaders of Goryeo feel uneasy. A moment later, two captains of the Jinlong Guard came out of the inner court. When they saw the two men, all the officials came forward and asked questions. The two captains of the Jinlong Guard broke away from a group of ministers, and one of them said to the ministers, "Don't panic, everyone. We have already grasped the movements of the thieves who kidnapped the prince. The prince's life will not be in danger for the time being." The tall and thin minister, who was the leader of the group of court officials, frowned and shouted to the two Jinlong Guard captains, "Since you know where the thieves are going, then go chase them immediately. What are you two Jinlong Guard officers still doing here? Also, why are there only 2 of you? Where are the other 2 Jinlong Guard captains?" The person who spoke at this time was Jiang He. The doctors was Zanqing, who had always been at odds with Wen Changxiu. A captain of the Jinlong Guard took out a document and opened it to the court officials, saying, "Jiang Zan, don't worry for now." The thief left a condition, saying that if we provide 500 boxes of high-quality spiritual stones and send them to Liaodong, he will release the prince. As for my other 2 colleagues, it's a bit sad to say that they both passed away last night to protect the prince. In an instant, a group of elderly ministers looked at each other in bewilderment. The words of Captain Jinlong Guard contained too much information. First, 2 Jinlong Guard captains died in one night. Jinlong Guard was the personal guard of the Goryeo king, and half of its leaders died in one night. Secondly, these 500 boxes of spirit stones, they captured the king of a vassal state just for 500 boxes of spirit stones. 500 boxes of spirit stones are indeed a huge sum of money, but compared to the king of a country, it is far from enough. Or does it mean that in the hands of this Liaodong villain, our king of Goryeo is only worth 500 boxes of spirit stones? This is a slap in the face of the entire Goryeo dynasty. The 2 captains of the Jinlong Guard looked at the courtiers in front of them with different reactions, and one of them asked them, "My lords, how about you express your opinions first?" At this time, the impatient tall and thin Minister Jiang, he immediately said, "What are you talking about? The prince has been kidnapped, and the most urgent thing now is to find a way to rescue him. Since those villains have made a request, Gali, can afford 500 boxes of spirit stones, so just give them to them. No, we, Goryeo, will never bow down to those Liaodong thieves." Suddenly, a shrill voice came from outside the hall, and the fat man Wen Changxiu walked in swaggeringly. As he walked, he said to everyone, "Since the founding of our country, has there ever been such a humiliating thing in all dynasties? Now the Liaodong villains have come to bully us. How can we give in?" Wen Changxiu's words were so passionate and powerful that most of the court officials were speechless for a moment. At this time, Jiang He said coldly, "Then I guess Counselor Wen has already come up with an idea?" Wen Changxiu looked at Jiang He with a cold gaze. Of course, the prince was captured, which is a great shame for Goryeo. Even if the whole country has to fight against that Liaodong villain, it will not hesitate. The eyes of many court officials looking at Wen Changxiu have changed, and many ministers have begun to nod, thinking that what Wen Changxiu said makes sense. Jiang He continued to look at him coldly and said calmly, "Counselor Wen, I'm afraid you have something else to say?" Wen Changxiu wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face full of arrogance. "But before going to war with the Liaodong thief, our Goryeo government affairs must be handled by no one. At present, the prince is not here. I, Wen Changxiu, am willing to share this important task with General Cui, the commander of the Imperial Guard. After when Changxiu finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a team of Goryeo Imperial Guards came running out of the council hall, led by the commander of the Imperial Guards, Cui Shangji. At this moment, all the ministers in the council hall fell silent. Inside the command center of the White Shark Naval Base, Yang Ge stared at the big screen in amazement. Before leaving for Xinjiang City last night, he bought several long-range hummingbird probes from the mall system. After successfully attacking the Goryeo Royal Palace, he quietly installed several of them in the council hall, the palace gate, the royal study, and other places, just to see whether these Goryeo ministers were obedient. Yang Ge didn't expect that he actually witnessed a coup d'etat, or was it caused by him? No, this is not caused by me. It's me who is being schemed against. But the next moment Yang Ge was puzzled. The fat man was so scheming. Wasn't he afraid that he would be caught again when he returned? Yang Ge was thinking, when suddenly Yang Lin's voice rang out in his headset. Commander, a stranger has arrived outside the base, claiming to have brought you a letter from an old friend in Goryeo. Yang Ge was stunned and said into the headset, "Just take the letter, check it, and send it to me." Yes. After a while, a soldier from the White Shark Base brought the letter to Yang Ge. After opening the letter and reading it, Yang Ge was stunned for 3 to 5 seconds. Finally, he looked at the big screen and saw Wen Changxiu in the council hall of the Goryeo Palace and said to himself, "Okay, this fat guy is really good at scheming." Holding the letter in his hand, Yang Ge had to admit that the conditions proposed by the fat guy Wen Changxiu in the letter made him excited. Chapter 95, Jeju Island. Help me to ascend the throne, and you can take Goryeo. There was only this short sentence on the letter, signed by Wen Changxiu. The meaning was very clear. As long as Yang Ge supported Wen Changxiu to take the throne, he would be willing to be Yang Ji's puppet, and let Yang Ge be the actual behind-the-scenes controller of the kingdom. This blatant conspiracy made Yang Ge very excited. Although Goryeo is not big, it has a population of millions and hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of land. Just think about it. Isn't it exciting to be the behind-the-scenes controller of such a kingdom? Yang Ge had to admit that these few simple words, Wen Changxiu, were extremely tempting to him. However, how could Yang Ge possibly trust Wen Changxiu, a man with such deep scheming and hidden ambitions? Yang Ge knew that Wen Changxiu was afraid of his strength and would lie dormant, but he could never be sure that he would suddenly jump out and bite him one day. After checking the time, Yang Ge said to the White Shark soldier standing guard in the command center, "Please invite our King Goryeo to the reception room." Yes. At this time, Li Chunyuan was sitting on the grass in the White Shark Base in a daze. Yang Ge did not do anything to him. The two had a brief communication before. Yang Ge understood that Li Chunyuan was cheated by Wen Changxiu. For Li Chunyuan, what happened from last night to now was too absurd. He could never have imagined that he could get in such a way into a place that even a large group of Jinlong guards could not infiltrate. After a while, a White Shark Base soldier came over and took him to the meeting room inside the base. A moment later, Yang Ge and Wu Qiangxin pushed the door open. When Wu Qiangxin took Li Chunyuan away from Xinjiang City last night, he checked Li Chunyuan's pulse and found out that he was not a cultivator. At this time, Li Chunyuan looked up at the young black-haired boy in front of him, with a hint of fear in his eyes. During the half-day at the White Shark Base, he already knew how terrible the power was in the hands of this black-haired boy. That is definitely not something that a mere king of a vassal state like him can contend with. Yang Ge sat down opposite Li Chunyuan, gave him an apologetic smile, and then said, "Your Majesty the King of Goryeo, you know the whole story, but I'm sorry, there was an accident in your fiefdom." Li Chunyuan frowned and said, "Accident? How is that possible? The ministers in the court are unwilling to give 500 boxes of spirit stones in exchange for me? Are you kidding me? Before, when Changxiu owed Yang Ge 360 boxes of spirit stones, and now he has 140 boxes more, which is the penalty collected by Yang Ge." Wu Qiangxin took one and handed it to Li Chunyuan. At the same time, Yang Ge handed him the letter from Wen Changxiu. Li Chunyuan's eyes were first attracted by the picture playing on the screen. He was very familiar with the scene in the picture. It was the council hall of his own palace. That didn't arouse Li Chunyuan's curiosity too much, because there was such a thing as the Xinling realm in this world. What was being broadcasted at this time was the scene in which Wen Changxiu and Cui Shangji openly seized power in the state council hall of the Goryeo Palace. The more Li Chunyuan watched, the angrier he became. Before, Wen Changxiu concealed the fact that he and Yang Ge had traded spirit stones, and Li Chunyuan could still believe that Wen Changxiu was afraid of being punished and deliberately concealed the fact. But now it seems that Wen Changxiu had been harboring the intention of rebellion for a long time. After reading the picture, Li Chunyuan took another look at the letter from Wen Changxiu to Yang Ge. He was used to seeing memorials from Wen Changxiu, so how could he not recognize that the handwriting was written by Wen Changxiu? Bang! Instantly, Li Chunyuan slammed the table. Then he immediately remembered his current situation, immediately put away his anger, and said to Yang Ge awkwardly, "Lord Megatron, I'm sorry, I got carried away." Yang Ge smiled and said, "It's okay, I understand." Li Chunyuan laughed awkwardly. He glanced at the letter from Wen Changxiu and then looked at Yang Ge, who was smiling. He cautiously asked, "No, I don't know. What do you mean?" "I didn't mean anything. I just want to take back what belongs to me. I apologize for the offense last night. From now on, you can leave at any time." Li Chunyuan was surprised and asked, "You mean I can leave now?" Yang nodded. "Yes, you are of no use to me if you stay here. Go back and pacify the country. Remember to send me the things that should be given to me." Of course, of course." After saying that, Li Chunyuan was about to walk out, but suddenly he seemed to think of something and turned around and said to Yang Ge, "Well, I wonder if Lord Megatron can help me put down the rebellion." Yang Ge asked in confusion, You went back to Goryeo and summoned an army to support the king, but you still can't do it." Li Chunyuan said in embarrassment, "You don't know, sir, the Hu cavalry has been heading south recently. At this time, all the heavy troops in Goryeo are deployed along the beaching river. If I withdraw troops at this time, I am afraid that once the Hu cavalry attacks, the front line will be a little tight." Yang Ge nodded and said, "No problem. We are very happy to serve you, provided that we don't do anything that is thankless." Li Chunyuan breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that the black-haired boy in front of him seemed to have a special liking for spirit stones. He raised his hand, spread his 5 fingers, and said, "There are 2 spiritual mines in Goryeo. Lord Megatron can choose either one. As the king of Goryeo, I will sign a letter of credence with you and grant you the mining rights for 50 years. "Good." Yang Ge agreed immediately, and then he said into the headset, "Yang Lin, send 5 longbows, 2 cougars, and 50 Qingji soldiers to escort the king of Goryeo back to Qingjiang City and help him quell the rebellion." Receive. As soon as Yang Ge finished speaking, the White Shark base immediately became busy, with the buzzing sound of helicopters incessantly heard, but the Goryeo king Li Chunyuan still stood in front of Yang Ge with no intention of leaving. Yang Ge looked at him. "King Goryeo has anything else to say?" Li Chunyuan looked a little conflicted at first, but he finally gritted his teeth, held up the letter from Wenchangxiu to Yang Ge in his hand, and said resolutely, "Lord Megatron, if you have any requests in the future, feel free to ask me. Although I cannot make a promise like that treacherous minister to hand over the entire Goryeo to you, I will definitely try my best to meet your requirements." Yang Ge raised his hand to interrupt him. "What's your purpose?" Li Chunyuan and Yang Ge looked at each other, and there was a tremor in his voice. "If Gali falls into trouble one day in the future, Lord Megatron, please lend a hand to Gali." Yang Ge looked at Li Chunyuan meaningfully. His request was not simple. Yang Ge asked pointedly, "King Goryeo made this request, but has he ever thought about the price he will have to pay for it?" Li Chunyuan bowed and said, "As long as Lord Megatron agrees, any price I pay will be worth it." Yang Ge took a look at the upgrade progress of the cruiser on the main control panel. The cruiser will be upgraded tomorrow. After the upgrade is completed, he can build a comprehensive military base. Turning on the satellite view, Yang Ge looked at a large island at the southernmost tip of Goryeo, and then said to Li Chunyuan, "I need to build a large military base at sea. The islands in Liaodong are too small and too close to the land. Fortunately, you have a suitable one in Goryeo." After listening to what Yang Ge said, Li Chunyuan immediately said, "Lord Megatron, do you want Jeju Island?" Chapter 96, Comprehensive Military Base. Yang Ge nodded and said, "Not bad." Li Chunyuan was embarrassed. "Sir, this matter is of great importance. I need an excuse to explain to the people of Goryeo. Moreover, Jeju Island can only be used to station troops for Lord Megatron, not to give the land of Goryeo to Lord Megatron. This is..." Yang Ge smiled and said, "No problem. As for the excuse to explain to the people of Goryeo, I will give it to you." Yang Ge's mind moved, and immediately the satellite in his main control panel tried to be projected onto the large screen in the reception room. This magical scene made Li Chunyuan astonished. When he understood the content of the projection, Li Chunyuan was stunned for a moment. In this era, when fighting wars, the generals of both sides usually still used simple topographic maps or sand tables. Looking at the big screen in front of him, Li Chunyuan seemed to feel a huge blow that transcended the level of civilization. Yang Ge marked out an area beside a clear river on the border of Goryeo and said to Li Chunyuan, "I know that one of the 2 spiritual mines in Goryeo is here, so I'll choose this one. This beaching river is your border, and the Hu cavalry invasion will come from here. I can help you deal with the Hu cavalry that will come south this autumn and winter." After that, Yang Ge pointed to Jeju Island and said, "I also know that your Goryeo control over Jeju Island is not solid, don't worry." At this point, Yang Ge pointed to a long and narrow island east of Jeju Island and said, "I will also help you resolve the conflict here." Li Chunyuan's eyes flashed with surprise. It would be great if Lord Megatron is willing to negotiate with the Demon Alliance. The long and narrow island east of Jeju Island is the territory of the North Sea Demon Alliance. Because the Demon Alliance is powerful, Goryeo does not dare to make enemies with it. Therefore, only a small number of Goryeo people live on Jeju Island close to the Demon Alliance. Then Li Chunyuan thought of an extremely sensitive question. He pointed to the strait between Jeju Island and the Demon Alliance territory and asked Yang Ge, "Lord Megatron, how do you plan to deal with this strait?" That strait is the main route from the East China Sea to the Abyss Strait in the north, but it is now in the hands of the Demon Alliance. No human ship dares to pass through this strait. The fleets doing business in wood, animal skins, and crystal cores in the North Sea north of the Demon Alliance and the east coast of the Eternal Winter Forest all bypass the Demon Alliance territory and pass through the sea outside the Demon Alliance. This takes a lot of time. For these merchants, one more day of delay at sea means a huge loss. And one of the reasons why Yang Gu set his sights on Jeju Island is that he wants to open up this strait and then collect taxes from merchant ships passing by. Selling weapons, mining, and collecting strait tolls are the three major sources of income that Yang Gu has planned for his future development. Today, Li Chunyuan has come forward and agreed to hand over Jeju Island to him. If he disagrees, Yang Gu will find a way to make him agree. Facing Li Chunyuan's question at this time, Yang Gu just smiled and said nothing. Li Chunyuan seemed to realize that there was something wrong with his question. Now this strait had nothing to do with him. Even if Yang Gu took the strait back from the Demon Alliance in the future, how to deal with it would be other people's business. Finally, Yang Gu asked Li Chunyuan, "So, King Goryo, what do you mean?" Li Chunyuan agreed immediately. Deal. Finally, this meeting, which lasted less than an hour, ended. Afterwards, Yang Gu sent Li Chunyuan to the Puma transport plane. Looking at the helicopters gradually taking off, Yang Gu took a deep breath and felt in his heart that his development speed was getting faster and faster. That night, Wang Hun, who came from Wuyun Island, arrived at the sea off Liaodong. The spirit stones on his ship converted another 100,000 points of energy for Yang Gu. After having dinner at the White Shark Base, Yang Gu carefully inspected the various facilities at the White Shark Base. He spent another 20,000 points to purchase 4 150 caliber howitzers for the White Shark Base, and then returned to the cruiser. As for Wang Hun, a Taoist cultivator in the Earth Martial Realm, he was left at the White Shark Base. Dusk, sunset. Yang Gu was enjoying the evening sea breeze on the cruiser when he heard Yang Lin's report through his earphone that the team escorting the King of Goryeo to Xinjiang City had returned. The rebels composed of Wen Changxiu and Shui Shangji were no match at all under the high-altitude firepower coverage of several Apache longbows. The entire battle lasted less than an hour. In front of the Tianji combat robot, Li Chunyuan selected 500 boxes of top-grade spirit stones from the treasury and ordered people to load them onto trucks on the spot. They would probably be delivered to the border between Goryeo and Liaodong in the afternoon of the next day. In fact, Yang Gu was not worried at all about the 500 boxes of spirit stones. Even if Li Chunyuan gave him 2 guts, he would not dare to default on his debt. It seemed that everything had come to a temporary end, but Yang Gu understood that this was just the calm before the storm, and he would have bigger enemies afterwards, the Hu cavalry in the north and the Demon Alliance in the east. Touching the deck railing of the cruiser in front of him, he was now just waiting for this guy to complete the upgrade. No words all night. The next morning, Yang Gu opened his eyes and looked at the progress of the battleship upgrade on the main control panel. The result made him want to curse. 99. What a familiar experience. After getting up, washing up, having breakfast in the battleship restaurant, and feeding the sharks on the deck, Yang Gu found that the damn progress bar was still at 99, so he sat on the edge of the deck and started fishing. Finally, just when Yang Gu was about to lose his patience, a prompt came from the main control panel. Report to the commander. The battleship upgrade has been completed. The current battleship level is Battleship Class Cruiser, Heavy. Congratulations, Commander, for upgrading your battleship to a Battleship Cruiser, Heavy, and opening the integrated base system. Based on the current battleship level, the commander can build a comprehensive military base and 5 coastal defense bases. 2 have been built. Congratulations, Commander, for upgrading your battleship to a Battleship Cruiser, Heavy. The new system level cap has been automatically unlocked for the commander. The commander can continue to upgrade the corresponding system level by consuming energy. Congratulations, Commander, for upgrading your battleship to a Battleship Class Cruiser, Heavy. The battleship is about to undergo an overall transformation. Please return to the cabin and wait. Yang Gu was a little confused by the series of sounds, but he understood the last one and immediately put away the fishing rod. Wu Qiangxin behind him helped to carry back the chairs, buckets, and other things. Back in the cabin, Yang Gu felt as if some machine inside the battleship under his feet was running automatically. He went to the battleship command room and asked the restaurant's drone to bring him an iced sugar-free cola, and then clicked on the introduction of the comprehensive base. Comprehensive military base. A comprehensive military base that can undertake regional military missions. Its functions are no longer limited to the strategic defense of coastal defense bases. It can undertake the military mission of launching regional wars and expand the production functions of large-scale military equipment, such as tank workshops, shipyards, small airports, etc. After taking a sip of ice-cold sugar-free cola, Yang Gu felt so sour. But what made him even more sour was the price of this comprehensive military base. 1 million. 1 million. Chapter 97 Intelligent Life Module. Even though Yang Gu already has 900,000 energies now, the price of 1 million is still too high for him to accept for the time being. Perhaps he would consider it after Li Chunyuan's 500 boxes of spirit stones arrived. But even so, he would have to upgrade the energy power system first and expand the current reserve energy bar of 100,000 to 1 million. I don't know how much this would cost. In addition to the comprehensive military base that requires 1 million energies, Yang Gu also added the construction qualifications for 2 coastal defense bases. The construction of the Prisoner Dragon Naval Base requires 10,000 energies, and the White Shark Base requires 100,000 energies. According to the previous requirements, the construction of the 3rd coastal defense base would require 1 million energies. Now after the upgrade, the construction of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th coastal defense bases still only requires 100,000 energies. The location of the 3rd coastal defense base has basically been determined. It is a spiritual mine along the beaching river in Goryeo. The importance of this base to Yonggu is not just about guarding a spiritual mine. As he thought about it, Yongji's eyes were already looking towards the vast Baishan land. The transformation of the battleship body is still in progress, and this time the transformation obviously lasted longer, lasting for a full 2 hours. Ding! Congratulations, Commander. The battleship upgrade is complete. Current battleship level. Heavy battleship cruiser. Changes in the attributes of this battleship upgrade. Displacement increased to 36,000 tons. Hull length expanded to 240 meters, with 32 meters. Upgrade limits of various system function modules unlocked. Barracks system intelligent robot function module and intelligent life function module unlocked. Radar system satellite function module unlocked. A heavy battle cruiser with a displacement of 36,000 tons. Although it is still inferior to the behemoth Yamato in Yongji's previous life, it is still a dominant existence on the seas of this world. Yonggu first issued the first order into the headset. Upgrade the energy power system. Remind the commander, after this energy power system upgrade, it will be transformed from steam power to energy power. The daily energy consumption of the battleship will be upgraded from 30 points to 100 points, and the commander's total daily consumption will be upgraded from 60 points to 130 points. This upgrade requires 100,000 energy. Do you confirm the upgrade? Confirm. Yonggu had no choice. If he didn't continue to upgrade the energy and power system, he would not be able to upgrade the weapon system. Although the weapon system could not be upgraded for the time being, the various functional modules within the system could continue to be upgraded. The first thing Yonggu looked at was the face of the battleship, the naval gun. Previously, due to the battleship level restrictions, Yonggu could not continue to upgrade the main gun after upgrading it to 203 caliber. Now that the battleship level has been upgraded, the ship's gun can continue to be upgraded. Upgrade the ship's gun function module. Report to the commander, current naval gun attributes. 203 naval gun, one-time damage, 3,500, can be upgraded in the following 3 directions. Caliber naval gun, requires 50,000 energy points. Twin-mounted 254 caliber naval guns, requires 70,000 energy points. Triple-mounted 305 caliber naval gun, requires 100,000 energy points. Remind the commander that if you upgrade this naval gun, you will need to consume an additional 50,000 energy points to install anti-recoil facilities. Please choose, Commander. Yonggu has always considered himself not a spendthrift person, but this time he chose luxury. Upgrade the triple-mounted 305 caliber naval gun. People occasionally need to indulge themselves. Current battleship level. Heavy battleship class cruiser. Number of naval gun turrets that can be carried, 3. Should all be upgraded to triple-mounted 305 caliber naval guns? Reminder to the commander. Upgrading 3 triple-mounted 305 caliber naval guns and upgrading 1 triple-mounted 305 caliber naval gun both require 50,000 energy to install anti-shock facilities. It is recommended that the commander upgrade 3. 3? That's 300,000 energies. Yang Ji's eyelids trembled slightly. He stared at the secondary energy bar, which had only reached the upper limit of 100,000, and said, upgrade them all, one by one. Received, the naval guns are starting to upgrade. Adding the 100,000 energies consumed in upgrading the energy system just now, 200,000 energies were gone in the blink of an eye, and there are still 200,000 energies waiting in line for deduction. After completing the upgrade of the ship's guns, Yonggu opened the barrack system and looked at the 2 new functional modules that could be unlocked. The Intelligent Robot Module and the Intelligent Life Module. Combined with the Combat Robot Module used to produce the Tianji Combat Robot, the Intelligent Robot Module is easy to understand. After opening this functional module, a prompt pops up on the main control panel. Commander, please select the functional requirements for the robot. Life service, work service, combat service. Yonggu was stunned. For some unknown reason, he chose the life service. Commander, please select the gender of the robot. Male, female, neutral 1, neutral 2. Yonggu asked in confusion. Why is there a neutral? And it's divided into neutral 1 and neutral 2. Neutral 1 intelligent robot. Has common physiological characteristics of both men and women. Neutral 2 intelligent robot. Does not have any physiological characteristics of any gender. Yonggu said the next 2 words without hesitation. Female. Commander, please choose the energy value to produce intelligent robots. 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. The appearance of the intelligent robot can be selected by the commander, but the quality of the robots produced by different energy inputs will be different. Yonggu blinked, looked around, and then said to Wu Qiangxin behind him, Old Wu, please go out for a while. Wu Qiangxin left the battleship command room without any hesitation. Cough, cough. Yonggu cleared his throat and was about to ask a question, but a message popped up automatically on the main control panel. If you want to simulate human organs 100% and conduct private human activities, you need to upgrade the Intelligent Robot Function module to a higher level. Yonggu suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Can I upgrade now? The battleship is not of sufficient level and cannot be upgraded. Yonggu still didn't give up. He asked angrily into the headset. Didn't you just say that it would have physiological characteristics? Physiological characteristics include external physiological characteristics such as face, voice, and body shape at the first level, as well as internal physiological characteristics at the second level. Currently, the Intelligent Robot module can only produce intelligent robots that simulate the first level of physiological characteristics. Listening to this, Yangge lowered his head helplessly. He said into the headset with some disappointment. Old Wu, you can come back now. Wu Changsun, who had just retreated to the door, came back again, and Yangge turned on the Intelligent Life Function module. This Intelligent Life module is different from what Yangge imagined. The Intelligent Life module is not a functional module for producing intelligent life, but a functional module for researching and producing new forms of mechanical intelligent life. According to Yang Ji's current battleship level, he can only research and produce some robot dogs, robot birds, and the like. If he wants to make some big ones, he needs to continue to upgrade the battleship level and obtain the genes of the corresponding creatures. Yangge immediately thought of the great white shark in the sea below his battleship and the black dragon locked on Wuyun Island. It seems that he can try something new in the future. Chapter 98 is coming. After studying the two new functional modules, Yangge came to the deck to take a look at the new look of the battleship after the upgrade. The overall changes in the battleship are very obvious. First, the hull has been lengthened. Second, the armor thickness of the battleship's hull is much thicker than before. Finally, the deck area at the front of the battleship. The already spacious deck became even more empty at this time. The 203 caliber naval gun that was previously located in the front of the battleship had disappeared and was replaced by a huge turret under construction. The outline of the triple-mounted gun barrel had already appeared. With the completion of two triple-mounted 305 caliber naval guns, this feeling of emptiness would not exist for too long. At noon, the first triple-mounted 305 naval gun was completed. Yang Ji's energy value instantly dropped by 100,000, and the turret of the second naval gun entered the construction process. Before Yangge had time to admire the three-barrel naval gun, a message suddenly popped up on the main control panel. Ding! It is detected that the commander's energy consumption value exceeds 1 million within 30 natural days, and a functional module prop worth 1 million energy value is randomly given. Yangge stopped in his tracks. He wanted to see what this thing worth 1 million energies, equivalent to a comprehensive military base, was. Ding! Congratulations, Commander, for obtaining a small nuclear warhead. At this moment, Yangge felt his thoughts stagnate, his heartbeat quickened, and his whole body became hot. Is it coming? It just came like this? Small nuclear warheads have been stored in the warship's special weapons arsenal and can be launched by Tomahawk cruise missiles. Yangge swallowed silently and asked, is there any standard damage? Sorry, based on the commander's current battleship level, it is impossible to estimate the nominal damage of a small nuclear warhead. Call. Yangge let out a long sigh. If it cannot be estimated, then it cannot be estimated. If it is small, then it is small. We don't mind. After rubbing his face vigorously, Yang Ji's blood boiled. With his precious thing as a foundation, looking at the 3 thick and long gun barrels on the deck, and the other 6 under construction, what kind of monster can withstand such a firepower configuration entering the monster alliance strait? The sudden appearance of the big treasure made Yangge so excited that he couldn't stop for most of the day. At one point, he wanted to throw the thing out immediately to see the magnificent mushroom cloud. In the afternoon, a convoy from Goryeo stopped at the border of Liaodong. The convoy was filled with large wooden boxes, and the convoy was escorted by the Jianlong Guard and its captain, who were personally appointed by the king of Goryeo. Of course, this was a new captain who was promoted rapidly. The 2 previous captains of the Jianlong Guard, the counselor Wen Changxiu and the commander of the Royal Guard Shui Shangji, had already been ordered to be executed by Li Chunyuan. After seeing it from the satellite view, Yangge immediately asked Yang Lin from the White Shark base to take people to take over. At the same time, Yang Lin reported the latest situation to Yangge. There are more strangers around the White Shark base today. Yangge could probably guess in his mind what caused the incident. After all, the fact that he had captured the king of Goryeo had caused quite a stir. The intelligence agencies of Gongsun, Hao who was closer, the state of Yin that was further away, and the state of Qi that was across the sea from Goryeo were all very aggressive. Come if you want. As long as you don't get close to the White Shark base, they won't be able to get any useful information. By the evening, the 3 triple-mounted 305 caliber naval guns were all completed and the battleship's energy power system was also upgraded. After upgrading the battleship from steam power to energy power, the battleship's cruising speed reached 35 knots, which was very fast for a tonnage of 36,000 tons. In addition, what surprised Yangge the most was the expansion of the main energy bar and the reserve energy bar after this upgrade. The upper limit of the main energy bar reached 100,000, and the upper limit of the reserve energy bar reached 1 million. In this way, Yangge will not have to worry about the capacity of the energy bar for a long time. After the upgrade of the energy and power system was completed, Yangge immediately began to upgrade the weapon system. 200,000 energy points were gone in an instant, not to mention to what extent other weapon modules could be upgraded after this upgrade. At least the Tomahawk cruise missile would soon become a civilian consumer product for Yangge. This series of upgrades consumed a total of 650,000 energy points. and Yonga now had more than 200,000 energy points left. After a while, 6 green spots of light on the map flew towards the cruiser. They were 3 Harrier UAVs and 3 Cougars from the White Shark base, carrying the first batch of spirit stones. Along with the first batch of spiritual stones, there was also a letter from King Li Sun I of Goryeo, which transferred the mining rights of the spiritual mines along the Beaching River to Yonga for 50 years. As for Jeju Island, he would have to wait for a while. This time, 3 more Cougars were used for transportation. All 500 boxes of spirit stones were transported overnight, converting a total of 1.1 million energies for Yonga. After the last batch of spirit stones was transported, Yongu immediately said to the headset, "The warship begins to move forward, heading for the Beaching River." On the satellite view, Yongu had already seen the large black spots where the Hu cavalry gathered begin to move. To everyone's surprise, this time the large force of Hu cavalry did not rush to Liaodong, but rushed across the mountains and plains in the direction of the Beaching River, northeast hundreds of miles away. Not all of the Hu cavalry were cavalry. Especially this time, there were some strange things among the Hu cavalry. It seemed that a small number of the sand barbarians and orcs in the eternal winter forest also followed the Hu cavalry south. In front of the Hu cavalry army, a shaman warrior with a green face and fangs, holding a broad-faced giant axe, asked the giant beside him, who was nearly 3 meters tall, wrapped in tiger skin and carrying a 2-meter-long bow. "Tiger, why don't we go to Liaodong?" The tiger is a ferocious animal in the Baishan land. This 3-meter-tall giant was born in the eternal winter forest. He has no name. He was raised by a snow tiger monster in the eternal winter forest since he was a child, so he named himself Tiger, whose eyes were as bright as lightning, staring straight in the direction of Goryeo. He pointed in the direction of Liaodong, and there was a hint of hoarseness in his voice. "I'm going to look for Li Qingxuan." The green-faced and fanged sand barbarian warrior waved his giant axe in dissatisfaction and said, "Tiger, you will cause a large number of casualties among my people." Suddenly, the 3-meter-tall tiger with strong muscles turned around and looked at the sand barbarian general. His cold eyes seemed to release a chill as real as substance, which frightened the sand barbarian general. "I'll say it again, for the last time. If you want to go to Liaodong, you go by yourself. I'm going to look for Li Qingxuan." After saying that, Hu turned around and strode forward, then rode on a giant white tiger that was nearly 2 meters tall and ran forward. Several big tribal leaders behind, who hurriedly controlled their various mounts to catch up, while the shaman warrior looked at Hu's back with a hint of resentment. "Roar!" Suddenly, the shaman warrior let out a beast-like roar. "Shaman of the Wucha tribe, follow me." After the shaman warrior general roared, a group of people walked out from the Hu cavalry team behind him. These people had similar appearance features and followed the shaman warrior general to head towards Liaodong. Chapter 99 Undercurrent. A wide river stretches between Goryeo and Baeksan. The water is clear and bright. For hundreds of years, people have called this river the Beaching River. At the narrowest part of the Beaching River, on one side is the tiny Inku, the first pass of Goryeo, and on the other side are vast mountains and fields, which seem endless at a glance. The same river is called the Beaching River in Goryeo and the Qingyuan River in Liaodong. Yang Ji's warships sailed north along the Qingyuan River and were about to enter the Beaching River that night. At this time, Yang Gu suffered from insomnia. He tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. He felt vaguely that things seemed to be going too smoothly recently. Even with the threat of the Hu cavalry heading south, Li Chunyuan was too obedient. So obedient that it made him feel a little uneasy. Yongu irritably lifted the blanket covering his body, sat on the bed with his bare feet on the floor, took a few deep breaths, then stood up and took a bottle of sugar-free cola from the refrigerator in the commander's lounge, put on his coat, and walked out. At this time, Wu Qiangxin had already rested, and 2 Tianji combat robots were standing guard outside Yang Ji's lounge. Seeing Yang Gu coming out, one of them continued to stand guard where he was, while the other followed Yang Gu. On the battleship deck, the river wind was strong at night. I opened my mouth and nose and took 2 deep breaths, then drank a mouthful of Coke. Ah, cool. Bang bang. Suddenly, there was a muffled sound from the side of the warship. Yang Gu felt that the annoyance in his heart seemed to have eased a little. He came to the edge of the deck, looked at the shark fin exposed in the river water, and smiled slightly. This guy seemed to be getting smarter and smarter. In the past, it could only detect Yang Ji's arrival when he showed his head at the edge of the deck. Now, as long as Yang Gu reaches the deck, the great white shark can sense it. Thinking that this was a great white shark with an unusual physique, Yang Gu couldn't help but joke to it. "Could it be that you are really a demon beast?" Report to the commander. Strong attribute energy extraction completed. 120 points of strong attribute energy obtained. Energy attribute. Wind. A prompt that suddenly popped up on the main control panel made Yang Gu a little confused. He thought for a long time before he remembered that it was the small square seal hidden in the frozen fish that the great white shark gave him that day. Yang Gu asked in confusion, "It's wind energy?" When looking at the frozen fish that day, Yang Gu thought that the small square seal should be ice energy. Then why was the fish covered with thick frost? Whoosh! At this moment, a sharp and thick ice arrow flew out quickly from under the sea. Boom, boom, boom. When the ice arrow flew above the deck, it was smashed into pieces by the automatically operating Bofors machine gun. Fine ice chips fell from the air, and a lot of them landed on Yonge. Feeling the icy touch on his body, Yonge was so surprised that he couldn't speak. The ice arrow just now was released by the great white shark below. This is really a monster shark. Just when Yonge was dumbfounded, swish. The water in the river surged violently, as if a large fish was swimming nearby. At this time, the shark fin began to move quickly, and soon, it quietly disappeared on the surface of the river. Crash! There was a splash of water, and Yonge saw a circle of ripples approaching him rapidly. It seemed that the big fish had been spotted by the shark, and in panic it was swimming towards his warship. However, as a ripple suddenly spread out, followed by a violent splash of water, it should be the big fish struggling violently. It seems that the white shark has captured its prey. Soon, the surging water gradually subsided, and the large shark fin swam towards Yonge. Boom. A violent wave of water exploded, and a huge shark jumped out of the water with a thin-looking sturgeon in its mouth. Then the shark swung its huge head upward with force, and the sturgeon flew towards Yonge. Yonge immediately stopped the Bofors machine gun from automatically firing again, but the next moment a scene occurred that made him open his eyes wide. The shark that jumped out of the river actually spurted out a stream of fiery red flames. Boom! Yonge was stunned. Well, what is this? Ice and fire. This is a demon shark that practices both ice and fire. Bang! With a loud bang, the sturgeon fell onto the deck beside Yonge, and the aroma of roasted fish filled the air. It was then that Yonge discovered that the sturgeon in the shark's mouth, which looked small, was not small at all. It was more than 1 meter long. This fish must have weighed dozens of kilograms. Yonge naturally didn't dare to eat this freshly caught wild fish directly. He called the Battleship restaurant's drone to bring the roasted fish back to the restaurant for testing, and then put it back into the oven with seasonings. He then set up a rack on the deck and looked at the scenery on both sides of the Qingyuan River at night, while drinking an ice Coke. He felt so comfortable. If they were not about to enter the beaching river, Yonge would have even wanted to have 2 bottles of ice-cold beer and eat the tender grilled fish piece by piece. Yonge stared at the sturgeon, which was quite big, and said to himself, "Look at you, when that white-blooded guy was chasing you. Why didn't you run in another direction? You actually ran towards me? Do you know that I am stronger than that white-blooded guy?" When Yonge said this, he seemed to suddenly think of something. He gradually slowed down his speech and finished his words word by word. "I am more powerful than that Dabai." In an instant, Yongji's eyelids twitched violently. His thoughts suddenly became clear, and he felt the hairs on his body stand up. Call. A gust of river breeze blew, and Yonge finally knew what was wrong. He let out a long breath and said into the headset, "Stop moving forward." The huge warship that was sailing in the dark night immediately stopped sailing. Yonge put down the grilled fish in his hand, came to the deck, and shouted to the river, "Thank you again. I'll treat you to fresh food tomorrow." Whoosh! Another ice arrow shot into the air. This time, there was no need for the battleship's Bofors machine gun to fire. After the ice arrow flew to the same height as the deck, it exploded on its own, and the icy fragments splashed all over Yonge again. In the second half of the night, the weapon system upgrade was completed. Blowing the night breeze, looking at the stars and lights on both sides of the river, Yonge said into the headset, "Deploy 10 land-based Tomahawk cruise missiles at White Shark Base." No, 20. As Yongji's orders were given, 5 huge trucks appeared in the weapons production workshop of the White Shark Base. Behind each truck was a long quadruple missile launch bay, which was a land-based launch vehicle for the Tomahawk cruise missile. After the weapon system upgrade was completed, the quantity limit of the Tomahawk cruise missile has been unlocked, and the prices have returned to their original prices. 1 ship-based Tomahawk is 5,000 yuan, and 1 land-based Tomahawk is 10,000 yuan. The 20 Tomahawk cruise missiles at the White Shark Base instantly cost Yonge another 200,000 energy. Time passed by bit. In the mighty river breeze, Yonge looked at the eastern sky, which was just beginning to turn pale, and murmured, "I hope I'm being overly cautious." Chapter 100 Eagle Mouth. The rising sun in the east was shrouded by dark clouds, and the sky and the earth were dark. Even in early autumn, the cool morning breeze was somewhat biting, especially in tiny Inku, which was located between 2 mountains. There was even a hint of blood in the breeze blowing from the beaching river. On top of this majestic pass that took the efforts of several generations of Goryeo kings to build along the beaching river, there is a man in white standing against the wind. The lonely and proud figure looks at the rolling clear river water below the pass, like a sharp sword hidden in its sheath. Thump, thump, thump. A burst of hurried footsteps sounded, and a Goryeo soldier trotted up to the man in white. This was the first time he was so close to the man in white. The soldier bowed respectfully and handed over a letter. His inner tension could be heard from his words. "Li Tianwu, this is a letter from the king to you." Li Qianmu is a respectful title given by the Goryeo people to Li Qingshuan. He is a hero in the hearts of all Goryeo people, the first and only Qianmu in Goryeo. At this time, Li Qingshuan's white clothes fluttered in the river breeze. He took the envelope handed to him by the soldier with both hands, opened it, and looked at it. After a moment, he waved his hand violently, and the letter paper suddenly turned into pieces and dissipated in the wind. Use the Xianling realm to convey to the king, I understand. Yes. The soldier bowed to Li Qingxuan again, then mustered up the courage to look up at his back, turned around, and trotted down the city wall. Crash! Soon, a drizzle suddenly began to fall from the sky. The raindrops fell into the river in front of tiny Inku, creating tiny ripples. Li Qingxuan raised his head slightly, and his gaze shifted from the river to the mountains and forests on the other side of the river. The smell of blood in the air became stronger. Thump, thump, thump. Another sound of footsteps was heard, and a short and fat man with an umbrella under his arm ran to the city wall. He came behind Li Qingxuan, opened the umbrella, and held it above Li Qingxuan's head. Anu, no need. Hey. The man turned out to be a mute, and he couldn't utter a single clear word despite his mumbling. Li Qingxuan stretched out his hand to grasp the umbrella handle, wanting to take the umbrella from the mute man. But the mute man kept shaking his head, and finally Li Qingxuan turned his wrist, and the umbrella slipped from the mute man's hand and fell into Li Qingxuan's hand. From today on, you're no longer a servant of my Li family. Go back to your own home. The mute man didn't seem to understand what Li Qingxuan said and stood there in a daze for a while. Li Qingxuan closed the umbrella in his hand and let the raindrops fall on his body. Soon his clothes were half wet. He closed his eyes slightly, and in an instant a light mist rose from his body, and the clothes that were wet by the drizzle dried immediately. Whoa! The mute slave was about to say something else, whoosh. At this moment, a violent sound of breaking through the air was heard, and a black that rapidly expanded from the mountains and forests on the opposite bank. Li Qingxuan's eyes widened, and he turned his wrist again. The next moment, bang! A dull sound was heard, and the oil umbrella in Li Qingxuan's hand accurately hit the rapidly flying iron. It was an iron hook wolf-tooth arrow that came across the river. At this moment, a strange thing happened. After the iron hook wolf-tooth arrow was hit by Li Qingxuan's umbrella, only the front half of the arrow fell down, and the back half still flew forward rapidly. Puff! Li Qingxuan looked back in shock. The half arrow had already made a bloody hole in the mute slave's throat and flew out. It was unknown where it finally landed. Well, the mute slave covered his neck with horror on his face, blood constantly flowing out from his hands. Finally, he knelt on the ground weakly, and his eyes slowly lost their luster. Li Qingxuan's eyes suddenly burst out with infinite coldness. He stared at the forest on the other side of the river, where a white tiger walked out slowly with the steps of a beast king. Whoa! In an instant, the sound of trumpets from tiny Inku continued, and large numbers of Goryeo soldiers rushed to the top of the city. An old general with white hair strode over and stood beside Li Qingxuan. Li Sung-hoon! Suddenly, a roar that shook the mountains and rivers came from the forest on the other side of the river. The giant called Tiger, by many who cavalry appeared in the eyes of the Goryeo soldiers at tiny Inku, holding a huge hardbow in his hand. The giant walked to the side of the white tiger, stretched out his big hand to touch the white tiger's head, and smiled grimly at the Korean people on the other side. Li Qingxuan, I'm back. The arrow I shot at you just now was to collect the interest from you 3 years ago. The giant didn't seem to be speaking with much force, but his voice was heard by every Goryeo soldier. 3 years ago, all the soldiers turned to look at Li Qingxuan. At this time, the old general shouted, What are you looking at? 3 years ago, Li Tianwu killed a white tiger, the leader of the Huchi bandits. 3 years later, that's now. The bandit leader who was killed by Li Tianwu and fled on horseback is back again. Tell me, are you afraid? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Not afraid. Not afraid. At first, the roar of the Goryeo soldiers was quite scary, but as one who cavalry after another walked out of the mountains and forests, gradually, the momentum that had been rising from tiny Inca died down. Countless Goryeo soldiers secretly rejoiced in their hearts that they were lucky to have this clear river. Standing on the tiny Inca tower and looking towards the other side, the originally vast mountain forest was now filled with all kinds of Hu cavalry, including orcs with beast bodies, dwarfs riding giant wolves, and ice elephants as big as the tower under their feet. Just as the Goryeo soldiers at tiny Inca were terrified, a few small Hu cavalrymen with hunched bodies, unsteady gaits, and wearing masks of evil spirits walked out from the Hu cavalrymen all over the mountains on the other side of the river. They were called small, but they were small relative to the Hu cavalrymen. These Hu cavalrymen jumped to the bank of the beaching river and started a strange dance. As soon as they saw these people appear, Li Qingxuan and the old general frowned at the same time, and the old general immediately ordered behind him, Start the formation catapult. Inside tiny Inku, rows of catapults were already ready for battle. Unlike ordinary catapults, the bottom of each of these catapults was inlaid with spiritual stones and complex formation diagrams, and the operator of each catapult was at least a Taoist cultivator at the human martial realm. Buzz! Just when the two sides of the battlefield were on the verge of a fight, suddenly several huge monsters flew in from the sky. The old general beside Li Qingxuan was surprised when he saw those things. He immediately said to a deputy general beside him, This is the prince's distinguished guest. Go and greet him on my behalf immediately. The deputy general bowed to the old general and immediately ran down the city wall. At this time, The old general glanced at the other side of the river. The movements of those small cavalry who were dancing a weird dance became more and more weird, and they kept muttering to themselves. The old general slapped the battlement in front of him and shouted, "Fangzigia, throw stones, fire!" Chapter 101 Sorry. At the command of the old Goryeo general, all the Taoists in the Sky Eagle's mouth began to inject spiritual power into the catapult formation beside them. In a moment, white halos lit up in the Sky Eagle's mouth, and the formation of each catapult began to operate. After those Taoists adjusted the position of the formation, swish, 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 the extremely thick arms of all the catapults began to rotate, and huge stones whizzed out in a parabola, flying over the tiny Inca city wall and heading towards the other side of the river. On the other side of the beaching river, a 3-meter-tall tiger, holding a longbow, looked at the huge rock flying from the sky. He turned his head and looked behind him and said in a deep voice, "Protect the sacrifice." Suddenly, a row of small giants walked out from the cavalry that were all over the mountains. They were called small only compared to the 3-meter-tall tiger. Each of these giants was at least 2 meters tall. They strode with round-edged iron hammers in their hands and stood in front of the people who were wearing evil spirit masks and dancing. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air became louder and louder, and a huge rock fell rapidly towards the shallows on the side of Chi. Bang! The first boulder that fell was opened by a giant swinging a hammer, and the same was true for the subsequent boulders. Occasionally, when there was a boulder that could not be opened in time, the giant holding the hammer would turn around and use his body to protect the sacrifice in front of him. Boom! A huge rock came at him with such force that it knocked the giant forward. Poor little cavalry priest standing in front of the giant had no time to dodge and was crushed to death by the 2-meter-tall giant. One priest died, and the increasingly high chants from the other priests suddenly became low. A trace of anger appeared on Hu's face. He pulled out 3 slender wolf-tooth arrows from the quiver on his back, put them on the longbow, and pointed them at the tiny Inca tower on the opposite bank. After a while, Hu's thick fingers loosened suddenly, and swish. The sound of these 3 arrows breaking through the air was no less than that of the boulder flying out of the Sky Eagle's mouth. The 3 arrows were like 3 black lights flashing across the beaching river. On the tiny Inca city, the old general beside Li Qingshuan only felt a gust of strong wind blowing on his face. Clang, clang, puff, puff. The sound of metal clashing and the sound of a blade piercing the body rang out at the same time. The old general had no idea what had just happened. He only saw 2 flashes of white light in front of him, and then everything returned to silence. The 2 white lights were Li Qingshuan's sword lights. He saved the old general beside him. Bang! Behind the old general, 2 lieutenants with bloody holes on their foreheads slowly fell to the ground. Several helicopters landed inside tiny Inca Pass. Yang Ge was still sitting on the cougar. He was observing the battle on both sides of the beaching river through the eagle-eye view on the main control panel. He kept sighing as he watched. Wow, this is really exciting. After a while, a Goryeo deputy general came running with a team of soldiers in the drizzle, but was stopped halfway by a team of Tianji combat robots. The Tianji combat robot came over to report the other party's intention to Yang Ge. Yang Ge said, "Let him take us to the mine." The purpose of Yang Ji's visit this time was to see the actual location of the spiritual mine and then decide how to build the 3rd base. The Goryeo deputy general did not dare to go against Yang Ji's wishes. He led the way with his men, while Yang Ge and others got on the helicopter and flew in the air. Looking at this piece of iron that could fly into the sky, the Goryeo deputy general and the soldiers behind him all showed expressions of surprise, and from time to time, they would look up at the sky once or twice. On Yang Ji's way to the mine, the battle on both sides of the beaching river in front of Tiny Inca became more intense. The Goryeo side sent out a team of archers composed of martial artists in the human martial realm, who were specifically responsible for killing the cavalry priests on the other side of the river. The cavalry sent out big orcs with thick skin and flesh to hold up shields. The Goryeo side used martial artists to attack with spells, while the cavalry built a human wall to resist. The 2 sides fought back and forth, and it was very intense. It seems that the cavalry has been getting beaten, but all the veterans who experienced the cavalry invasion 3 years ago know that once those sacrificial ceremonies are completed, it will be a devastating blow to Goryeo. Li Qingshuan ran a finger across the battlement in front of him. The old general beside him looked at him with a trace of worry on his face. "Li Tianwu, if you continue like this." Li Qingshuan nodded and said coldly, "I know." The rain in the sky suddenly became denser, and a man in white flew up from the mouth of the Sky Eagle. On the other side of the river, the 3-meter-tall cavalry leader Tiger grinned, stomped his foot on the ground, and then soared into the sky like a cannonball. 2 figures met in the air, and Hu raised his huge fist and swung it towards Li Qingshuan in front of him. This punch seemed slow, but it seemed to break the shackles of space and appeared in front of Li Qingshuan in an instant. Swish, swish. Suddenly 2 sword lights flashed by. Everyone knew that the 2 sword lights came from Li Qingshuan, but no one saw where Li Qingshuan's sword was. Hu quickly retracted his fist, but the sword was so sharp that his arm was still cut with 2 cuts, and blood spurted out. On the Puma helicopter, Yang Ge, who was watching the fight between the 2 men, discovered that although both were Tianwu, Li Qingxuan seemed to be much stronger than Deng Kuan, the Tian Sha of the Qin State's Black Eyes platform. After a while, the fight between Li Qingxuan and the tiger became more intense, while Yang Ge continued to fly slowly, but the person leading the way on the ground was walking too slowly. About a quarter of an hour later, Yang Ge arrived at his destination. The cougar landed on a flat surface, and a Tianji robot came down first to open a parachute for Yang Ge. At this time, the gunfight at Tiny Inkus seemed to have come to an end. In the end, Li Qingxuan took on 2 punches from the tiger and killed all the priests dancing on the other side of the beaching river. The same invisible sword light could only make 2 shallow cuts on the tiger, but when it fell on the Huchi orcs and the Huchi priests, a single sword light could cut them into several pieces. However, Li Qingxuan also paid a heavy price for this. The 3-meter-tall burly man punched him twice with his iron fist, and Yang Ge felt pain just watching it. This spiritual mine along the Goryeo Beaching River is located in the Tiny Inca Pass, about 2 or 3 kilometers away from the Tiny Inca Pass. At this time, there are still Goryeo miners working. Yang Ge looked at the site and simply planned the layout of the third base. If a dozen howitzers are deployed here, a scorched earth strategy can be implemented on the other side of the Beaching River. After looking around, just when Yang Ge was about to leave, he spotted a white figure appearing outside the mine. Li Qingxuan, with a pale face, walked towards Yang Ge in the rain. It seemed that he only took 1 step at a time, but in fact he moved forward a long way. In just a few breaths, Li Qingxuan was not far in front of Yang Ge. Immediately, several Tianji combat robots guarding behind Yang Ge stepped forward, but Li Qingxuan rarely raised his hand and took the initiative to say, "I won't step forward. I will just stand here. I have something to say to your master." The number 1 expert in Goryeo actually wants to say something to me? Yang Ge turned around and looked at the person in white in the rain and asked, "What do you want?" At this time, Li Qingxuan was obviously seriously injured, and his breathing was a little disordered. Facing Yang Ge's gaze, Li Qingxuan took a deep breath and said 3 words briefly. "Sorry." After he finished speaking, a sharp sword light suddenly appeared in the rain. Yang Ge was shocked. The Tianji robot beside him wanted to block in front of him, but it was too late. Swoosh! The sword flashed, and the next moment, a line of blood appeared on Yang Ge's neck. Slowly, the first drop of blood dripped down, and Yang Ge's head slid off his neck. The rain was pouring down, and there seemed to be a smell of burnt leather in the air. Chapter 102: Intelligent Robots. On one side of the Beaching River, the towering trees in the jungle blocked out the sun. The sky was already dark, and it felt more like night here at this moment. A skinny figure was crawling on the trunk of a big tree, holding a telescope in his hand, constantly looking at the wide river not far ahead. Buzz! A buzzing sound came from the sky, and the man crawling on the tree trunk raised his head slightly. Under the cover of dense leaves, he could not see what was flying in the sky at all. This also made him feel much more at ease. If he could not see the things in the sky certainly could not see him either. Thinking of this, the man raised the clairvoyance in his hand and observed the movements on the river. Buzz! The buzzing sound in the sky became louder, making the man very annoyed. Finally, the buzzing sound seemed to stop above his head. Boom, 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 boom. A sound like a violent storm suddenly sounded, and bursts of fire appeared in the dark jungle. The 3-barreled Gatling gun mounted on the Tiger Eagle drone was spitting out flames crazily, and there was a crackling noise in the jungle. A moment later, the Tiger Eagle drone flew away, and the jungle became a mess. Between the withered yellow leaves, a healthy person had turned into a pool of minced meat, and the bright red blood flowed on the ground for a long distance. From time to time, flames appeared in the jungle, and the terrifying sound would be heard every once in a while. As the 5 Tiger Eagle drones continued to advance, a huge warship appeared on the wide surface of the Beaching River. Battleship Command Room. Shuijin stared at the images on the big screen that had been divided into several pieces, and kept giving attack orders into the earphone. Every word he said meant that a Korean spy hidden in the jungle was eliminated. In front of Shuijin, Yang Ge was lying comfortably in a large leather swivel chair, with his feet resting on a furry husky. On the other side, a large ragdoll cat was clinging to Yang Ji's swivel chair, with its big eyes wide open and motionless. There was a fruit bowl on its head. Both the husky and the ragdoll cat are products of the Intelligent Life Function module. Just looking at their appearance, you can never tell that these 2 guys are mechanical life forms. Yang Ge stretched lazily on the swivel chair, picked up a grape from the fruit bowl on the head of the ragdoll cat, and put it into his mouth. He was feeling a little low at the moment. If he had not witnessed himself being killed just now, it seemed that he was living a happy life. "Hey, 10,000 energies." Yang Ge said this with concern while chewing the grapes in his mouth. After a while, Shuijin over there seemed to have completed his task and stopped talking. Yang Ge glanced at Shuijin and said lazily, "Xiao Shui, that's enough. Don't be too desperate. When you are free, help me tie up the female pilot from the White Shark base and bring her to the boat." Shuijin turned around and walked out of the command room as if he didn't hear it. On the deck, the bald, strong man Wu Qiangxin stood with his hands behind his back in the river breeze. In front of him, a black-haired young man in a neat military uniform was staring in a daze at the shark fins swimming back and forth in the river under the boat. He felt particularly uncomfortable at the moment. Shui Jian stepped forward and said to the black-haired boy, "Commander, all enemy scouts within 50 miles of the shore have been eliminated." He hummed absent-mindedly and threw the half-frozen goose in his hand to the happy shark. Yang Ge turned his head and looked at Shui Jian and Wu Qiangxin, frowning and asked, "Tell me, the two of you, is the personality simulation function of this crappy intelligent robot too much?" As he spoke, he glanced at the huge glass window of the battleship's command room, and then asked the two people, "Am I usually like this? Asking you to tie up Tangming? Is this what I would say?" Wu Qiangxin and Shui Jian kept silent in tacit agreement. Finally, noticing that Yang Ji's eyes were becoming more and more hostile, Shui Jian dry coughed twice, lowered his head and said, "Commander, the difference between humans and animals is that humans know how to control their desires. I guess this is also the difference between humans and programmed life." Oh, Shui Jian's words sounded reasonable, but Yang Ge always felt uncomfortable listening to them. In the end, he still showed an expression of not quite understanding. Suddenly, Yang Ge remembered an American TV series he had watched in his previous life. He immediately asked into the headset, "Will this intelligent robot develop self-awareness?" Report to the commander, intelligent robots are different from intelligent life. If the commander needs a robot with self-awareness, it can be developed in the intelligent life module. Seeing the information on the main control panel, Yang Ge felt a little relieved. Call. As the warship continued to move forward, rain began to fall from the sky. Wu Qiangxin looked up at the sky and said to Yang Ge, "Commander, it's raining. Let's go back." Just as Yang Ge was about to take a step, he glanced in the direction of the command room and said into the headset, "You, take the cat and the dog, leave the command room now, and find a place to play by yourself." In the battleship command room, a set of data streams suddenly flashed across the pupils of Yang Ge, who was eating fruit with relish. Then he immediately stood up, holding Era in one hand and Ragdoll Cat in the other, and left the command room. After the Real Yang Ge returned to the command room, he looked at the swivel chair that the robot Yang Ge had sat on, and said to the Tianji combat robot guarding outside the command room, "Change me a chair." When Yang Ge thought of the robot that looked exactly like him, he got goosebumps all over his body. Soon, a new leather swivel chair was brought over. Yang Ge sat on it and thought about what had happened in the past half-day. Suddenly, he sighed deeply. "I never thought that in the eyes of the Goryeo King, I am more terrifying than those man-eating Hu cavalry." This was the night when Yang Ge couldn't sleep, and he was thinking things through while watching the great white shark hunting in the river. No matter how brutal the Hu cavalry were, they would not put Li Chunyuan's life in danger in an instant, but he could easily kidnap Li Chunyuan from his palace. It was like a shark preying on a sturgeon. Although the shark was ferocious, its attack power was obviously much weaker than that of Yang Ji's cruiser. The sturgeon in the river couldn't tell which was stronger, the shark or the cruiser, and in a panic, it swam towards Yang Ji's cruiser to avoid the shark. But Li Chunyuan, who sat on the throne of Goryeo, was not like a sturgeon swimming around in the river with its head down. He could see clearly that Yang Ge could pose a much greater threat to him than the Hu cavalry. As he thought about it, Yang Ge felt his heart was in a mess. He asked Wu Qiangxin and Shui Jian behind him, "Tell me, both of you, how should we deal with the current situation?" This time, neither of them remained silent. Wu Qiangxin spoke first. "This matter has nothing to do with us. The Koreans are treacherous. Let them fight the Hu cavalry on their own. We will go directly to seek revenge on Li Chunyuan and Li Qingshuan." Yang Ge asked, "Li Qingshuan is easy to find. Do you know where Li Chunyuan is? Or do you think he will continue to stay in the palace and wait for us to come to him?" Wu Qiangxin was suddenly speechless and couldn't utter a word. Yang Ge turned to look at Shui Jian, who said, "I suggest making the game a little more difficult for the Koreans. Just look at the section of the wall at Tiny Inku, and we don't even need a battle axe. A few Eagle Strike missiles can flatten it to the ground." Yang Ge, anything else? Shui Jian blinked and then shook his head. The air in the command room seemed to freeze at this moment. After a while, snap, Yang Ge slapped his forehead helplessly. For the first time, he felt that he needed an assistant like a chief of staff. At this moment, a surveillance picture from the battleship suddenly appeared on the big screen. The intelligent robot Yang Ge actually jumped into the surging river, holding the husky and the ragdoll cat. Yang Ge, Wu Qiangxin, and Shui Jian looked at each other and immediately turned their heads away, pretending not to see it. Although it was just a robot, its image was extraordinary after all. Yang Ji's thoughts stagnated for a few seconds. Then he looked at Shui Jian and said, "Come on, didn't you explain it well just now? Can you explain it to me again in this situation? Why, I used to jump into the river or the sea. Now, this program life doesn't know how to restrain itself, right?" Shui Jian didn't dare to speak for a moment. After a while, he said carefully, "Commander, you just asked him to find a place to play by himself. Maybe he thinks it's more fun in the river." Yang Ge, where is the smart robot? Smart. This is a mentally retarded robot. Call. Yang Ge let out a long sigh. He really didn't want to be distracted by this guy anymore. Thinking about the last intelligent robot that had died under Li Qingshuan's sword, this was after all the best expert in Goryeo. It wouldn't be a disgrace to his reputation if he died at his hands. Yang Ge sent the location of Tiny Inku to the intelligent robot, and then said weakly into the headset, "Brother, Go here and find someone wearing white clothes to play with. In the surging river, Yonggu, who was holding a cat and a dog, had another stream of data passing through his pupils. Then his slightly empty eyes glowed with energy, as if he had found his life goal. Chapter 103: Emergency Military Information. The huge warship slowly moved northward along the beaching river. Soon, several helicopters that were heading to the tiny Inca mine returned. At that time, after Li Qingxuan killed Yang Ji's intelligent robot with one sword, he did not make things difficult for others, and Yang Ge did not order other Tianji combat robots to open fire. Yang Ge knew that even if Li Qingxuan was seriously injured, those Tianji robots would not be enough for him to kill, and he might even have to waste several helicopters. At this time, Yang Ge was not in a hurry to settle accounts with Li Qingxuan. The letter with the seal of the king of Goryeo was in his hand. His mind would not escape, and the people who offended him would not escape either. In addition, Yang Ge vaguely felt that the king of Goryeo should have a backup plan, because killing himself alone would not maximize his interests. With Li Chunyuan's character, he would definitely try to get his hands on his white shark base. Li Chunyuan had stayed there for half a day at that time. He was the only native in the world who had entered the white shark base. He knew what it would mean to him if he could get such a base. Sure enough, that afternoon, Yang Lin's voice came through Yang Ji's headset. Report to the commander. Urgent military information has been discovered. The main control panel immediately expanded the view of the Starlight satellite, and Yang Ge saw a cavalry team of nearly 10,000 people rushing into Liaodong from the direction of Goryeo and heading towards the white shark base. After observing the cavalry team carefully, Yang Ge was greatly surprised. The mounts they rode were not ordinary war horses, but Pegasus with wings growing from their ribs. Yang Ge had only seen this kind of creature in movies before. He observed it curiously for a while and found that this winged warhorse did run faster and could also fly at low altitude. However, it seemed that it could not fly for a long time. The Pegasus cavalry would fall down after flying for a while. It seems that Yang Ji's guess was correct. Li Chunyuan had a good idea. On the one hand, he let Li Qingxuan take his life, and on the other hand, he sent people to attack the white shark base. Unfortunately, Li Chunyuan thought that was Yang Ji's lair. In fact, even if he succeeded in taking over the white shark base, it would not cause any substantial damage to Yang Ge. Considering the terrain around the white shark base and the Pegasus cavalry, Yang Ge opened the coastal defense weapon function module of the white shark base. A moment later, 100 general-purpose heavy machine guns, 100 Type 02 anti-aircraft machine guns, and 20 anti-aircraft sniper guns appeared in the arsenal in the white shark base. These things are very cheap and produce quickly. A heavy machine gun has a maximum range of 2 kilometers and can defend against both ground and air attacks. The cost is only 50 energy points. The anti-aircraft machine gun and anti-aircraft sniper gun were a little more expensive, one costing 100 energy points and the other 200 energy points. Even so, Yang Ge didn't feel bad at all about making them. He wanted to see what tricks those winged Pegasus could come up with today. The white shark base already had armed Hummers, anti-aircraft machine guns, armed helicopters, anti-aircraft missiles, and other things. The sudden addition of a batch of equipment gave Yang Lin a headache, because he only had 200 soldiers and 200 Tianji combat robots, and so many equipment could not be used up at once. Naturally, the news of the invasion of Goryeo's Pegasus cavalry could not be concealed from Liaodong King Gongsun Hao. At this time, a group of fast horses rushed into the city of Xiangping. Report! Urgent military information. After a while, in the Liaodong Palace, a servant rushed into Gongsun Hao's study. At this time, Gongsun Hao was discussing this year's autumn and winter defense with Guan Ning and Zhang Hu. Suddenly seeing the servant coming in, Gongsun Hao immediately stood up and asked, "But the Hu cavalry is coming?" The attendant shook his head and said hurriedly, "No, it's not the Hu cavalry." The scouts reported that it was the Koreans. The Korean General Jin Shi led 8,000 flying cavalry and headed straight for the southern hinterland of Liaodong. What? Gongsun Hao and the other two changed color at the same time. Guan Ning said in a cold voice, "Pegasus cavalry, the king of Goryeo, is looking at the family's wealth, and now he is sending out all his forces. Is the king of Goryeo stupid? He wants to start a war with his brother at this time?" Gongsun Hao asked the attendant, "What are the Goryeo Pegasus cavalry doing in southern Liaodong? Is this news accurate?" The attendant nodded repeatedly. "Your Majesty, what I said is exactly the same as what the scouts said." Zhang Hu looked at the map hanging on the wall and said, "Brother, there is nothing important in the south except for a few salt fields on the coast." Guan Ning stroked his long beard and said, "Third brother, don't forget that the spiritual mine in Liaodong is still in the south." Zhang Hu raised his head in surprise and said, "Wasn't the king of Goryeo just abducted by Lord Megatron a few days ago? How come Li Chunyuan still has the guts to offend Lord Megatron?" At this time, Gongsun Hao slammed the table and said, "No matter whether Li Chunyuan is going after Lord Megatron or not, second brother." Guan Ning immediately stood up, bowed, and listened to Gongsun Hao's instructions. "Second brother, you must quickly lead all the wind-chasing cavalry to support the mines." Guan Ning's eyes flashed with surprise, and he asked in a low voice, "Brother, isn't this unnecessary? Now that we have discovered traces of the Hu cavalry in the north, we need the wind-chasing cavalry right now. Besides, Lord Megatron's strength cannot be dealt with by those 8,000 Pegasus cavalry. Gong Sun Hao shook his head and said, Lord Megatron is our guest. How can the host just walk away and not care if the guest is bullied? Of course, you may not be able to help much this time, but you have to let Lord Megatron see our three brothers' sincerity towards him. Guan Ning nodded, bowed, and said, Don't worry, brother, I got it. Then he strode out. After Guan Ning left, Gong Sun Hao turned to look at Zhang Hu and said, Third brother, the wind-chasing cavalry is not here, so we have to be careful and alert. Send a few more scouts, especially to the northeast. Each group of scouts must send someone back to report every half an hour. Zhang Hu cupped his hands and replied, Yes, don't worry, big brother. After saying that, Zhang Hu also bowed and left. Only Gong Sun Hao was left in the study. He asked the attendant to quickly use the mysterious spirit realm to notify the messenger from the mine. And then he stared at the map in front of him with a frown, muttering, Li Chunyuan, you are leading millions of Goryo people to play with fire. There were mountains surrounding the White Shark base. Goryo General Jin Chi led 8,000 Pegasus cavalrymen and quickly reached 10 miles outside the mountains. Looking at the stretch of mountains, Jin Chi opened a piece of cloth in his hand. It was a topographic map of the area near the White Shark base that Li Chunyuan had drawn based on his own impressions. Jin Chi pointed to the mountain path and said to the deputy generals behind him, This mountain road must be the most heavily guarded. We need a cavalry to enter the mountain from here to attract the enemy's attention. Then the rest of the Pegasus cavalry will fly over from the surrounding mountaintops and attack the thieves' lair. Behind Jin Chi, several thousand cavalry captains looked at each other. There was no doubt that there was no problem with Jin Chi's tactics, but each of the 1,000 cavalry captains looked hesitant. Jin Chi watched this scene and understood in his heart that they had received information in advance that this group of Liaodong bandits were the ones who had kidnapped the king of Goryo before. How could they be weak? Finally, Jin Chi said calmly, Since no one has volunteered, let's just draw lots. Chapter 104, 150. Open fire. The rainy weather in Goryo did not affect Liaodong. It was already evening, and the sun was gradually setting in the west. 10 miles away from the White Shark base, Jin Chi held 8 paper balls in his hands and had 8 Pegasus cavalry captains take them out. After a moment, 2 of the 8 captains lowered their heads with pale faces, while the others all showed expressions as if they had survived a calamity. The 8 people showed their drawn papers one by one, and Jin Chi said to the 2 unlucky 1,000 cavalry captains, You two, you will rush over from that mountain road in a moment. We will attack the enemy base camp from the mountain next to it. We will set out first, and you will move forward in a quarter of an hour. Don't worry, once we succeed, your situation will be relieved immediately, and then you two will be the first to achieve the credit. The 2,000 cavalry commanders nodded dejectedly and returned to their own teams. Here, Jin Chi led the other 6,000 cavalry captains and set off first. 6,000 Pegasus cavalrymen advanced separately and rushed into the mountains and forests around the White Shark base. A quarter of an hour later, facing the setting sun, the 2 unlucky 1,000 cavalry captains also began to move forward. Before setting off, one of the 1,000 cavalry captains leaned close to the ear of the other and whispered a few words. The latter's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard it, and he said a few words, to which the former nodded repeatedly. After a while, the 2,000 Pegasus cavalry headed straight for the mountain path leading to the White Shark base. When they reached the mountain path, the 2 teams of Pegasus cavalry slowed down. The group of more than 2,000 people seemed to be out for fun, looking at the surrounding scenery while moving slowly forward. The 2 leading 1,000 cavalry commanders were still talking and laughing with their men. How could they look like they were here to attack someone else's lair? This was the solution the 2,000 cavalry commanders had just agreed upon, to try their best to pretend to have entered this place by mistake and delay the conflict with the other side as much as possible. However, after the 2,000 Pegasus cavalrymen advanced on the mountain road for a while, they did not see a single ghost, which made the 2,000 cavalry commanders feel a little uneasy. Not only the 2,000 cavalry commanders, but also Jin Chi and his group who were sneaking forward in the mountains and forests felt something was wrong. The journey was smooth, and they did not encounter any danger except that one cavalryman's Pegasus was almost bitten by a snake. Time passed by little, and in a blink of an eye the sun was already below the horizon. The 6,000 Pegasus cavalrymen advancing through the mountains and forests had unknowingly sneaked to the top of the mountains surrounding the White Shark base. In front of them, an empty valley suddenly appeared. At this moment, the Goryo General Jin Chi felt like he was dreaming. He never thought that he could reach the enemy's high ground so easily. According to common sense, when the enemy is in the valley, they will definitely deploy heavy troops to defend the surrounding hills, and use the terrain to attack from high ground when we attack. But now looking around, except for some people in the valley below, who seem to be waving some strange black things of varying thicknesses, where else is there on this mountain? And our side is already a Pegasus cavalry. If we rely on the terrain to rush down, wouldn't that be like a tiger descending from a mountain? If Yang Lin heard Jin Chi's question, he would definitely curse. What the hell are you talking about, brother? I only have 400 people. How can I defend the mountaintop against 8,000 flying things like you? On the mountain, Jin Chi frowned as he looked at the valley in front of him. As a great general of Goryo, He had fought countless battles in his life and naturally would not fight an unprepared battle. Before coming, Jinshi looked for people who witnessed the battle in the palace on the night when Li Chunyuan was abducted. He knew that the other side had a weapon that could fire continuously and a huge monster that could fly in the sky. But now looking at the valley, it was so empty. How could there be many people in such a big valley? Next to a building in the center of the valley, there were several circles of sandbags with some people standing in them. There were no more than 400 or 500 people at most, but he had 8,000 Pegasus cavalry. Even if 400 or 500 people were armed with those strange firearms, could they defeat his 8,000 Pegasus cavalry? Jinshi didn't believe in his heart that such a thing could happen. Out of caution, Jinshi hid in the woods on the mountain and secretly observed the valley below for a while, but still found nothing unusual. However, Jinshi thought he was hiding well, and in fact he and his Pegasus cavalry were indeed well disguised. But at this time in the valley below, in the White Shark Base Combat Command Center, Yang Lin had already seen them clearly through Eagle Eye and the base's radar system. The middle area of the White Shark Base is the Combat Command Center where Yang Lin is located. It is a 3-story building, which includes the commander's lounge, reception room, auditorium, etc. At this time, circles of sandbags are placed around this 3-story building. Each circle of sandbags is 5 meters apart, forming 3 circular defensive positions. In the position, a wide variety of weapons were placed on the ground and on sandbags. The outermost circle was mainly filled with general-purpose heavy machine guns mounted on anti-aircraft racks. The inner circle was filled with Type 02 anti-aircraft machine guns, and the core in the middle was filled with anti-aircraft sniper guns and 150 caliber howitzers. Because the main goal is air defense, there is no need to worry about being blocked by other buildings in the base because the command center, the tallest building in the base, is right in the center of the position. As for the airport, the hangar on the mountain has been completely enclosed and cannot be opened by missiles. In the 3-ring defense position, 50 Tinji combat robots are responsible for operating the 100 heavy machine guns in the outer circle. That's right, each person operates 2 on average. Only combat robots can withstand the recoil of this thing for a long time. 50 White Shark Base soldiers are responsible for loading ammunition belts for them. Another 100 Tinji combat robots are responsible for the 102 anti-aircraft machine guns in the inner circle, and 100 White Shark Base soldiers are responsible for loading them. The 20 anti-aircraft sniper guns in the middle were handed over to 20 Tinji combat robots, and another 20 White Shark Base soldiers cooperated to load the ammunition for them and were responsible for the 4 150 caliber howitzers. The remaining 30 Tinji combat robots were driving 10 armed Hummers, and the 10 Apache Longbow armed helicopters were spread out in various places in the valley on standby with camouflage nets. 20 of the last 30 White Shark Base soldiers were scattered in the defense positions outside on mobile standby, and the last 10 stayed beside Yang Lin awaiting arrangements. This was the most manpower-saving deployment Yang Lin could think of. In order to save manpower, he temporarily removed the 4 missile launchers near the White Shark Base. Yang Go on the cruiser looked at this scene and felt a little amused and helpless. It seemed that he would have to add some manpower to Yang Lin this time when he returned. Looking at the Goryeo Pegasus cavalrymen on the surrounding mountains cowering and not moving, Yang Lin became angry. What are these people waiting for? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Jinshi's Pegasus cavalry still did not move snap. Yang Lin clenched his fists and said into the headset, "Commander, how about I fire 2 shots at them first?" Yang Go, who was waiting for the release of the annual drama for 100, quickly swallowed the iced sugar-free cola in his mouth and said to Yang Lin, "Do whatever you want, don't ask me." Good. The next moment, Yang Lin switched the channel and shouted, 150. Fire. Chapter 105. Why? Is it New Year's Day? Boom, 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 boom. Bang, 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 bang. 4 consecutive gunshots were heard, and the 4 150 caliber howitzers in the White Shark Base roared loudly, and instantly balls of intense flames appeared on the surrounding hilltops. Chilu. The Pegasus that had been firmly controlled by the cavalry in the forest could no longer stay still. Frightened by the cannonballs, they ran around in the forest, and many even spread their wings and flew out of the forest. Yang Lin's move was not to kill the enemy, but to shock the mountains and horses, so as to let the Koreans riding on Pegasus know that he had discovered them and should stop shrinking like turtles. At this time, the sound of horses neighing could be heard one after another in the mountains and forests surrounding the White Shark Base. Jinshi watched his Pegasus cavalry running around in panic in the mountains and forests. He felt that something was wrong. How dare the other party take the initiative to attack him? Just a few hundred people. Dare they come and provoke me? It seemed like the other party was announcing that they had discovered traces of them. Jinshi was indeed quite capable to be the general of Goryeo. He saw through Yang Lin's thoughts at a glance, but he misunderstood Yang Lin's motives. Jinshi sneered and said to the 2 Pegasus cavalry captains beside him, "They're just bluffing, trying to scare us off with this thing. Look, in such a large valley, there is only one building in the center that is guarded, which proves that they are short-handed. Although the strange weapon they used just now has a long range, it is not flexible enough. As long as our Pegasus cavalry rushes to the front, they will be helpless. Even if they have weapons for close-range attacks, we have 8,000 people and can crush them to death." As he spoke, Jinchi looked down at the mountain path outside the valley below. It was still quiet there. Jinchi frowned and asked the deputy general behind him, "Why is there no movement over there on the mountain road?" Use the Xinling realm to ask. The deputy general looked embarrassed and said, "General, we only brought 2 Xinling realms with us when we set out. The other one is in the hands of the 2 Pegasus cavalry captains on the other side of the mountain." Although Jinchi was a little annoyed when he heard this, he could understand it, because in the eyes of everyone, those 2 teams of Pegasus cavalry were basically sending themselves to die, and naturally no one would consider sharing such precious things as the Xinling realm with the 2 of them. At this time, in the command center of the White Shark base, Yang Lin saw that although the Koreans on the hilltop were in a panic due to his previous round of artillery fire, they still kept their composure. So he gave another order, and the 4 150 caliber howitzers began a second round of roar. Boom, 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 bang. This time, a howitzer shell landed not far in front of Jinchi, and Jinchi watched helplessly as several Pegasus cavalrymen were blown up into the sky. 1,000 cavalry commander was furious at the scene, and he said to Jinchi with red eyes, "General, we..." Shining. Jinchi drew the sword from his waist, gathered all his strength, and gave the order, "Kill." Suddenly, a breeze blew between the mountains and forests. Those were the gusts of air caused by the flapping of Pegasus wings. At that moment, groups of war horses flew up in the mountains and forests surrounding the White Shark base. One after another, the majestic Pegasus spread their wings and rushed into the sky, creating a spectacular scene that covered the sky and the sun. The cavalryman on the horse held a special spear in his hand and was ready to dive down with his horse to take advantage of the momentum to kill the enemy below. Seeing the first batch of Pegasus take off, Yang Lin ordered all units to prepare. When the overwhelming scene took shape, Yang Lin shouted, "All units, unleash your firepower. Start!" Did-it-it. Boom, 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 boom. Bang, bang, bang. Inside the White Shark base, fires lit up simultaneously in the 3 circular defense lines. The tongues of flame shot up high. The Tianji combat robots in the outer circle controlled the heavy machine guns and fired madly at the sky. The fire chain formed by the heavy machine guns swept over, and there was a crackling sound of breaking bones and flesh, followed by the neighing of the Pegasus, the screams of the cavalry before their death, and large pieces of flesh and blood falling down like rain. In the sky, the wailing that sounded at this time did not allow Jinchi to see what was happening below. At this time, he was also following the large group and controlling the Pegasus to fly in the sky. Swoosh! Suddenly, a chain of fire swung past Jinchi, and Jinchi saw that several Pegasus cavalrymen behind him were instantly broken into 2 halves by the chain of fire. At this moment, Jinchi was sweating profusely. He found that he seemed to have made a huge mistake. Below the Pegasus cavalry, if the heavy machine guns in the outer circle sprayed out chains of fire, then the Type 02 anti-aircraft machine guns in the inner circle fired out rains of fire. As the flames of the anti-aircraft machine guns spewed out, rapid streams of fire rained down upon the sky. 3 anti-aircraft machine guns fired crossfire at an area in the air. In just a few breaths, the area could be cleared, leaving even no time for the Pegasus cavalry behind to fill in. The most pitiful were those Pegasus cavalrymen who were hit by the crossfire of anti-aircraft machine guns. If they were hit by the chain of fire, they could at least leave 2 intact bodies. But if they were targeted by the 02 anti-aircraft machine guns, they would be turned into minced meat in an instant. In the innermost circle of the circular defense position in the White Shark base, the anti-aircraft sniper guns deployed around the command center made a muffled sound from time to time. Compared with the fire chain of the heavy machine gun and the rain of fire of the Type 02 anti-aircraft machine gun, this anti-aircraft sniper gun can be said to be much more low-key, and the momentum is not as terrifying as the former 2. It is just a little louder, but every time the sniper gun roared, a handful of white horse cavalry flying in the sky disappeared out of thin air. This battle, seemingly fought with more people against fewer people, was going on intensely. In less than 5 minutes, the edge of the White Shark base and the mountains and forests next to the White Shark base became a horrific hell on earth, with corpses of people and horses everywhere, and blood dyed a large area of the land red. Suddenly, the offensive fire in the White Shark base slowed down slightly, and the first round of bullets from the heavy machine guns and Type 02 anti-aircraft machine guns had been used up. Jinchi had just seen the terrifying scene below. At this moment, the White Shark base's offensive suddenly stopped. He immediately raised the altitude of his Pegasus and used his chi to order all the Pegasus cavalrymen. Charge down! Charge down! As long as we can charge down, we will win. What Jinchi said was true. As long as these Pegasus cavalry could rush into the defensive position of the White Shark base on the ground, they would indeed win with their numerical advantage. But what Jinchi didn't expect was that the tongues of fire below only disappeared for a moment before they began to spew violently towards the sky again. The Tianji combat robot operating the heavy machine gun in the outer circle simply changed its position and operated the heavy machine gun next to it. At the same time, a soldier from the White Shark base immediately filled in next to the heavy machine gun whose ammunition belt had run out and began to reload. The Type 02 anti-aircraft machine guns in the inner circle at the back were a little slower, but they also finished loading immediately. In a blink of an eye, the sound and the fire line that made the Goryeo Pegasus cavalry in the sky feel despair were lit up at the same time. Da-da-da-da, boom, 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 boom. This time, because the Pegasus cavalry in the sky were a little closer, often a heavy machine gun bullet or anti-aircraft machine gun bullet could penetrate 2 or 3 targets, and the power of thermal weapons was highlighted to the fullest. The sounds of gunfire from heavy machine guns and anti-aircraft machine guns echoed throughout the valley. The chain of fire formed by the machine gun bullets and the rain of fire from the anti-aircraft machine guns complemented each other. Facing the golden sunset in the evening, the valley in Liaodong is filled with blood red under the afterglow of the setting sun. Outside the White Shark Base, on the somewhat deserted mountain road, a crackling sound suddenly rang out from the valley ahead. The 2 Pegasus Cavalry 1000 cavalry captains who were leisurely advancing on the mountain road looked at each other in surprise. It's only early autumn. How come it's New Year's Day in the valley ahead? Chapter 106. Aftermath. The 2000 cavalry captains led the team behind them and continued to move forward. The further they went, the louder the crackling sound became. Gradually, they heard the neighing of flying horses and the terrifying screams. The 2 cavalry captains stopped their horses at the same time. They looked around and saw that there were lush forests on both sides of the mountain road. It was getting dark and the road looked eerie. 1,000 riders asked, "Should we light torches?" But the other 1,000 rider commander looked at him like an idiot. "Won't that make you a target?" The 1,000 horse commander nodded suddenly, and finally, the 2 of them discussed in a low voice, and then ordered everyone to stay where they were, and sent out a few scout Pegasus cavalry to fly higher to see what was going on ahead. Inside the White Shark Base, after a series of fierce battles, no Pegasus cavalry dared to hang around in the sky anymore. Under the crossfire of various ground-to-air firepower, the Goryeo Pegasus cavalry led by Jinchi suffered heavy losses, with only 2 out of the 6,000 people left. The remaining small half of the Pegasus cavalry either flew back into the mountains and forests, or hid in the dead corners of the White Shark Base and trembled. It was absolutely impossible for them to fly into the sky again. Some Pegasus cavalry who had landed in the White Shark Base had tried it, and the horrific fire line instantly cut them in half and turned them into pieces. In the forest, the Goryeo General Jinchi was lying under a big tree in the forest outside the White Shark Base, trembling all over. His face was pale, as if he had seen a ghost, and his left leg was covered in blood. The whole leg was almost broken by the bullets from the heavy machine gun. Beside him was the Pegasus that had been with him for many years. At this time, the Pegasus was lying on the ground, tilted, lifeless. Jinchi couldn't understand why it was just hit by the fire line from the ground, but it started bleeding profusely and finally died. Looking around, he saw that most of the Pegasus cavalrymen who had fallen to the ground were like him. The Pegasus were seriously injured or dead, but the people were still breathing. Almost half of the 6,000 Pegasus cavalry were lost. Jinchi had been in the army for decades, and even when he fought against the Demon Alliance at sea, he had never encountered such a strange and terrifying opponent. Thinking of this, Jinchi turned his head and looked towards the White Shark Base. After just one glance, he shuddered and immediately turned his head back. A small group of defeated Pegasus cavalry tried to escape through the mountains and forests when they came from, but Yang Lin could see their movements clearly through the radar view. Clearing his throat, Yang Lin said into the headset, "All Humvees move in, clear out the remaining enemy forces in the base, and armed helicopters take off to stop the fleeing, invading enemy." Buzz! Suddenly, the Hummers and armed helicopters hidden in various secret places in the White Shark Base began to operate. One after another, the armed Hummers roared into the White Shark Base. The heavy machine guns mounted on the Hummers made the Pegasus cavalry, who had landed in the base and survived by chance, once again experience what a nightmare is. 10 armed helicopters took off and flew towards the mountains on all sides. The Pegasus cavalry, who had become scattered soldiers, fled in panic. However, they could not fly as high as the armed helicopters, nor as fast as the armed helicopters, and their weapons did not have a long range. 2 armed helicopters were responsible for one direction and quickly wiped out all the fleeing Pegasus cavalry. Afterwards, 10 armed helicopters began a cleanup operation in the nearby mountains and forests. Poor Goryeo General Jinchi was killed by a rocket from an Apache Longbow helicopter. It was quite a spectacular operation. Soon, outside the mountain of White Shark Base, Guanning-led 5,000 wind-chasing cavalry and finally arrived. At this time, the battle in White Shark Base had ended, but from time to time, there were sporadic sounds of machine guns from armed helicopters. Guanning thought for a moment, then ordered his wind-chasing cavalry to block the mine road and not to enter for the time being. On the mountain road, the last 2,000 Pegasus cavalrymen were still waiting obediently for the Pegasus scouts they had sent out to report back. However, instead of the scouts, they received several armed helicopters. On the cruiser of Baiqingjiang, Yang Gu, who was having dinner, heard Yang Lin's voice in his earphone. "Report to the commander. What should we do with the 2,000 Pegasus cavalrymen captured alive?" Yang Gu frowned, and then he thought of a solution. Send the people to the mine to dig, or, with a task of 20 tons per person. After they finish digging, let them go and keep the horses. Go back and ask Gong Sun how if he wants them. If he wants them, sell them to him. Receive. At the White Shark base, Yang Lin naturally noticed Guan Ning and his group outside the mountain. At this time, Yang and Gong Sun Hao were in a cooperative relationship, and Guan Ning was Gong Sun Hao's sworn brother. So Yang Lin had to come out to meet them for both moral and practical reasons. Several Hummers arrived outside the mountain. Yang Lin got out of the car and greeted Guan Ning, saying with a smile, "General Guan, why are you here today?" Guan Ning was completely confused at this time. According to his guest, there should be shouting and killing sounds in the mine at this moment. Why did it seem as if nothing had happened now? This is not Guan Ning's fault. After all, although the battle that just took place at the White Shark base was brutal, the process was indeed relatively fast. Guan Ning dismounted, bowed to Yang Lin, and asked, "General Yang, my elder brother received a secret report saying that there are Korean Pegasus cavalry invading your side. I wonder if you have seen them?" Yang Lin nodded and said briskly, "Yes, I have seen him before, just now." Guan Ning was even more confused now. He asked in confusion, "Then you guys?" As Guan Ning was speaking, he looked at the expression on Yang Lin's face in front of him, and suddenly he thought of that night when they were annihilating the Hu cavalry scouts who were surrounded in the mountains outside Xiaoping City. Shui Jian's expression was exactly the same as Yang Lin's at this moment. Sure enough, Yang Lin did not disappoint him. It has been solved. Although Guan Ning was shocked, he remained calm and smiled at Yang Lin. It seems that we did not get the intelligence in time, so Guan arrived only after General Yang had fought a big battle. I am really ashamed to say this. Yang Lin waved his hand without any concern. "General Guan, you are being polite. It's not a big battle. It didn't take much effort on our side. The whole battle was over in about a quarter of an hour. We annihilated 6,000 people and captured 2,000. There were no casualties." Boom. The smile on Guan Ning's face froze instantly. His mind went blank. Another one without casualties? Another quarter of an hour? 6,000 dead? 2,000 prisoners? Guan Ning suddenly felt that Yang Lin in front of him was deceiving him. At this time, Yang Lin seemed to see the disbelief in Guan Ning's eyes. He smiled slightly, took out a camera, and showed Guan Ning the battle footage recorded by Hawkeye. A quarter of an hour later, Guan Ning's eyes were full of horror, and he couldn't say a word for a moment. After all, the scene that Yang Lin just played was too shocking. Finally, Guan Ning still asked Yang Lin in disbelief, "General Yang, 8,000 Pegasus cavalry, annihilated 6,000, captured 2,000? A quarter of an hour?" "Yes, Lord Megatron also asked me to ask the king of Liaodong if he wants the 2,000 Pegasus. If he does, I will sell them to him. Otherwise, General Guan, how about you come over and inspect the goods first?" Chapter 107, Rowing a Bamboo Raft to Seize the Warship. Finally, Guan Ning decided to take all 2,000 flying horses away. Yang Lin also captured more than 1,000 ownerless flying horses from the surrounding mountains and forests and handed them over to him. 3,000 flying horses were converted into 300 boxes of spirit stones, which were delivered by Gong Sun Hao in 2 days. The matter at the White Shark base is over, and the cruiser on the Beaching River is about to arrive at Tiny Inku. Early that day, teams of large Hu cavalry suddenly rushed out from the mountains and forests on the other side of Tiny Inku. These large Hu cavalry were holding large bamboo rafts on their shoulders. It was obvious that the Hu cavalry were about to force their way across the river. Snap, snap, snap. The wide bamboo rafts were thrown into the river, and then the first group of Hu cavalry who crossed the river paddled the rafts to the other side. On the Tiny Inca city wall, Li Chengxuan's face was still pale, but he could not rest because as long as he was not there, the Hu cavalry leader who on the opposite side could shoot and kill the Goryeo, main general on the Tiny Inca city wall without restraint. Suddenly, the Goryeo generals at Tiny Inca discovered that the Hu cavalry on the opposite side stopped moving forward after putting the bamboo rafts into the river and instead stood there staring at the side of the Beaching River. Tiny Inku is a defensive pass between 2 mountains. The entire pass is concave inward, and the city walls are connected to the peaks on both sides, forming a trapezoid with a longer top and a shorter bottom with the Beaching River in front. This appears to leave a landing buffer area for enemies crossing the river, but in fact this area will be besieged by city walls on 3 sides, making it impossible for the enemy to gain a foothold. Due to the perspective, the Koreans on the Tiny Inca city wall could not see what was happening on the Yangtze River, which made the Hu cavalry stand there in a daze. As the sound of waves surging was heard, a giant warship slowly appeared in front of the Goryeo soldiers at the mouth of the Sky Eagle. This time, not only the Hu cavalry on the opposite side, but also the soldiers and generals of Upper Goryeo at Tiny Inku were all stunned. Who here had seen such a big ship? The section of the Beaching River in front of Tiny Inku is the narrowest section of the river in Goryeo. A 36,000-ton battleship cruiser slowly passed through it, occupying almost 1/5 of the width of the river. For a moment, both the numerous Hu cavalry and the Goryeo defenders at Tiny Inku were attracted by this ironclad ship. At this moment, in the command room of the cruiser, Yanggu was solemnly pouring a can of sugar-free cola into a highball glass, then shaking it a few times, and managed to drink the cola with a sense of ritual like drinking red wine. When Yanggu saw the figure in white on the Tiny Inca tower, he felt a little unhappy and immediately gave instructions into the headset. Turret number 2. Turn around and aim at the guy in white. Received. So, under the gazes of hundreds of thousands of people on both sides of the river, a three-barrel turret on the giant ironclad ship slowly turned and aimed at Li Qingxuan on the tiny Inca city wall. Li Qingxuan remained calm when he suddenly saw the three black gun barrels pointed at him. However, the old general beside him was startled and said hurriedly, "Li Tianwu, you killed the prince's guest. This ship is here for revenge, right?" Li Qingxuan said nothing, but gently rubbed the place where he was hit by whose heavy punch a few days ago. In his eyes, this large ship that appeared inexplicably was not to be feared at all. What really concerned him was the 3-meter-high figure on the opposite side of the Biqing River. Except for Li Qingxuan, everyone else on the Goryeo side still had a little awe for the mysterious ironclad ship, but the Hu cavalry on the opposite side didn't care so much. The tiger with 3 meters of height looked at the ironclad ship slowly passing through the river, his eyes full of envy. He waved his hand and roared, "Seize that boat!" At Hu's command, the Hu cavalry on the shore immediately stepped onto the bamboo rafts. Then, with a push of bamboo poles, the first batch of dozens of large bamboo rafts loaded with Hu cavalry rowed towards Yang Ji's cruiser. Puff! In the command room, Yang Gu spat out all the coke he had just drunk. No way. No way someone would dare to rob a warship on a bamboo raft. What's going on? Originally, Yang Gu let the cruiser pass in front of the two groups of people in a carefree manner just to keep a low profile. But now it seems that he can't keep a low profile anymore, because there are people who are more pretentious than him. Immediately, the battleship's radar system activated an early warning. Report to the commander. An unknown target is found approaching the warship. Why bother? Isn't it good to be alive? Yang Gu sighed lightly and said into the headset. Bofors cannon activated. Destroy them all. Received. Since being upgraded to a heavy battlecruiser, the upper limit of the number of Bofors machine guns on Yang Ji's battleship has increased from 6 to 24, but Yang Gu did not fill it up completely and only installed 12. Of course it was not because of energy issues. According to Yang Ji's current energy of over 1 million, a mere 12 Bofors were just a drizzle. It was because Yang Gu did not need to install too many Bofors machine guns, as he would have to upgrade the close and defense guns later. At this time, Yang Gu gave an order, and the 6 quadruple-mounted Bofors machine guns on the left side of the cruiser automatically adjusted their direction and aimed at the Hu cavalry, who were paddling towards Yang Ji's warship on bamboo rafts. Boom, 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 boom. The dull sound of machine guns rang out, and 6 quadruple-mounted Bofors machine guns spit out flames mercilessly. Yang Gu couldn't bear to watch the next scene. Facing the 40-caliber machine gun bullets, the bodies of the Hu cavalry were like paper and were penetrated in an instant. In just a few breaths, the sound of the Bofors machine gun stopped. The sudden storm-like attack dyed the originally clear and green river surface red with blood. The broken bamboo rafts drifted alone on the river, some of which had half of the corpses of the Hu cavalry hanging on them. In the forest on the river bank, a 3-meter-tall giant tiger opened his eyes wide. He couldn't believe what had just happened in front of him. Call out! Suddenly, Hu let out a long roar. Then he stomped his big feet on the ground, jumped high, and rushed towards Yang Ji's cruiser. In the cruiser command room, Yang Gu drank coke slowly and said calmly, "Turret number 1, beat him." The first triple-barreled cannon at the front end of the cruiser immediately began to rotate. This triple-mounted 305 caliber naval gun has not been fired since it was upgraded. The 3 huge cannons automatically adjusted their directions and heights, and the tiger that pounced towards them from the sky was not afraid of the 3 huge cannons at all. Ignorance is fearless. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 gun barrels of the number 1 turret exploded 3 times in succession, and flames gushed out. Even though he felt a hint of inexplicable danger from the 3 gun barrels that suddenly spewed fire, Hu still did not dodge. In his life from childhood to adulthood, he had never known what avoidance meant. Suddenly, the tiger felt a gust of strong heat wind coming towards him. Clang, clang. In an instant, 2 balls of flames exploded in the air. One of the 3 shells missed the target, but the other 2 hit the target steadily. Puff! A stream of blood shot down from the sky, and then the 3-meter-tall giant flew back at a faster speed than when he came. At the same time, Li Qingxuan, who was sitting on the tiny Inca tower, stood up suddenly, his eyes full of disbelief and fear slowly rising from the bottom of his eyes. Chapter 108, Then Come and Try It. Pung! A 3-meter-tall giant with burnt skin and rotten flesh fell from a high altitude, creating a big hole on the ground. A group of Hu cavalry surrounded him and looked at the tiger that had been completely disfigured. No one showed any concern. All the Hu cavalry were looking to see if he was still alive. One of the Huchi asked in a snoring voice, "Tiger, are you dead?" There were even quite a few people with bad intentions who approached quietly with weapons in hand. This was the way the Hu cavalry were. No matter how powerful you were before, as long as you lost your strength, you were finished in this group. At this time, Hu was lying in the pit, gasping for breath. His entire body was charred black, with a lot of skin and flesh turned inside out, emitting a scent of barbecued meat. Goo! I don't know if it was because the Hu cavalryman's stomach made a rumbling sound, but when he saw Hu didn't say anything, the Hu cavalryman looked at Hu differently. At this time, The tiger lying in the pit opened his eyes and found that someone was looking at him as if he were food. He was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of black blood. Then he roared, "Roll!" Upon hearing this thunder-like roar, the surrounding Hu cavalry scattered in an instant, and the 3-meter-tall giant tiger felt extremely aggrieved at this moment. What had defeated him? More serious than the physical blow he suffered was the mental torture he suffered. In addition, when he was bombarded in the air just now, Hu felt that the smell seemed very familiar. He remembered the bald man drawn on the paper that he had seen before. Not only the leader of the Hu cavalry and the Korean people over there were shocked, but Yong-gu in the command room was also greatly surprised. That dark and stupid big guy actually had thick skin and flesh and could withstand 2 rounds of 305 naval gun fire. This one is not dead. For a moment, Yong-gu suddenly felt that his firepower was still not strong enough. After a while, Tiger, who was as black as charcoal, climbed out of the pit. He stared at the cruiser on the river, but he didn't dare to move forward. On the tiny Inca tower, Li Qingshuan, who had previously ignored the cannon aimed at him, suddenly felt a little cold all over. Finally, Yang Ji's warship stopped between the two groups of people. Yang Ge looked at the gate of Tiny Inku and said into the headset, "Tiger Eagle number 1, let's go to that tower and pass on a message." Received. The drone cabin on the cruiser opened, and Tiger Eagle number 1 quickly took off and flew to the Tiny Inca city wall. Frightened by the power of Yang Ji's previous shot, the Goryeo generals on the city wall did not dare to make any extreme reactions for a while when facing this strange thing flying from Yang Ji's warship. An electronic sound came from Tiger Eagle number 1. It was very brief, with only 4 words: "Open the city gate." What? Everyone in Tiny Inca City was confused. They were going to open the city gate right away? Li Qingshuan quietly moved his fingers, but Yang Ge saw this scene. The electronic voice of Tiger Eagle number 1 sounded at the right time. "The man in white mourning clothes, if you dare to move, the eagle mouth will be reduced to ruins today." The old Goryeo general next to Li Qingshuan twitched his mouth. White mourning clothes? Isn't Li Qingshuan the only one wearing white clothes on the tower? At this time, the old general didn't know what to say. He could only whisper to Li Qingshuan beside him, "Li Tianwu, there are millions of Goryeo people behind you and me." Li Qingshuan's face was as cold as ice, and there was no expression on it, but the fingers that were moving secretly stopped moving, and then he closed his eyes and began to doze off. At this time, Tiger Eagle number 1 once again issued an electronic voice, "Open the city gate." The old general beside Li Qingshuan asked Tiger Eagle number 1, "I am Han Yuankuan, the general of Tiny Inku. I wonder who you are?" Tiger Eagle number 1 ignored him. After a while, the electronic voice sounded again. "This is the last statement. Open the city gate. If you don't, you will bear the consequences." The old General Han Yunkun looked at the Hu cavalry who were eyeing him covetously on the opposite side. Even though they were separated by the beaching river, he still didn't dare to open the city gate. Otherwise, if what happened here got out, how would he be able to face the people of Goryeo in the future? A moment later, Yang Ji's voice came from the Tiger Eagle drone. "Good, you have guts." Hearing the sound, Li Qingshuan, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, but at this time the Tiger Eagle drone had already flown away. Next, a scene that terrified all the soldiers defending Tiny Inca happened. The 3-barreled cannon at the stern of the armored ship actually slowly turned and adjusted its direction, and finally pointed directly at them. To be exact, it was facing the city gate on their side. In the command room, Yang Ge gave an order. "Bomb it." Boom, boom, boom. The triple-mounted 305 caliber naval guns at the rear of the cruiser instantly spewed out 3 violent flames. The next moment, everyone on the Eagle mouth felt that the city walls beneath their feet were shaking. Bang! Crack! A loud noise came from under the feet of the crowd. Below the Tiny Inku city wall, one of the 2 city gates weighing nearly 1,000 pounds and made of pig iron and huge wood was blown into pieces in an instant. The other door flew out directly, and its rapid speed carried away a group of Goryeo soldiers behind the city gate, causing considerable casualties. Call. An autumn breeze blew by, and the flames burning at the Tiny gate jumped violently. The Korean soldiers inside the pass were stunned. Ouch! Roar! Suddenly, there was a noise coming from the opposite side of the beaching river. It was the cheers from the Hu cavalry. Everyone on the Tiny Inku city wall looked as pale as death. They vaguely guessed what had happened below. Li Qingshuan looked at the huge, ironclad warship, and a cold voice instantly resounded throughout the mountains and rivers. "You will kill hundreds of thousands of Goryeo people by doing this." The battleship responded with 3 familiar words. "I'm sorry." Boom. Instantly, Li Qingshuan felt his mind go blank. He couldn't believe it. Afterwards, under the astonished gazes of the people on both sides of the strait, the base vehicle of Yang Ji's 3rd Coastal Defense Base slowly emerged from the rear cabin of the cruiser and drove onto the land in front of Tiny Inku. Buzz! A fierce buzzing sound was heard, and 3 Apache longbow-armed helicopters and 5 Tiger Eagle combat drones all took off to escort. Among them, Tiger Eagle number 1 flew at a slightly lower altitude and sent a burst of electronic sound to the people in Tiny Inca City. "Lord Megatron has 2 requests of you. First, tell your people to be quiet and don't move. Second, tell everyone in the spirit mine to evacuate now. If we find anyone still there when we take over the mine, sorry, we won't be responsible for their lives. When the old Goryeo General Han Yunkuen heard this, he was so angry that he stamped his feet. He pointed at the Tiger Eagle drone in the sky and shouted, "Bandits! You are bandits! Goryeo soldiers will not surrender to you." Yonggu in the command room showed a disdainful smile, and then his voice came from Tiger Eagle number 1. You won't give in? Well, then you come and try. Chapter 109 White Mountain Plan. Han Yuankuen's old face suddenly turned pale. Beside him, a group of deputy generals were so timid that they didn't dare to say a word. Li Qingxuan was staring at the large ironclad ship in the beaching river, wondering what he was thinking. Below Tiny Inku, the giant base vehicle slowly rolled over the ruins left by a round of bombardment by 305 caliber naval guns. The special tires pressed on the broken remains of the city gate, and the sound made was extremely harsh to every Goryeo defender. Han Yuan lowered his head, his whole body trembling, and gritted his teeth angrily, and said, "This is the first time that the Tianying Pass in my Goryeo has been opened from the outside in the past 200 years since it was built. I, Han Yunkuen, feel guilty towards my master and the people of Goryeo." As he spoke, 2 lines of tears flowed from the old general's eyes. Soon, the giant base vehicle completely entered the mouth of the Sky Eagle. At this time, Han Yunkuen raised his tearful face, and he drew the sword from his waist, pointed it at the giant base vehicle behind him, and shouted, "All soldiers, listen to my orders. Stop that damn weird thing. Promise." A group of Goryeo soldiers responded in unison, and then large groups of Goryeo soldiers rushed out from the pass and poured towards the giant base vehicle like a tide. In the cruiser's command room, Yang Ji's face was as indifferent as usual. He curled his lips in disdain. These Koreans were really stubborn and unyielding. Then, Yang Ji's voice came from the Tiger Eagle drone closest to the people on the tiny Inca tower. "I'm sorry, everyone. You asked for this. I gave you a chance before. I gave you a chance before." Hearing that familiar voice and these words, Li Qingxuan's hands began to shake violently for some unknown reason. After that, the Tiger Eagle drone flew away. Yanga looked at the Goryeo soldiers surrounding the giant base vehicle on the big screen and said coldly, "Attention, all longbows and Tiger Eagles. No one will be left alive within 100 meters of the coastal defense base vehicle. Receive. Receive." The voices of the drone control system and the Apache longbow helicopter pilots sounded at the same time. In an instant, 3 longbow helicopters launched an air-to-ground rocket attack. Swish, 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 swish. Bang, 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 bang. The 2 Hydra rocket launchers mounted under the wings of each longbow-armed helicopter simultaneously spewed out several streams of white smoke. The rockets whizzed towards the ground and then exploded brilliantly among the crowd of Goryeo soldiers. 3 armed helicopters launched a round of rockets and cleared the area around the giant base vehicle. Boom, 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 boom. 5 Tiger Eagle drones flexibly circled above the giant base vehicle, with 3-barreled Gatling guns spinning rapidly and flashing flames. Every time a Tiger Eagle combat drone passed by, the Goryeo soldiers who had managed to survive the helicopter's rocket attack were immediately thrown to the ground. The sight of 3-barreled Gatling gun bullets hitting people was even more terrifying than the explosion of a rocket. Groups of Korean soldiers were instantly shot into sieves. It all happened so quickly, the whole process took place in just a moment. Even Han Yunkuen did not expect that in just a blink of an eye, the ground was covered with large pieces of broken limbs of Goryeo soldiers. Cough, cough, poof! Han Yunkuen coughed twice while watching this scene, and finally spat out a mouthful of blood. A deputy general beside him supported Han Yunkuen while looking towards the interior of the pass with red eyes, and asked, "Old general, how about sending the Shinwu camp?" "No, no!" 2 voices of disapproval sounded at the same time, from Han Yunkuen and Li Qingxuan respectively. Li Qingxuan said coldly, "The Shinwu camp has gathered all our elite troops. They're the backbone force used to charge in a battle when the pass is about to fall. How can we make a meaningless sacrifice at this time?" When Li Qingxuan mentioned meaningless sacrifice, all the deputy generals present looked at Han Yunkuen. If he had not ordered an attack before, the strange thing that would roll forward would be. Han Yunkuen felt the gazes of the crowd, and he was so angry that he cursed. "What? Are you blaming me for doing something wrong? You are guarding the Korean border, and you just let the enemy rush into your house, openly?" After Han Yunkuen finished speaking, Li Qingxuan suddenly looked ashamed, and he whispered, "Old general, today's enemy seems to be caused by me." Han Yunkuen listened. He reached out and patted the back of Li Qingxuan's hand and said, "Li Tianwu, you don't have to feel guilty. You were not the only one who received the secret order from the prince that day." Hearing Han Yuankuen's words, Li Qingxuan looked at him in surprise, and finally nodded as if he suddenly realized something. Han Yunkuen pushed away the deputy general who was supporting him, and looked at the huge base vehicle driving towards the mine. He also looked at the bloody mess inside the pass, and said with some pain, "Today we are outnumbered, so we can only bow our heads for now. Send out orders to evacuate all the people in the mine, repair the city gate as soon as possible, and block it with rocks." As he spoke, Han Yuanquan looked at the three-barreled cannons on the ironclad ship on the beaching river with lingering fear. He could only pray silently in his heart, hoping that the ship would not do anything strange again. After the base vehicle arrived at the mine safely, Yang Ji's cruiser slowly moved forward and stopped in a river area that was closest to the mine in a straight line. Seeing Yang Ji's armored ship leave, the troops on both sides of the beaching river breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. This guy finally left. Soon, the third base in the mine began to expand, and Yang Gu buried his head in deep thought. The reason why he came so far to build this third base was naturally because he had far-reaching ideas. From the beaching river to the north, all the way to the Yongdong forest, and to the east of the seashore of the Yinxia continent, the vast land is more than 10,000 miles. Moreover, this land is now unowned. As long as Yang Ji's strength improves, this place will be his territory in the future. In Yang Ji's mind, he called this strategic plan the Baishan Plan. And this third coastal defense base is a nail that Yang Gu has driven into this piece of land. It is also the bridgehead for Yang Gu to take control of the Baishan land. Even in the future, Yang Gu from Tiny Inku will ruthlessly bite it off from Goryeo. The Steel Ocean flag fluttered over this land, and the third base was quickly expanded. The squadron leader this time was named Zhou Tao, a strong man whose physique was comparable to Wu Qiangxin. As for the naming of the third base, Yang Gu thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a satisfactory name. So he simply named it Tianhu. As soon as the Tianhu base was built, Yang Gu invested a lot of energy into it. He wanted to turn it into an unbreakable military fortress to cooperate with the White Shark base in Liaodong. These two bases would become the starting points of Yang Ji's Baishan plan in the future. Reinforced walls, expanded barracks, twice as many armed helicopters as the White Shark base, 20 Tiger Eagle drones, 10 150 caliber howitzers, 200 heavy machine guns and anti-aircraft machine guns each, 800 Tianji combat robots plus the 200 soldiers led by Zhou Tao. A total of 1,000 people formed the Tianhu Special Operations Wing and stationed in this Tianhu Coastal Defense Base. According to Yang Ji's idea, the Tianhu base will be a mobile offensive base with the main task of mechanized conventional operations, and the White Shark base will be a long-range strategic support base with the main task of air fighter support and Tomahawk missile support. After Yang Gu made a careful plan and did some shopping, he looked out of the warship again and found that it had become dark without him noticing. Chapter 110, Chirp. He opened the menu of the Battleship Restaurant Function module and ordered a bowl of noodles with soybean paste, a can of sugar-free Sprite, and half a tray of steamed dumplings for himself. This was Yang Ji's dinner. After dinner, Yang Gu put on the individual rocket propulsion device and went out for a flight with the Decepticon team, enjoying the night mountain breeze and looking at the dark mountains around him. After returning to the battleship and feeding the shark below, Yang Gu learned a few military boxing moves from Wu Qiangxin, and that was the end of his day. Sometimes, the life of a battleship commander is just so simple and unpretentious. It was late at night, and there were always some strange noises in the night in these mountains and rivers. Wow! The sound of water waves spreading out came quietly. In the night, bamboos floated on the beaching river, and the most terrifying thing was that there was a person standing on each bamboo. Under the starlight, one can see that those people are unusually thin. This is understandable. After all, if they were fat, it would be impossible for them to stand on the floating bamboo and move forward like they do. With bamboo under his feet and a bamboo pole in his hand, he gently paddled downstream in the river and went a long way. It was obvious that these people were heading towards Yang Ji's direction downstream. When the huge outline of the ship ahead appeared in everyone's sight, almost all the people who were walking on bamboo held their breath, and even the movements of the bamboo poles in their hands became involuntarily lighter for fear of attracting the attention of the people on the big ship. Gradually, these people got closer and closer to the big ship. Those who were near the front touched the daggers on their waists to calm their nervous emotions. Suddenly, these people saw a triangular object in the river swimming towards them. The leader of the group said to those around him, "Gugu, what is this?" Gulp. "I don't know." "Jili Gulu? How about I poke it and try?" Gulp gulp. "Okay." So, the person closest to the triangle floating in the water held the bamboo pole in his hand and poked it under the triangle. "Jigu, what's that?" "Gururugu. Diriruguru. I don't know, it seems to be quite big." "Igulu. Be careful, it bites you." "Lulujigu. Impossible." Crash. Ah! Suddenly, a shrill scream suddenly tore the tranquility between the mountains and rivers. A bloody shark's mouth suddenly opened in the dark river and swallowed the person who had just said Lululidu into his stomach. After a successful attack, the giant great white shark was not satisfied yet. It bit the guy who was as thin as a bamboo chopstick and immediately broke into several pieces in its mouth. Then the shark dived into the water and began to frantically kill other people around it. Ah! Lulujigu! Gugu! Bursts of screams rang out from the beaching river, making the river surface, which originally had only the sounds of wind and water, suddenly very lively. On the cruiser, Yang Gu was awakened by the battleship's radar as early as when those people were quietly approaching with bamboo poles. He originally wanted to let the Tiger Eagle UAV to deal with these sneak attackers, but when he saw the great white shark swimming over first, he simply asked the Tianji robot to move a chair for him and sit on the bow of the battleship to watch the show. As a result, when the shark took the first bite, Yongge turned back decisively. It's so bloody. The sound of churning waves and screams continued. After about 10 minutes, the sounds gradually stopped. The river where the great white shark had just wreaked havoc was simply horrible. In the battleship command room, Yongge was looking at the radar view on the big screen. At this moment, on the hilltop opposite the battleship, there was a dense patch of green spots. The eagle-eye view showed that it was a group of Hu cavalry led by the 3-meter-tall giant tiger. All this was obvious. The man who attacked him with the bamboo pole was the same type of person as this group of Hu cavalry. Yongge sneered and said, "It seems that the lesson I gave you during the day was not enough. Old Wu Shuejian go. Beat him up." Yongge was very irritable after his sweet dream was suddenly interrupted. Without saying a word, he called Wu Qiangxin, Shuejian, and other members of the Decepticon Special Forces and a dozen Tianji combat robots. The Decepticons each carried their own weapons, and Yongge arranged for each of the dozen Tianji combat robots to go to the armory and pick up a Gatling Vulcan cannon machine gun. Only combat robots can hold this kind of thing in their hands and use it. Then everyone put on individual rocket thrusters and whoosh. 30 beams of fire shot up into the sky. As soon as the 30 people took off, Yongge sent out 3 Apache longbows to follow behind them just in case. At this time, the group of Hu cavalry on the hill also knew that the sneak attack had failed. They were preparing to leave dejectedly. Suddenly, a buzzing sound was heard in the air. Who had just turned his head again suddenly. He saw 30 loud stars in the night sky, flying towards him rapidly. Snort! Who snorted coldly, then took off the 2-meter-long bow on his back and put on an iron hook wolf-tooth arrow. However, before he could shoot the arrow, a look of horror broke out in his eyes. The speed of those 30 rays of starlight is too fast. Boom, 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 boom. In the sky, more than a dozen Gatling Vulcan cannons began firing at the hillside below at the same time. In an instant, large-caliber bullets with flames fell towards Tiger. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of bullets piercing flesh was endless. The Hu cavalry on the hill below were fleeing madly like stray dogs. Wu Qiangxin and other Decepticon special team members took their own weapons and fired at the Hu cavalry running all over the mountain below. With every shot, one of the Hu cavalry would be shot in the head. Faced with this attack from high above, the Hu cavalry below had no way to deal with it. The 3-meter-tall giant tiger grabbed his longbow and jumped back and forth between the mountains and forests. Finally, he lay down in a patch of weeds and did not move. At this time, several Vulcan cannon bullets were stuck on Tiger's back. Those bullets made his whole body hurt. This feeling was just like when he was a child, using his tender body to face the biting cold wind of the Arctic ice field. Boom, 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 boom. Another rain of fire fell, and a moment later, the hilltop was filled with the corpses of the Hu cavalry. Wu Qiangxin lowered the flight altitude, looked down a few times, and then said into the headset, "Report to the commander, the mission has been completed," requesting retreat. Yongge looked at the radar view, and the dense light spots had become sparse. He was too lazy to let Wu Qiangxin and his team deal with them one by one, so he said into the headset, "Agree to retreat." After Wu Qiangxin received Yang Ji's order, he switched channels and said into the headset, "Retreat." The 30 shadows began to retreat, but soon after they flew out, the tiger hiding in the weeds stood up with a sinister smile on his face. He rehooked the iron hook wolf-tooth arrow that had not been shot just now, aimed at the largest one among the shadows, and whoosh. This arrow is like a shooting star. Chapter 1:11 Battle Damage. In the sky, Wu Qiangxin, Shuejian, and others were flying forward. Suddenly, they heard a rapid sound of breaking through the air behind them. Their faces changed drastically at the same time. Careful. Looking again, a swift black shadow behind him was approaching. The two men saw where the black shadow was coming from at a glance, but in such a hurry, Wu Qiangxin had no time to dodge. He could only twist his body slightly. Sizzle. A spray of blood splashed out from the sky, and the sharp iron hook wolf-tooth arrow instantly pierced Wu Qiangxin's thick right arm. The barb on the wolf-tooth arrow head opened a bloody hole in Wu Qiangxin's arm. "Old Wu!" Shuejian yelled, and quickly flew over to hold up Wu Qiangxin, who was unsteady in the air. At this time, the tiger who had shot the arrow turned around and went into the forest. His 3-meter-tall giant body was extremely flexible. With every step he took, he could run forward several feet away. Bang! In the command room of the cruiser, Yongge punched the table in front of him. He didn't expect that among those scattered life points, the one closest to Wu Qiangxin and others was actually the Hu cavalry leader Hu. Next, Yongge spent 30,000 points to purchase the Battleship Hospital Function module from the Mall system, and then said into the headset, "Shuejian, take the Decepticons and bring Old Wu back. The other Tianji robots, keep an eye on the target in the sky. Missile launchers, prepare Eagle Strike missiles. Fire control radar locks on target, for missiles ready. Longbow number 1, number 2, number 3, connect the radar system to Hawkeye and obtain the location of the target that just attacked Old Wu. No matter where he runs to, as long as your machine guns have one bullet left, chase him. Never give up. Receive, duck. Receive. Receive." Yongge issued a series of orders, and his subordinates quickly acted according to the orders. The functional modules of the battleship hospital began to load. Shuijian looked back at the dark hill on the ground and retreated to the battleship with Wu Qiangxin and everyone else. The Tianji combat robot that was with Wu Qiangxin, Shuijian, and others broke away from their team, flew into the sky, and followed the tiger that was fleeing rapidly below. The Gatling Vulcan cannons in their hands showed no mercy to the 3-meter-tall giant, and pieces of fire rain fell on him, hitting the tiger so hard that it ran while howling. 3 Apache Longbow helicopter gunships immediately followed up, swish, 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 swish. Above the mountains and forests, rockets, trailing white smoke, flew out from the Hydra rocket launchers under the wings of the armed helicopters, heading straight for the 3-meter-tall giant. Bang, bang, bang. Violent explosions continued to be heard from the mountains and forests at night. The 3-meter-tall giant, who was trying to escape, ran for more than 10 minutes at full speed before hiding behind a huge rock and gasping for breath. Just now he was hit by multiple rockets, countless machine gun bullets, and Vulcan cannon bullets along the way, but only the rockets from the armed helicopters posed some threat to him. At this time, the wounds on his body left by the cruiser's guns during the day had not healed yet, and those rockets left half a piece of rotten flesh on his back. Seeing the tiger hiding behind the boulder and no longer running, Yang Gu seized this opportunity and immediately said into the headset, "Eagle Strike Missile, launch." The terrain between the mountains and forests was too complicated, and the tiger could often take several meters in one step. Even if it was locked by the fire control radar, the uneven cliffs, mountain streams, and other special terrains could easily serve as a barrier for it to avoid missile attacks. Now that the tiger was hiding behind the boulder and not moving, it just gave Yang Gu an opportunity. Swish, 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 swish. In an instant, all 4 launch bays of the missile launcher on the cruiser were opened, and 4 Eagle Strike missiles roared into the night sky. Booz, booz, booz. Behind the boulder over there, who heard the hum of an armed helicopter getting closer and closer. As soon as he showed his head from behind the boulder, boom, 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 there was a dull sound of machine gun fire. And in an instant, the huge rock in front of the tiger was hit, and stone chips flew everywhere. The 3-meter-tall giant immediately retracted his head, and after taking a few breaths, a fierce light appeared in his eyes again. He took out a wolf-tooth arrow from the quiver behind him, took a deep breath, and suddenly leaped forward. When taking the step, who turned around in the air, pulled the 2-meter-long bow in his hand, and shot the wolf-tooth arrow with the iron hook on the bow into the sky at a rapid speed. Whoosh. A black light flashed in the darkness, and the machine guns of the 3 Apache Longbow armed helicopters that were encircling Tiger spewed out flames at the same time. The helicopter's machine gun bullets instantly created blood on the tiger's body, and in an instant the 3-meter-tall giant turned into a bloody man. Bite! A spark burst out from the propeller shaft of Longbow 2. The arrow shot by Tiger just now hit the propeller shaft of Longbow 2. Yang Gu suddenly became nervous because the person driving the Longbow armed helicopter was not a robot. However, the next moment, the huge steel fuselage of Longbow 2 just shook a few times in the air and then returned to normal, and Yang Gu also breathed a sigh of relief. Roar! The 3-meter-tall giant, covered in blood, saw that his arrow had failed to work. He suddenly let out a roar, staggered forward 2 steps, and took out the boulder where he had just hidden with both hands. And I saw that the huge rock that was bigger than the armed helicopter in the sky was actually picked up by him. At this time, the 3-meter giant was bleeding all over, and the muscles in his arms swelled. At this time, the Eagle Strike missiles flying from high altitude also arrived in this area and began to fall. There was a loud roar on the earth, and who threw the huge rock towards the Longbow number 2 in the sky? Be careful to dodge. Get out of the way. Several helicopter pilots said in a hurry, and the 3 Longbow helicopters turned around, but the boulder thrown by Tiger was like a giant cannonball, hitting the side cabin of Longbow number 3 first. Faced with the sudden oncoming boulder, the Longbow 3 armed helicopter was instantly smashed and flew rapidly to the other side. The fuselage spun in circles, and finally fell into the forest below. Yang Gu stared at the Longbow number 3 falling into the mountain. A moment later, boom, a violent flame exploded. Report to the commander. The Apache Longbow 3 helicopter has crashed, and 2 pilots on board have died. Excluding robots, this was the first time that Yang Ji's Decepticon army suffered casualties. Swoosh! The battle over there is still going on. A series of rapid sounds of breaking through the air were heard. The blood-red giant looked up and saw several white smokes that were extremely conspicuous in the night sky. The 4 iron lumps leading the way had already reached the sky above his head. 4 Eagle Strike missiles were flying towards him. Looking at those 4 iron lumps, even though he was covered in blood, even though his body was wounded, even though the 2 armed helicopters were firing at him with all their might. This 3-meter-tall giant, whose name was Hu, was the king of hundreds of thousands of northern plains Hu cavalry. He showed a look of contempt and disdain towards the 4 lumps of iron. When facing Yang Ji's 305 naval gun during the day, he did not retreat. Just now, facing the helicopter's machine guns and rockets, he bent his bow and drew his arrow. Now, facing these 4 Eagle Strike missiles coming from high altitude, Hu raised his fist. He pulled his right arm back with all his strength to gather strength. And at the moment the missile fell, he punched out. Bang! Tiger's fist collided violently with the first Eagle Strike missile warhead that landed. Chapter 112, I am a warrior. Drop! The warhead of the Eagle Strike missile flashed a red light, and then boom! The intense fire made Tiger's eyes feel a stinging pain like needles, followed by a burning sensation from his right arm and a heat wave shockwave. At that moment, Hu felt as if he was hit hard by a heavy hammer. He saw with his own eyes that the flesh and blood on his right arm was melted into ashes bit by the high temperature. An Eagle Strike missile had just exploded, and the second, third, and fourth missiles followed boom, boom, boom. After a series of explosions, the light that symbolized the Tiger's life finally went out on Hawkeye's radar detection map. On the deck of the cruiser, Shui Jian and others helped Wu Qiangxin land. At this time, the functional module of the battleship hospital had been loaded, and 4 surgeons and a group of nurses had been waiting on the deck for a long time. As soon as Wu Qiangxin landed, a nurse immediately pushed a bed to take him away, followed by several surgeons. Half an hour later, a female doctor's voice rang out in Yang Ji's earphone. Reporting to the commander, Wu Qiangxin's injuries are not serious and his life is not in danger. Hearing this, Yang Gu breathed a sigh of relief. 2 helicopter pilots had already sacrificed their lives today. If old Wu was gone, the loss would be too great. Feeling that the signal from the doctor in his ear had not been interrupted, Yang Gu asked, "What? Do you have anything else to say?" The female doctor over there seemed to hesitate for a moment, and then said, "Although it is not life-threatening, Wu Qiangxin's right arm may not be usable for the rest of his life." Yang Gu was stunned when he heard this, and then he felt melancholy in his heart. He knew what losing an arm meant to Wu Qiangxin. He was the one who said something like, "This is letting us die," when Yang Gu joked about giving him a promotion and taking him away from the frontline combat. Although he knew how the other party would answer, Yang Gu still asked in the end, "Is there no other way?" There was silence in the headset for a long time, and then the female doctor's voice came out, "Sorry, Commander." Yang Gu nodded and cut off the communication. Then he opened the Intelligent Ordnance Function module and the store option and directly found what he wanted. But Yang Gu did not buy it because he still needed to seek Old Wu's opinion. A moment later, 2 armed helicopters landed in the cabin. After such a long time, it was already late at night. Yang Gu just sat on the swivel chair in the command room and fell asleep unknowingly. When Yang Gu opened his eyes again, the sky in the east was already dimming. He found that he was wearing an extra blanket, and there was a sturdy figure standing behind him. The smell of gauze and medicine was a bit pungent. Yang Gu did not check his injuries, but simply asked briefly, "What are your plans?" His answer was also very simple. "Commander, I am a soldier." Yang Gu nodded. "Okay, I understand. You go back and rest." Wu Qiangxin saluted towards Yang Ji's back and then left. After he left, Yang Gu opened the store option of the Intelligent Ordnance module again. Exoskeleton suit requires 50,000 energy. Exoskeleton suit requires 100,000 energy. Exoskeleton suit requires 300,000 energy. Without looking at the specific differences, Yang Gu directly bought the one with 300,000 energy. He was already familiar with the nature of this battleship system, and it was definitely a case of you get what you pay for. After the consumption, Yang Gu still had 800,000 energy left. The mine at the White Shark base was about to deliver the first month's mine spirit stones. At present, Yang Ji's energy was still abundant. At the same time, the introduction of the external skeleton suit popped up automatically. External skeleton suit can replace all parts of human skeleton, nervous system, can load weapon system, power propulsion system, can load strong attribute life energy, can load special biological genes. Yang Gu could understand the first half of the sentence, but what did the following sentences mean? Before Yang Gu could ask, the explanation on the main control panel appeared automatically. Loadable weapon system means that the external skeleton suit can be implanted with various weapons and equipment. Along with this text, a video also appeared. A sturdy man had his entire arm made of thick robotic arms. His robotic arms were extremely flexible when waving them, and could be transformed into various weapon forms such as Gatling guns, Barrett guns, knives, swords, daggers, etc. The loadable propulsion system means that the skeleton suit can greatly increase the movement speed of the transplantee. The same video appeared, and a small turbojet device popped out from the back of the person in the video. Then the person easily flew to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Capable of loading strong attribute life energy means that the external skeleton suit can enhance its corresponding capabilities by loading the corresponding strong attribute energy. Another video popped up, and this time the guy's robotic arm could actually fire ice spears and spit flames. Can load special biological genes, which means that the external skeleton suit can load a certain biological gene to genetically modify the skeleton suit. The consequences of this function are unknown, so it is recommended to use it with caution. This time no video appeared. Yang Gu hesitated for a moment, then thought of old Wu's tone just now, and he made a decision in his heart. Yang Gu said into the headset, "Xia Yun, find a way to get a tube of dragon blood from that dragon, and then send it to me by helicopter." Without any hesitation, Xia Yun's voice immediately rang out in Yang Ji's earphone. "Yes. There are Harrier UAVs at the Prison Dragon base which can replenish the flight energy for the armed helicopters, so there is no need to worry about the helicopters not being able to fly along the way." Afterwards, Yang Gu came to the deck and looked at the river. Crash! With the sound of rippling water, the shark fin floated to the surface of the river. Yongo was not satisfied with just a tube of dragon blood. He wanted to upgrade the configuration of Wu Qiangxin's external skeleton suit to the maximum. However, how can I make the shark understand that I want a little bit of his genes? This put Yongo in a dilemma. After a while, Yongo thought of Wang Hun, and he immediately notified Yang Lin and asked Wang Hun to come to his place. The distance between the Tianyu base and the White Shark base is not far. Wang Hun, a Taoist cultivator in the Earth Martial Realm, can fly there within a day. After daybreak, Yongo boarded the Cougar helicopter. Longbow 4 was still under production, and it was escorted by only 2 armed helicopters, Longbow 1 and 2, and several Tiger Eagle drones. Yongo led the Decepticon special forces to the place where Longbow 3 crashed. Looking at the remains of Longbow number 3, everyone, led by Yongo, bowed in tribute. Afterwards, the doctor from the Decepticon special forces came forward to clean out the ashes of the 2 Longbow 3 pilots, packed them in boxes, and took them away, returning them to the Decepticon base for burial. Chapter 113 Shark Blood Collection. It started to drizzle again, and the whole sky and earth were gray. The ground in the forest had been washed by rain and was full of mud. A big black foot stepped on a puddle of mud, and a team of Hu cavalry, all covered in black, came from the forest in the distance. This team of Hu cavalry were somewhat similar to the several Hu cavalry priests who danced by the river that day, but not exactly the same. They each held a strange musical instrument in their hands, jumped and danced as they marched, and opened and closed their mouths, but no sound came out. The leading Hu cavalryman was holding a walking stick with a ghost head carved on it. The sockets of his eyes were completely white, and the color of his pupils could not be seen. However, the direction in which he was walking was very clear, and he did not look like a person without pupils at all. Suddenly, this man raised his hand, and the entire team of Hu cavalry behind him stopped. At this time, there was a deep pit in front of him. Bang! The Hu cavalryman stuck the crutch in his hand into the mud in front of him, knelt on his knees, and crawled on the muddy ground with his whole body. The Hu cavalryman behind him also started to move later. They jumped around the edge of the big pit, as if performing some kind of ritual. In the big pit was the skeleton of a 3-meter-tall giant and a round bead that was shining with blood-red color. That afternoon, Wang Hun rushed to Yang Ji's cruiser, where Yongo was feeding sharks on the deck. As soon as Wang Hun landed on the ground, his legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. He could not speak clearly and said to Yongo, "Sir, this demon shark." Yang Ji's words made Wang Hun pale. "I asked you to come here because I want you to help get a tube of blood from it." Wang Hun. Yongo saw Wang Hun's expression, as if he had seen a ghost, and asked, "Why? Is it difficult?" Wang Hun swallowed his saliva and said slowly, "Sir, I'm afraid that even if it bites me in half, I won't be able to get a drop of blood out of it." Yongo said unhappily, "I know you can't beat it. Do you have any way to make it understand me?" Hearing Yang Ji's question, Wang Hun heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "This is easy to handle. This shark has become a monster. It is different from ordinary wild beasts. Monsters are intelligent. You just need to express your meaning to it. For example, if an adult wants his blood, then just simulate a blood collection process and then tell it that you need blood." Yang Ge's face darkened. Seeing Yang Ji's expression change instantly, Wang Hun immediately said, "Sir, please don't disbelieve me. How about giving it a try first?" Yang Ge turned his head and looked at the shark in the river and decided to give it a try. This does sound easy, but who should I ask for help? Suddenly, Yang Ge remembered that there was another person imprisoned in his cell. Lin Wu, one of the 8 evil spirits in the black ice platform of the Great Qin, has been living a comfortable life in the detention cell for some time. Although his meridians are broken and he has become a useless person, he eats and sleeps every day. Except for the occasional mad shouting, his spirit is still okay. A moment later, 2 Tianji robots dragged him out of the detention room and brought him to Yang Ge. This was the first time Lin Wu had seen Yang Ge. As one of the 12 evils of the Black Ice stage, he naturally had good eyesight. Lin Wu could tell at a glance that Yang Ji's identity and status here were definitely not simple. Yang Ge looked at Lin Wu and said, "Please do me a favor today, and then you will be free." Yang Ge was speaking from the heart. There was no point in keeping Lin Wu locked up. Besides, Yang Ge was not afraid that Lin Wu would bring people to take revenge after returning to Qin. The previous example of Deng Kun was still there. Yang Ge is a little puzzled now. How could Deng Kun bring the people from the Black Ice platform to seek revenge on him? But a whole ship full of people died. Why didn't the Qin dynasty react at all? However, when Lin Wu listened to Yang Ji's words and looked at the shark fin in the river, his face turned pale. The 2 Tianji robots pulled Lin Wu to the edge of the deck. A female nurse from the Battleship Hospital came over with a medical kit. When she arrived, she nodded and smiled at Yang Ge, saying, "Commander, my name is Lu Yuan, and I'm a nurse at the ship's hospital." Yang Ge nodded and smiled at her, and Lu Yuan immediately turned and came to Lin Wu. He opened the medical kit, disinfected Lin Wu with alcohol cotton, tied a rubber band on him, took out a disposable syringe, gave him an injection, and drew blood. The whole process took less than a minute. During this period, when Lu Yuan's needle was about to pierce Lin Wu, he wanted to resist, but the two Tianji combat robots held him down tightly, making him unable to move. At this time, he was just a useless man. Afterwards, Lu Yuan took off the needle from the syringe and instructed Yang Gu how to deal with the blood. Yang Gu looked at Wang Hun, who looked dumbfounded. Seeing Yang Gu looking at him, he said with a smile, "Sir, your method is too unconventional. I'm afraid the shark won't understand." Yang Gu frowned it. Too different? He asked Wang Hun. What do you mean? Wang Hun said, "Be a little rude and wild, so that people can see at a glance that you are in desperate need of blood." Yang Gu, Lin Wu, Lu Yuan. Yang Gu turned to look at Lu Yuan. "Leave 2 sealed test tubes. You can go back." Good. Lu Yuan nodded obediently, handed the 2 sealed test tubes to the Tianji robot beside her, and left with the medical box. At this time, Lin Wu also understood that Yang Gu was going to show the shark the process of drawing blood. Faced with Yang Ji's strange behavior, the fear in Lin Wu's eyes became even stronger. Afterwards, a Tianji combat robot came to Lin Wu with a dagger and cut Lin Wu's arm with one knife. Bright red blood oozed out, and another Tianji robot immediately used a test tube to collect the blood. After the test tube was 2/3 full, it took it away and sealed the mouth with a leather stopper. Only then did the 2 Tianji combat robots let go of Lin Wu. Yang Gu took the test tube and shook it towards a shark in the river. Then he took out another empty test tube and shook it towards the shark. Now you should understand, right? The shark fin that was swimming back and forth in the river suddenly stopped. After a while, a huge shark head appeared on the surface of the river. The great white shark was nearly 20 meters long, and its bloody mouth was 3 meters long when opened. At this moment, the edge of the bloody shark's mouth seemed to have been bitten by itself, and blood was flowing out. Yang Gu was immediately amazed in his heart. This thing is really a spirit. Immediately, a Tianji combat robot descended along a rope, took a test tube, and collected most of the shark's blood from the shark's mouth, then grabbed the rope and rose back to the deck of the battleship. After finishing the job, the great white shark closed its mouth and dived back into the river. It even patted the side of the warship with its tail fin, as if asking for credit. Chapter 114: The Cat, the Dog, and the Man. Looking at the great white shark, Yang Gu shouted into the river, "I'll give you a snack later." "Thank you." After Yang Gu shouted this, his eyes inadvertently swept over Lin Wu. However, when he looked at him, Lin Wu felt unwell. First he bled himself, then he gave that thing down there a treat. Suddenly, Lin Wu roared, "Humph! A man is born into this world and dies when he dies. You don't have to do anything. I'll go down by myself." After saying that, Lin Wu suddenly leaped forward and jumped into the river. The wound on his arm was still bleeding. The shark in the river smelled the blood and pounced on Lin Wu, who fell into the water and bit him. However, the great white shark did not bite Lin Wu to death. Instead, it controlled its strength, fixed Lin Wu's body with its teeth, and surfaced again. At this moment, Lin Wu's body seemed extremely small in the mouth of that huge shark. He closed his eyes, and his whole body was shaking. Yang Gu was stunned by this scene. Does Lin Wu really want to sacrifice himself to feed the sharks? He shouted to Lin Wu in the shark's mouth below, "Hey, brother, do you want to come up?" Just now, when he saw the huge shark's mouth rushing towards him in the water, Lin Wu felt that he was dead. Unexpectedly, such a weird scene happened. He cried to Yang Gu above with a sad face. "Think." Yang Gu smiled and said, "A real man lives in the world, but dies when he dies." Lin Wu cried, "If I can survive, then I will survive." Yang Gu smiled and waved his hand. 2 Tianji robots descended along the ropes. One of them dragged Lin Wu's arm and pulled him out of the shark's mouth. Seeing this, Yang Gu looked at the great white shark with even higher regard. It actually knew that the people who fell from his warship could not be eaten. On the deck, the Tianji robot sealed the tube of shark blood with a leather stopper and handed it to Yang Gu. For some reason, the shark blood in the test tube seemed to be divided into 2 parts, one light in color and the other dark in color. Through the test tube, Yang Gu felt that the dark part was a little hot, while the light part felt a little cold. After collecting the shark blood, Yang Gu saw on the main control panel that an armed helicopter and a Harrier Eagle drone from Wuyan Island had also taken off. He asked into the headset, "Xia Yun, how did you get the dragon blood?" Xia Yun's voice rang out from the headset. Reporting to the commander, the dragon seems to be a little irritated recently, and there are large pools of dragon blood in the feces it excretes every day. When Yang Gu heard this, he first looked back to see if old Wu was by his side, then silently cut off the communication with Xia Yun. That night, a sudden attack from the Hu cavalry broke out at Tiny Inku, just like when Yang Gu came during the day. Countless Hu cavalry carried bamboo rafts to cross the river. The shouts of killing in front of Tiny Inku shook the sky. Li Qingxuan, the white-clothed Tianwu, fought fiercely on the top of the city all night until dawn the next day, when the Hu cavalry's attack was barely stopped. To Yang Ji's surprise, he thought that after Hu died, the Hu cavalry would disperse. However, the Hu cavalry all over the mountains did not disperse. Instead, they launched a surprise attack on Tiny Inku that night. This was really unbelievable. At dawn, when the sky was just getting light, inside the eagle's mouth, a man in white was walking in the mountains. Li Qingshuan likes quietness and lives alone on a small hill. If there is an emergency, he will fly to tiny Inku. If there is nothing to do, he will walk back and forth from the past to his residence. After a fierce battle for most of the night, Li Qingshuan just felt tired all over, and breathing the mountain air made him feel somewhat comfortable. Walking slowly towards the mountain, Li Qingshuan suddenly saw a dark shadow running past him. There are always some animals appearing in this mountain on weekdays. Li Qingshuan is used to seeing them, so it is not surprising. However, it was the first time he saw the figure just now. It seemed to be a wolf. No, Li Qingshuan had seen many wolves and killed many of them, but the thing just now only had the appearance of a wolf, but lacked its ferocity. Li Qingshuan quickened his pace and chased after the black shadow. Soon, Li Qingshuan came out of the forest carrying a black and white husky. This beast is really strange. It looks like a wolf, but it's as timid as a dog. Well, from now on you will accompany me to enjoy the breeze on this mountain. As he spoke, Li Qingshuan put the husky on the ground, wrapped one end of a very thin silk thread around the husky's head, hooked the other end on his finger, and continued walking up the mountain. When Li Qingshuan walked to the door of his house, he saw a muddy ragdoll cat. Although its fur was covered with mud and water, Li Qingshuan was attracted by the cute appearance of the ragdoll cat at first sight. He tied the husky in his small yard, then fetched a basin of clean water and cleaned the ragdoll cat. After doing all this, Li Qingshuan looked at the cat and dog in the yard and smiled. After living alone here for many years, he felt for the first time that there was a sense of home around him. So much so that in front of the cat and the dog, Li Qingshuan didn't want to cause trouble for the person hiding behind his yard. After a while, Li Qingshuan returned to the room and sat cross-legged on the bed. After a night of fierce fighting, Li Qingshuan only felt a warm feeling in his dantian. He had not had this feeling for many years since he reached the peak of Tianwu. Li Qingshuan slowly guided the flow of the inner qi in his body according to the sword tactics he had practiced. Suddenly, Li Qingshuan's entire body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. He murmured, "Finally, it's finally coming?" Boom! Li Qingshuan only felt as if there was a fire burning in his whole body. His body, which was obviously very tired just now, seemed to have unlimited energy now. Li Qingshuan knew that his opportunity had come. The opportunity to break through Tianwu and enter Jinwu. As long as he can cross this hurdle, his martial arts skills will advance by leaps and bounds from now on. At this moment, a sneaky figure appeared outside Li Qingshuan's door. Li Qingshuan had naturally sensed this figure a long time ago, but he was just an ordinary person with no cultivation at all. Li Qingshuan could kill him with just a flick of his finger. Therefore, Li Qingshuan was not in a hurry. He slowly guided the true energy in his body while constantly practicing sword techniques and did not take that man seriously at all. Meow! Woof woof! Suddenly, there was a cat's cry and a dog's barking in the yard. Li Qingshuan opened his eyes suddenly, and he flicked his hands. Whoosh! In an instant, all the doors and windows in Li Qingshuan's room opened. He shouted at the figure in the yard who was teasing the cat and dog he had just brought back. Oh! However, when the man turned around and let Li Qingshuan see his face, Li Qingshuan suddenly became distracted. Didn't this person already die under my sword? Chapter 115, Please use my body. Boom! At this moment, Li Qingshuan felt that the raging flame in his body suddenly lost control. He immediately forced his true energy to suppress it. At this moment, he actually saw that figure entering his room. Ahem ahem. Li Qingshuan began to cough dryly. His eyes seemed to suddenly understand something. He then suppressed the discomfort in his internal organs and looked at the newcomer. I, Li Qingshuan, have never killed any innocent person in my life. You are the only one. Could it be that you have become the karmic obstacle for me to break through? The person who walked into Li Qingshuan's room was none other than the intelligent robot that simulated Yangge. The robot Yangge walked into Li Qingshuan's room in confusion. He touched Li Qingshuan's door and window and asked, "Brother, your door is quite advanced. It can open and close automatically." Li Qingshuan felt as if his body was being burned by fire. He sneered, "I won't be fooled by you. You are an illusion that is blocking my breakthrough. You are already dead." Li Qingshuan's words instantly gave Yangge goosebumps all over his body. He immediately turned to Li Qingshuan and asked, Who died?" As he spoke, Yangge came forward. He looked at Li Qingshuan's sweaty forehead and asked, "Huh? Why is there so much sweat on your forehead? Do you feel hot?" As he said that Yangge actually reached out and touched Li Qingshuan's brow. "Oh, it's so hot." At this time, Li Qingshuan closed his eyes and murmured to himself, "This karma is so real." Yangge looked at the man in white talking to himself and felt bored. He turned around and was about to go out to play with the cat and dog, but at this time Li Qingshuan opened his eyes. "I wasn't afraid of you when you were alive, but now that you're dead, how can I still be afraid of you?" After saying that, Li Qingshuan turned his wrist, and suddenly an invisible sword energy cut across the back of Yang Ji's neck. Swoosh! A head rolled to the ground. Puff! After a moment, Li Qingshuan spat out a mouthful of blood. He realized that he had committed another sin of murder. In the cruiser's command room, Yang Gu saw everything that had just happened to Li Qingxuan. When the intelligent robot that simulated himself died, the picture disappeared. Yang Gu pinched his chin and kept thinking. Suddenly, he said into the headset, "Produce another intelligent robot based on me." Received. 2 hours later, an intelligent robot that looked exactly like himself stood in front of Yang Gu. Yang Gu gave him the same commands as he had given to the previous intelligent robot. Huchi Camp, the rear area. On a 9-story platform, there was a 3-meter-tall skeleton of a giant, and beneath the platform, a raging fire was burning. A circle of Huchi priests were jumping and dancing around the platform, and there were also Huchi shamans holding musical instruments playing this music with extremely strange tones. The Hu cavalry holding a ghost head cane came down from the 9-story platform. At this time, a 5-meter-tall giant stood under the platform. The Hu cavalry walked up to him and held the ghost head cane in his hands above his head with both hands. "Are you willing to sacrifice yourself for my king?" The giant raised his head and glanced at the platform, his eyes full of fanaticism. He knelt on the ground and looked at the ghost head cane devoutly. "I am willing. Great shaman, please take my body." The Huchi holding the ghost head cane nodded. He looked behind him and saw a Huchi priest bringing a bowl of water. The Huchi, known as the Great Shaman, dipped his terrifyingly long nails in the water and sprinkled it on the 5-meter-tall giant. After a moment, the Great Shaman turned his head to look to the other side and shouted, "Heart of the tiger, here we go." Instantly, ouch! A tiger roar that shook the mountains and rivers was heard, and a huge white tiger slowly walked out from that side. The white tiger was the mount of the previous Hu cavalry leader, the 3-meter giant tiger. White Tiger slowly walked up to the 9-story platform. The Great Shaman looked at the 5-meter giant in front of him and said, "Go, offer your loyalty and honor, as well as your giant body, to our Lord." The 5-meter-tall giant looked up happily and stepped onto the 9-story platform resolutely. At this moment, a Huchi priest came running in from outside in a panic. He ran to the chief shaman and whispered in his ear, "Great Shaman, Fong of the giant tribe is leading his people to look for his son. Now they're outside the tiger tribe. Also, the leaders of all tribes have asked the Tiger King to take charge, otherwise, they will leave." The Great Shaman turned his head and looked at the 5-meter-tall giant who had reached the second floor. He turned to the priest and said, "Tell them that the tiger will appear again tonight." The priest said in panic, "They insist on seeing the Tiger King now." The Great Shaman turned and walked up to the platform, saying as he walked, "Then let them go, as long as they are willing to endure the wrath of the undying tiger." After a while, we reached the top of the 9-story platform. In the middle is a 3-meter-tall giant skeleton. On the left is a giant tiger lying, and on the right is the 5-meter-tall giant. The Great Shaman put down the ghost head cane in his hand and raised his hands. Suddenly, several sparks appeared out of thin air on the 9-story platform. As the Great Shaman chanted something, the sparks began to rotate. Suddenly, the Great Shaman said, "Forge bones." A ball of spark immediately flew to his fingertips. The Great Shaman flicked his finger, and the spark fell on the 3-meter-tall giant skeleton, then gradually spread. Little by little, the entire giant skeleton was burning. At this time, the Great Shaman said again, "Take the tiger bones." The huge white tiger seemed to crawl in front of the Great Shaman very obediently, then lay on the ground with its body and closed its eyes. A moment later, the huge white tiger lost its breath and died. 2 burly black-bearded men came forward, holding sharp knives in their hands, and cut open the skin of the giant tiger. In less than a few breaths, they took out a complete white tiger skeleton. The Great Shaman pressed his hands together, and the flame of the burning giant skeleton suddenly became only a tiny point. He shouted, "Melt the tiger bone." The 2 black Hu cavalrymen placed the white tiger skeleton according to the position of the giant skeleton. They placed the white tiger's limbs together with the giant's limbs, and the tiger's head and skull together, and finally added a tiger's tailbone. The Great Shaman stepped forward, folded the tiger's tail bones several times, and placed them under the crotch of the giant skeleton. At this time, the Great Shaman looked at the 5-meter-tall giant lying there and said, "Take the giant's bones." The 2 black, bearded men rode over, and the 5-meter-tall giant shouted loudly, "King, please use my body." After saying that, the giant closed his eyes. The big shaman with a ghost head knocked the ground with his cane, and immediately the 5-meter-tall giant lost his breath. Afterwards, the 2 black Hu cavalry used the same method to take a complete skeleton from the giant, and then put the 5-meter-tall giant skeleton together with the 3-meter-tall giant skeleton and the tiger bone. At this time, the Great Shaman said, "One more word, burn." Boom. In an instant, all the sparks that were originally flying on the 9-story platform fell on the 3 skeletons. For a moment, flames shot up into the sky above the 9-story platform. Chapter 1:16 Golden Tiger Bone. Finally, as the fire burned, the 3-meter-tall giant skeleton and tiger bones were all integrated into the 5-meter-tall giant skeleton. When the fire went out, a brand new skeleton shining with golden color had taken shape. The Great Shaman looked at the golden skeleton with a strange look in his eyes. He whispered, I never thought that he could actually cultivate golden tiger bones. Bone transfer. The great shaman gave an order. But the two black beard riders did not dare to move forward, because they all felt the scorching heat coming from the golden tiger bone. Snort! The great shaman snorted coldly when he saw it, and then knocked the ground with his ghost head cane. The pupils of the two black cavalrymen suddenly shrank, and then they walked forward as if sleepwalking, and ZZ. As soon as the two black beard riders grasped the golden tiger bones, white smoke came out of their hands. However, the two men seemed unconscious and just put the golden tiger bones back into the body of the 5-meter-tall giant one by one. Take the tiger's heart. The great shaman roared again, and the two black bearded riders, one wanted to take out the huge heart of the white tiger, and the other wanted to take out the heart of the giant. Then the tiger heart was put into the giant's chest cavity, and the giant's heart was placed aside. Take the Tiger King's soul. Whoosh! The ghost-headed crutch in the shaman's hand flew up into the sky, and the blood-red round beads that had appeared with the 3-meter-tall giant skeleton flew up from it slowly and merged into the eyebrows of the 5-meter-tall giant below. Afterwards, the great shaman looked up at the sky and whispered, "King, you still need a pair of wings. Call out." A sharp eagle cry streaked across the sky, and a black duck quickly enlarged in the air. "For the sake of my people's long-term plan, please ask the shaman to take my wings." Bang! A birdman with wings on his back fell from the sky. The two black cavalrymen who seemed to be sleepwalking came forward without any greetings. And then, the two men used the sharp knives in their hands to directly cut open the back of the birdman, and took out his wings along with the blood vessels and meridians at the roots. From the birdman's facial expression, it could be seen that he was enduring severe pain. The two Blackbeard riders each took a large bird feather wing and returned to the giant, and did the same thing, forcing the wing into the giant's back. At this point, the great shaman finally nodded with satisfaction, and he roared one last time. "Open up your meridians." The great shaman grabbed the giant's feet and chanted a spell. In an instant, two streams of air rose from the soles of the giant's feet and slowly flowed to his forehead. Wherever the air currents passed, the wounds on the giant's body that had just been cut by bone removal began to heal slowly. In the invisible part of the giant's body, the broken blood vessels and tendons were reconnected, including the two wings that were forcibly stuffed into his body. In the end, a giant body without any scars appeared. At this moment, the great shaman seemed to have aged hundreds of years. Every time the air flowed through the giant's body, a wrinkle appeared on his face. When the great shaman let go of his hand, he closed his eyes and fell to the ground, no longer breathing. The wind was whistling. The fire under the platform was burning more and more fiercely. The surrounding Huchi shamans and priests were dancing more frantically. And suddenly, the 5-meter giant's eyes, which had been closed, opened. Inside Tianying's mouth, Li Chengshuan's eyes almost spewed fire. The opportunity to realize the true martial arts that I had finally realized was gone, just like that. I don't know when I will have this opportunity again. For a moment, Li Chengshuan felt extremely heartbroken, not only because of the Jinwu opportunity, but also because of the second killing sin. Before, looking at the corpse lying on the ground, Li Chengshuan suddenly realized that it was not an illusion at all. It was a living person. Chengshuan, although you are a Korean, you have learned Yunxia swordsmanship. Therefore, you must also uphold the chivalrous spirit of Yunxia warriors. You can only punish the strong and help the weak, and you must not bully others with force or kill innocent people indiscriminately. Li Chengshuan's mind kept ringing with his master's admonitions over and over again. Every time he heard them, Li Chengshuan felt his headache increase. Ah! With a hysterical roar, Li Chengshuan suddenly felt a pain in his heart in addition to the headache. Shouldn't he? Boom! A strong momentum came from the north. Li Chengshuan turned his head in horror. He was surprised at first, and then he muttered to himself in disbelief. Is this the aura of a true warrior? Impossible? Impossible. The Huchi have always only practiced physical skills. How could they possibly set foot in Jinwu? Ah, impossible. Pong. Li Chengshuan stepped on the ground and instantly flew into the air. He wanted to see what on earth had stepped into Jinwu over there. On the cruiser, Yanggu, Lao Wu, and Wang Han were fishing. Looking at the half of old Wu's arm wrapped in bandages, Yanggu said, "Don't worry, the dragon blood will arrive in a few days, and I will equip you with a powerful weapon." Wu Qiangxin was slightly startled. He turned his head to look across the beaching river and whispered, "Thank you, Commander." Yanggu followed Wu Qiangxin's gaze and looked across the beaching river. Although the tiger was obviously dead that day, and his life signals on the eagle-eye detection radar disappeared, why was there no sign that the Hu cavalry had lost their leader? Suddenly, Wang Han, who was sitting on a small stool and concentrating on fishing, sat down on the ground. He looked across the beaching river with fear in his eyes and said in panic, "Sir, yes, it's true." Yanggu naturally could not sense the momentum that suddenly erupted from the other side of the beaching river. He looked at Wang Han's disoriented expression and asked, "Really, what?" Wang Han swallowed his saliva, calmed his nervous mood, and then said quickly, "It's Jinwu." Yanggu and Wu Qiangxin looked at Wang Han and blinked. Neither of them understood why Wang Han was like this. Yanggu asked, "What happened to Jinwu?" Wang Hun looked at the two gentlemen sitting on the Daikai and felt a little amused. He reorganized his words and said, "In the tribe of the Huqi, on the other side of the river, a cultivator of the Jinwu realm appeared." Yang Ge turned his head and paid attention to his fishing rod. "Oh, Jinwu realm? It seems to be a little stronger than Tianwu." Wang Hun added angrily, "It's much stronger, not just a little bit." Yang Ge said into the headset, "Eagle Eye, zoom in on the Hu cavalry camp and see what's happening over there." Received. Immediately, Yang Ge saw the footage of the Hu cavalry camp. From the bird's eye view from the sky, of course, he could not tell what changes had taken place there. However, Yang Ge noticed that one of the tribes seemed to have encountered an accident. It looked like a tribe of giants, and it was filled with the corpses of giants. In addition, it seemed that all the tribal leaders among the Hu cavalry were submissive to a 5-meter-tall giant. From the giant, Yang Ge found a familiar object, which was the 2-meter-long hard bow that Hu had used before. That's strange. Could it be that this bow is a token of the leaders of these Hu cavalry? Yang Ge was thinking, when suddenly he saw from the eagle-eye detection map that a light of life in the mouth of the sky eagle was rapidly approaching the Huqi tribe. The Hawkeye screen shifted, and Yang Ge saw that it was Li Qingxuan who came. At this time, Yang Ge immediately stood up and walked towards the command room. Seeing Yang Ji's anxious look, Old Wu and Wang Hun hurried to follow. Wu Qiangxin had never seen Yang Ge so anxious before. He asked Wang Hun beside him carefully, "Is this true martial realm cultivator that strong? I've never seen the commanders so anxious." Before Wang Hun could even open his mouth, Yang Ge shouted at them, "Hurry up, both of you. The fight is about to start over there. If you're late, you'll miss the opening remarks." Wu Qiangxin. Wang Hun. Chapter 117. Realm of True Martial Arts. In the Hu cavalry camp, a 5-meter-tall giant sat on a large chair covered with white tiger skin. At this time, the giant's big hands were like tiger claws, and behind him were a pair of broad bird feather wings. On his rough face, a king character was faintly visible in the center of his forehead. "My strength is stronger than before." The giant's cold and bloodthirsty eyes swept over the people in front of him. In front of him, the leaders of various Hu cavalry tribes prostrated themselves on the ground one by one, not daring to even make a sound. All the leaders who were swept by the giant's eyes felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar and trembled all over. The Huqi leaders lying on the ground were all confused. The 5-meter-tall giant was the son of the chief of a giant tribe among the Huqi. He suddenly disappeared one day. The giant chief and his people searched all the Huqi tribes but couldn't find him. Later, the son of the patriarch appeared himself, but the giant son who suddenly appeared had changed greatly in appearance. Not only did he have a pair of wings behind him, but his body also underwent tremendous changes. Blade-like claws grew on his hands, and his appearance became somewhat similar to the 3-meter-tall Hu cavalry leader tiger. This made the chief of the giant tribe furious, but before he could take any action, the 5-meter-tall mutated son of the giant slaughtered the entire giant tribe first. Then he ate the hearts of all the giants in the giant tribe. Finally, he ate the giant heart that originally belonged to this body on the 9-story platform, drank all the tiger blood in the white tiger's body, and let out a roar. Boom! In an instant, a majestic aura spread out, and at that moment all the Hu cavalry fell to the ground. Of course, it wasn't just the nearby cultivators who felt this aura. In an unnamed valley in Wuji County of Zhao State, a large piece of fallen leaves covered a stone tablet. Suddenly, as the aura in the northeast surged whoosh, countless fallen leaves were flying in the sky, and a black figure flashed by. Has someone set foot in Jinwu again? It seems to be the Huqi. Humph! After saying that, the black figure soared into the sky. At this time, the large number of flying leaves had not yet completely fallen, revealing the 2 words engraved on the stone tablet. Wuchuan. Yin State, Mahist Villa. Meng Xiang, a contemporary leader of the Mahist school, was staring blankly at a green field howitzer. Yes, this was the one that Yang Ge had sold to the old General Wu Yangxiu of the state of Yin at a high price. Ever since Wu Yanke sent this thing over and fired a shot in front of Meng Xiang wanted to sleep with this howitzer every day. As a result, he studied it for a few days and only understood the basics. Meng Xiang basically figured out the principle of the howitzer, but Meng Xiang touched the barrel of the howitzer, and one question popped into his mind. What kind of forging skills are needed to cast a tube of this material? Suddenly, the sudden momentum from the northeast brought Meng Xiang back to his senses, who was fascinated by the howitzer. He frowned and said, "A Jinwu appeared among the Hu cavalry? There are so many strange things this year." After a while, a panicked little servant ran up to Meng Xiang. Before the servant could speak, Meng Xiang said, "I know. It must be that lunatic who ran away, right?" The little servant boy blinked, as if he was used to this kind of business. He nodded, said yes, then turned around and ran out again. At Tiny Inku, outside the beaching river, Li Qingxuan, dressed in white, stood high in the sky looking at the 5-meter giant on the ground. As soon as Li Qingxuan arrived, the 5-meter giant on the ground stood up and looked at him. When their eyes met, Li Qingxuan instantly felt something was wrong. He probed the giant. "Where's Tiger?" The giant grinned, picked up the 2-meter-long hard bow, held it in his hand, and pulled the bowstring to the full extent towards Li Qingxuan in the sky buzz. The giant did not put an arrow on the bowstring, but when he let go, Li Qingxuan only felt several swift air currents rushing towards him. A trace of contempt flashed across Li Qingxuan's eyes. He waved his sleeves, and suddenly several cold lights flashed. Swish, swish, swish. The air currents flying towards Li Qingxuan were instantly dispersed. However, the giant with a hideous smile below had his mouth curved further, and he did not make any subsequent movements. The contempt in Li Qingxuan's eyes in the sky disappeared instantly, replaced by countless horrors. His hands trembled slightly, and he touched his throat. There, a line of blood slowly appeared. The giant on the ground twitched his lips slightly. Li Qingxuan, you are no longer my opponent. Li Qingxuan's eyes were full of disbelief. You are a tiger? The 5-meter-tall giant burst into laughter, and then said in a fierce voice, "You can call me Tiger King." Ow! After the giant finished speaking, he suddenly roared. Li Qingxuan in the sky felt as if he was hit by a sledgehammer. The next moment, Li Qingxuan wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly, Okay. I didn't expect you to step into Jinwu before me. Then let me experience your level of Jinwu." After saying that, a white jade color slowly emerged in Li Qingxuan's hand. It was an extremely delicate dagger as white as jade. Li Qingxuan, holding a white jade dagger, suddenly rushed towards the giant below. Seeing this, the giant moved his fingers slightly, and swish. A pair of huge wings spread out behind him, and then the Hu cavalry in front of the giant only felt a sudden strong wind from the ground, and the giant, who was 5 meters tall, actually flew up from the ground. At this moment, in the command room of the cruiser on the Beeching River, Yangge was holding popcorn in his left hand and Coke in his right hand, watching the Hawkeye images on the big screen, and the feeling of the movie theater in his previous life instantly came back. The only pity is that you can only see it from a bird's eye view. On the battlefield over there, Li Qingxuan descended from the sky holding a white jade dagger. The giant Tiger King on the ground jumped up from the bottom, and his big hands actually grabbed Li Qingxuan's white jade sword. Suddenly, Li Qingxuan's eyes twitched, and he said coldly, "You are looking for death." The giant Tiger King said nothing, but there was a grim smile on his face. Bite! There was a loud noise, and Li Qingxuan's white jade sword collided with the palm of the giant Tiger King. Sparks flying. At this moment, Li Qingxuan only felt that his white jade sword did not pierce a person's palm, but a piece of hard black iron. Click! Less than a second after the white jade dagger collided with the giant's palm, under Li Qingxuan's surprised gaze, a crack appeared on his white jade sword, and then rapidly expanded, snap. In the end, the entire sword turned into powder. Puff! At the same time, Li Qingxuan spat out a mouthful of blood, and the blood went straight to the face of the giant Tiger King under him. When the giant Tiger King smelled the blood, he became extremely excited. Ah! A roar that resounded through the sky came from the Tiger King's mouth. And then the giant Tiger King flapped its wings and flew away. He grabbed Li Qingxuan's neck tightly with one hand and flew towards a mountain wall on the side. Chapter 118, I like this boat. Li Qingxuan discovered in panic that the Tiger King only had one hand and he was powerless to resist. He could only let it grab him and crash him into the mountain wall. Bang! A cloud of dust flew up, and the Tiger King took advantage of the momentum of his flight to smash Li Qingxuan in his hand into the mountain wall. Ouch! Ah! Below, seeing that the Tiger King had beaten the first martial artist of Goryeo without any chance of fighting back, the Hu cavalry began to cheer, and even some Hu cavalry shamans started singing and dancing. Crackling. Pieces of rubble fell from the high mountain wall, and Li Qingxuan was embedded in the mountain wall. The Tiger King flapped its wings and flew beside him, shouting at him fiercely. Li Qingxuan, I won't kill you today. I will let you go back and let you watch carefully. I will lead my people to attack the land you are guarding. I will let you watch your homeland turn into ruins. Ha ha ha. After laughing grimly, the Tiger King pulled Li Qingxuan out of the mountain wall, then soared up to another mountain wall and slammed Li Qingxuan into the mountain wall again. Puff! Li Qingxuan didn't know how many mouthfuls of blood he had spit out. He tried to resist countless times, but found that he was helpless against the Tiger King. The fast sword technique he was proud of could not even leave a noticeable mark on the Tiger King. Feeling that Li Qingxuan's breath in his hand was getting weaker and weaker, Tiger King gradually loosened his grip. At this moment, suddenly a breath spread rapidly from the other side. The Tiger King turned his head to look over there. He saw a black robe that was far away in the sky the moment before and flew 100 feet in front of him the next moment. Big guy, let him go, or I'll chop that arm off of you. A voice full of murderous intent was heard, which immediately made the Tiger King very angry. Feeling the powerful aura coming from the man in black robe, the Tiger King shouted at him. Who are you? The man was wearing a black robe that fluttered in the air. He had a black long sword on his back. Facing the Tiger King's question, he said 3 words in a cold voice. Mu Huan. As soon as that person uttered these 3 words, the Hu cavalry below fell silent. It was because these 3 words Mu Wuchuan had too much influence. Below Jinwu, There is only the distinction between martial arts cultivation and Taoist cultivation. Above Jinwu, martial arts cultivation is further divided into many types, like sword cultivation, hammer cultivation, gun cultivation, etc. Taoist cultivation is further divided into legalist Taoist cultivation, Confucian Taoist cultivation, etc. Mu Wuchuan, the ultimate sword demon, is a sword cultivator in the Jinwu realm of the Zhao state. He was a disciple of Wang Yu, the sword saint who was famous throughout the entire Yunxia continent back then. Li Chengxuan, the #1 swordsman in Goryeo, is his fellow disciple. Master, senior brother. Inside the mountain wall, Li Chengxuan saw the dying man and shouted. Mu Wuchuan glanced at him and said coldly, "Waste." Li Chengxuan lowered his head in shame. Here, before the Tiger King could even open his mouth, an astonishing sword intent was released from behind Mu Wuchuan. Swoosh! The person who came was like a flash of white light in the air, and instantly appeared not far from Mu Wuchuan. Brother Wuchuan, long time no see. While greeting Mu Wuchuan, the man looked at Tiger King. He asked in confusion, "Huh? Is this the new Jinwu master? He looks like a weird creature." The Tiger King clenched his tiger claws instantly, but he didn't dare to attack. He recognized this man, the Yan assassin Jing Wuming. He was also a sword cultivator in the Jinwu realm, but he cultivated a dagger-like portable short sword. Although they are both in the Jinwu realm, those two have already entered the realm for many years, while the Tiger King has only just entered. He has finally lived again, so of course he will not be so foolish. For a moment, the Tiger King even had the idea of retreating. He began to flap his wings quietly, trying to fall back down. "Don't be afraid of these two, little tiger. This demon king is here to support you." Suddenly, a strange sound was heard in the eastern sky. Ripples seemed to be rippling in the air, and a huge, ferocious-looking fish swam towards this side out of thin air. The moment the big fish appeared, a prompt popped up on Yang Ji's system panel. "Ding! Report to the commander. A powerful energy creature has been discovered." Then the radar detection image was sent out to locate the target. There was no doubt that the powerful energy creature this time was the big fish flying in the sky. Looking at the big fish flying towards them, Mu Wuchuan and Jing Wuming both curled their lips secretly, with contempt flashing in their eyes. The big fish flew close to the three people and transformed itself into an ugly fishman covered with fish scales. The fishman first looked at the Tiger King and said, "Congratulations, little tiger, on entering the realm of true martial arts. How about it? Are you interested in joining our North Sea Monster Alliance? North Sea Demon Alliance?" When Yang Gu heard these 4 words, he remembered the Hydra he had encountered at sea before. When the Tiger King heard the words North Sea Monster Alliance, he showed fear in his eyes, but he still said to the fisherman in a simple voice, "Thank you for your kindness, but the people of the ice field never form alliances with others." The fisherman laughed loudly, and then a pair of dark yellow dead fish eyes showed a cold look. "Okay, little tiger with personality, if that's the case." As he said that, the fisherman turned his head and looked at Mu Wuchuan and Jing Wuming on the opposite side. "This little tiger is preparing to invade your human country to plunder. You can do whatever you want to teach it a lesson. This demon king will not care." After the fisherman said this, the next moment, it actually came towards Yang Gu, and it said as it flew quickly, "The demon king has taken a fancy to this big ship. Everyone inside, get out now." In the cruiser command room, Yang Gu was stunned. It seemed that he, a moviegoer, was going to perform on stage. He turned around and looked at Wu Qiangxin and Wang Han behind him. Wu Qiangxin had a look of indifference, while Wang Han looked as if he had lost his parents. Yang Gu looked at the rapidly approaching life point on the radar and said to Wu Qiangxin, "Old Wu, how many Eagle Strike missiles do you think we need to deal with this kind of Jinwu realm master?" Wu Qiangxin was silent for a while. Then he said calmly, "Commander, since I joined the service, I have never seen a scene where all the missile launch bays of a warship fired at the same time." "Bin dupt." Yang Gu immediately said into the headset, "Rocket launcher, load all ammunition. Fire control radar lock on target." In the blink of an eye, the fisherman had already flown half the distance. And at this moment, the Tiger King behind him never expected that the Demon Fish King would be so insidious. He looked at Mu Wuchuan and Jing Wuming in front of him with trepidation. And at the same time, for some reason, when he saw the Demon Fish King flying towards the big iron ship over there, the Tiger King felt a sense of pleasure in his heart. No matter who gets beaten, he feels relieved from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 119, I punched him right away. Mu Wuchuan and Jing Wuming saw through the Tiger King's thoughts at a glance. Mu Wuchuan snorted coldly, but said nothing. Jing Wuming was more talkative. He said to the Tiger King, "Don't worry, my friend the Tiger Cultivator. We are just here to see the newly promoted Jinwu fellow cultivators and recognize their faces. After all, the world is so big, and there are only a few who can enter the Jinwu realm. Moreover, His Majesty the Emperor of Yen has ordered that the cultivators of Yen are strictly prohibited from participating in disputes between other countries." Mu Wuchuan glanced coldly and said sarcastically, "The Emperor of Yen has a hard heart. Aren't Goryeo and Liaodong vassal states of your Yen state?" Jing Wuming glanced at Li Qingxuan inadvertently, with a hint of disgust in his eyes. "If it is Liang, It's fine, but as for Goryo, Wuchuan, you don't know that now it is more like a vassal state of Qi than a vassal state of my great yin. Swish, 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 swish. Just as the three were chatting, 16 loud bangs were heard over there on the beaching river. Then 16 streams of white smoke crossed the sky one after another and headed straight for the Demon Fish King in the sky. At this moment, Mu Wuchuan, Jing Wuming, Tiger King, and the dying Li Qingshuan all focused their eyes over there. What is that? Mu Wuchuan's eyes twitched violently. This was the second time in his life that he had seen such a strange sight. The first time was when he was a child, when Sword Saint Wang Yu used the heaven and earth sword to kill a dragon in the East China Sea. Now, more than 20 years had passed in a blink of an eye. Mu Wuchuan had never expected that he would see such a terrifying scene again today. Could it be that someone appeared over there? Beside Mu Wuchuan, Jing Wuming was no less shocked than Mu Wuchuan. He had been hanging out with Meng Xiang, the leader of the Mai school, for many years and had some knowledge of mechanical devices. When he saw the 16 iron lumps dragging trails of white smoke, Jing Wuming's heart was filled with shock. Mu Wuchuan couldn't see it, but he could see clearly that the iron lump should be some kind of mechanical device. But what kind of mechanical technique could cause such a stir? Apart from the two of them, Tiger King and Li Qingshuan, who had just entered the Jinwu realm, were a little confused because they didn't know how much energy the big iron ship could burst out when facing the Demon Fish King, a master of the demon clan in the Jinwu realm. At this moment, facing the attack of 16 Eagle Strike missiles, the mind of the Demon Fish King was completely blank. He was originally a white-spotted dogfish in the North Sea. He practiced for nearly 200 years before entering the Demon King realm, which is equivalent to the Jinwu realm among humans. He has experienced countless storms in his life, but he is at a loss as to what to do with the scene before him. What the hell is this attack? Is that a crossbow? Judging from its slender appearance, it must be. Thinking of this, the demonic Fish King opened his scaly mouth and laughed. I didn't expect that your ship has some mysteries. Then let this Demon King experience it for himself. After saying that, the Demon Fish King raised his two large hands covered with fish scales into the air and splashed. Suddenly, several water dragons jumped into the sky from the surging blue river. The water dragon made of river water seemed to have a spirit and flew towards the Eagle Strike missile in the sky at a rapid speed. In the cruiser command room, Yang Go watched this scene. He drank Coke and pouted. TSK, this move is really impressive but pitiful. Then, the Demon Fish King was surprised to find that his water dragon was fast, but the Eagle Strike missile was even faster. His several water dragons could only follow behind the Eagle Strike missile. Suddenly, the Demon Fish King pointed his two fingers at his brows and shouted, "Disease!" In an instant, the four water dragons suddenly accelerated and caught up with the last four missiles. As the Demon Fish King had expected, when his four water dragons swept over, the 16 slender iron lumps that looked like crossbows would definitely be knocked to the ground by the water dragons. This is not the fault of the Demon Fish King. After all, with his imagination as a fish, he can only think of this much. At this time, the Fish King's face covered with fish scales had already shown bursts of sneers. Humph, humans, you don't understand the power of the Demon King at all. In a flash, the water dragon entangled the missile. Result, the four water dragons swept past, and apart from slightly slowing down the missile's flight speed, they had no effect at all on the missile that was flying at high speed. One of the missiles was deflected by the impact of the water dragon, but after flying forward for a while, automatically corrected its direction and continued to fly towards the Demon Fish King. The Demon Fish King was stunned for a moment. He knew very well the power of his four water dragons. They could definitely strangle any Earth Martial Realm Master in midair. No, impossible. In a flash, the first Eagle Strike missile had already reached the Demon Fish King. The Demon Fish King retreated at a high speed while pushing his hands in front of him, forming waves of ripple-like whirlpools on his hands. Among the people behind the Demon Fish King, the Tiger King saw that the Demon Fish King was actually scared and couldn't help but say with contempt, "Humph, it seems that the demons are all cowards. So what about the Demon King? When I face this kind of thing, I punched it with one punch." Upon hearing what the Tiger King said, Mu Wuchuan and Jing Wuming immediately understood that it seemed that the 16 things were probably just for show, but they didn't actually have much power. Otherwise, how could the Demon King stand here? However, at this time, Li Qingshuan asked, "So, then what?" Tiger King glared at Li Qingshuan coldly and said arrogantly, "Then I was resurrected." There was a sudden silence in the air. Mu Wuchuan, Jing Wuming. Boom. Suddenly, the first explosion came from the Demon Fish King. Feeling the fluctuations in the air, Mu Wuchuan and Jing Wuming looked at each other, and both saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. That slender flying lump of iron could actually cause such power? Facing the explosion of the first Eagle Strike missile, the Demon Fish King felt that he could still accept it. But when he thought of the dozen or so white smoke trails behind it, he immediately felt as if dead, and his heart instantly sank to the bottom. The first Eagle Strike missile exploded on the vortex ripples in the Demon Fish King's hand, and the second one immediately followed. This was a reinforced missile. Bang! There was another loud explosion, and the Demon Fish King was horrified to find that the vortex barrier in front of him had shrunk by more than half in an instant. The third and fourth missiles came. Bang! Bang! The vortex barrier in the Demon Fish King's hand completely disappeared. Before he could form a new barrier in front of him, another missile flew over. Boom! This Eagle Strike missile hit the Demon Fish King steadily. In an instant, the Demon Fish King felt his whole body being swept by a scorching heat wave, and at the same time, his chest felt as if it was hit by a heavy hammer. However, such an impact did not cause any substantial damage to the Demon Fish King. After entering the Demon King level, the defense of the Demon Fish King's body has been greatly enhanced. But even so, the Demon Fish King did not dare to retreat while defending as before. This time he turned around and started to run away at full speed. As a result, just as it ran about 100 feet away, 3 Eagle Strike missiles came flying through the air. Chapter 1:20 The Demon King's Fury. At this moment, the Demon Fish King felt like vomiting blood. It seemed like he had hit a wall today. On the other side, Mu Wuchuan, Jing Wuming, Tiger King, and Li Qingshuan all fell silent, and their eyes changed as they looked at the big iron ship on the beaching river. To be fair, Mu Wuchuan and Jing Wuming did not think that they were stronger than the Demon Fish King. On the contrary, due to the special nature of their bodies, demons of the same realm are often a little stronger than humans. Seeing the miserable state of the Demon Fish King, the Wuji Sword Demon of Zhao and the #1 assassin of Yin were both speechless. After a while, Mu Wuchuan asked Jing Wuming, "Do you recognize what that flying iron weapon is? It looks a bit like some of the hidden weapons that the Mahis of Yin often use." Jing Wuming frowned and said, "I don't think that thing looks like a mechanical device, but it does look a bit like one." "Like what?" "Some of them look like the legendary immortal treasures." After Jing Wuming finished speaking, several people looked towards the boat. Mu Wuchuan's voice trembled unconsciously. "You mean that thing could be a fairy weapon?" Otherwise, even though the holy martial artifact came from the hands of a great saint, it was not the saint himself. So how could he have beaten the true martial demon king like this? Jing Wuming originally felt that it was not very polite to use the term hang him up and beat him to address a demon king level expert of the same level as himself. But after hesitating for a while, he finally used this term. For a moment, Mu Wuchuan and the other two were speechless. At this time, the Demon Fish King who had been fleeing was finally caught up by the 3 missiles. Boom, boom, boom. There were 3 explosions in succession, and violent flames burst out. Large pieces of fish scales fell off the Demon Fish King's body. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He roared angrily, "You actually hurt my precious body. This is unforgivable." Swoosh! As soon as the Demon Fish King finished speaking, another missile came towards him. The Demon Fish King, who had just said those harsh words, felt extremely aggrieved. He now just wanted to fly to the big iron ship and ask the people inside, "Are you fucking done yet?" Bang! This enhanced version of the Eagle Strike missile basically exploded right next to the Demon Fish King. Boom! Fierce flames exploded in the sky with the power of a missile, and the Demon Fish King vomited blood on the ground. Ah! At this moment, the Demon Fish King let out a shrill roar, and in an instant, he fell from a high altitude. This was not caused by the missile attack just now, but because the Demon Fish King himself was flying towards the ground. There seemed to be flames burning in his eyes, and his entire fish-scale body smashed to the ground like a meteorite. Bear the wrath of the Demon King. Snap! The Demon Fish King slapped the ground with one hand, and suddenly a piece of snow-white ice crystal bloomed from under his hand. In an instant, a stream of frost rushed straight towards the green river. In the command room, Yanggu immediately understood the other party's intention when he saw this scene. He immediately said into the headset, "All Tiger Eagle drones take off immediately." Received. The drone bay on the cruiser opened, and 5 Tiger Eagle combat drones immediately flew out of it. The frost that spread from the Demon Fish King's hands quickly extended to the beaching river, and suddenly a large area of the river surface was frozen. Moreover, the frozen area became larger and larger, gradually surrounding Yang Ge's cruiser. At the same time, 2 Eagle Strike missiles fell from the sky and hit the Demon Fish King. Boom! Boom! The Demon Fish King had already taken on a missile without any defense. Now after the 2 missiles exploded, the scales on its body began to bleed, and the Demon Fish King felt severe pain all over. At this time, there are 5 missiles flying in the sky, and 2 of these 5 missiles are enhanced missiles. On the other side, Yanggu continued speaking quickly into the headset. "Longbow 1, 2 for liftoff Bofors cannon enter automatic operation mode. Clear the surrounding ice for me." Receive. Received. As Yanggu issued orders one by one, various systems on the cruiser began to operate rapidly. At this time, the ice layer spreading from the opposite side of the river was less than 100 meters away from the cruiser. Boom, 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 boom. The 3-barrel Gatling guns mounted on the 5 Tiger Eagle drones flying in the sky spewed out flames, and the ice that spread over melted instantly. However, the 5 Tiger Eagle drones could not fully cover all angles. At this time, the Apache longbow-armed helicopters in the sky and the Bofors machine guns on the cruiser began to operate. The large machine gun bullets hit the spreading ice layer one by one. and for a while, the ice layer could not advance any further around the cruiser. Bang! Suddenly, the last loud noise was heard, and the remaining 5 missiles exploded with the Demon Fish King as the center. A shock wave of airflow spread out in all directions in a shape visible to the naked eye. All the beasts around the Demon Fish King ran away in panic, and flocks of birds flapped their wings to escape. A small mushroom cloud rose into the sky. On the earth, the ice and snow that originally covered the ground melted instantly, turning into little water stains that moistened the ground. Mu Wuchuan and the others in the sky only felt a gust of wind whistling past. The next moment, Jing Wuming cried out in a lost voice. Demon, the breath of the Demon Fish King. Mobutuan murmured. No, no. Is this the secret method of the demon race that can hide its own aura? Mu Wuchuan already had the answer in his mind as to whether it was the secret method of the demon clan. He just didn't want to believe that the Demon Fish King, who was at the same level as him, would turn into ashes in just a short moment. Suddenly, Jing Wuming put his hand on Mu Wuchuan's shoulder. The hand of this #1 assassin of Yin State was trembling slightly. At the same time, the corners of Zhao State's Wuji, sword demon Mu Wuchuan's mouth twitched slightly. The death of the Demon Fish King made these 2 Jinwu powerhouses realize that even they, masters of the Jinwu realm, would be killed instantly when facing that armored ship. Mu Wuchuan was unsure at this moment. He looked at Jing Wuming and asked, "How about you and I go over and pay him a visit?" Jing Wuming quickly pulled his hand back, and the next moment, a flash of white light disappeared, just as it did when he came. "Then Wuchuan, you go. I'll take my leave first." Mu Wuchuan. Seeing that the white light was gradually going away, Mu Wuchuan suddenly smiled and said, "Okay, it's just right that you're leaving. I won't be polite to that demon corpse." Whoosh! In an instant, the white light returned. Mu Wuchuan. Tiger King. Li Shangxun. At this time, Li Qingxuan, who was still embedded in the mountain wall, said faintly, "Brother, Senior Jing, you want the demon corpse, ahem. Have you asked the one on the armored ship over there for his opinion?" The two were about to run towards the demon corpse, stopped suddenly. Mu Wuchuan said to Jing Wuming, "Brother Wuming, you are good at talking. Why don't you go?" Jing Wuming said awkwardly, "Hey Wuchuan this." At this time, in the cruiser command room, Yang Ge felt a slight sound coming from the side of the battleship. He came to the deck, looked at the shark that was shaking its tail fin and slapping his battleship, and laughed. I know. You like to eat the corpses of this kind of thing. Wait, I'll get it for you. The crystal core is mine, and the meat is yours." As soon as Yang Ge said this, the shark seemed to understand and began to swim happily in the water. Chapter 121, Strengthening A2. Yang Ge said into the headset, "Longbow #1, #2, #4, Harrier, go and bring back the roasted fish." Receive. Received. 3 armed helicopters carrying a Harrier UAV flew over to the place where the Demon Fish King died. Mu Wuchuan and Jing Wuming also saw it at this time. They were also very greedy for the body of the Demon Fish King. Finally, Mu Wuchuan gritted his teeth and said, "Humph, isn't it just a Demon King level corpse? I don't care about it." After saying that, he turned to look at Jing Wuming, who glared at him and said, "Humph, I don't care either." As a result, the Harrier drone, escorted by 3 armed helicopters, brought the huge, fully roasted northern pike back to the cruiser. On the deck, Wu Qiangxin stood behind Yang Ge, his arms still wrapped in bandages, his eyes fixed on several figures standing in the air in the distance. Yang Ge understood his thoughts at a glance. From watching the scene of Li Qingxuan fighting with the Tiger King, they both knew that the Tiger King was the reborn tiger. Yang Ge took a look at the satellite image and found that the helicopter from Wuyan Island had already left the East China Sea and entered the North Sea. It would be able to arrive here today. He said to Wu Qiangxin, "After tonight, you can go and seek revenge on the Tiger King yourself." Wu Qiangxin was stunned for a moment. "Commander, what if I can't defeat it? Then I will collect your body, and then perform a missile salvo for you to see you off." Wu Qiangxin smiled and said, "Thank you very much, Commander." On the other side, several TNG combat robots stepped forward, used a dagger to take out a jade-white crystal from the body of the white spotted dogfish, and brought it in front of Yang Ge. Yang Ge took a look and ordered, "Send it to the energy extraction chamber." After a moment, a prompt popped up on Yang Ji's main control panel. Strong attribute energy detected. Extraction started. Extraction progress. 1. Seeing this progress bar, Yang Ge remembered that he still had 120 points of wind attribute energy. In addition, he had 60 points of ice, fire, and life attribute each, and 10 points. After thinking about the current firepower configuration of his warship, Yang Ge felt that his defense measures currently had some shortcomings. For example, the short-range defense firepower was somewhat insufficient. In the past, Yang Ge thought that he had anti-aircraft machine guns and did not need anti-aircraft missiles. However, after the battle with the Demon Fish King today, Yang Ge felt that he still had to prepare this thing. If the Demon Fish King continued to rush towards his warship today, relying solely on anti-aircraft machine guns would probably not be very effective. Opening the weapon system, Yang Ge looked at the existing tomahawks and hawks, as well as several other missiles that he could buy now, including harpoon missiles, alpha missiles, exocet missiles, sea sparrow missiles, rift missiles, etc. Yang Ge was a little dazzled. He thought for a moment and said into the headset, I want to purchase a new missile, mainly for close air defense. Received. A screen immediately popped up on the main control panel, marking the 3 missile models. Sea Sidewinder Short-Range Shipborne Air Defense Missile. Price, 100,000 energy, maximum range, 20 kilometers, maximum flight speed, Mach 2. Sea Dart Medium and Long-Range Shipborne Air Defense Missile. Price, 200,000 energy, maximum range, 65 kilometers, maximum flight speed, Mach 3. Sea Sparrow Short and Medium Range Shipborne Air Defense Missile. Improved version price, 300,000 energy, maximum range, 50 kilometers, maximum flight speed, Mach 4. Without hesitation, Yang Ge chose the most expensive improved version of Sea Sparrow. The reason was that he was attracted by the improved version of Sea Sparrow's flying speed of Mach 4, which was related to the missile launcher that Yang Ge was going to strengthen next. 300,000 energies were deducted in an instant, and now Yang Ge still has more than 500,000 energies. The Sea Sparrow Short and Medium Range Shipborne Air Defense Missile, improved version, has been successfully selected. The commander can launch it at any time through the warship's missile launcher. A single Sea Sparrow missile consumes 100 energy points. After spending 300,000 to purchase anti-aircraft missiles, Yang Ge turned his attention to the missile launcher on the battleship. The missile launcher was strengthened with fire attributes. The strengthened launcher could increase the power of the missiles it fired. Yang Ge planned to strengthen the wind attribute of this launcher to increase the flight speed of the missiles. Use 100 points of wind attribute energy to strengthen the missile launcher. Received. A missile launcher enters the enhancement process. Enhancement attribute. Wind, enhancement progress. 1. Yang Ge was very much looking forward to seeing what kind of power the enhanced missile would unleash when paired with the improved version of the Sea Sparrow. Afterwards, under Yang Ji's command, several TNG combat robots threw the body of the Demon Fish King into the Beaching River. The great white shark immediately swam over and bit the head of the white spotted pike. This scene made Mu Wuchuan and Jing Wuming in the sky stamp their feet. They both said with regret, "What a waste! What a waste!" At this time, under the pressure of Mu Wuchuan, Li Qingxuan had already escaped from the Tiger King and returned to Tiny Inku. The Tiger King also returned to his own tribe. Only Jing Wuming and Mu Wuchuan were watching the situation on Yang Ji's side from the sky. What a pity! Such a good thing is out of my reach. Wuchuan, how about you and I go up and make friends with the young man on the boat? Jing Wuming looked at the demon corpse that fell into the river and said with some jealousy. Mu Wuchuan beside him nodded and said, okay. After saying that, Mu Wuchuan moved his body and was about to fly over there. But Jing Wuming immediately stepped forward to hold him back and said, have you forgotten how the Demon Fish King died just now? Mu Wuchuan was stunned. He thought of the 16 white smokes that covered the sky and suddenly felt scared. The two of them immediately came down from the sky and walked on the ground. This distance seems not far, but it is actually not close either. If it were an ordinary person, it would take an hour to walk in the forest. However, these two masters of the Jinwu realm arrived at the bank of the Beaching River in less than a quarter of an hour. Yang Ge watched from afar as two people appeared on the riverbank. They were the two who had boasted in the sky before. He said into the headset, Tiger Eagle number 1, go over and take a look. Received. The Tiger Eagle number 1 drone immediately took off from the warship and arrived at the riverside over there. Looking at the strange-looking thing in front of them, Mu Wuchuan and Jing Wuming looked at each other, and they just stared at each other but couldn't figure out the secret. Suddenly, a voice came from the Tiger Eagle drone. Hello, both of you. Who? The two of them were both shocked. There was actually someone nearby. And how could he sneak up to them? Wow. In an instant, two sword intentions shot up into the sky, and all the birds and beasts within 100 feet radius were startled. Don't panic. There's no one around you. I'm talking to you through this thing. Yang Ji's second sentence came from the Tiger Eagle UAV. Only then did Mu Wuchuan and Jing Wuming slowly turn around and look at the Tiger Eagle UAV. Chapter 122 Unwelcome Request. I wonder what brings you two here for? Listening to the voice coming from the Tiger Eagle UAV, Jing Wuming bowed to the drone and said, I am fortunate to see you here today, so I want to make friends with you. I wonder. Forget about making friends. We are not the same kind of people, and we don't have much in common. Jing Wuming. Although Jing Wuming is a master of the Jinwu realm, he is always easygoing and polite to others. The other party often respects Jing Wuming's cultivation and realm and treats him with courtesy. When has the number 1 assassin of the Yin state ever been rejected like this? Seeing Jing Wuming being humiliated, Mu Wuchuan's mouth twitched and he wanted to laugh, but he tried his best to restrain himself in the end. Seeing that the other party had no intention of making friends with him, Jing Wuming was not angry. Generally, such powerful people were people with strange tempers. He took out a Xianling realm. At this moment, Mu Wuchuan saw 3 black gun barrels popped out from under the drone flying in front of him. Mu Wuchuan had seen this thing before, and it was used to smash the ice skills of the Demon Fish King. Instantly, Mu Wuchuan's face changed, and he quickly reminded, "Brother Jing." Jing Wuming looked up and saw the three-barrel Gatling gun of the Tiger Eagle drone. He immediately realized that the other party had misunderstood him. He immediately raised the Xianling realm in his hand and said, "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. I'm not holding a murder weapon." Seeing the bright mirror in Jing Wuming's hand, Yang Ji's voice came from the drone. "Mistake, mistake. There was an operational error just now. Don't mind it, both of you." Mu Wuchuan glanced at the ironclad ship on the river with lingering fear. Fortunately, the sea was still calm over there. If the other party made another mistake, thinking about the tragic death of the Demon Fish King before, Mu Wuchuan felt that following Jing Wuming here might be a very serious mistake on his part. Seeing that the other party did not have any violent reaction, Jing Wuming raised the Xianling realm in his hand to signal to the Tiger Diao UAV. Yangge saw that the Xianling realm in Jing Wuming's hand was a 130 caliber howitzer, which was the one he sold to Wu Yanxiu at that time. Jing Wuming asked, "May I ask this young friend, is this thing made by you?" "Yes, I sold it to General Wianku of the state of Yan." Upon hearing this, Jing Wuming laughed and said, "Ha ha, as expected, I can brag about this to that old man Meng Xiang when I go back." As he spoke, Jing Wuming once again bowed to the tiger carving drone and said, "Since you feel that we are disturbing you, we will leave now." After Jing Wuming finished speaking, he glanced at Mu Wuchuan and was about to turn around and leave. At this time, Mu Wuchuan stood there without moving. There was no expression on his face. Suddenly, Mu Wuchuan said to the Tiger Eagle UAV, "My dear friend, I have a request for you. Since you know it's an unreasonable request, then don't say it." Before Mu Wuchuan could finish his words, Yang Ji's voice came from the drone over there. Jing Wuming smiled and said, "My dear friend, you are really outspoken. I admire your temperament of not being bound by the old customs of the world." Mu Wuchuan swallowed his saliva and continued, "Or I can pay the reward." Yang Gu on the cruiser instantly became excited when he heard that Mu Wuchuan was willing to pay. You know, Yang Ji's several major leaps in development were all obtained by doing business with these lovely customers. In that case, then tell me your unwelcome request, but I remind you first that my fee is not cheap. Mu Wuchuan calmed himself down and said, "I want to experience the same attack that the Demon Fish King just suffered." For a moment, Yang Gu in the Tiger Eagle drone didn't speak, and Jing Wuming beside Mu Wuchuan didn't speak. They both thought they had heard wrong. As a result, after a while, Mu Wuchuan had no intention of saying anything wrong, and looked at the Tiger Eagle drone in front of him with a determined look. Jing Wuming stepped forward, waved his hand in front of Mu Wuchuan's face, and asked, "Are you stupid?" Mu Wuchuan ignored Jing Wuming and said to the Tiger Eagle UAV, "As a Jinwu sword cultivator of the same level as the Demon Fish King, I want to experience the power of killing a cultivator of the same level in a few dozen seconds." This time, Yang Gu was sure that he had heard correctly, as his voice came from the drone immediately. "If you rush towards my battleship now, I promise you will be more exciting than that dead fish just now." Jing Wuming also frowned and said, "Yes, Wuchuan, this saves money, no need to pay, and it also saves me." As Jing Wuming was speaking, Mu Wuchuan turned to look at him. Jing Wuming took a step back and continued, "It also saves me from collecting your body." After giving Jing Wuming a blank look, Mu Wuchuan turned around and said, "I just want to experience that power. I don't want to die." Yang understood now. It turned out that Mu Wuchuan had few rivals in his daily life and wanted to experience the feeling of being beaten. It just so happened that Yang Gu also wanted to try out his enhanced missile. At this time, Yang Gu looked at the enhancement progress. It was already 12% at this moment, which was much faster than the previous enhancement. It should be related to the upgrade of the battleship level. "Okay, sir. How would you like to play?" Mu Wuchuan reached into his bosom and pulled out a stack of banknotes that were used by the Seven Empires. He said, "Just like the attack that the Demon Fish King just endured, there are 16 flying iron lumps. You can separate them one by one. I will tell you when I can no longer bear it. You can name any price." Looking at the banknote in Mu Wuchuan's hand, Yang Gu showed no interest at all. "Sorry, I don't accept money, only spiritual or..." As he spoke, Yang Gu thought of the small square seal that contained strong attribute energy. It was an ancient official seal from the Yunxia dynasty. He continued, "Or it could be an ancient official seal from the Yunxia dynasty." Upon hearing the second half of Yang Ji's sentence, Jing Wuming's expression suddenly changed slightly. Yang Gu noticed this scene through the images transmitted back by the Tiger Eagle UAV. Jing Wuming at least has some knowledge of the ancient official seals of the Yunxia dynasty. At this time, Mu Wuchuan took back the banknote, took out a purple crystal-like object, and said, "This purple spirit essence is equivalent to 1,000 kilograms of high-quality spirit stones. You can take it." After a while, a Harrier drone flew over. The bottom of the cabin opened. Mu Wuchuan put the purple spirit essence in, and then the Harrier flew back to the cruiser. Later, Yang Gu received a prompt on the main control panel. "Ding! Extracting high-concentration energy crystals. Please wait." "Ding! Report to the commander. 105,697 energy points have been extracted. One Eagle Strike missile requires 100 energy points, and 16 of them only cost 1,600 points. Now someone has paid 100,000 points at once. Yanggu immediately asked Mu Wuchuan, "Okay, are you ready?" "No, no." Two voices sounded at the same time. One was from Mu Wuchuan, who was afraid that if he spoke slowly he would suffer the same fate as the Demon Fish King. The other was from Jing Wuming, who was afraid that he would suffer the same fate as Mu Wuchuan. Chapter 123 Test Shooting of Sea Sparrow. A quarter of an hour later, Mu Wuchuan, who was meditating and breathing by the river, opened his eyes. He stood up, and then his whole body floated into the sky as if weightless. Then he spread his hands to both sides, and suddenly a transparent air shield enveloped his body. Mu Wuchuan looked at the tiger eagle drone below and said, "Bring it on." Yanggu looked at the gas shield around Mu Wuchuan with great interest. This thing seemed to be more durable than the defensive vortex of the Demon Fish King. He said into the headset, "Missile launcher, Eagle Strike Missile 1, fire." Received. One of the launch hatches on the missile launcher on the left side of the battleship's rear opened, and a gust of air gushed out. And whoosh! In an instant, a slender Eagle Strike missile flew out of the magazine with flames. Suddenly seeing this scene, both Mu Wuchuan in the sky and Jing Wuming on the riverside below opened their eyes wide. They had never seen such a weird attack method. There were no spells, no moves, no breath, no signs, but these two people would never doubt the power of the iron lump that was dragging with flames. There was a suspect just now, and now the body has been thrown into the river to feed the sharks. In the blink of an eye, the Eagle Strike missile flew into the sky and hit Mu Wuchuan's protective light shield steadily. Boom! Even though Mu Wuchuan in the light shield was mentally prepared, his face still changed slightly when the power of the missile explosion broke out. Mu Wuchuan even had some doubts. If he was replaced by the Demon Fish King, would he be able to withstand 11 such iron lumps like the Demon Fish King and not die until the last 5? After a missile exploded, Mu Wuchuan's protective light shield was obviously much smaller. Below, Jing Wuming's eyes twitched. Even though he was some distance away from Mu Wuchuan, he could feel the power contained in the missile explosion. Of course, Jing Wuming understood that the most terrifying thing about this thing was not its power, but its almost instant attack method, as well as its unpredictable reserve quantity and production difficulty. Seeing that Mu Wuchuan could exchange 1 purple spirit essence for 16 of such iron lumps, he thought that this thing would not be difficult to produce. Thinking of this, Jing Wuming felt cold sweat on his forehead. He asked the Tiger Eagle UAV flying in the air, "Excuse me, my friend, what is the name of this iron tool that exploded?" "It's called a missile." Yang Ji's voice had just been heard from the drone when another Eagle Strike missile shot up into the sky with flames from the missile launcher on the cruiser over there. Boom! The second missile hit Mu Wuchuan's protective light shield, and this time his light shield had shrunk by half. Mu Wuchuan estimated that he should be able to withstand 2 or 3 more missiles. However, Yanggu and the cruiser saw that it was the missile's turn, and the wind attribute energy enhancement had not been completed yet, so he could only jump over and use the missiles. Missile launch. Received. Following Yang Ji's order, a launch bay door in the slightly reddish missile launcher opened, followed by a gust of air even more violent than before, and an Eagle Strike missile whizzed out from the missile launch bay that had been enhanced with fire attributes. Swoosh! When Mu Wuchuan saw the missile flying into the sky, he immediately felt its might. He immediately used his internal energy to fill the protective light shield. Boom! The missile broke through the air and hit Mu Wuchuan's protective light shield. A microwave appeared on it, and then only the last shallow layer of Mu Wuchuan's protective light shield remained. Mu Wuchuan inside the light shield only felt the air waves surging in his body, and he felt extremely uncomfortable all over. The shock wave from the missile just now had penetrated his protective light shield and caused an impact on his body. Before Mu Wuchuan could react, a flash of fire appeared on the warship below. What made Mu Wuchuan want to curse was that this was another powerful version of the iron lump from before. It wasn't that Yanggu was deliberately making things difficult for Mu Wuchuan, but Yanggu only saw that Mu Wuchuan's protective light shield was shrinking, but he didn't know how long the protective light shield would last. From, to, and then from the beginning again, Yanggu thought that there was nothing wrong with his pattern. At this moment, Mu Wuchuan immediately stepped back and flicked the hilt of the sword behind him with 2 fingers of his right hand. Suddenly, a pitch-black long sword appeared in his hand. Then Mu Wuchuan turned his wrist, and 3 sword lights flew out from the sword in his hand, accurately hitting the whistling Eagle Strike missile. Boom! The missile exploded less than 100 meters in front of Mu Wuchuan. Violent flames and shock waves came, and then Mu Wuchuan's protective light shield shattered. In an instant, Mu Wuchuan only felt a hurricane sweeping with heat waves coming towards him, and most of his clothes were burned. At this time, a prompt popped up in Yang Ji's main control panel. Report to the commander. The missile launcher has been strengthened successfully. According to preliminary estimates, the missile launcher enhanced by wind-type strong attribute energy increases the missile launch speed by 40 to 60. 40 to 60%? If we compromise and calculate it based on a 50% bonus, then the Sea Sparrow ship-to-air missile, with a flight speed of Mach 4, can reach a speed of Mach 6 after the bonus. What is Mach 6? 6 times the speed of sound. Taking Yang Ji's current Eagle Strike missile as an example, when the Eagle Strike missile is upgraded to the highest Eagle Strike model, its speed is only Mach 3, while the current Eagle Strike missile has a flight speed of just Mach 1. In other words, the flight speed of the Sea Sparrow missile launch from the missile launcher will be 4 times that of an ordinary Eagle Strike missile. Seeing the second missile in the sky explode, Yanggu immediately said into the headset, "Missile launcher, load the Sea Sparrow ship-to-air missiles, and fire." Receive. Swish. How fast is 6 times the speed of sound? The sound of the missile leaving the warehouse below had just been heard, but in fact, the Sea Sparrow ship-to-air missile had already exploded into a ball of fire in the sky. In this distraction, Yanggu didn't see clearly, Jing Wuming didn't see clearly, and Mu Wuchuan in the sky didn't even see clearly what happened. He felt that he was ambushed. The next moment, feeling the Sea Sparrow missile exploding close to him, Mu Wuchuan was left with not a single piece of clothing intact, and even half of his eyebrows were burned off. At the same time, Mu Wuchuan's blood and energy were churning violently, and waves of pain came over him. He was slightly injured. However, at this moment, Mu Wuchuan was filled with endless fighting spirit. He didn't believe that there was anything in this world that could be faster than his sword. Mu Wuchuan tightly grasped the long sword in his hand, and the air waves from his mouth spanned the sky. Call me again. When Yanggu heard this, he thought it was exactly what he wanted. He didn't see the launch process of the Sea Sparrow clearly just now, and he wanted to watch it again. Looking at Mu Wuchuan's heroic attitude, Yanggu was not stingy. Missiles, Sea Sparrow, 2, fire. Swish, swish. This time, Yanggu stared at the missile launcher and finally saw the Sea Sparrow missile being launched from the warehouse. I saw a gray-white missile with a blue-purple flame spurting out of the tail. It flew out from the launch bay in just a moment. Even when the air waves spurted out from the missile launcher, the Sea Sparrow missile had already flown into the sky. Even though Mu Wuchuan was prepared this time, he still found that he didn't have time to react, because he only felt that he had just seen the fire on the cruiser the previous moment. And the next moment, the iron lump had already flown in front of him. Boom, boom. 2 Sea Sparrow missiles hit Mu Wuchuan accurately. Puff. Suddenly, the Zhao Sword demon who was famous throughout the Yunxia continent spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into the forest below. Chapter 124, Respect His Choice. Looking at Mu Wuchuan falling down, Yanggu was stunned. He fired 2 Sea Sparrows on a whim. Could it be that he would kill him at once? He immediately opened the Hawkeye detection map and saw that the light symbolizing Mu Wuchuan's life was still on. Only then did Yanggu feel relieved. He didn't want to be branded as having accidentally killed his client. At the riverside, Jing Wuming flew towards Mu Wuchuan the moment he fell from the sky and caught him halfway down the road. At this time, Mu Wuchuan's body was charred black, and Jing Wuming asked him, "Hey, wake up!" Mu Wuchuan tried hard to open his eyes and said unhappily, "I can't die, that thing is too fast." Jing Wuming nodded and said, "I know, that thing is fast," and 2 of them flew out at once. The first one dispersed the chi in your body, and you didn't have time to gather the chi before the second one hit you. "I can't withstand this power." Jing Wuming said this, took out a pill, and fed it to Mu Wuchuan, then helped him sit on the ground and started meditating. Buzz! There was a buzzing sound, and the Tiger Eagle drone flew over. Yanggu asked the 2 men, "You two, we still need 10 missiles? Do you want to put it on credit?" Mu Wuchuan, who was meditating, let out a long breath, opened his eyes, and said to the drone, "I'll keep you here. I'll come back to teach you when I recover." Jing Wuming, "Yanggu, are you sure?" "Sure." At this time, Jing Wuming suddenly interrupted and said, "Wuchuan, why don't you just die this time instead of suffering a long time?" "Pooh." Mu Wuchuan spat. "You know shit, old Wuming. Let me tell you, at our level, unless you are on the verge of life and death, it is very difficult to have a breakthrough opportunity." Jing Wuming curled his lips. Yanggu said through the Tiger Eagle drone, "Okay, when you feel depressed, just come find me again." After saying that, the Tiger Eagle drone began to fly back. It had not flown far when it retreated again. Yang Ji's voice once again rang out to the 2 true martial realm masters. "If you are interested, you may stay here for a day or 2. During these 2 days, something will happen that will open your eyes." Mu Wuchuan and Jing Wuming looked at each other. From the tone of the words, it seemed that it was even more powerful than the missile today. Suddenly, the 2 of them said in unison, "Okay." That afternoon, an armed helicopter and a Harrier UAV took off from Wuyan Island and crossed half of the Yunxia continent and finally landed on Yang Ji's cruiser. The helicopter pilot handed the dragon blood sealed in a special container to Yanggu and left. Yanggu held the tube of dragon blood and the tube of demon shark blood and said into the headset, "The hospital needs to prepare and start the operation on Old Wu." The voice of the female doctor from last time came from the headset. "Receive." Yanggu had just cut off communication with the Battleship Hospital when he received a message from the main control panel. "Report to the commander. The extraction of strong attribute energy is complete. This time, 70 points of ice attribute energy and 10 points of life attribute energy were extracted. This is a powerful energy extracted from the crystal core within the body of the Demon Fish King." Half an hour later, outside the operating room in the Battleship Hospital cabin, The big guy, old Wu, was lying on a bed, about to be pushed into the operating room. Yang Ge stood beside him and joked to him. Go ahead. When you come out, you will become a warrior countless times stronger than before. I will wait to see you crush the Tiger King's head. Wu Qiangxin responded to Yang Ge. Don't worry, Commander. When I get out of here, I'll bring that damn Tiger King back for you to raise as a dog. Chu, in the Huchi tribe, the Tiger King, who was staring at the sky eagle's mouth in a daze, suddenly sneezed. After Wu Qiangxin was pushed into the operating room, a nurse in a white coat came out. Although she was wearing a mask, Yang Ge recognized her at a glance. This was the young nurse Lu Yuan whom he had met before. Lu Yuan walked up to Yang Ge, returned the 2 sealed test tubes to Yang Ge, and said, Commander, this is the remaining blood. Yang Ge looked at the remaining blood volume in the test tube. There was still more than half left, so it seemed that it could be used elsewhere in the future. Watching Lu Yuan turn around and walk back, Yang Ge suddenly thought of the female doctor who had spoken to him twice. He called Lu Yuan and said, After things are over here, ask the person in charge of your battleship hospital to come find me. Lu Yuan nodded. Okay. The door of the operating room slowly closed. According to what Yang Ge had learned before, this operation would take at least 6 or 7 hours. He turned around and returned to the command room of the battleship. At night, a prompt popped up on Yang Ji's main control panel. Reporting to the commander, the exoskeleton suit is starting the installation program. Installation target. Wu Qiangxin, do you confirm? Confirm. The current skeleton suit has been added with biological genes. Do you want to add strong attribute energy? Join in. Commander, please choose the specific strong attribute energy to be added. The main control panel pops up the strong attribute energy that Yang Ge currently possesses. 70 points of fire energy, 20 points of wind energy, 120 points of ice attribute energy, and 20 points of life attribute energy. The commander can select up to 20 points from each energy to add to the skeleton suit. Yang Ge said without hesitation, add 20 points to each of the 4 energy elements, fire, wind, ice, and life. Received. The prompt on the main control panel disappeared. After that, Yang Ge had no intention of sleeping and went to the deck to enjoy the river breeze. Soon, the female doctor's voice rang in his headset. Report to the commander. Yang Ge, speak. The female doctor hesitated for a moment, then said, Commander, the skeleton suit you purchased is very powerful and can perfectly fit the human organs. According to the signature sheet signed by Wu Qiangxin before anesthesia, he wishes to maximize the power of this skeleton suit. Yang Ge asked, What's the problem? The female doctor seemed to be struggling with her own conscience. If we do what Wu Qiangxin wants, then Wu Qiangxin in the future will not be a human being in the strict sense. Yang Ge frowned and asked, What do you mean? The female doctor in the headset cleared her throat and said, Almost half of his flesh and blood will be replaced, and his pain-sensing nerves will be removed. He can only rely on the energy you, the commander, provide to sustain his life. To put it bluntly, he will be more like a robot whose killing function has been infinitely magnified. Yang Ge asked, Does old Wu know all this? Female doctor, you all know that what he and I described was much more specific, but he still chose to maximize the power of the skeleton suit. Then why are you asking me? As a doctor on a battleship hospital, I feel that this situation needs to be reported to the battleship commander. Yang Ge hesitated for a few seconds and finally said, Respect his choice. Yes. Chapter 125, I need a watchdog. Waste. Under the bright moonlight, beside a mountain path in tiny Inku, Li Qingxuan sat on a rock, holding an empty wine jug in his hand. There were several such wine jugs thrown around him. Li Qingxuan has been drinking here to drown his sorrows for most of the day. For the past half day, Li Qingxuan's mind kept ringing the 2 words that Mu Wuchuan said during the day, which made him very annoyed. He raised his head again, lifted up the empty wine jug, and tried to pour wine into his mouth. But after pouring for a long time, only 1 drop came out, bang. The drunk Li Qingxuan threw the wine jug against the cliff, smashing it to pieces and cursed. Useless. It can only hold so little wine. Usage. After roaring several times, Li Qingxuan sat on the rocks in silence for a long time. Suddenly, he said, Could it be that I can never catch up with my senior brother? In the second half of the night, the cold mountain wind woke Li Qingxuan up. He came down from the rocks and staggered towards his own courtyard. When he arrived at the door, Li Qingxuan vaguely saw that there seemed to be a person sitting at the door of his house. Judging from the figure, he seemed to have seen him before. When Li Qingxuan took a few more steps forward, he suddenly felt a shock all over his body, and the drunkenness he had originally felt was gone in an instant. He looked at the young man sitting in front of the gate of his courtyard and was speechless for a moment. The boy on the other side also saw Li Qingxuan. He raised his head, smiled at Li Qingxuan, and said, Hello. Cough. Li Qingxuan just felt as if something was stuck in his throat, making him feel very uncomfortable. The young man saw him and stood up to walk towards him. But the next moment, Li Qingxuan's face changed drastically, and he shouted urgently, Don't come over here. The young man asked in confusion, Huh? You're such a weird person. Am I that scary? As he said that, the boy took a few steps forward in a huff. Under the moonlight in the sky, Li Qingxuan could see clearly that this was the black-haired boy whom he had killed twice. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Every time the black-haired boy took a step forward, Li Qingxuan would repeat, don't come over here, as if the boy was some poisonous snake or ferocious beast. As the boy approached, Li Qingxuan's voice became weaker and weaker. Finally, he sat on the ground and whispered, please, don't come over here. It can be seen that the blow Li Qingxuan suffered that day was quite heavy. The boy walked up to Li Qingxuan, squatted down, blinked and asked him, huh? You seem to be afraid of me? Li Qingxuan's eyes gradually became dull, and he said weakly, are you here to kill me? If so, then do it. At this moment, a mountain breeze blew by, and the young man's voice became a little colder. Where is Li Chunyuan? Li Sunwan is here. Li Qingxuan was halfway through his words when he suddenly turned to look at the young man, his eyes flashing with anger. You want to harm my king? Wow! At this moment, Li Qingxuan swung his hand across the boy's neck. Whoosh! A flash of cold light passed by, and the young man's body was instantly dismembered. In the cruiser command room, Yanga sat on a leather swivel chair, looking at the black screen while lowering his head, thinking about something. His fingers tapped the armrest of the swivel chair in a very rhythmic manner. After a moment, Yang Ji's voice rang out. Make another intelligent robot, using me as a template. Received. In the middle of the night, Yang Ge heard the extremely tired voice of a female doctor through his earphone. Commander, the operation is complete. Wu Qiangxin will probably wake up tomorrow morning. Yang Ge asked. What's wrong with you? The female doctor in the headset seemed a little embarrassed. You said before that you wanted me to come over to see you. Do you want me to go to your lounge now? Yang Ge, not now, go and rest. The female doctor was obviously relieved and said, okay, thank you, Commander. The next morning, after getting up, Yang Ge was pushing a cart of frozen chickens and ducks to feed the sharks. It seemed that the sharks had never eaten these things before in their life, and they never got tired of eating them. Suddenly, a system prompt popped up on the main control panel. Skeleton suit, Wu Qiangxin has been installed. Please inject energy into it. The upper limit of the suit's energy is 3,000. The daily energy loss is 2. Combat, high-speed movement, and automatic repair will all produce different degrees of energy consumption. Yang Ge said, fill it up. Received. Then Yang Ji's energy was reduced by 3,000. A moment later, Wu Qiangxin's voice rang in his earphone. Commander, I'm awake. Yang Ge smiled and said, come on, let me see the first transformed warrior of the Decepticons. Yes. Throwing the last frozen duck into the river, Yang Ge turned around and looked behind him. Soon, Wu Qiangxin came over there. His upper body was naked, and his entire right arm had been completely turned into a metal arm. The thickness of the metal arm was comparable to Wu Qiangxin's waist. Wu Qiangxin was a strong man, and his metal arm was even more terrifying at this moment. However, as Wu Qiangxin moved forward, his intact left arm gradually turned into a metal arm as thick as his right arm. Yang Ge was not surprised at all. After all, the skeleton suit had more than just one arm. According to Wu Qiangxin's personality, even if he transformed his entire body into a robot, Yang Ge would not be surprised. Finally, Wu Qiangxin came to Yang Ge with 2 metal arms raised, saluted him, and said, report to the commander, Wu Qiangxin has returned to the team. Looking at the metal palm that was bigger than his head, Yang Ge said, welcome, but before that, you have another task. Facing Yang Ji's gaze, Wu Qiangxin looked towards the Huqi tribe. Yang Ge nodded. Go ahead, I need a watchdog. Wu Qiangxin clenched his 2 metal hands into fists and slammed them together, making a loud collision sound. Then his 2 metal arms actually changed. The metal arm on his right hand turned into 2 ferocious mechanical beast heads. One was a black, giant dragon's head with bloodthirsty red flames flashing in its eyes. The other was a white shark's head. A pair of shark eyes filled with murderous desire released white light like 10,000 years of ice. The giant dragon, the white shark, the fire energy, and the ice energy were perfectly integrated together by these 2 ferocious beast heads. Wu Qiangxin's left arm first raised a 6-barreled Gatling gun, then retracted the Gatling gun, and another gun barrel with a caliber of 150 appeared. This was Wu Qiangxin's first attempt to switch the weapon mode of the metal arm. Feeling the perfect smoothness, Wu Qiangxin's eyes turned red. He said to Yang Ge excitedly, Commander, thank you for giving me a new life. Now, please give me a new code name. After saying that, Wu Qiangxin knelt on one knee in front of Yang Ge. Yang Ge thought about it. At this time, Wu Qiangxin had the blood of dragons and great white sharks in his body. He put his hand on Wu Qiangxin's shoulder and said, Dragon Shark, are you satisfied with this codename? Wu Qiangxin choked up and said, Thank you, Commander. I am very satisfied. In the past, Wu Qiangxin loyally guarded the commander, and in the future, Longsha will also loyally help the commander to defeat all enemies. After saying that, Wu Qiangxin stood up and took a few steps back, putting some distance between him and Yang Ge. He looked up at the sky. A flash of lightning flashed in his eyes, and then, the sound of mechanical operation was heard, and 2 huge metal wings and a jet propeller flipped out from Wu Qiangxin's back, and whoosh. The next moment, Wu Qiangxin's sturdy figure flew into the sky. Chapter 126 Noble Bloodline. As soon as Wu Qiangxin took off, Jing Wuming and Mu Wuchuan, who had slept on a tree in the forest all night, opened their eyes at the same time. They looked at each other and looked up at Wu Qiangxin, who was flying towards the Hu cavalry camp in the sky. Then the two men immediately jumped down from the tree, quickly shuttled through the mountains and forests, and came to a hillside overlooking the entire Hu cavalry camp. Jing Wuming asked Mu Wuchuan, "Wuchuan, the man who flew out from the big iron ship didn't have any aura of a cultivator, and his flying speed wasn't as fast as the missile thing yesterday. What do you think he was going to do with the Hu cavalry? To be used as a target for that little tiger to shoot at?" Mu Wuchuan had personally experienced the power of the missile yesterday. He frowned and said, "Old Wuming, I feel that the thing that flew out of that big iron ship is not that simple. Maybe the person flying in the sky can beat the tiger and make it cry for its father." Jing Wuming curled his lips and said, "Wuchuan, you are a bit afraid of ropes after being bitten by a snake once. You can't be injured by the missile and think that what comes out of the ship must be extraordinary. I guess if a pile of shit is thrown from the big iron ship now, you will think it is not an ordinary pile of shit and want to lie down to smell it, right?" Mu Wuchuan's forehead suddenly had several black lines on it. He said to Jing Wuming unhappily, "Old Wuming, you are always polite to others. Why do you always say such vulgar words to me?" Jing Wuming touched the back of his head and chuckled. Doesn't that mean you have to maintain your superior demeanor in front of those people? You are different. After all, we have similar interests." Roll! Swoosh! In the sky over there, Wu Qiangxin was flying rapidly in the air. The thrusters behind him spewed out bursts of faint blue flames. At the same time, the huge steel wings on his back spread out, and there was a faint green light on them. This was the effect of wind energy. On the one hand, it could provide a speed increase, and on the other hand, it could allow Wu Qiangxin to control his body more freely in the air. In the Huchi tribe, the Tiger King was inspecting his troops. The Hu cavalry gathered in front of Tiny Inku for several days without making any progress. Many Hu cavalry tribes have had different ideas. In the past 2 days, several Hu cavalry tribes have quietly left. Suddenly, a strange noise was heard from the sky. The Tiger King looked up and found a familiar figure flying rapidly from the horizon. After a while, Wu Qiangxin stood still in the air. He looked at the Tiger King on the ground with cold eyes, then raised his right hand. Suddenly, the eyes of the two huge beast heads in his right hand shone brightly, and then the two beast heads seemed to come alive and open their mouths. A ball of hot red energy gathered in the mouth of the black dragon head, while the mouth of the white shark head emitted blue-white energy with an extremely cold breath. "Go!" As Wu Qiangxin shouted loudly, 2 energy beams shot out from the dragon's mouth and the shark's mouth, respectively. In an instant, the Tiger King on the ground, Mu Wuchuan, and Jing Wuming, who were watching the battle on the sidelines, all changed color. The 3 of them felt an extremely powerful force from the 2 terrifying light cannons. The bright red and white energy beams crisscrossed and circled each other during the flight. The 2 naturally opposing forces of ice and fire did not repel each other at this time. Instead, they showed a strange affinity, like 2 flying light dragons swooping down on the Tiger King on the ground. On the ground, feeling the terrifying force descending from the sky, the Tiger King let out a roar, then immediately picked up the longbow beside him and pulled it hard. Suddenly, a golden arrow of light appeared in the Tiger King's hand. When the Tiger King released his fingers, the light arrow flew rapidly into the sky and finally collided with 2 energy light cannons falling from the sky. Boom! A loud bang was heard from the place where the 3 energies collided, but in just a moment, the 2 energies that fell from the sky swallowed up the light arrows shot by the Tiger King and flew rapidly towards the Tiger King below. The Tiger King narrowed his eyes and was about to spread his wings and flee. But at this moment, Wu Qiangxin in the sky shouted, "Fast!" Suddenly, the 2 energy beams flying over seemed to have spirituality, and their flying speed increased instantly. In the blink of an eye, 2 energy beams landed. Bang! A loud roar echoed through the eardrums of countless Hu cavalrymen, and for a moment the world seemed to have fallen into deathly silence. After a while, a cloud of dust cleared up, and when the dust settled, everyone could see that a big pit had appeared within 100 meters around the Tiger King. What's even more bizarre is that half of the pit is covered with frost, while the other half is like a desert. The Tiger King was standing in the center of the pit. Half of his body looked as if it had just rushed out of a raging fire, while the other half looked like a man frozen in ice in an extremely cold place. In addition, around the big pit, the Tiger tribe's Hu cavalry, who were closest to the Tiger King, suffered countless casualties. Looking at the power of Wu Qiangxin's shot in the sky, Mu Wuchuan and Jing Wuming looked at each other, their faces equally pale. Of course, the 2 of them could also carry out such an attack, but they couldn't do it as casually as Wu Qiangxin. Mu Wuchuan asked Jing Wuming, "What did I just say? How could that man beat the tiger so hard that it screamed?" Jing Wuming said without thinking, "Dad." Mu Wuchuan, "Hey." Jing Wuming came back to his senses and touched the dagger hanging on his waist. "Wuchuan, it seems that the missile yesterday did not cause much damage to you." Mu Wuchuan immediately changed the subject. "Look, the tiger is moving. Jing Wuming turned his head immediately, and sure enough, the Tiger King in the pit slowly raised his head, half of which was black and half of which was frozen. He looked at Wu Qiangxin in the sky, and his whole body shook, and there was a loud noise. All of a sudden, all the ice and black ash on half of his body fell to the ground. The next moment, the Tiger King suddenly spread his wings and flew into the sky. Wu Qiangxin above sneered. The six-barreled Gatling gun in his left metal arm popped out, and he aimed at the Tiger King flying towards him and started rapidly. Boom, 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 boom. The Tiger King, which was flapping its wings and flying towards Wu Qiangxin, was instantly attacked by bullets like raindrops. Boom, boom, boom. There was a series of muffled thuds. Although the Gatling bullets hit the Tiger King and couldn't even break his skin, they still made the Tiger King feel a burst of pain. Ouch! The Tiger King roared in the air, then flapped its wings, and suddenly a strong hurricane blew, and the bullets flying from the Gatling gun on Wu Qiangxin's metal arm were blown off track. The Tiger King took the opportunity to fly in front of Wu Qiangxin and swung his fist at him. You don't know your own limitations. Wu Qiangxin snorted coldly, raised his left metal arm, and grabbed Tiger King's fist tightly. Bang. A loud noise burst out between the two men. Wu Qiangxin's big metal hand first blocked the Tiger King's fierce punch, then firmly grasped his fist. The next moment, the dragon head and shark head in his right hand actually opened their mouths and bit towards the Tiger King. What the hell is this? This was not only the question of the Tiger King, but also the question of Jing Wuming and Mu Wuchuan, who were watching the battle. After all, the two strange beast heads on Wu Qiangxin's body were really incredible. Ouch! A fierce tiger roar broke out, and one of the Tiger King's arms was bitten tightly by the dragon and the shark. Swish! As Wu Qiangxin pulled hard with his right arm, whoosh. Suddenly, a golden blood rain fell from the sky. Looking at the golden blood flowing from the Tiger King, Wu Qiangxin sneered. Golden blood? Looks like I have to give the commander a guard dog with precious bloodline today. Chapter 127 Beast King God. After Wu Qiangxin finished speaking, he squeezed the Tiger King's fist with his left hand, and the Tiger King immediately let out a roar of pain. This kind of pain, which was purely caused by being at a disadvantage in a power game, was something the Tiger King had not felt for a long time. Feeling this sudden pain, the Tiger King's body was covered with golden light, and then the golden light shrank and covered his other fist. A faint tiger head appeared in it. Ow! The tiger roar just stopped halfway, because the fist that was shining with golden light from the tiger head was instantly bitten by the black dragon head and white shark head in Wu Qiangxin's right hand. The sharp teeth bit down suddenly, and drops of golden blood splattered. At this moment, the Tiger King only felt two energies, one ice and one fire, invading his body from the two ferocious mechanical beast heads. The Tiger King tried hard to break free, but the mechanical arm of Wu Qiangxin that was holding his fist did not move at all. In the blink of an eye, as two streams of energy, one hot and one cold, poured into the dragon head and the shark head, the Tiger King's entire body became half cold and half hot, and its huge body was shaking wildly. Suddenly, the Tiger King felt his hands loosen, and he saw that the strange man in front of him with two thick metal arms actually loosened his fists. But the next moment, Tiger King became nervous because he saw a black gun barrel rising from the man's left arm. He had seen this thing before. Although the 150mm gun barrel on Wu Qiangxin's arm is not as powerful as the 305mm caliber naval gun on Yang Ji's cruiser, based on the previous bad experience and the close distance now, Tiger King instinctively felt a sense of fear in his heart. Wu Qiangxin grinned with a murderous smile, and the iron wings behind him flapped violently, and Wu Qiangxin immediately put some distance between himself and the Tiger King. At this moment, the 150mm gun barrel on his left arm suddenly burst into a violent flame. Boom, boom, boom. 3 shots in a row. Bang, bang, bang. All 3 shots hit the Tiger King steadily. Suddenly, the Tiger King was hit by the impact of the shell and fell rapidly. At this time, the thruster behind Wu Qiangxin burst into flames and whoosh. Afterwards, he actually caught up with the Tiger King at a speed a few points faster than the Tiger King's descent. He raised his 2 metal arms high, and at this time, the 2 mechanical beast heads and the 150 gun barrels were all retracted, and the front ends of the 2 metal arms turned into 2 wide hammers. And they were the kind with edges. Bang! Wu Qiangxin was not afraid of the falling Tiger King at all. He smashed the 2 hammers on the Tiger King's back with the force of thunder. Puff! The golden blood rain fell from the sky again. This time, the Tiger King felt as if he had become a cannonball and was smashed into the big pit from which he had flown out before. Bang! There was a splash of dirt and gravel, and in the middle of the big pit in the Huchi tribe, the Tiger King was embedded in the ground and lay motionless. Mu Wuchuan and Jing Wuming, who were watching the fight, were speechless. From beginning to end, they did not see the Tiger King have any ability to fight back. Wu Qiangxin slowly descended from the sky. He grabbed the Tiger King, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, with one hand. The nearly 5-meter tall Tiger King looked very strange in Wu Qiangxin's hands. Then Wu Changsun grabbed the Tiger King's two wings with his two mechanical hands. A guard dog doesn't need wings. Swish! Wu Changsun exerted force with his two metal arms. The Tiger King, who had been unconscious, suddenly woke up and let out a heart-wrenching tiger roar. Behind him, Wu Changsun was holding a bloody feather wing in each hand. Oh! The Tiger King let out a crazy roar, revealing sharp fangs in his mouth, and turned around to bite Wu Changsun. Bang! Wu Changsun dropped the wings in his hand, raised his iron fist, and hit the Tiger King in the face. Bang! This punch sent the Tiger King flying far away. At this time, the Hu cavalry tribes watching the battle in the surrounding area retreated one after another. Only the Hu cavalry from the Tiger tribe gathered here. These were the Tiger King's direct guards. Wu Changsun glanced coldly, and 6 Gatling guns popped out from the metal arm in his left hand. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the Hu cavalry from the Tiger tribe that had surrounded them were thrown to the ground. Gatling fire flew past, and the Hu cavalry fell down in large numbers. That Gatling bullet could often penetrate the bodies of 2 or 3 Hu cavalrymen. In just a few breaths, the Hu cavalrymen who surrounded Wu Changsun left at least hundreds of corpses. Suddenly, the Hu cavalry behind no longer dared to move forward. After dealing with these small fry, Wu Changsun's metal wings fluttered, and he flew to the front of the Tiger King. At this time, the Tiger King was beaten unconscious. Wu Changsun stepped forward, clenched his metal fist, and pressed it against the Tiger King's temples. A flash of lightning emerged from Wu Changsun's fist, and the next moment, the brilliance in the Tiger King's eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by endless emptiness and numbness. Then, the 5-meter-tall giant knelt on the ground, and gradually, hair began to grow on his body, until he turned into a complete white tiger. The original gods were defeated? Mu Wuchuan and Jing Wuming, who were watching the battle on the hillside, said in surprise. After the rebirth, the Tiger King was strictly speaking a tiger monster that borrowed the body of a giant. There were only 2 reasons for the phenomenon of being beaten out of his original body. One was that his original spirit of the monster was broken up, which meant that he was actually dead, but his body functions were still there. The other was that he wanted to turn back into his original body and fight the enemy to the death. But looking at the white tiger standing there stupidly, how could it look like it was ready to fight to the death? An iron chain was tied around the white tiger's neck. Wu Changsun turned over and sat on the tiger's back. As soon as he pulled the chain, the white tiger's head raised up, and it actually obediently carried Wu Changsun and walked forward slowly. Afterwards, Wu Changsun rode the white tiger and shuttled through the various Hu cavalry tribes as if he was strolling in the street. Yanggu and the cruiser suddenly discovered a strange scene. As Wu Changsun passed by, many Hu cavalry were holding something like a piece of paper in their hands and staring at Wu Changsun in a daze. Eagle Eye, zoom in view. Yanggu gave the order, and the Hawkeye view zoomed in. Only then did Yanggu see clearly that the pieces of paper in the hands of the Hu cavalry were the photos of Wu Changsun that he had dropped when he launched tomahawk missiles at the Hu cavalry camp. Yanggu suddenly had an idea. He said into the headset, "Dragon Shark." Yanggu was a little uncomfortable with this name at first, so he continued, "You ride this white tiger and slowly circle the Huchi camp." Wu Changsun immediately replied, "Yes." So Wu Changsun controlled the white tiger with an iron chain and walked through the tribes in the Hu cavalry camp one by one, as if to show off his achievements. When Wu Changsun started the second round, a few Hu cavalry had already kneeled down and prayed to him. Yanggu never thought that his unintentional action at that time would lead to such consequences now, but Yanggu was relieved immediately. It would be an injustice to someone like Lao Wu if he stayed with him forever. In the Huchi camp, when Wu Changsun walked to another tribe, the flag of that tribe had a fox-like creature painted on it. The chief of the tribe was a very thin Huchi. He rolled his eyes and knelt down and shouted, "Greetings to the beast, King God." Chapter 128 Obsessed. Both Wu Changsun and Yanggu were stunned at this moment. This scene came so suddenly, yet seemed reasonable. As the skinny Hu cavalry chief shouted, everyone in this fox-worshipping tribe knelt down and shouted to Wu Changsun. Gradually, even the neighboring tribes were affected. Watching this scene through eagle eyes, Yanggu said into the headset, "Old Wu, no, Dragon Shark, how about starting from today, you become a beast king among the Hu cavalry?" Yanggu added, "Rather than staying by my side as a guard, I would rather see you leading hundreds of thousands of Hu cavalry in battle. That's what a real warrior does." Wu Changsun's eyes were filled with longing. He said in a simple voice, "I will follow the commander's orders." Yanggu smiled slightly and nodded. "Okay, then I'll leave these Hu cavalry to you. I can help you with the food issue." Wu Changsun asked, "Commander, is this the guard dog you want?" "No need. You can keep it as a mount." After saying that, Yanggu cut off the communication. Wu Changsun pulled a chain in his hand and said to the fox chieftain who was kneeling beside the white tiger under his crotch, "Tell the leaders of each tribe to come to me." Yes, yes. Things went very smoothly after that. With Wu Changsun's iron-fisted pressure and the special support of some Huchi tribal leaders, Wu Changsun quickly secured the throne of the Huchi leader. Of course, several Huchi tribal chiefs died during this period, and even 2 tribes were wiped out by Wu Changsun himself. When they saw Wu Qiangxin coming out of the two tribes full of dead bodies without a drop of blood on his body, the Hu cavalry from other tribes, from top to bottom, didn't even dare to breathe. The previous Huqi leader, Tiger King, was called Tiger by the other Huqi, while Wu Qiangxin was called Dragon Shark. However, Dragon Shark encountered difficulties as soon as he took office. Long Sha, we only have enough food for tomorrow. The chieftains of the lion and wolf tribes knelt in front of Wu Qiangxin and told him about the problems facing their tribe. All the Huqi tribes would carry some food with them when they migrated south, but after staying at Tiny Inku for many days, many tribes were almost out of food. After Yang Gu received Wu Qiangxin's communication, he quickly gave a countermeasure. Several tribes of Huqi went to Liaodong and were fighting Gongsun How over there. Let these two tribes of Huqi go over there and help Gongsun How to eliminate the Huqi over there. Then let Yang Lin give Gongsun How a few heavy machine guns in exchange for some food for the two tribes. As for the Korean side, it will be easier to deal with. After saying that, Yang Gu looked towards the direction of Tiny Inku and whispered, "Oh, I accidentally became a villain." In Tiny Inku, the Hu cavalry did not launch any attack in the past few days. The huge noise caused by the battle between Wu Qiangxin and the Tiger King in the morning attracted Li Qingshuan from his courtyard. Feeling the sudden decline of the Tiger King's aura from afar, Li Qingshuan certainly understood what happened there. The result was that Li Qingshuan had been in a daze and looked distraught for the past half day. In the afternoon, Li Qingshuan returned to his yard and saw a black-haired boy teasing the cat and dog in his yard. "Why is it you again? Are you a human or a ghost? Why can't you die?" Seeing the black-haired boy again, Li Qingshuan felt like he was going crazy. The young man turned around and said to Li Sung-hun, "Bring Li Chunwan to see me, otherwise you Goryeo will be doomed to war." Hearing the threat from the boy, Li Qingshuan responded with a heavy breath. "Goryeo is not afraid of any threat. Not afraid. Without my king, what kind of kingdom is Goryeo?" The young man said calmly, "Without the king of Goryeo, Goryeo will still be Goryeo, but without the people of Goryeo, that may not be the case. Li Qingshuan, I warn you, this is the last chance I will give you." As he spoke, the boy approached Li Qingshuan. "Don't come over here. Don't!" Li Qingshuan's eyes were suddenly filled with infinite fear. The young man in front of him clearly had no cultivation at all, but he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. "Humph, the #1 warrior in Goryeo, what are you afraid of? Do you know what happened outside Tiny Inca today? The Tiger King of Jinwu Realm was beaten to death. If you continue to be stubborn, the person who killed the Tiger King will lead his men to attack your country. Don't blame me. This is all Li Chunyuan's own fault. I helped him out of good intentions, but he actually wanted to kill me. Then I will naturally settle this account with him." As he spoke, the boy reached out and patted Li Qingshuan's face. To Li Qingshuan, this was undoubtedly an extremely insulting action, but at this moment, Li Qingshuan remained indifferent, as if he was about to collapse. Finally, his voice became weak, and he even began to sob softly. "I beg you, please let him go, please." The young man lifted Li Qingshuan's chin and asked, "When you said sorry to me, if I begged you like this, would you show mercy?" The young man put a sword into Li Qingshuan's hand and put the tip of the sword against his heart. "Come on, aren't you known as the fast sword of the north? If you just use a little force, I will die." Li Qingshuan's face was full of tears. He asked in disbelief, You will really die?" The boy smiled and said, "I will." Li Qingshuan's hand holding the hilt of the sword was trembling. This was the first time this happened to him since he completed his apprenticeship. "Ah!" Suddenly, Li Qingshuan let out a loud roar. Wow. The young man only felt a gust of mountain wind blowing on his face, and Li Qingshuan actually broke through the wall and escaped. The young man smiled slightly. He sat in Li Qingshuan's yard, teasing the cat and the dog, and finally murmured, "Oh, poor two little things." "Ah! Ah!" Heart-wrenching roars echoed in the mountains. After Li Qingshuan ran out of his small yard, he flew in the mountains and kept howling. He seemed to be crazy and kept mobilizing the internal energy in his body. Suddenly, Li Qingshuan felt a heat surge all over his body, and the almost crazy look in his eyes instantly cooled down. Chance, opportunity. Li Qingshuan hurriedly ran back to his own courtyard. He wanted to calm down and prepare for a breakthrough. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw the young man again. This time, Li Qingshuan was unusually calm. He ignored the young man and walked straight into his room, but halfway through, he suddenly stopped. He turned around and walked up to the boy who lowered his head, stretched out his hand to feel his breath puff. In an instant, Li Qingshuan spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't even stand and knelt on the ground. He saw the motionless cat and dog in the young man's arms. Puff! Another mouthful of blood spurted out. His eyes turned black, and Li Qingshuan almost fainted to the ground. But at this time he felt that the heat flow in his body was still there. So he gritted his teeth, stood up, and ran back to his room. About an hour later, a violent Jinwu sword energy burst out from the small courtyard. Across the beaching river, Jing Wuming turned his head to look in the direction of Tiny Inku and said to Mu Wuchuan, who was shocked beside him, "Wuchuan, your junior brother has made a breakthrough." Breakthrough! Mu Wuchuan flew towards the sky eagle's mouth without saying a word. The sword energy of our master is not so crazy at all. He has gone astray. Chapter 129 Declaration of War. War refers to the violent means by which opposing forces force the other side to submit to their will. Early that morning, a dark blue steel ocean flag fluttered slowly on the other side of the beaching river. Behind the dark blue flag were the tribal flags of various Hu cavalry tribes. The Hu cavalry all over the mountains and plains were once again densely lined up. A dragon shark with half of its body dressed in steel rode a giant tiger and stood in front of the Hu cavalry formation. Crash! Dragon shark pulled the chain in his hand, and the giant tiger slowly walked towards the river. At the same time, a warship of more than 30,000 tons came again on the beaching river, and the barrels of the triple cannon were aimed at the city wall of Tiny Inku. Buzz! A Tiger Eagle drone flew out from the warship and landed on the Tiny Inca city. The old Goryeo General Han Yuankuan held the sword at his waist with a look of determination. Yang Ji's voice came from the drone. Let Li Chunyuan come here to see me, otherwise don't blame me for causing the entire Goryeo to suffer from war and destruction. Snort! Han Yuankuan's body was trembling slightly, but he still showed contempt and said disdainfully, "How can you villains like me see my king whenever you want?" There was a brief silence in the Tiger Eagle drone, and then a voice came out. "Okay, from now on, Megatron declares war on you, Goryeo." Afterwards, the Tiger Eagle drone flew away. The dragon shark on the other side of the river heard Yang Ji's order in the headset, turned over, and got off the giant tiger, looked at the wide river in front of him, raised his right hand, and the thick metal arm on his right arm began to deform, and soon, the black dragon head and the white shark head appeared again. The white shark's eyes were shining coldly, and its mouth opened, emitting an extremely cold air. Gradually, a ball of white, icy air formed in the shark's mouth, and boom, the icy air suddenly flew out and shot into the river. Wow! In an instant, the wide beaching river began to freeze and spread towards the other side. In less than half a quarter of an hour, a layer of ice 100 feet wide, spanning both sides of the beaching river, suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Han Yuankuan was shaking even more violently, and he couldn't speak clearly. "Quick, go, and invite Li Tianwu over. Promise." A messenger beside Han Yuankuan quickly ran down the city wall, rode on the wind-chasing beast, and ran towards the courtyard where Li Qingshuan lived. Roar! On the other side of the beaching river, the Hu cavalry all over the mountains burst into roars that were louder than the last. As the dragon shark raised its metal arm and swung it forward, several giant ice elephants slowly ran out from the densely packed Hu cavalry. The physique of each of these giant ice elephants is much taller than the 5-meter-tall Tiger King. A simple tower is built on the broad elephant back, and on it there are Hu cavalry holding bows and arrows. Taking into account the height of the tower, at first glance, these ice elephants are no less tall than the more than 10-meter-high city wall of Tiny Inku opposite. Bang! The first giant ice elephant stepped on the ice with its thick hooves, making a dull, loud noise. Then the giant elephant continued to move forward. Slowly, the second and third giant elephants stepped safely onto the ice on the river. The shouts of the Hu cavalry suddenly became more intense. Seeing the giant elephants on the ice field walking towards him, as if they were walking on flat ground, Han Yuankuan immediately ordered, "Throw stones." Immediately, a messenger sent a flag signal to the city, and the Taoist practitioners guarding the catapults of the formation immediately started to activate the catapults around them. A moment later, dozens of catapults in the mouth of the Sky Eagle flashed white light. "Target the center of the river, shoot." Han Yuankuan gave an order, and then the sound of breaking through the air came from the Sky Eagle's mouth. Swish, swish, swish. Huge pieces of rocks flew into the sky, drew a parabola above the Tiny Inca city wall, and finally fell on the frozen surface of the beaching river. Boom, boom. The huge rocks hit the ice, making a series of dull sounds. Han Yuankuan certainly didn't want to use the catapult to kill the giant ice elephant that was crossing the river at that time. He wanted to destroy the ice surface. But seeing those huge rocks smashing down on the ice with such great force without leaving any trace at all, Han Yuankuan suddenly felt like an ant on hot pan. "Shinwu camp, Shinwu camp." Han Yuankuan was silent for a moment and whispered. A deputy general beside him asked cautiously, "General, are you going to mobilize the Shinwu camp?" Bang! Han Yuan slapped the wall in front of him and said harshly, "Adjust it. It will be too late if we don't adjust it now." The deputy general turned around and shouted, "Mobilize the Shinwu camp. Woo!" A special horn sounded from the city wall, and then figures rushed out from all over the Sky Eagle's mouth. Among these people, those with the weakest aura were at the peak of human martial arts, and the one in the lead holding 2 swords was at the peak of earth martial arts, and was only 1 step away from heaven martial arts. This is already half of the elite martial arts team that Goryeo has assembled with the whole country's strength, and the other half is with Li Chunyuan. More than a dozen figures stood on the tower. The middle-aged man holding 2 swords bowed to Han Yuankuan and said, "General, please give the order." Han Yuan pointed to the frozen section of the beaching river in front of him and said sternly, "Destroy that section of ice, and if there is a chance, kill him." When Han Yuankuan finished speaking, his hand was already pointing at the dragon shark on the other side of the river. Although no one in the Shinwu camp could feel the aura of Dragon Shark at this time, they were not stupid. Just look at Dragon Shark's size, its thick metal arms, and its two ferocious beast heads. Moreover, at this time, he can stand in front of the densely packed Hu cavalry formation across the mountains. How could he be a good guy? The man holding the two swords said to Han Yuankuan, "Old General, if Li Tianwu were here, the chances of success might be higher." Han Yuankuan glanced in the direction of Li Qingshuan's courtyard and calculated the time. He was afraid that the messenger should have arrived by now. According to Li Qingshuan's habit, he would arrive within half an incense stick of time. Han Yuankuan said to the man, "Just go ahead. Li Tianwu will be here later. He will launch a surprise attack to help you relieve the pressure." A hint of hesitation flashed across the man's eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. He nodded, turned to look at the ice elephant that had now walked to the middle of the river, and said sternly to the person behind him, "Shinwu camp, follow me to attack." After saying that, the man pushed his feet hard and rushed towards the river first. However, as soon as this man flew out of the city wall, something strange happened. Although the ice layer created by the Dragon Shark across both sides of the beaching river was nearly 100 feet wide, it was still some distance away from Yang Ji's warship. At this moment, a white smoke suddenly came out of the warship, and the people on both sides only felt a red line of fire flashing across the sky bang. The next moment, a ball of fire exploded in the sky above Tiny Inku, and the middle-aged man with two swords who had just flown out from the tower of Tiny had turned into ashes in an instant. Sea Sparrow Missile. The explosion of the missile not only affected the man with the double swords himself, but also several other monks from the Goryeo Shinwu camp who were closest to him, who were also seriously injured by the high temperature and shock wave. Several of them died on the spot, and the others fled back to Tiny Inku in a panic. In the command room of the cruiser, Yang Ge stroked his chin and looked at the images sent back by Hawkeye. He just wanted to try out the power of the Sea Sparrow missile. Originally, he wanted to find someone at the Heavenly Martial Realm to try it out, but Li Qingshuan didn't come, so he could only try it out with someone at the peak of the Earthly Martial Realm. At this time, there was deathly silence on the Tiny Inca city wall. The Shinwu camp, which the old General Han Yuankuan had high hopes for, was destroyed at the first sight. No, it was destroyed before they even met. A burst of hurried footsteps sounded, and the messenger who was going to lead Qingshuan's courtyard to deliver the message ran up to the tower, half knelt in front of Han Yuankuan, and stammered, "Report, report." "Old General," Han Yuankuan asked, "where is Li Tianwu?" Li Tianwu and him. What happened to him? He's crazy. Chapter 130, Siege. What? Han Yuankuan's eyes went dark, and he almost fainted. Fortunately, the two lieutenants behind him were quick to act. One of them shouted at the messenger, "What nonsense are you talking about? How could Li Tianwu go crazy?" The messenger knelt on the ground and said anxiously, "This is true." Li Tianwu seemed to be stimulated by the breakthrough. He kept shouting breakthrough, "Jinwu, don't come over," and is now running around in the mountains. The deputy generals who were supporting Han Yuankuan looked at each other in confusion and were speechless. At this time, in the mountains within Tiny Inku, Li Qingshuan, who always wore white clothes, was now as dirty and smelly as a savage. His eyes were bloodshot. He was waving a branch and constantly using various sword moves, madly releasing the true energy in his body. In the sky behind Li Qingshuan, Mu Wuchuan folded his hands in front of his chest, staring coldly at his possessed junior brother in front of him, motionless. After Li Qingshuan released another sword move, Mu Wuchuan instantly slashed out a hand knife in the air. There seemed to be a stream of air flying out rapidly in the air, and finally hit Li Qingshuan on the back of the head. Li Qingshuan's eyes rolled up, and he fell to the ground. Afterwards, Mu Wuchuan in the sky slowly descended, picked up the unconscious Li Qingshuan, and flew towards the southwest. At the mouth of the Sky Eagle, Han Yuankuan, who was supported by two deputy generals, shouted helplessly, "Is it God's will that destroy our Goryeo?" A deputy general said in a panic, "Old General, the flying thing just now said that as long as you bring His Majesty here." Confused, when Han Yuankuan heard this, he struggled to stand firm, and then he slapped the deputy general and yelled, "He is the ruler of Goryeo. How can you do such a disrespectful thing just because of a few threats from the enemy?" Shining. After saying that, Han Yuankuan drew the sword from his waist, pointed at the battlements in front of him, and said, "Kneel down." The deputy general panicked when he saw Han Yuankuan's situation. He hurriedly pleaded with Han Yuankuan, Old General, I didn't mean it. Please spare my life. Spare my life." Han Yuankuan remained calm and pointed at the wall in front of him. "Kneel down." The deputy general was stunned when he heard this. His face gradually turned pale, and he stared at Han Yuankuan unwillingly. "Old General, I have been in the army for 20 years. Today, I will die just because of a careless remark." Han Yuankuan's voice was as hard as iron. "Anyone who disrespects your majesty shall be beheaded." Well, finally, the deputy general knelt down in despair and put his head in the depression between the two battlements. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, "Li Chunyuan, I'll fuck all the women in your family." "Ha ha ha, that's so disrespectful. Come and kill me. Old dog Han Yuankuan, come and kill me." Han Yuankuan almost couldn't breathe when he heard this. He was already old, and he had suffered a series of setbacks today because of the Xinwu camp and Li Qingxuan's affairs. At this moment, he raised his sword with both hands and was about to chop it down, but he suddenly exerted force. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his eyes turned black again. This time he really fainted. On the cruiser, Yang Gu stared at the scene on the tiny Inca city wall in amazement. What was going on? Later, Yang Gu said into the headset, "We can't just sit there and watch the old Korean general's funeral. Number 1, 2, and 3 naval guns. Aim at the tiny Inca city wall and fire a salvo." Received. The 3 huge, triple-mounted naval guns on the cruiser were originally aimed at the city wall of tiny Inca. At this moment, Yang Gu gave an order, and suddenly flames appeared on the 3 turrets one after another. Boom, 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 boom. There were 9 violent explosions in succession, and in an instant the tiny Inca city wall was covered with flowers. A huge flame rose up, and thick smoke billowed. As luck would have it, one of the shots hit the city wall, and the shell landed right next to the old General Han Yuankuan. Bang! After this shot, black smoke rose, and all the Goryeo garrison soldiers on the tiny Inca city wall were dumbfounded. Half of the city gate tower was blown down, and the other half was completely covered by rubble. Not to mention whether people could survive. Even if they could survive, they would be crushed to death by the shattered bricks and stones of the city wall. Bang, bang, bang. There were several more cannon shots, and all the Goryeo defenders trembled behind the battlements. They dared to show their heads only after all the cannon sounds died down. At this time, the city wall of Tiny Inku was in ruins, and even a small section of the wall was directly blown down. At this moment, several ice elephants that came from the other side of the beaching river had successfully landed. The dragon shark behind continued to give orders, and suddenly 3 more Hu cavalry tribes rushed across the river carrying ladders. Although the main general of the Goryeo defenders had died, the generals of each army quickly elected a temporary general to be in charge of dispatch, and they managed to stabilize the situation for a while. Under the command of the temporary general, the Goryeo archers on the city began an orderly counterattack. Outside the Tiny Inca Pass, as soon as the first ice elephant to land stepped onto the land in front of Tiny Inu, even the Hu cavalry on its back and the giant elephants below seemed to be injected with chicken blood. Roar! The giant elephant below let out a loud roar, stretched out its legs, and quickly rushed towards the city wall. The Hu cavalry above drew their bows and arrows and shot at the Korean defenders on the city. For a moment, the entire battlefield was filled with flying arrows, and the two sides fought back and forth extremely fiercely. Seeing that the ice elephant was about to rush to the foot of the city wall, the temporary commander of the Goryeo garrison shouted, "Use rockets." Immediately, the well-prepared archers on the tiny Inca tower took out their special arrows and put them on their bowstrings. In each team of archers, a soldier holding a torch quickly lit the arrows of his own archers, and then looked at the flag signal from the commander. When the red triangular military flag was waved down, the chief officers of the archers shouted in unison, "Shoot!" Swoosh! A brilliant array of flaming arrows rose into the sky, covering the ice field outside the city. Roar! When the rocket landed, the ice elephant and the simple tower on its back were the first to suffer. Sharp elephant roars rang out one after another. For these giant elephants that have lived in extremely cold places like the Everwinter forest all year round, the lethality of this rocket is very strong. However, the ice elephants that were suddenly attacked did not retreat. Instead, they were aroused to ferocity and charged forward one by one with their strong legs. Soon, the first ice elephant slammed into the city wall that was half broken by artillery fire. Bang! At this moment, the Goryeo defenders near the city wall only felt that the entire city wall was shaking under their feet. Before the trembling stopped, the second ice elephant rushed over. Bang bang! One after another, giant elephants rammed the walls of Tiny Inku with all their might. And when the 3 Hu cavalry tribes behind them rushed to the bottom of the city wall with ladders, the bloodiest part of the siege had just begun. Chapter 131 Surrender. The day passed very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the setting sun turned blood red. The Hu cavalry retreated like a tide, and on the ruined city walls, Goryeo soldiers lay all over the ground. Some could never stand up again, while others were still breathing. When the last Hu cavalry on the city wall was chopped down, a silent cheer rang out in the hearts of every Goryeo soldier. Some wanted to shout out victory, but they found that they had no strength left. The general who was barely holding on to patrol the city's defenses left a blood-stained footprint with every step forward. For the Goryeo defenders at Tiny Inku, this was a tragic victory that looked like a defeat. The offensive and defensive battles during the day were extremely fierce. Apart from a round of artillery bombardment at Tiny Inku at the beginning, Yang Gu did not intervene again. He gathered these Hu cavalry in order to make them serve him. If he ended up cleaning up their messes everywhere, that would be putting the cart before the horse. In the evening, Yang Gu invited the Decepticon team and the battleship's medical team to dinner together. This time, he finally met the mysterious female doctor. To Yang Ji's surprise, the female doctor looked to be less than 30 years old, with a delicate face and a plump figure, exuding a mature charm all the time. Yonga does not have a complex about sister-brother love. He wanted to meet the female doctor just to satisfy his curiosity. However, after what happened last night, the female doctor seemed to have some misunderstanding. When their eyes met, the slightly mature female doctor actually blushed, which made Yonga confused for a moment. Halfway through the meal, Yonga suddenly stopped using his chopsticks. Shui Jian beside him looked over and immediately said, "Commander, I'm done." Yonga smiled slightly and shook his head. "I don't need you. You are just a bunch of trash." After that, he said into the headset, "Tiger Eagle number 1, go and take a look." Received. On the cruiser, Tiger Eagle number 1 flew out of the drone bay and flew towards the shore. At this time, a team of ragged soldiers appeared on the bank of the river where the cruiser was docked. They were waving a white flag towards the cruiser. Buzz! Soon, a buzzing sound was heard and Tiger Eagle number 1 landed in front of the team. This group of people obviously came from Tiny Inku. The standard armor of the Goryeo soldiers on their bodies was already in tatters. When they saw the Tiger Eagle UAV, one of the leading generals seemed to recognize it. He stepped forward and said, I will greet you, my lord." The electronic voice of the Tiger Eagle drone sounded. "Please state your purpose." The general swallowed his saliva and said carefully, "We represent the current highest commander of Tiny, General in Shunkan, to surrender to you, sir." Represent. Although the Tiger Eagle drone made an electronic sound, everyone could hear the contempt in it. "I'm sorry, Lord Megatron did not feel your sincerity." After saying that, the Tiger Eagle drone took off, and the Gatling gun barrel popped out from below. "Now, please leave here." The general seemed to be about to say something. Boom, boom, boom. The 3-barreled Gatling guns under the Tiger Eagle UAV fired brightly, causing the dirt on the ground in front of the team to fly everywhere. The leading general and the soldiers behind him were all frightened and turned pale, and immediately turned around and disappeared into the night. An hour later, another group of people appeared there. Their leader was in Shunkan, the highest-ranking general in the Goryeo garrison at Tiny Inku after Han Yuanquin's death. He naturally took over the garrison at Tiny Inku, and it was he who commanded the battle to defend the city during the day. At this time, Shunkin stood by the river, straightened his relatively neat armor, and waited for movement on the cruiser. As a result, he waited for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and half an hour passed, but the big iron ship in Shunsan's eyes still did not move. Until the end, Shunkin asked the followers behind him to wave the white flag again. Several followers took turns and stood in the cold autumn wind for another hour at night before there was movement on the warship over there. The Tiger Eagle drone flew over, and Shunkin also recognized it. It was the mysterious treasure used by the man on the big iron ship to deliver messages. Thinking of the day when the gate was blasted open by the big iron ship, and then the power displayed by this thing and several flying behemoths when they escorted the moving metal giant into the customs, Shunkin couldn't help but take a few steps back and then bowed to the Tiger Eagle drone and said, "General Shunkin greets you, sir." The electronic voice in the Tiger Eagle drone sounded, "Please state your purpose." Shunkin looked a little embarrassed. He coughed twice and said, "I will surrender to you in the future. Please accept me. Your request." At this moment, Shunsan's eyes were full of ambition and desire. At this moment, he seemed to no longer be afraid of the Tiger Eagle UAV. After looking around and confirming that they were all his trusted ones, Shunkin took a step forward involuntarily. "I know that you have a grudge against His Majesty the Prince. I am willing to stand on your side and raise the banner of justice. Please help me take the throne in secret. Tiger Eagle drone, you haven't shown your worth." Shunkin was stunned for a moment, and then he was slightly angry. "My value? So many of you died today. Doesn't this reflect my value?" Yongu in the battleship smiled. Seeing that the Tiger Eagle drone didn't say anything, Shunkin became even angrier. "Sir, there are still tens of thousands of Goryeo defenders in Tiny Inku. As long as you nod and agree to my request, we can deal with Li Chunyuan together. It will be beneficial to both you and me. If you don't agree, your big ship can't go ashore. I'm afraid it will be difficult to take Tiny Inku with those who cavalry." The Tiger Eagle drone was silent for a moment, and then an electronic voice sounded. "When two armies are fighting, envoys should not be killed. You can leave now." Buzz! After saying that, the Tiger Eagle drone flew back towards the warship, leaving Shunkin standing there in a daze, looking like he was obviously furious but didn't know where to vent. Bang! Finally, Shunkin punched a nearby tree and whispered, "Okay, tomorrow I will make you pay a heavy price for your arrogance." Afterwards, he led the group back the way they had come. Cruiser command room. Yongu watched Shunkin and the others leave, and he said into the headset, "Zhou Tao, I'll give you half an hour to take down Tiny Inku." Zhou Tao's hoarse voice came from the headset immediately. "Commander, Zhou Tao promises you that the mission will be completed within 20 minutes. At the Tianhu Base Command Center, Zhou Tao immediately adjusted the voice channel as soon as he received Yang Ji's order and said into the headset, "Attention all units. Take the commander's order and capture Tiny Inku. Tianhu Groups 1, 3, and 4 will go to the sky, while Groups 5 and 6 will go to the ground. Tianhu Longbows 1 to 5 will escort the Air Force, while 5 to 10 will escort the ground force. 10 to 20 will raid Tiny Inku. All units will set off immediately. The artillery crew will immediately begin calibrating, aiming at the tiny Inca tower, and wait for my orders at any time. Chapter 132 Raid. The Tianhu base, which had been unusually quiet, suddenly became buzzing with noise, and the entire base became busy. The sound of combat boots clattering on the ground was heard as large numbers of fully armed soldiers rushed out of the barracks. Some of them ran to the hangar where the Puma helicopter was already in place, and the other part ran to the garage. The headlights in the originally dark garage suddenly turned on, and armed Hummers were parked neatly inside. After a while, 10 Apache longbow armed helicopters took off first and headed straight for Tiny Inku. 5 Cougar transport helicopters and 5 longbow helicopters responsible for escort followed closely behind. On the ground, the gate of the Tianhu base opened, car lights came on, and armed Hummers rushed out with a roar. Inside the command center, Zhou Tao looked at the radar detection map. Within 3 minutes from the time he gave the order, the 10 Apache longbow armed helicopters responsible for the advance raid had arrived outside Tiny Inku. Another minute later, Zhou Tao heard the voice of the artillery team leader through his headset. The artillery team is in place. Zhou Tao immediately said, "One volley. Receive." If the previous series of movements in the Tianhu base were likened to a sleeping Tianhu waking up from its sleep, then this moment was when it opened its mouth and roared. Boom, 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 boom. A series of 10 deafening artillery roars rang out from the Tianhu base, and 10 150 caliber howitzers blasted out flames one after another. Tiny Inku, which had seen a fierce battle all day, was unusually quiet at night. Facing the repeated attacks from the Hu cavalry outside the pass, tens of thousands of Goryeo soldiers were exhausted. Except for the sentinels who were forcing themselves to keep watch, everyone in Tiny Inku was fast asleep. Bang! Suddenly, the first flash of fire exploded, and the sound of the explosion was like thunder out of the blue, instantly shattering the tranquility of Tiny. The series of explosions that followed woke countless Goryeo soldiers from their sleep. Many of them were blown into the sky by shells falling from the sky while they were still in a daze and had no idea what was happening. The explosions came and went quickly. As soon as the 10 cannon shots ended, a strong wind blew up in the sky and a loud buzzing sound was heard. In the dark night, several Apache longbow armed helicopters flew low. Boom, 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 boom. Swish, swish. There was constant fire from the Hydra rocket launchers and machine guns. The thick machine gun bullets hit the Goryeo soldiers below, and one of them could often cut a person in half. Not to mention the power of the rockets. One rocket could turn several military tents into a sea of fire. In a blink of an eye, this sudden attack caused chaos in the Goryeo military camp in Tiny Inku, with flames everywhere. The generals of various departments were unable to organize effective resistance. After a while, following the several Apache longbow armed helicopters in the sky, 10 more helicopters flew in. Faced with this huge monster that could fly in the sky and bring about a strong hurricane, the Korean soldiers were already in a state of panic. They couldn't hit it, and the enemy's firepower was fierce and it flew fast. Fortunately, the 10 helicopters were obviously not heading for the military camp below, but flew directly to the Tiny Inca city wall. At this time, the Korean defenders on the city wall had all woken up and were staring at the fires that suddenly appeared everywhere in the rear military camp. On the city wall, a Korean soldier looked at the helicopter flying towards him and opened his mouth. Ah! As a result, he screamed for a long time, but nothing came out. In a moment of desperation, he bit his tongue. A Goryeo soldier next to him was covered in cold sweat, as if he had just taken a shower. He took a deep breath, and then a scream resounded throughout the entire wall. Enemy attack! Swoosh! In the dark night, under the light of the fires burning in the military camp below, a rocket with a tail of flame flew rapidly towards the Korean soldier. Bang! On the city wall, flames and rubble flew everywhere, but the person who had just let out the miserable roar was gone. In fact, there was no need for him to yell at this time. Who wouldn't hear such a loud noise behind? For a moment, the Goryeo soldiers on the city wall watched the helicopters flying towards them. Some of the smart ones had already run to the bottom of the city wall, but most people just stood there. Boom, 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 boom. It was not until 2 longbow-armed helicopters fired machine guns along the city wall that the Goryeo soldiers on the wall began to flee in panic, crying for their parents. Under the fire coverage of 5 longbow-armed helicopters, in less than 3 minutes, there were no more organized Korean soldiers on the city wall. Afterwards, 3 Cougars slowly descended and stopped 20 meters from the ground. One by one, the soldiers of the Tianhu Special Operations Wing grabbed the ropes hanging from the helicopters and slid down. After all the soldiers landed, the 3 Cougars took off, and the Tianhu soldiers on the ground quickly occupied the dangerous places on the city wall. After that, the sound of helicopter machine guns on the city wall disappeared, replaced by sporadic gunfire. In the dark night, teams of fully armed Tianhu soldiers wearing night vision goggles were like sharp knives, constantly reaping the lives of Goryeo soldiers. Buzz, buzz. At the same time, outside the Goryeo military camp, the hum of a distant locomotive gradually approached, and boom, crack! An armed Hummer drove at full speed and broke open the gate of the Goryeo military camp. Before the Goryeo soldiers guarding the camp could move forward, The first Hummer had already roared out. The Humvees that followed behind were driving two in a row, with the soldiers on board operating the heavy machine guns on each side. The fire from each heavy machine gun was like a chain of fire of death sweeping across the Korean military camp. The Korean soldiers guarding the camp who were far away might be able to keep their bodies intact, but those who were close could only pray for a quick death. The Hummer convoy rushed through the Goryeo military camp with impunity, and wherever it passed was as if it was an empty space. The convoy arrived at the wall of Tiny Inku and turned around to form temporary defensive fortifications. Afterwards, the Tianhu soldiers who came over in Hummers merged with the Tianhu soldiers on the wall and firmly grasped Tiny Inku in their hands. In less than 20 minutes, the soldiers from Tianhu base completely took over the entire Tiny Inku. As for the Korean soldiers behind them, they had tens of thousands of people, but could do nothing. In the Goryeo military camp, several men who looked like generals gathered together in disheveled clothes and armor. Looking at each other, none of them could make up their minds. One of the upright black-faced generals said, "Everyone, how about we organize a counterattack and see if we can take back the city?" As soon as he opened his mouth, he saw that his colleagues all took a step away from him, as if he was very scary. After a while, a group of people came from outside Tiny Inku. They were in Shunkan and his group who had gone out in the dark to surrender to Yonggu. They came quietly to the foot of the city. When Shunkan saw that the tower was pitch black, he couldn't help but curse. "I'm back! Put down the hanging basket. You bastards are so scared of death that you don't even light a torch?" And Shunkan had just finished cursing when suddenly a light came on from the city wall. A team of fully armed soldiers from the Tianhu base shone their flashlights at him, suddenly illuminated by the strong light, and Shunkan was about to start cursing, but the next moment he felt cold all over and couldn't utter a word. Zhou Tao strode over from the tower and said to Shunkan, "Sorry, the eagle's mouth has changed hands." Chapter 133 Request. Thanks to Maple Ming for the great certification. Thank you. The morning light is dim and the autumn breeze blows on my face. Tens of thousands of Goryeo soldiers gathered towards the tiny Inca tower, but they were not deployed in an attack formation, but a defensive formation. And Shingsan's whereabouts are unknown. Several generals in the Goryeo army discussed everything together. Although no one agreed to counterattack Tiny Inku, no one proposed to withdraw because their homes were behind them. Finally, all the Goryeo generals reached a consensus to use the flesh and blood of tens of thousands of soldiers in Tiny Inku to defend their homeland. If he died, the people of Goryeo would not be guilty of anything. A silent, desolate atmosphere spread among the Goryeo soldiers. Those who were afraid of death had already run away last night. Every Goryeo soldier standing here now knew what they would face. Buzz! Suddenly, a motorcycle hum sounded, and two armed Hummers drove towards the tens of thousands of Korean soldiers here, and finally stopped in front of the military formation. A sturdy soldier wearing desert camouflage, sunglasses, and combat boots got off the car in front. He was a Tianji combat robot belonging to the Tianhu Special Warfare Wing. He took a few steps forward and shouted in full force to the tens of thousands of Korean soldiers, "Please ask your boss to come out and speak." Suddenly, there was a slight commotion in the Goryeo army formation. Soon, 4 generals rode out on horseback. When they came closer, they dismounted and bowed slightly to the people in front of them. Although they all had serious expressions, they were all commanders after all, and there was no obvious fear on their faces. The Tianji soldier asked the 4 people in front of him, "Can you decide the direction of these tens of thousands of people?" The 4 Goryeo generals looked at each other, nodded, and said nothing. Faced with the enemy army that had captured their city walls, several Goryeo generals felt a little frustrated as they were angry, but could not vent their anger. However, for the sake of their own lives and the lives of tens of thousands of Goryeo soldiers behind them, they could only endure it for the time being. At this time, the Tianji soldier turned around and opened the door of an armed Hummer at the back and said to the Korean generals, "Get in the car. Lord Megatron invites you to come over for a chat." The 4 Goryeo generals hesitated when they heard this. After a while, one of them said, "Brothers, this is a good thing. At least there is still a chance. Let's go." After saying that, this man got in the Hummer first, and then the other 3 looked at each other and followed suit. When tens of thousands of Goryeo soldiers saw this scene, they began to talk in low voices. The personal soldiers of these generals wanted to step forward, but were scolded back by those generals one by one. Finally, the Tianji soldier closed the car door, walked back, and glanced indifferently at the army formation composed of tens of thousands of Goryeo soldiers, opened the car door and got in, and the 2 armed Hummers roared away. On the wall of Tiny Inku, and Shunkan and his group knelt on the ground. He didn't expect that he had just been the boss for a day, and now he became a prisoner. Beside Shunkan, a team of Tianhu League soldiers were guarding them with weapons in hand, without blinking an eye. Previously, one of Shungsan's deputy generals tried to resist by relying on his strength in the Earth Martial realm, but he was beaten into a sieve in an instant. After a while, 2 Hummers came back, and the Goryeo generals got off the cars and were invited to the city wall. Looking at the dilapidated Tiny Inku city wall, and Shunkan kneeling on the ground, they sighed. A Goryeo general patted the city wall in front of him and choked up, saying, "This great pass, which has never been lost since it was built, is lost in our hands." Soon, the sound of helicopter propellers turning was suddenly heard in the sky. A Puma helicopter, 3 longbow-armed helicopters and several Tiger Eagle drones flew over. The Tiger Eagles hovered over the city wall, and the helicopters landed. Several Goryeo generals saw a group of soldiers with clothes similar to those of the guards around them, escorting a black-haired boy out of the grounded steel giant. The clothes on the boy were even more strange, but they made him look very heroic. In addition, the boy also faintly exuded the aura of a superior. This kind of aura does not need to be cultivated, nor can it be cultivated. It will come naturally after being in power for a long time. The Decepticon team escorted Yang-gu off the plane. As soon as Yang-gu stood up, a sharp shout came from the eagle. Salute! Swoosh! At this moment, except for the team of Tianhu soldiers guarding in Shunkan, all other soldiers in Tiny Inca raised their right hands and saluted Yang-gu as one. This scene made in Shunkan and those Goryeo generals tremble with fear. From the small details, they could see how strict the discipline of this army was. Yang-gu glanced at Zhou Tao, who understood and ordered, at ease. Afterwards, he led the way, taking Yang-gu and the Decepticon team to the top of the city wall. A chair was placed on the Tiny Inca tower, and Yang-gu sat down with his horse and sword. Behind him, Shuejian and others stood with guns in their hands, and in front of him stood in Shunkan and several Goryeo generals. Yang-gu looked at the people in front of him and said calmly, "The main reason I invited you here today is to put an end to the war that has been going on for a while. It's clear that you are not the victors in this war." As he spoke, Yang Ji's eyes swept over every Korean in front of him, and then he asked softly, "Everyone, do you have any objections?" No, you are right." Yang Ji's words were very considerate of the Goryeo generals, who all lowered their heads in response. Among them, and Sheng San's face was the reddest, and he only felt a burning pain on his face. Yang-gu continued, "Okay, since you all agree, then as the victorious party, I will now present my demands to you. You can pass my words on to your court. Of course, if you don't like it, you can just pretend you didn't hear it." As he spoke, Yang-gu raised a finger. "First, I want war compensation, including gold, silver, spiritual stones, and food. Second, I want Jeju Island. Of course, the terms can be written as a lease, and I can pay for it." What? Several Goryeo generals were about to speak with horror on their faces, but when they saw Yang-gu raise the index finger of his other hand and put it in front of his mouth, indicating that he had not finished speaking, several Goryeo generals fell silent, even though there was obvious anger on their faces. At this point, Yang-gu had already raised 2 fingers. His 2 conditions had already made those Goryeo generals a little breathless, and his next sentence made in Shunkan and another Goryeo general sit down on the ground. "Third, 5 days later, I will judge Li Chunyuan here." How can this be possible? A slightly sturdy Korean general stepped forward and was about to charge at Yang-gu, but just as he took a step, boom, with a dull gunshot, his head instantly exploded on his shoulder, and the blood mist spread all around. Chapter 134 Meeting. Yang-gu glanced at the headless body on the ground with cold eyes and said calmly, "If you have any opinions, you can say it. Don't always think of using violence to solve problems. If I like to use violence, you..." As he spoke, Yang-gu glanced at the Korean generals one by one. The Korean generals he saw felt as if autumn had instantly turned into winter, and their whole bodies were trembling. "Every one of you, including those tens of thousands of poor Korean soldiers, have long been dead." Yang-gu said this lightly, not as if it was a major matter involving tens of thousands of lives. The Goryeo generals standing in front of him were a little envious of Shunkan, who had just sat down on the ground. "Because I was sitting on the ground, the trembling of my legs was not obvious." Zhou Tao looked behind him and saw 2 Tianhu soldiers coming up and dragging the body with its head blown off like a dead dog. A Goryeo general looked at Yang-gu tremblingly and asked stutteringly, "Sir, you just said that we can have objections?" Yang-gu smiled and said, "Of course you can. You have no say in this matter. I just asked you to pass on a message for me. You can also choose to resist to the end." As he spoke, Yang-gu still had a smile on his face. He pointed to the tiny Inca city wall below him and continued, "But if you make this choice, I will bomb this place and let hundreds of thousands of cavalry from outside in. As for the lives of you Korean people, I don't care at all." As he spoke, Yang-gu changed to a more comfortable sitting position. He looked up at the blue sky behind Tiny Inku and said, "It's not that I want to be your enemy. This is all Li Chunyuan's own fault. In this war, we were allies." After Yang-gu finished speaking, the Korean generals all broke out in cold sweat. Finally, Yang-gu said to them, "Everyone, please go back. I will help you guard Tiny Inku for 5 days. However, please send some food here during these 5 days. Otherwise, the Hu cavalry outside will be hungry. I will have no choice but to let them in to find food." After Yang-gu finished speaking, the Goryeo generals were still standing there in a daze, and it was not until Zhou Tao's men came forward that they came to their senses one by one. Including in Shunkan, the remaining 4 Goryeo generals supported each other and walked down the city wall. They walked back to the Goryeo military camp step by step from Tiny Inku. None of them spoke along the way. When they arrived at the military camp, and Shunkan said to the 3 men, "3 of you, let's go back to our own camps and think for a while. After an hour, come to my tent to discuss matters." The 3 Goryeo generals nodded and left. After a while, A fast horse ran out from the Goryeo military camp and headed towards the heart of Goryeo. An hour later, Shunkan and 3 others reunited again. At this time, Shunkan placed 4 pieces of cloth on his desk. He said to the 3 people, "Everyone, I believe you have made up your mind about today's matter. Why don't we write down our ideas first, and then compare them together, and finally decide where our tens of thousands of troops should go?" One of the oldest Goryeo generals stood up and stood in front of Shunkan. He bowed to Shunkan and said, "General, you are the most senior person here, so you can handle it as you see fit. I'm a little tired, so I want to say goodbye to you all." And Shunkan stood up, grabbed the old general's arm, and said, "General Zhao, retreating at this time is the act of a coward." The old general smiled bitterly, then pushed Shunsan's hand away, turned around and walked to the door of the tent, looked at the sky outside and said sadly, "Be a coward, General, and I beg you this time, let me be a coward." And Shunkan hurriedly walked around the table and came behind the old general, bowed, and said solemnly, "This is a big deal. Although Shunsan's position is slightly higher than that of the old general, I am actually very flustered. I would like to ask the old general to teach me." Suddenly, a trace of disgust appeared in the old general's eyes, and he said coldly, "Humph, General is being too modest. I'm sure you've already made up your mind. Why is he being so hypocritical? Could it be?" As he said that, the old general turned around and stared into Shunsan's eyes and said word by word, "Could it be that General really wants me to bear the infamy of treason?" Boom! The old general's words caused an uproar in the minds of the other 2 generals in the tent. The 2 men stood up at the same time, looking at the old general and Shunkan in surprise, not knowing what to do for a moment. Seeing that the old general had spoken out, Shunkan simply put away his previous expression of seeking advice and sneered at the old general in front of him. "Old general, yes, I have made up my mind, but since His Majesty returned from Liaodong that day, he disappeared from the palace the next day. I don't even know where His Majesty is. This, I have to ask the old general to teach me." The old general turned to look at the other 2 and asked, "Are you 2 the same as him?" The 2 men hesitated for a moment, and one of them stepped forward and stood behind Shunkan. He bowed to the old general and said, "General Zhao, I'm sorry, my hometown is less than 200 miles away from Tiny Inku." The old general nodded and looked at the last person, who was the youngest of the 4. He hesitated for a moment, then stood by the old general and said firmly, "I am willing to shed my last drop of blood for your majesty." "Good." The old general praised him, then looked at Shunkan. "Aren't you ashamed?" "Ashamed? Huh?" And Shunsan's eyes were full of coldness. "When you lie in the coffin, perhaps you will feel more comfortable with a heart loyal to the emperor and patriotic." "Someone come!" And Shunkan shouted loudly. And then the old general and the man behind him remembered that they were now in Shunsan's camp. Suddenly, footsteps were heard from outside the tent, and the old general's eyes suddenly turned cold. He drew out his sword and stabbed at Shunkan in front of him. And Shunkan is also a martial artist of the first level of martial arts. Facing the old general's sword, he was not afraid at all. He turned around and stepped back 2 steps, picked up his sword, and went to meet the old general. When the swords clashed, and Shunsan's face changed drastically. You were actually at the peak of earthly martial arts?" The old general used his sword to knock Shunsan's long sword away. The sword flashed with light, and the sword energy surged out. 3 sword beams instantly pierced Shunsan's heart. At the same time, the man standing behind Shunkan could not escape the old general's sword light and died under his sword in a single encounter. "Humph, I've been immersed in martial arts for most of my life. How can I really be inferior to a young man like you? Want to sell out the country? Wait for the next life." After saying that, the old general swung his sword again and cut off Shunsan's head. Puff! This was not the sound of the old general chopping off Shunsan's head. At this moment, the old general only felt a chill on his chest. He looked down and saw half of the sharp tip of the knife piercing out of his chest. A burst of unbridled laughter rang out from behind the old general. "Ha ha ha! Among these tens of thousands of people, I am the oldest." Chapter 135, The Surest Field on Earth. Clang! The old general staggered forward 2 steps, turned around, and looked at the young general behind him, who was laughing wildly with his entire facial features twisted due to extreme excitement. At the same time, a team of armored soldiers rushed in from outside the tent. The expressions of the 2 people in the tent changed at the same time, and the old general obviously reacted faster. He hugged Shunsan's body on the ground and cried with tears streaming down his face. General was a young talent. It's a pity that he fell into the hands of a villain. How hateful! How hateful! The old general still had a sword stuck in his abdomen, but he managed to endure the severe pain and insisted on speaking these words fluently and in a sad tone. This scene made the young general dumbfounded. How shameless! The group of armored soldiers who rushed and saw Shunkan lying in a pool of blood, then looked at the seriously injured and mournful old general, and the young general who had a ferocious smile on his face that had not yet faded. The captain of Shunsan's personal guards, who was in the lead, had red eyes and pointed his sword at the young general. "Get it!" The young general was stunned. He immediately pointed at the old general and shouted, He was the one who killed in Shunkan, not me. And Shun San's personal guard captain turned his head to look at the old general. The old general didn't pay any attention to them. He just threw himself on Shun San's body and cried loudly. Suddenly, the old general stopped crying. He covered his chest and abdominal wounds, and a look of intense pain appeared on his face. Then the old general pointed at the young general and said slowly, He is the murderer. You're talking nonsense. The young general refuted and rushed towards the old general. The captain of Shun San's personal guard pointed at him and waved his hand behind him. He killed General In and General Zhao. Follow me. After saying that, Shun San's personal soldiers rushed forward with swords in hand. The young general had no time to explain himself and could only resist. After all, he was a martial artist of the same level. In a blink of an eye, he killed several personal soldiers with his bare hands, while he himself was unharmed. The captain of the guards immediately ordered the people outside. Call a team of archers over. When the young general heard this, he snapped. He broke the neck of a soldier who was slashing at him with a knife with his bare hands, then picked up a knife from the ground and condensed the sword energy that symbolized the strength of the earth martial realm. The next moment, he chopped at the tarpaulin of the tent beside him. Sizzle. An exit was instantly cut out of the military tent, and he was about to escape. At this moment, the old general, who everyone thought was dead, suddenly spat out blood and opened his eyes. He grabbed Shun San's sword and threw it at the young general. Puff! The old general's sword pierced directly through the young general's back. Immediately, a group of Shun San's personal soldiers came forward with swords and knives and chopped the young general into meat paste in a moment. After everything was settled, the captain of the personal guard stepped forward to support the old general and said with tears in his eyes, General Zhao Chuan, you can go with peace of mind. As he spoke, the captain of the guards reached out to help the old general close his eyes, but the old general waved his hand, covered the wound on his chest, and panted violently. Pull me up, call a doctor. I can still save him. TSK, TSK, TSK. The struggle between people is really the most exciting. Yang Ge, who was reviewing the Tianhu Special Operations Wing at Tiny Inku, was shocked in his heart. If he hadn't had someone secretly install a hummingbird probe on Shunkan, he would probably have missed the wonderful scene in the big tent. Yang Ge had a hunch that with Zhao Chuan's cunning personality, he probably wouldn't surrender docilely. An hour later, Yang Ge left Tiny Inku. Before leaving, he called Zhou Tao to his side and gave him a few instructions. That night, the breeze was blowing gently over the beaching river. Yang Ge's mod absurdly. Sure enough, he was right. Immediately, Zhou Tao's voice came from his headset. Commander, there are indeed unusual movements of the Goryeo soldiers. The Goryeo military camp is not far from Tiny Inku and Tianhu Base. Whether it is Yangji's Eagle Eye, satellite, or the Eagle Eye and radar of Tianhu Base, they can clearly see the movements in the Goryeo military camp. Under the cover of night, teams of Goryeo soldiers gathered in the camp. Soon, Zhao Chuan, with thick bandages wrapped around his upper body, rode to the front of the army. He first glanced at the soldiers in front of him and said loudly, Goryeo warriors, I know that you are the elite troops drawn from all over Goryeo. I, Zhao Chuan, am honored to be with you today. I am honored to guard Goryeo's national border with you. But just last night, the enemy set foot on our land and invaded our homes. Behind us are our families, lovers, and children. We are the last line of defense of Goryeo. If we retreat today, the people we protect will be killed and humiliated tomorrow, and our descendants will live under the bullying of the enemy. Warriors, tell me with your voices, do you dare to drive these foreign invaders into the beaching river? As soon as Zhao Chuan finished speaking, a roar of anger rang out from the Goryeo soldiers in front of him. Dare! Looking at the young faces in front of him with satisfaction, Zhao Chuan praised. Good. You are worthy of being our Goryeo warriors. It's a pity that I am injured, otherwise I would definitely join you to charge up to the wall of Tiny Inku and chop off the invader's head with my own hands. Finally, Zhao Chuan looked around at everyone and whispered 8 words. Be loyal to the country and fight to the death. Be loyal to your country and fight to the death. Be loyal to your country and fight to the death. Wave after wave of suppressed noises rang out in the Goryeo military camp. A moment later, one after another, the hot-blooded Goryeo soldiers rushed out of the camp gate. It is quiet and silent at night. Outside Tiny Inku, the soldiers of the Tianhu Special Operations Wing have built simple defensive fortifications with armed Hummers and sandbags, with heavy machine guns and squad machine guns set up on top. As soon as the large group of Goryeo soldiers left the camp, Zhou Tao ordered all units to take up defensive positions. At this time, Zhou Tao looked at the endless night over the Goryeo military camp. He didn't understand why the other general would make such a stupid order. Soon, fast-running figures appeared in the night. When the distance got closer, the Goryeo soldiers who were rushing towards the Tiny Inca city wall no longer concealed their tracks. Waves of shouts of killing rang out, and for a moment the momentum was like thunder. On the Tiny Inca wall, Zhou Tao waited for the Korean soldiers to get closer, then shouted, shoot, da-da-da-da-da, boom, 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 boom. At this moment, the sounds of heavy machine guns and squad machine guns mixed together, and lines of fire shot out rapidly from the defensive positions of the Tianhu Regiment soldiers. Puff, 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 puff. The sounds of bullets piercing bodies rang out one after another in an instant, and blood splattered everywhere. The Korean soldiers, who were just full of passion, fell down one after another like crops being harvested. There are a total of 200 heavy machine guns in the Tianhu base. This time, Zhou Tao directly moved half of them. Under the firepower coverage of 100 heavy machine guns, the land where the Goryeo soldiers launched the charge was like a Shura field on earth. Chapter 136: The Art of Language. More than 100 deadly lines of fire formed a crisscross fire network in front of and above the heads of the Goryeo soldiers. This was not a battle, it was a massacre. This time the Goryeo army's surprise attack lasted for half an hour, and the sound of gunfire outside Taininko also lasted for half an hour. The next morning, in the Goryeo military camp, several angry lieutenants came to Zhao Chuan's tent. Zhao Chuan's personal soldiers stepped forward to stop them, but were pushed away by these people. "What are you doing?" Seeing that they were in trouble, Zhao Chuan's personal soldiers drew their weapons and pointed them at these people. The deputy general in charge looked at the guard and said sternly, "Hey, what? You had nothing to do with going to Tiny Inku to die last night. Now that 8,000 of my brothers have died, you're going to fight me?" After saying that, the deputy general rushed forward, snatched the sword from the hand of Zhao Chuan's personal soldier, and then rushed into Zhao Chuan's tent with the sword in hand. Zhao Chuan was still sleeping at this time, and was awakened by the noise outside. He opened his eyes and saw a blood-stained man holding a knife and glaring at him. He was immediately startled and said anxiously, "Who are you?" The deputy general smiled angrily. Who am I?" "General Zhao, I was the one you sent to the battlefield last night. But unfortunately, I came back alive." Zhao Chuan was stunned at first. He looked behind the man in front of him and said, "Last night's battle went badly, but I have to take the blame. If the generals want to blame me for this, then come on." "Pooh." The deputy general spat on Zhao Chuan's face and cursed. "You old bastard, you really know how to flatter yourself. Do you take responsibility? At least 10,000 Korean soldiers died last night. What right do you have to take responsibility? Just because of your loyal mouth?" Zhao Chuan's face turned gloomy. He whispered, "General, loyalty to the emperor and the country is the duty of our Goryeo army. How can we retreat when foreign enemies invade us? I see that you are still a deputy general. You should be careful with your words. Don't let a few words affect your future." The deputy general raised his head and laughed, then sneered at Zhao Chuan. "Yes, of course we have to fight against foreign invasions, even if we have to die. Anyway, it's not me, Zhao Chuan, who is dying. Not my soldier. Instead, I have become Zhao Chuan's loyal subject. Isn't that what I said, General Zhao?" "Presumptuous!" Zhao Chuan shouted angrily. "What do you know? Last night, I indeed misjudged the enemy's strength. When my troops went up, the battle was already lost. How could I let my Korean men go up and die in vain?" As he spoke, Zhao Chuan sat up from the couch, his upper body still wrapped in layers of gauze. His hawk-like eyes swept over the deputy generals in front of him, and he said slowly, "I'm only temporarily in command. If you are dissatisfied with me, you can write to His Majesty. When His Majesty sends someone more capable, I will hand over the military power." The deputy general stared at Zhao Chuan with a pair of cold eyes. He took out a token and said in a cold voice, "Of course, Zhao Chuan. I came here this time to tell you that although I am a deputy general in the army, I am also a Jianlong secret guard placed by His Majesty in the Tiny Inku garrison. I know where His Majesty is, and I will personally go to His Majesty to expose your crimes." After saying that, Chen Xiu turned around and left with the people behind him. After Chen Xiu and the others left, Zhao Chuan's personal soldiers ran into the tent. Zhao Chuan immediately roared like thunder. "A bunch of trash!" Afterwards, a team of cavalry galloped out of Zhao Chuan's camp. However, they failed to find Chen Xiu and others along the way and finally had to return in disappointment. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. That morning, in a large courtyard in Qinglan city of Goryeo, Li Chunyuan received a battle report from Tiny Inku. "Hey, General Zhao Chuan is still loyal and faithful. I didn't misjudge him. Humph, but I misjudged in Shunkan, that traitor." Beside Li Chunyuan, Jiang he asked cautiously, "Your Majesty, did General Zhao win a great victory on the front line?" Li Chunyuan waved his hand. "It's not a great victory. The battle report said that General Zhao went into the enemy camp alone to negotiate with the bandit leader. The negotiation failed, so he launched several surprise attacks on Tiny Inku overnight. The soldiers of the three armies were drenched in blood, and Goryeo suffered countless casualties. The enemy army was about to collapse." Jiang Yi frowned and said, "Your Majesty, this?" Li Chunyuan asked, "What?" Jiang He knew that what he was going to say next would make Li Chunyuan uncomfortable, but he still said, "Your Majesty, General Zhao's battle report, apart from expressing his loyalty, clearly stated that our army suffered heavy casualties and had no results at all." Li Chunyuan wanted to get angry, but when he thought about it carefully, it seemed that this was really the case. Li Chunyuan suddenly felt his face burning. He was actually tricked by a military commander in the art of language. At this time, a eunuch came over and whispered a few words to Li Chunyuan, and Li Chunyuan's face changed drastically. "Hurry up and let him come to see me." After a while, Chun Xiu came to Li Chunyuan under the guidance of the eunuch. Chun Xiu told Li Chunyuan everything that happened in Tiny Inku. When Li Chunyuan heard it, he first realized that there was something strange about the deaths of Shunkan and others. After a little thought, Li Chunyuan was suddenly covered in cold sweat. The next moment, Li Chunyuan immediately ordered his subordinates. "Quick! Gather everyone, let's leave Qinglan City." Although Jian Longwei and Jiang, he on Li Chunyuan's left and right didn't understand why Li Chunyuan lost his composure like that. They immediately followed the order. Just when everyone hadn't even packed up their gifts, suddenly there was a shout of killing outside the mansion. After a while, another eunuch came running in from outside. Before he even entered the door, he started yelling, "Your Majesty, something bad has happened. Your Majesty, someone is rebelling." Li Chunyuan's face suddenly turned pale. Even though he already had the answer in his mind, he still asked helplessly, "Who is rebelling?" "It's Zhao Wenbin, the son of Zhao Chuan." At this point, Li Chunyuan finally understood what this old dog Zhao Chuan was planning. Jiang, he beside Li Chunyuan, was also shocked. He murmured, "I never thought that Zhao Chuan's mind is as deep as the sea." Chapter 137, Your World. The next morning, outside Tiny Inku, the Korean military camp. Report. Zhao Chuan was discussing matters in the tent when suddenly a scout ran over, half knelt in front of him, and said, "General, a large group of troops is coming from the southwest." Zhao Chuan asked, "But His Majesty has sent reinforcements?" The scout stammered, No, it's His Majesty who has issued an edict of guilt and is now leading all the ministers to Tiny Inku to stand trial." "What? This? Then what are we fighting for? How is this possible?" At this moment, all the generals who were participating in the meeting in the tent began to discuss. Bang! Confused, Zhao Chuan slammed his fist on the table in front of him, stood up and cursed. "The soldiers on the front line are still fighting bloody battles, but the emperor and his ministers surrendered first? Humph! Your Majesty must have been bewitched by a villain. All the generals, listen to my orders." Zhao Chuan gave an order, and the generals in the tent stood up one after another and looked at him. At this time, Zhao Chuan strode out of the tent and said, "Everyone, leave the camp immediately. I want to see which traitor dared to do such a treasonous thing." After a while, Zhao Chuan led the soldiers of the Goryeo army out of the camp and stopped the team coming from the rear. Zhao Chuan stood before the battle with his sword drawn and shouted in a stern voice, "General Zhao Chuan, I am here to see your Majesty." Among the people coming over were cavalry and carriages. A general ran out from among them, rode his horse to the front of the battle formation, and said to Zhao Chuan, "Dad, I will." Before the general could finish his words, Zhao Chuan pointed at him and cursed, "Rebellious son, but you slandered His Majesty and betrayed your country." The general opposite Zhao Chuan was none other than his biological son Zhao Wenbin. At this moment, Zhao Wenbin was stunned. "Didn't you write to me the day before yesterday, asking me to coerce the king of Goryeo?" But the next moment, Zhao Wenbin realized that his old man had a big appetite and he wanted both fame and fortune. Zhao Wenbin immediately changed his words and shouted at the top of his voice, "Father, stop being so blindly loyal. The king of Goryeo has brought disaster upon himself. Look behind you, look at these young Goryeo soldiers. You want to be a loyal subject, but ask them, are they willing to go up and die again? How dare you? My Zhao family has been loyal for generations. How could we have a treacherous and rebellious son like you?" Zhao Wenbin sneered, "Hey father, His Majesty has issued a self-blame edict and ordered all Goryeo soldiers not to resist. Now the one who disobeyed the prince's order is you. So who among us is the flatterer?" After saying that, Zhao Wenbin rode back, leaving Zhao Chuan standing there with his nose blown and eyes glaring. Finally, Zhao Chuan raised his head and sighed. "God has doomed our Goryeo." Afterwards, the old general fainted from his horse, and the soldiers behind him hurried up to help him up. What was interesting was that after Zhao Chuan fell to the ground, his horse's hind hoof moved, and Zhao Chuan, who had fainted on the ground, miraculously turned over and avoided the hoof that was about to step on him. Inside the command room of the cruiser, Yanggu was eating breakfast while watching the performance of the two men over there, and he kept sighing in his heart, "Ordinary people really can't guess the mind of that old fox Zhao Chuan." Zhao Chuan's purpose was very clear. His son abducted Li Chunyuan to him. This was an obvious gesture of goodwill. No matter what happened in the future, at least he would not let the Zhao family suffer any loss. Thus, the Zhao family's wealth and glory were preserved, and at the same time, his reputation as a loyal minister was also preserved. Although his son had the reputation of a traitor, so what? After a few generations, who will still remember? After finishing the fried eggs and bacon on the plate slowly, Yang Gus said into the headset, "Shui Jian, the guests are coming. Let's get ready and leave." Yes. An hour later, downstairs of Tiny Inca City, Zhao Wenbin personally brought several soldiers to protect Li Chunyuan's carriage. Behind them, a group of Goryeo civil and military officials followed with tears in their eyes. When they got closer, Zhou Tao led the soldiers of the Tianhu Special Operations Wing to stop them. Zhao Wenbin gave Zhou Tao a flattering smile then nodded and said, "General, I am here to escort the king of Goryeo to see you." Zhou Tao said coldly, "You and your people retreat." Zhao Wenbin nodded repeatedly, then waved his hand and led his men to retreat several feet away. Zhou Tao stepped forward, pulled open the curtain on Li Chunyuan's frame, looked inside, and after checking that there was no danger, he said, "King of Goryeo, please." Clang. First, the sound of dragging iron chains was heard from the frame, and then Li Chunyuan, with a pale face, came out with iron chains on his hands and feet, like a prisoner in prison. Several feet behind him, all the Goryeo civil and military officials lowered their heads, and some upright ministers had tears in their eyes and sobbed softly. However, none of these people dared to speak for Li Chunyuan. Those who had that courage had already died at the hands of Zhao Wenbin. Li Chunyuan looked up at the tiny Inca city wall in front of him, which had already been in ruins. Finally, his gaze fell on Yonggu in front of him. After getting off the carriage, Li Chunyuan was brought to Yonggu under the strict precautions of Zhou Tao and others. "Your Majesty the King of Goryeo, we meet again." Li Chunyuan laughed twice, his tone full of self-mockery. "Yes, we meet again. Last time you went to my bedroom and captured me. This time, you're even more powerful. You actually let my ministers capture me." Yonggu said calmly, "You asked for this. I wanted to be your ally, so that we could each get what we wanted, but you chose to kill me. King of Goryeo, do you think I am to blame for this?" "Hee-ah!" Li Chunyuan's laughter gradually grew louder. He looked into Yongji's eyes and said sternly, "It has come to this point. Do you still have the meaning of pretending? The Hu cavalry is fierce. They're just plundering some food. However, if you come, my Goryeo will be in danger." Yonggu frowned and asked, "You didn't react so strongly to the conditions I proposed at that time." Li Chunyuan's voice lowered. "I have been the king of Goryeo for nearly 20 years. I know clearly how power can corrupt a person. You have a strong military force and want mines and land right away. So, what will happen when you become even more powerful? How many spiritual mines can Goryeo give you to mine, and how many Jeju Islands can you station troops on? Even among the 7 empires, who will be your opponent in the future? Call." Li Chunyuan let out a long sigh, and then he suddenly laughed. "Hee, aren't you going to judge me? Come on, I'll wait and see. The emperors of the 7 countries, one by one, follow in my footsteps." Yonggu shook his head and said calmly, "You misunderstood. I don't have much ambition, and I don't want to unify the 7 empires. You may not believe it, but everything I did in your world was just for fun. I want to see what will happen in the end." "Iwi?" Li Chunyuan was shocked. "What do you mean, our world?" As for the rest of Yongji's sentence, he completely ignored it. For a moment, Li Chunyuan looked at Yonggu with disbelief in his eyes. Yonggu smiled slightly. "You may not understand, but this is what I really think." Chapter 138. "I'll sentence you to death. I'll take a day off on the 26th. On the top of the tiny Inca city wall, with its back against the frozen beaching river, there was a square table with 2 chairs on the left and right. The Decepticon team stood on the side, and Yonggu prepared the last meal for Li Chunyuan. This meal was not sumptuous, but Yonggu asked the Battleship restaurant to prepare it and send it to him. Li Chunyuan ate it with gusto, and at the end he wiped the greasy mouth and praised, "Lord Megatron's cooking skills are extraordinary." Yonggu sat opposite Li Chunyuan, holding a wine glass in his hand. He raised it to signal Li Chunyuan. Li Chunyuan raised his own wine glass and touched it lightly with his, then drank it all in one gulp. "Lord Megatron, let's go." Yonggu drank the wine in his glass in one gulp and nodded slightly. The sun had risen completely from the east that day, and the sunlight fell on the tiny Inca city wall. Li Chunyuan first looked at the blue river, then turned around and stood still looking at the beautiful mountains and rivers of Goryeo. After a while, he closed his eyes. Behind Li Chunyuan, Shuejian took out a silver pistol and fired it. He cocked the gun and handed it to Yonggu. Walking behind Li Chunyuan and looking at the Goryeo officials under the tower, Yonggu pointed the muzzle of his gun at the back of Li Chunyuan's head. "King Li Sun One of Goryeo, I, Yonggu, the supreme commander of the Decepticon army, codenamed Megatron, sentence you to death. The crime. The king employed the wrong people, thus bringing disaster to the country." Listening to what Yonggu said, Li Chunyuan trembled slightly. It would have been fine if Yonggu had chosen a different sentence that would offend him, but he chose the one that Li Chunyuan could not refute. "Call." Li Chunyuan took a last deep breath. Boom. A crisp gunshot was heard, a splash of blood splattered out, and then Li Chunyuan's body slowly fell down. Yonggu took the gun and handed it to Shuejian. Looking at the fallen Li Chunyuan, he realized that he had just executed a king with his own hands. His Majesty! His Majesty! Below, all the Goryeo ministers covered their faces and cried like ghosts and wolves, which formed a sharp contrast with the quiet scene when Li Chunyuan was alive. By executing the king of Goryeo personally, Yonggu caused a much greater impact than he had imagined. Yin State, capital Yinping, inside the imperial palace. "What?" The contemporary Yin State emperor, Yin, he was speechless when he saw the memorial before him. The next moment, he immediately shouted outside the palace, "Someone come!" An old eunuch hurried into the hall, and Yin, he said to him, 3 things. First, immediately send people to Liaodong and Goryeo to find out who executed Li Chunyuan. Second, call Jing Wuming and Meng Xiang to come to the palace to see me. Third, send a message to Yin Ming and Wu Yangchu and urgently mobilize the right army of the border garrison to garrison the Liaodong border. The old eunuch looked up at Yin in surprise and warned carefully. Your Majesty, the third item may shock the ministers. Your Majesty must make preparations early. Yenny nodded. I know, you go first. Promise. Qi State Linzi. The current Qi Emperor, Tianjiang, is hunting in a forest. He is riding a black horse, followed by a large group of Yulin guards, Qi generals, and several of his sons. Tianjiang was in high spirits at the moment. He galloped on his horse and shouted to the people behind him. Ha! Today I will challenge you all. Anyone who can beat me in horseback archery will receive my precious black dragon horse. When Tianjiang's sons heard this, they all became excited, while the generals and Yulin guards pretended not to hear. At this moment, a fast horse suddenly rushed into Tianjiang's hunting camp. The Yulin guards wanted to step forward to stop it, but when they saw the flag on the horse, they immediately gave way. The horse went straight to the large group of people in the mountains and forests ahead. In the forest, Tianjiang bent his bow and aimed at a mountain deer. The people behind him also held their breath and dared not make a sound. Report, Your Majesty. Urgent news from Goryeo. Suddenly, a sound from behind startled the mountain deer that was eating grass. The deer was frightened and dived into the forest, never to be seen again. Why? The people behind Tianjiang just felt a little disappointed. Among them, Tianjiang's youngest son pouted and muttered, What kind of urgent news can there be from a palm-sized place like Gali? It ruined my father's mood. Tianjiang also felt a little sorry, but he didn't say much. He put away his bow and arrow and looked at the person who came. The soldier who was galloping over dismounted and handed a thin bamboo tube to Tianjiang. After checking that the bamboo tube was sealed intact, Tianjiang opened it, took out a roll of cloth from it, and opened it to look at it. After a moment, everyone felt something was wrong. How many words could be written on that small piece of cloth? But at this time, Tianjiang kept holding it tightly, and even the Yulin guards who were close to him noticed that Tianjiang's body was trembling slightly. Yes, Tianjiang's body was indeed shaking, but not because of fear, but because of excitement. After a while, Tianjiang grabbed the reins and turned the horse around. He gave an order behind him. Pass the order. Cancel this hunting trip. Have the Admiral of the Navy come to the palace and wait for me immediately. Promise. Two people from the Yulin guards behind Tianjiang immediately ran out. One went to find the Admiral of the Navy, and the other conveyed Tianjiang's order to the Yulin guards who were responsible for guarding the mountains and forests. Ha 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 ha. Behind him, Tianjiang raised his head and laughed. This is a God-given opportunity. A God-given opportunity. I want to expand Qi's territory to the other side of the sea. Zhao State, Handan. Zhao Jingwen looked at the secret report in her hand with a complicated expression. She murmured to herself, I didn't expect that he has become so powerful. A moment later, Zhao Jingwen stood up and walked into the yard. The sound of sharp blades breaking through the air could be heard incessantly. A pretty figure was dancing with a long sword among the fallen leaves. Swish, swish, swish. As the figure danced gracefully, flashes of sword light could be seen from time to time in the courtyard, and large flakes of fallen leaves were flying in the air, not knowing whether they were caused by the autumn wind or swaying due to the sword energy. When the figure stopped, the sword light in the yard disappeared. The sword dancer turned his head to look at Zhao Jingwen and asked, Little sister, what's wrong? Looking at the face in front of her that was somewhat similar to her own and as beautiful as if she had walked out of a painting, Zhao Jingwen, who had never bowed to anyone in terms of appearance, had to admit that she was indeed much less attractive than her. At that moment, Zhao Jingwen smiled at the woman and said, Nothing, just came to see sister. Come see me. The woman walked up to Zhao Jingwen, rubbed her head, and asked suspiciously, Why would a little sister who never likes martial arts come to watch a sweaty tomboy like me practice martial arts? Zhao Jingwen raised the secret report in her hand and muttered with dissatisfaction. You are a tomboy? I am afraid there will be no women in this world. The woman smiled sweetly, which made Zhao Jingwen, who was also a woman, feel moved. Then the woman did not look at the secret report in Zhao Jingwen's hand, but turned and walked towards the inner courtyard. I knew it half an hour ago. Gao Li's affairs have nothing to do with us for the time being. The most important thing right now is... The woman stopped talking and turned to look at Zhao Jingwen. Jingwen, actually now you and I. Zhao Jingwen's eyes moved, and she took over the conversation and said, He may follow in Li Chunyuan's footsteps at any time. The woman nodded and disappeared into the porch. Chapter 139, Do you want to be the king of Goryeo? After Li Chunyuan's death, that afternoon, in the Tianhu base meeting room, the Goryeo ministers represented by Zhao Chuan, Jiang He, Zhao Wenbin, and another minister named Jin Xinghe, Liaodong King Gong Sun Hao, the dragon shark Wu Qiangxin, who was in charge of commanding the cavalry, Yang Lin from the White Shark base, and Zhou Tao from the Sky Tiger base, all sat below Yang Ge, waiting for him to speak. Everyone knows that from today onwards in Goryeo, Liaodong, and Baishan regions, who will be in power and who will be a dog, who will be big and who will be small, all depends on this meeting. Among these people, Jiang, he was the most conflicted. On the one hand, he felt that it was shameful to associate with Zhao Chuan, but on the other hand, he did not dare to stand up and resist openly. Thinking of his own family, Jiang He quietly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. In addition to Jiang He, Gong Sun Hao's mind was also in a mess. I just fought a few small battles with a few Hu cavalry tribes in Liaodong, and the result is that the king of Goryeo is now dead. Moreover, those hundreds of thousands of Hu cavalry were all subdued by the powerful figure that he had invited from afar. He looked at Yanggu at the top. This was the first time Gong Sun Hao saw Yanggu in person. Then he looked at his arm, which had bruises from being pinched by himself. This made him realize that he was not dreaming. At the same time, Gong Sun Hao discovered that his status and position with his ally had quietly changed without him noticing. Yang Gu glanced at the people below, first looking at the people from Gaoli, and said in a calm voice, "I am very grateful to the Koreans for giving me face. Li Chu and Yuan's surrender will not affect our cooperative relationship." As Yang Gu was speaking, Shui Jian presented the letter of credence that Li Chunyuan had written to Yang Gu that day. Yang Gu continued, "This is the letter of credence that Li Chunyuan and I signed before, but things are different now. Back then, he and I were allies. Now my conditions have already been fully informed to several generals of Goryeo." Yang Gu had already discovered that Zhao Chuan was the only general left among the generals at that time. As he spoke, he looked at Zhao Chuan. Feeling Yang Ji's gaze, Zhao Chuan stood up and bowed, saying, "Lord Megatron, as a warrior, I am not good at handling these matters. Regarding government affairs, please let Lord Jiang and Lord Jin take charge." As expected of an old fox, he completely denied himself all responsibility. Obviously, Zhao Chuan did not want to be branded as a traitor along with Jiang He and Jin Xinghe. After all, he had just created an image of a loyal and iron-blooded old minister for himself. However, how could Yang Gu let him have his way? Yang Gu narrowed his eyes and said coldly to the old general, "Oh, if that's the case, then why should I keep you?" As he spoke, Yang Ji's tone was extremely cold and murderous. He had just killed a king in the morning, and now his cold eyes made Zhao Chuan feel cold all over. Even though Zhao Chuan was a general and was not afraid of fighting against the enemy, he did not want to die facing this obviously unbeatable opponent. Seeing that Yang Ji's eyes were about to pull out a gun, Zhao Chuan immediately understood what Yang Gu meant. He immediately changed his words and said to Jiang He and Jin Xinghe, "Please rest assured, my two lords. Just accept Lord Megatron's request for joint efforts and leave the domestic affairs to me." The meaning of Zhao Chuan's words was very clear. He seemed to be talking to the two Goryeo ministers, but in fact he was expressing his loyalty to Yang Gu. At this time, Zhao Chuan's son Zhao Wenbin spoke up. He hesitated and asked, "Well, Lord Megatron, my father is old. How about you tell me what you want to do?" "Shut up." Zhao Wenbin was stopped by his own father, just as he was about to say half of his words. Yang Gu looked at the father and son and sneered. "You two played a trick on Li Chunyuan. One of you gained fame for yourself, and the other gained benefits for the family. Now, I will give you both of them." Yang Gu turned to look at Zhao Wenbin and smiled. "Do you want to be the king of Goryeo?" Boom. Zhao Wenbin felt like his brain exploded for a moment, but he calmed down the next moment. Although Zhao Wenbin is less than 30 years old, he was born into a family like Zhao Chuan and has been exposed to court struggles since childhood. How could he not know that the identity of the king of Goryeo is a hot potato at this time? Whoever sits on the throne of Goryeo now is a puppet and a traitor, and will be criticized by millions of Goryeo people. Zhao Wenbin could naturally understand the reason behind this, but even if he was a puppet and a traitor, he was still a king. Zhao Wenbin asked Yang Gu, "Can I be the king of Goryeo?" Everyone could see that Zhao Wenbin was obviously moved at this moment. Yang Gu nodded happily. "Okay, if anyone disagrees, let him come to me." Ahem ahem. Zhao Wenbin had just fallen into a fantasy when Zhao Chuan beside him coughed twice. Zhao Wenbin's face immediately changed and he said to Yang Gu, "My lord, I am afraid I am not the material to ascend the throne, so please ask for someone else." "Hmm? Really?" Yang Gu said with a sneer, and then, bang. There was only a loud bang, and Yang Gu slammed the table hard bang. The door of the conference room was pushed open in an instant, and a team of Tinji combat robots rushed in. Two of them rushed to Zhao Wenbin, grabbed his neck and pressed him down on the conference table, and then pressed a cold black pistol against Zhao Wenbin's temple. The sudden change happened very suddenly. No one expected that Yang Gu, who was smiling, would suddenly change his expression. The entire conference room fell silent in an instant, and no one dared to breathe. At this time, Yang Gu smiled and asked Zhao Wenbin again, "Let me ask you again, do you want to be the king of Goryeo?" Feeling the cold temperature of the gun muzzle on his forehead, Zhao Wenbin was sweating profusely and his face was as pale as wax. He knew how powerful the thing pointing at him was. He saw Li Chunyuan being tortured with his own eyes. "Wow!" Zhao Wenbin stammered for a long time and couldn't utter a word, and in the end he actually burst into tears. At the same time, everyone in the conference room smelled a urine odor gradually coming from Zhao Wenbin. After a while, Zhao Chuan sighed. He understood the meaning of Yang Ji's action. Zhao Chuan looked at Yang Gu and said, "Lord Megatron, I agree to your request on behalf of my son. If you don't like me to be a loyal minister in front of the people of Goryeo, then I won't be one. I will also give an explanation to the people of Goryeo about this matter. It was me, Zhao Chuan, who was trying to seize the throne. Lord Megatron was just a helper invited by me, Zhao Chuan. Jeju Island and war compensation are all the rewards I, Zhao Chuan, promise to you. I will take on all the grievances and anger in Goryeo. From now on, my Zhao family will be your agent in Goryeo. After saying that, Zhao Chuan bowed to Yanggu and said, Please, sir, spare my son. This is my only son. Hearing what Zhao Chuan said, Yanggu nodded in satisfaction. He found that it was easy to talk to a smart man like Zhao Chuan. As soon as he expressed his opinion, Zhao Chuan made his thoughts clear. However, it was impossible to agree to Zhao Chuan's request for the time being. Thinking of Zhao Chuan's superb acting skills before, Yanggu thought for a moment and said softly, The old general has worked tirelessly, so I have no objection. As for the old general's son, you can stay as a guest at my base. Chapter 140 Taxation Power. Zhao Wenbin was stunned when he heard Yang Ji's words. He was pinned to the table by the Tianji soldiers and could not move his head. He could only open his mouth and say, Dad, save me. Zhao Chuan's old face was rarely filled with tears. He pleaded with Yanggu, Lord Megatron, I only have this one son. Can you please be flexible? That depends on how General Zhao performs after becoming the king of Goryeo. If I am satisfied, I may release young Master Zhao, or rather, the Crown Prince of Goryeo, in 3 to 5 years. If I am not satisfied, I may let the two of you reunite in 6 to 8 months. By the end of his words, Yang Ji's voice was extremely cold. Yang Ji's words left everyone speechless for a moment, but they soon understood what Yang Gu meant. If Zhao Chuan couldn't satisfy him, the father and son would probably only live for half a year or 8 months at most. Zhao Chuan lowered his head helplessly. Over there, Zhao Wenbin was still sobbing. Yang Gu waved to the team of Tianji combat robots, and Zhao Wenbin was taken out. Afterwards, the Tianhu soldiers came in and cleaned up the smelly water stains on the ground, and everyone continued with the meeting. Yang Gu looked at Zhao Chuan, Zhang He, and Jin Xinghe and said, Next, let's talk about war reparations and Jeju Island. Zhao Chuan showed no expression when Yang Gu mentioned this. Instead, Zhang He and Jin Xinghe's faces slightly changed. Zhang He mustered up the courage to speak. Sir, it seems that in this war, the country that suffered the most losses is Goryeo. Zhao Chuan was slightly surprised when he heard Zhang He say this. He didn't expect that this old and cowardly Zhang, he didn't dare to stand up when Li Chunyuan was arrested, and didn't dare to stand up when Li Chunyuan was tortured, but stood up at this time. At the top, Yang Ji's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table in front of him. He smiled at Zhang He and said, But your army was defeated. Yang Ji's gentle words stopped Zhang He from saying anything he wanted to say. In the end, he could only close his eyes with tears in his eyes and said, Please, sir, state your conditions. I want 2,000 wooden boxes half a man's height filled with spiritual stones, 200,000 stones of grain, and the mining rights to another spiritual mine in Goryeo for 50 years. Zhang He and the other two listened unmoved. They were waiting for Yang Ji's next words, but after waiting for a while, Yang Gu didn't speak, as if he had nothing to say next. Zhang He couldn't help but tentatively ask in disbelief. No. Yang Gu nodded. Yeah, that's it. At this moment, Zhang He and Jin Xinghe looked at each other, and both saw surprise in each other's eyes. Even Gong Sun Hao on the side looked at Yang Gu in surprise. Jin Xinghe, the financial doctor of Goryeo who had not spoken, said to Yang Gu in a crying voice, Thank you for your kindness. In the hundreds of years since the founding of Goryeo, it has fought countless wars with Yin, Liaodong, Qi, and the Demon Alliance and basically lost all of them. If you ask which defeat paid the least compensation, Jin Xinghe can guarantee that it was definitely this time. Zhao Chuan next to him can say that the time when the enemy to our side suffered the most tragic casualties was definitely this time. This is the sadness of the defeated country. If you extort less from them, they will thank you for your magnanimity and kindness. Then Yang Gu continued, and Jeju Island, this is what Li Chunyuan promised me before. I will rent it to you for at least 30 years. I can pay the rent, and I will pay for the residents on the island to settle down in other places in Goryeo. Yang Gu was halfway through his words when he noticed the interesting expressions on the faces of the 3 Gaoli people. Yang Gu frowned and asked, Why? Do you think the conditions I proposed are not appropriate? No. Zhang He and Jin Xinghe almost rushed to speak, and finally the two looked at each other. Jin Xinghe motioned for Zhang He to speak, and Zhang He turned to Yang Gu and said, It is a barren land, so please take it, my lord. What about the island residents? Cough, sir. Jeju Island is close to the territory of the Demon Alliance, and there are demon beasts appearing all year round, so there are no residents living there. Yang Gu understood immediately. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind, and he asked another question. Are there any monsters on Jeju Island now? Zhang He blushed immediately and said a little embarrassedly, There should be some. Yang Gu suddenly had a bad feeling, and he asked coldly, What do you mean by should? Zhang He lowered his head helplessly and finally gritted his teeth and told Yang Gu what happened. Sir, Jeju Island has been occupied by the Demon Alliance for many years. We don't know the specific situation. When Yang heard this, he blinked and said nothing. At this moment, the conference room fell silent again, and everyone was secretly complaining in their hearts, thinking that Goryo had suffered a defeat. But in the end, only a drizzle came out. After a moment, Jinxing has said cautiously, "Sir, how about we pay you some money or something like that as compensation?" Yang pinched his chin and said nothing. Money? Not to mention that it was useless for him to ask for money. How much money could this small place like Goryo give? Yang thought about it and asked someone to bring up a map. Then he pointed to the narrow strait between Jeju Island and the Demon Alliance and said, "That's all my conditions. I won't be a rogue and add anything else to you. But I'll remind you three first. I not only want Jeju Island, but also the right to levy taxes on this strait." As soon as Yang said this, the three Koreans all gasped. They were not surprised by the conditions Yang proposed. But looking at the location of the strait on the map, even the usually mature and prudent Zhao Chuan stuttered. "Sir, you are going to start a full-scale war with the Demon Alliance." Yang smiled slightly. "Yes, I want to open up this sea trade route." At this moment, Jiang He and Jin Xing finally understood why Yang ignored their suggestion of paying more compensation, because Yang simply looked down upon it. The wood, meat, hides, crystal cores, medicinal materials, precious plants, and rare animals of the eternal winter forest are extremely popular in the Yunxia continent. In the entire Yunxia continent, only the Baishan area in the northeast of Yin State borders the eternal winter forest. Other northern countries, such as Liang State and Zhao State, including most of Yin State, must first cross the vast grassland to enter the eternal winter forest. The grassland is full of various unknown dangers, among which nomadic peoples and wolves are the most serious. Therefore, except for a few extremely powerful caravans on the continent, other caravans cannot enter the eternal winter forest at all. This has resulted in countless merchant ships from the Seven Empires to the South Seas that carry furs, timber, and fish products traveling north across the sea to the ice field and the eastern coast of the Everwinter Forest every year. Now, due to the existence of the Demon Alliance, passing merchant ships often have to bypass the Demon Alliance's territory, which has caused the entire voyage to take nearly twice as long. For those merchant ships, one more day spent at sea means one more day of loss. If this trade route is really opened up by Yang, even if they have to pay tolls, those caravans will vote with their feet. In this way, it is likely that within a few years, Goryo's treasury will not be enough for Yang. Chapter 141 1130 Close-in Defense Artillery. Thanks to Maple Ming for the 666 reward. Anyway, Jeju Island had actually not been in Goryo's hands for a long time, and the three Goryo people would not argue with Yang about it at this time. Finally, after the Goryo side had settled the matter, Zhao Chuan and the other two left first. Next, Yang had to explain some of his internal affairs to Zhou Tao, Yang Lin, and Wu Qiangxin. First of all, regarding the placement of the Hu cavalry, Yang made it clear to Wu Qiangxin that all the 200,000 dan of grain given by Goryo would be given to him. But Yang would not support these hundreds of thousands of Hu cavalry for nothing. He made two requests to Wu Qiangxin. First of all, the Hu cavalry can either farm and be self-sufficient, or use their own labor to exchange for food. The Baishan area is 1,000 miles in radius, and there are countless spiritual mines hidden in it. The first task Yang gave to Wu Qiangxin was to survey the spiritual mines in the Baishan area, and then organize the Hu cavalry to mine. If there is an opportunity, Yang even plans to develop into the Yongdong forest in the future. Secondly, Yang now regards the Baishan area as his own exclusive territory. Now that he has subdued the Hu cavalry, he will never allow others to reap the fruits. Therefore, the second task that Yang gave to Wu Qiangxin was to attack all invading enemies. Of course, this task was not entirely assigned to Wu Qiangxin alone, but also to Yang Lin and Zhou Tao. At this point, Yang seemed to look at Liaodong King Gongsun Hao unintentionally. He was certainly not worried that Gongsun Hao would turn against him. What he was worried about was the Yin state behind Gongsun Hao. Since he had subdued the Hu cavalry, the number of suspicious targets detected nearby by radar and eagle eye had obviously increased. Even with a little guessing, Yang could guess that the nearby empires would probably not allow him to develop smoothly. Finally, Zhou Tao and Yang Lin were given some instructions on matters to note, and the meeting was over. This meeting was recorded by later generations as the Baiqingjian Conference. The landmark event was the trial of Goryo King Li Chunyuan by the Decepticon commander Yang. The spirit of the meeting confirmed Yang Ge's hegemonic position in Liaodong, Goryo, and the entire northeastern region of Yinxia continent. Things on the Goryo side came to an end. 5 days later, Yang accepted Goryo's war reparations and the newly signed letter of credence from Zhao Chuan's accession to the throne and officially obtained the lease agreement for Jeju Island. The warship, which had been stationed on the Beeching River for many days, set sail again, with the destination being the White Shark Base. 2,000 boxes of spirit stones brought Yang a total of 3.5 million energies. Combined with Yang Ge's previous 500,000 energies, his energy now exceeded 4 million. In this way, the comprehensive military base worth 1 million could be fully supported. Before leaving, Yang once again expanded the military strength of the Tianhu base. There were now as many as 3,000 soldiers in the entire base, and various weapons and equipment were also purchased. This made Yang Lin of the White Shark Base very envious. On the way to the White Shark Base, Yang Gu began a new round of upgrades for his warship, the first step being the close-in defense gun. By observing the fighting styles of the strong men in this world, Yang Gu understood that as long as he didn't let the enemy get close to him, he would at least be invincible, and close-in defense guns were the weapons that could fulfill this responsibility. Open the battleship's main control panel, weapon system, close-in defense gun function module, and upgrade. Report to the commander, the current close-in weapon system is a quad-mounted Bofors cannon. Do you confirm the upgrade? Confirm. Commander, please choose the upgrade model. The shipborne 1130 close-in defense gun. The whole set includes 11 barrels of 30 caliber guns. The maximum firing rate can fire 11,000 caliber gun shells per minute, with a light spot tracking system, a range of 3 kilometers, and requires 300,000 sets of energy. The Phalanx automatic rotating cannon. The whole set includes 6-barrel 20 Gatling cannons, with a maximum firing rate of 4,500 rounds per minute. Equipped with an independent search and tracking radar, can operate automatically throughout the process, and can automatically search, detect, track, and destroy threatening targets. It requires 300,000 sets of energy. Obviously, these two types of close-in defense guns have their own advantages. The first one is strong firepower, and the second one is relatively intelligent. However, Yang Ji's warship itself is a very intelligent thing, so he chose the first one. The price of 300,000 per set is really not cheap. Remove the existing 12 Bofors cannons and replace them with two 1130 close-in weapon systems. Received. The close-in weapon system has been upgraded to 1130, which has reached the pinnacle of technology in Yang Ji's previous life. It is also the top close-in weapon system of Yang Ji's warship. However, Yang Gu saw that the weapon system can still be upgraded, which means that this close-in weapon system is very likely to continue to be upgraded. The same logic can be applied to other weapon modules, including missiles, torpedoes, naval guns, etc. It seems that the technological ceiling of this battleship is higher than the military technology level of Yang Ji's previous life. Thinking of this, Yang Gu couldn't help but slap himself lightly. He laughed and said, "I'm really stupid. Old Wu's armor that is almost like the Terminator has come out. This battleship is definitely not at the level of my world." It was already late at night when Yang Ji's warship arrived near the coast of Liaodong. At this time, all the spiritual stones produced by the Liaodong spiritual mine in the first month had been packed up. While Yang Gu ordered the Puma helicopters and Harrier UAVs to transport them back and forth, he checked the strength of the White Shark base. He also expanded the number of soldiers at the White Shark base to 1,000 and purchased corresponding armed vehicles. Compared to close-in defense guns that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, these Tianji combat robots and conventional armed vehicles are not expensive. The Tianhu base and the White Shark base spent less than 300,000 energy in total. The Cougar helicopters and Harrier drones on the battleship and at both ends of the White Shark base worked together to transport all the spirit stones for the first month of the White Shark base at dawn. The spirit stones produced by the White Shark base this month extracted 200,000 energies. In this way, the two bases can contribute 400,000 energies to Yang Gu every month, which is already a considerable amount. Looking at the red sun rising slowly in the east, the warship under Yang Ji's feet set sail again. At the same time, a large ship coming across the sea also stopped at a port on the southwest coast of Goryeo. The ship was flying the flag of Qi, and everyone who got off the ship after docking had an arrogant look on their faces. When they saw that there was no Goryeo minister to greet them at the port, the leading Qi doctor instantly frowned. A day later, Yang Ji's boat stopped off the coast of Jeju Island. Yang Gu was on the deck, feeding sharks and observing the situation on Jeju Island from the satellite. Suddenly, Zhou Tao's communication request sounded in his earphone. Yang Gu frowned. He had only been gone for 2 days, and something happened? With a thought, the communication is connected. What's wrong? Commander, someone from Zhaochuan came to say that the Emperor of Qi seems to be very dissatisfied with your behavior and has sent an envoy to question you. Chapter 142, Strange Bird. Who? Which country? At first Yang Gu thought he had heard wrongly. Goryeo was originally a vassal state of Yin state, and he made the king of Goryeo without saying a word. Logically, it would be reasonable for the Emperor of Yin to be angry, but what does this have to do with Qi state, which has nothing to do with him now? Zhou Tao said, "It's Qi. The envoy sent by Emperor Tianjiang of Qi is now in Xinjiang City." Zhou Tao explained to Yang Gu, "I just learned the whole story from Zhaochuan. Although Goryeo was a vassal state of Yin, in recent years, Goryeo has gradually shown a tendency to break away from Yin and has close ties with Qi, which is separated by sea. It is said that the Emperor of Qi is very angry about the death of the king of Goryeo this time, and he wants us to give him an explanation." Give him an explanation? Yang Ji's eyes gradually turned cold. What kind of explanation does the Emperor of Qi want? The envoy of Qi said that Li Chunyuan and the current Qi Emperor Tianjiang are brothers-in-law. He wants us to hand over the murderer of Li Chunyuan and support a new king of Goryeo. Yang Gu understood. He had long thought that one of the emperors of the Seven Empires might come and interfere. He originally thought that it would most likely be the state of Yin, but now there was no movement from the state of Yin, and the state of Qi on the other side of the sea came first. Yongu asked into the headset, "What? If we don't agree, is Qi planning to attack us across the sea?" That's what the Qi envoy said. He said that if we and Goryo don't have 5 days to respond, they will send a navy across the sea to the east. Upon hearing this, Yongu immediately looked at the satellite view. Qi was to the west of Goryo, and there was a vast ocean between the two countries. This ocean was exactly the same ocean that Yongu had just passed by when he came from Liaodong. After a little thought, Yongu made a decision in his mind. I was indeed the one who killed Li Chunyuan. Since someone wants to use this as an excuse to cause trouble, I will take over. Tell the Qi envoy that the people who killed Li Chunyuan are on Jeju Island. Let them catch them themselves. As for the expedition across the sea to the east, it is against Goryo, which has nothing to do with us. Let Zhao Chuan worry about it. If I have to clean up his mess for everything, he will be too comfortable as the king of Goryo. Zhou Tao on the other side said sternly, raised his hand, and saluted. Yes. Throwing the last frozen suckling pig into the sea, Yongu looked at the shark fins that kept swimming on the sea and said with a smile, "There's food for you later." Later, Yongu returned to the command room and gave an order into the headset. Tiger Eagle number 1, number 2, number 3, check along the edge of Jeju Island. Received. The drone bay on the battleship opened, and 3 Tiger Eagle drones flew out and flew towards Jeju Island. The real-time images from the 3 Tiger Eagle drones were transmitted back to the large screen in the command room. Yongu ordered a glass of iced sugar-free cola from the battleship restaurant and began to appreciate the scenery on the island. However, reality slapped Yongu in the face. Jeju Island was obviously a deserted island with no human habitation and even very few wild animals. Even the plants and animals on the island looked half dead. Moreover, from an eagle-eye view from high altitude, most of Jeju Island was pitch black. The trees were almost charred, and the land was dry and black, as if it had suffered a very serious fire. Seeing Jeju Island like this, Yongu couldn't help but frown. The Tiger Eagle drone checked the periphery for a while, but no trace of the demon tribe was found yet. Yongu looked at the life points on the Eagle Eye detection map. He saw that the light points in the center of the island were the most densely populated, so he ordered into the headset. The cruiser is approaching, and the Tiger Eagle is probing the central area. Received. The 3 Tiger Eagle drones continued to advance towards the central area of the island. As the Tiger Eagles went deeper, all kinds of strange animals began to appear, but these were still wild beasts, not monsters. Yongu made a mark on the place with the densest light spots on the Hawkeye detection map, and 3 Tiger Eagle drones flew towards that place. The Tiger Eagle flew forward again, and Yongu finally saw the first monster in a burnt forest. It was a large bird of a very strange shape, with fiery red feathers all over its body. The strangest thing about it was that it only had 1 claw. The one-legged bird seemed to have noticed the 3 Tiger Eagle drones here. It was originally standing on the ground with its paw, but the moment it saw the drones, it spread its wings and flew into the sky. The next moment, a flame spurted out from the bird's slender beak. Boom. Fortunately, the 3 Tiger Eagle drones were flying fast enough. Otherwise, at least one would have been scrapped by the fire. Report to the commander. The Tiger Eagle drone was attacked by an unknown creature. Should we fight back? Should I fight back? Is there any need to say this? When did Yongu ever tolerate such grievances? Do it. I don't know how the system figured out the meaning behind the 2 words Yongu. 2 short words popped up on the main control panel. Receive. On the island, 3 Tiger Eagle drones ejected 3 Gatling guns from their bottoms. At the same time, the 3 drones flew in a staggered manner, aiming at the strange bird from different angles. Da-da-da-da. The dense gunfire broke the tranquility of the island. Bullet shells from the 3 drones fell down with a rattling sound. 3 lines of fire quickly pierced through the body of the strange bird, instantly turning it into minced meat. On the cruiser, Yongu took a sip of Coke with an expressionless face. In his opinion, this was just a small episode. However, when Yongu took a look at the Hawkeye detection map, he was stunned when he was about to speak. At this moment, Yongu discovered that the dense spots of light in the center of the island actually began to move. It was not a chaotic movement, but a very unified and orderly movement towards the location of the 3 Tiger Eagle drones. Puff! Yongu spat out the Coke he had just drunk. He thought of a possibility. Had he provoked the group of monsters? The next moment, the real-time images sent back by the 3 drones stunned Yongu for a moment. Suddenly, in the jungle and in the sky on the island, there was a sound of flapping wings. One after another, big birds that looked exactly like the strange bird flew out. The originally dry and black mountains and fields turned fiery red in an instant, and in the sky, an endless red dark tide surged like a whirlwind. Wherever these flocks of birds passed, whether it was mountains, forests, lakes, or grasslands, they all turned into scorched earth. Withdraw! Yongu immediately shouted into the headset, his voice trembling slightly when he said this word, but it was not because of fear, but excitement. Brother, have you ever seen a machine gun that can fire more than 10,000 large bullets in a minute? The 3 Tiger Eagle drones immediately flew back the way they came. At this time, The ordinary animals on the island had already run away and disappeared. The flock of birds following the tiger-eagle drones seemed to cover the sky. Chapter 143, It's Raining Red. When the overwhelming black and red came, Yang-gu, in the battleship command room, was reminded of the doomsday movies he had watched in his previous life. However, this time there was no screen between them, and the terrifying momentum appeared before his eyes. Yang-gu looked ahead of the warship, and as far as his sight could be seen was a flock of strange birds, so many that Yang-gu couldn't even see the end with his naked eyes. 1130 close-in defense gun, automatic fire. Report to the commander. The 1130 close-in defense gun has started automatic operation and consumes 20 energy points per second in full fire mode. Consuming 20 points of energy per second may not sound like a big deal, but the next moment Yang-gu almost jumped up and down on the spot. Holy shit, 20 points per second. 1200 points per minute? In other words, this thing destroyed 6 upgraded Eagle Strike missiles in 1 minute. Yang-gu recalled an article he had read by chance in his previous life, which said that each of the 30 caliber armor-piercing shells of the 1130 close-in defense gun was made of tungsten alloy, and the cost of a single shell was as high as 1,000 yuan. Although the authenticity of this article remains to be verified, from this we can see that the 1130 close-in defense gun is indeed a huge expense. No wonder this thing was said to sell out several houses in Beijing, Shanghai, and Shenzhen in 1 minute. It really lives up to its reputation. However, Yang-gu looked at his 7-digit energy balance and immediately waved his hand to attack. At Yang Ji's command, the 2 newly built 1130 close-in defense guns on the battleship immediately began to operate. The sturdy turret automatically adjusted its direction, and the 2 11-barrel 30 caliber machine guns turned to face the flock of black and red birds over there. The range of the close-in defense gun can reach 3 kilometers. At this moment, the flock of birds over there seems to be not far away, but in fact it has not yet entered the range of the 1130 close-in defense gun. A moment later, the boundless red dark tide was getting closer and closer. When the flock of birds flew over a certain area, it seemed to trigger some device. The 2 1130 close-in defense guns on Yang Ji's warship immediately began to rotate, and flames broke out in an instant. Boom, 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 boom. Fierce flames rose in front of the 11 machine gun barrels, and the shells of 30 caliber shells fell down like flowing water. 2 thick streams of fire rain spewed out from the muzzles of the close-in defense guns at the bow and stern of the warship, like 2 sharp whips of the god of fire, mercilessly lashing the flying flocks of monsters and birds. Gah! Originally, the overwhelming black and red flock of birds made no other sound except the flapping of their wings. But when the 2 1130 close-in defense guns' rain of fire fell, the entire flock of birds and monsters began to howl one after another. Wherever the close-in defense guns passed, pieces of flesh and large bird feathers fell over the ocean. The red cloud that had originally flown from Jeju Island was instantly pierced with several holes. Especially the strange birds flying in front of the flock, almost all of them turned into a blood rain that sprinkled onto the ocean below. The fire from the close-in defense gun was like 2 fiery red chainsaws that cut back and forth in the flock of birds and beasts. The fierce fire seemed to be just a sweep through the flock of birds, but just this one sweep could often clear out large groups of monsters and birds. The frail body of the strange bird was faced with the 1130 close-in defense gun, the violent crystallization of human wisdom. Even uttering one more scream or taking one more breath became a luxury. Even Yang-gu in the battleship's command room was stunned by the scene before him. The 2 1130 close-in defense guns adjusted their directions while firing. If the fire lines of the 2 close-in defense guns intersected, it would be an extermination massacre for those strange birds. Dense bird blood fell from the sky, and the sea was raining red. The power of human thermal weapons was fully demonstrated at this moment. In less than a minute, the flames from the 2 close-in defense guns stopped. Because there were no targets within range, the large flock of birds behind stopped where they were, not daring to move forward. The originally blue sea now turned red. In the battleship command room, Yang-gu came back to his senses from his previous shock. His eyes were stern and his voice was indifferent. Forward. Receive. Just now, the 3 Tiger Eagle drones had safely returned to the battleship's engine room. At this time, the heavy battleship-class cruiser weighing more than 30,000 tons began to turn its bow and approach the direction of the flock of birds. Number 1 close-in defense cannon. Automatically eliminate flying creatures within range. Receive. The battleship moved forward, and the number 1 close-in defense gun at the front of the battleship occasionally emitted flames again. Finally, the firebirds flying in the sky realized that this big iron ship was not easy to mess with. Gah! A sharp bird cry was heard, and all the strange birds retreated towards Jeju Island, but Yang Ji's target was Jeju Island in front of him. Through the eagle-eye view, Yang noticed that there was a strange bird in the flock that was twice as big as the ordinary strange bird, and the sharp bird cry just now came from its mouth. It seems that this is the king of birds among the flock. The fire control radar has locked onto the largest bird in the flock. Launcher, prepare the Sea Sparrow missiles, fire. Swoosh! As soon as Yang-gu finished speaking, a white mist gushed out from the missile launcher. A ball of intense fire flashed, and a slender sea sparrow missile flew out of the warehouse at a high speed. A distance of just a few kilometers was not enough for the sea sparrow missile. Even before the missile's speed reached 6 times the speed of sound, a ball of fire exploded among the panicked flock of strange birds. Bang! A missile exploded, and countless strange birds became roasted chickens, among which the bird king disappeared without a trace. The retreating strange birds flew over Jeju Island and fell into the dry and black grass and trees below. There were at least tens of thousands of birds in that flock. Yongu wanted to build a military base on this island, and these strange birds were an obstacle that could not be avoided. Although the strange bird posed no threat to his warships at sea, it was hard to say what would happen after it came ashore. Thinking of the bird's ability to spit fire, Yongu looked at the Jeju Island, which was mostly charred from the satellite image, and finally made a decision. Since this originally beautiful island has been ruined like this by these strange birds, we might as well destroy it first and then rebuild it. Qin Ming, arrive. As soon as Yongu shouted out Qin Ming's signal, there was an immediate rough response from the other side. The coordinates have been sent to you. The bombers are leaving now, fully loaded with ammunition, for a blanket bombing. Yes. Qin Ming's answer was crisp and clear, without any unnecessary nonsense. In just 20 seconds, the main control panel of Yongji's warship received the message. Report to the commander, White Shark Air Force Base. The bomber requests to take off with a full load of ammunition. A full load of ammunition consumes 1,000 energy, and the bomber takes off with an energy consumption of 20. Do you agree? Agree. The standard bomb load of a bomber requires 200 energy, and a full load of ammunition requires 1,000. Looking at the area of Jeju Island, Yongu even planned to carry out 2 or 3 rounds of coverage bombing. Chapter 144 Bombing. At the White Shark Base, the door of the mountain hangar opened, and a black and blue behemoth slowly drove out of it. After turning onto the runway, it began to accelerate, and finally flew high into the sky with a violent buzzing sound. Inside the airport tower, a staff member said into the headset, "Lancer, the weather is nice today. I wish you good luck." The bomber is also called the Lancer bomber because of its slender body shape. In the command center, Yang Lin looked at the bomber gradually flying into the sky and said into the headset, "Good luck, Human Torch." In the sky, Qin Ming in the cockpit of the bomber replied meticulously, "Thank you." On Jeju Island, the escaped strange birds fell into the dry black woods on the ground and kept making all kinds of strange noises. Many strange birds even began to spit fire and burned everything around them. Yongu watched this scene coldly, and his cruiser did not take any further measures. For a while, the two sides seemed to be at peace and fell into a brief calm. About 10 minutes later, a buzzing sound came from the northwest of the cruiser, and at the same time, Qin Ming's voice rang out in Yang Ji's headset. "Report to the commander. The bombers are about to enter the target airspace." Yongu responded calmly. "Qin Ming, report your ammunition load." "Yes. This time we are carrying a total of 60 general-purpose low-drag bombs, 12 guided missiles, 10 cluster bombs, and 10 small-diameter bombs." "Receive. Continue with the mission." "Receive." The black spot in the distant sky gradually enlarged. The bomber began to slow down its flight speed and lower its flight altitude appropriately. At the same time, the bottom hatch opened, revealing the internal bomb bay. The first to appear were 2 small-diameter bombs. The biggest feature of this small-diameter bomb is its high precision. It can continuously correct its flight direction based on the coordinates provided by the satellite, and the error generally does not exceed 5 meters. However, Yangji's coverage bombing mission was not very applicable at this time, so Qin Ming only brought 10 bombs and more general low-drag bombs, a common air-to-air bomb. The bomber entered the sky over Jeju Island and flew forward for a while. 2 small-diameter bombs flew out from the bottom bomb bay first. Then the bomb bay rotated, revealing 2 general-purpose bombs. Then the 2 general-purpose bombs fell, and the bomb bay continued to rotate, revealing 2 new general-purpose bombs. Bombers flew through the sky, dropping deadly bombs like dumplings, while the strange birds on Jeju Island below were still like crazy, constantly spewing flames and burning everything around them. The last place on the island where some living plants could be seen turned into a sea of fire in a moment. Seeing this, Yongu felt no sympathy for these strange birds, but instead strengthened his determination to implement a scorched earth strategy. Soon, the first small-diameter bomb landed on the island. Bang! A brilliant fire exploded from the withered and dark woods, and all the strange birds within a radius of dozens of meters were immediately engulfed by the blazing flames. As soon as the fire started here, the second small-diameter bomb that fell exploded again. Bang! As the bombers slowly flew in the sky, the islands on the ground were engulfed in flames. Countless birds were engulfed in flames before they could react. Some birds that reacted even tried to spread their wings and fly into the sky, but their flying speed could not catch up with the speed of the flames below. Gah! Gah! The screams of strange birds rang out, and some of the strange birds that were lucky enough not to be affected by the air raid bombs flew up into the sky in an attempt to avoid the unknown explosion. However, Yang Ji's eyes turned cold when he saw this scene, and he said into the headset, Tiger Eagle number 1, number 2, number 3, Longbow number 1, number 2, number 4, all set out to hunt down those strange birds flying in the sky. Receive. Receive. The voices of the Tiger Eagle functional module longbow-armed helicopter pilots sounded at the same time. And then the drone bay and helicopter bay on the armor deck opened, and 3 Tiger Eagle drones and 3 Apache longbow-armed helicopters quickly took off. 6 planes dispersed and flew towards the island, hunting the strange birds flying up from the island from different routes. For a moment, the thick smoke and fierce flames rising from the ground were reflected. The sound of machine guns from armed helicopters in the sky and the sound of the 3-barrel Gatling guns of the Tiger Eagle drone were also heard. In just 5 minutes, the bomber flew over the entire island, flew a distance from the other side of the island, turned around and flew back. The second round of blanket bombing began. In this round trip, Qin Ming dropped all the bombs he brought with him. When the bomber was emptied of its bombs, Qin Ming's report rang through Yang Ji's earphone. Report to the commander. The ground coverage bombing mission has been completed, requesting to return. Yang Ge took a look at the Hawkeye detection map. At this time, the light spot symbolizing the breath of life on the entire Jeju Island had decreased by 80%. A conservative estimate was that at least tens of thousands of strange birds had died. The power of the bomber was so terrifying. It seemed that there was no need to make another trip. Yang Ge said into the headset, "Agree to return." Receive. The bombers in the sky returned to the northwest along the same route they came from. They came quickly and left quickly, causing a wave of explosive damage without taking away a single cloud. After that, Yang Ge began to finish the work. For about half an hour, the armed helicopters and the Tiger Eagle drones cruised back and forth over the island, constantly hunting the small-scale strange birds that flew into the sky. Yang Ge looked at the map and saw that the life spots on the map had become very scattered, so he let the longbow and the Tiger Eagle return. Taking a deep breath, Yang Ge knew that he was about to take a new big step, build the first comprehensive military base. As soon as Yang Ge finished speaking, a message popped up on the main control panel. Reminder, Commander, building a comprehensive military base requires 1 million energy points. Please consider carefully. 1, 2, 3. Have you confirmed the construction of the first comprehensive military base? Without any hesitation, Yang Ge nodded decisively. Confirmed. Drop. With a crisp sound, Yang Ge instantly lost 1 million energy. Comprehensive military base expansion dock is being generated. 1. Not knowing how long this thing would take to be built, Yang Ge first observed the terrain of Jeju Island. If this expansion dock was still in the form of a base vehicle, he would have to open up a road on the island first. He chose a relatively open and flat area near the sea in the southwest of Jeju Island and planned to build his headquarters there. A moment later, a Puma helicopter carrying a team of TNG combat robots landed on the shore. Together with the Harrier multi-purpose drone on the warship, they cleared a path through the charred dead woods in 2 hours. At that time, the expansion dock of the comprehensive military base had only been completed at 13%. It looks like it will take until late at night to finish. Chapter 145 Engineer Battalion. Watching the progress of the comprehensive military base increase bit by bit, Yang Ge was temporarily in a state of doing nothing. Out of boredom, he suddenly had an idea and popped into his mind. Hawkeye, transmit the video footage of the previous 2 battles to the large screen in the command room. Receive. After receiving the images transmitted by Hawkeye, Yang Ge then called up the recorded images of the battleship's external monitoring system. He edited the 2 videos on the main control computer in the command room and finally combined them into a wonderful actual combat documentary. Even though he had personally experienced those 2 battles and watched the footage many times during editing, Yang Ge was still excited when he rewatched the finished film. The 2 close-in defense guns on the battleship seemed to be able to penetrate everything. The Sea Sparrow missiles were quickly launched from the cabin. The Lancer bombers dropped bombs like dumplings in the sky. And finally, the continuous flames on the entire island constantly hunting down the armed helicopters and drones participating in the monster bird. After reading it 3 or 4 times in a row, Yang Ge said into the headset, "Yang Lin, get a few pieces of Xinling Realm and send them to me by helicopter, and bring Wang Han with you as well." Yes. An hour later, Wang Han brought the 5-sided mysterious spirit realm to Yang Ji's battleship in a Cougar helicopter. In the command room, Yang Ge turned the video to the beginning. He pointed at the big screen and told Wang Han, "Use the Xinling Realm to record this scene." Good. Wang Han nodded in response, placed the 5 Xinling Realms in front of the big screen, and then urged a trace of spiritual power in his body to flow into the Xinling Realm. Suddenly, the 5 smooth mirrors emitted a faint blue halo, and the picture appeared on the big screen at the same time. Wang Han directed all the Xinling Realms to the big screen and watched it himself. There was a large ironclad ship anchored on the azure sea. It was Yang Ji's cruiser. Soon, an endless flock of dark red birds appeared at the end of the horizon. Wang Han was shocked when he saw this scene. He immediately turned around and looked outside through the glass window of the command room. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that it was still calm outside. Seeing his reaction, Yang Ge smiled and said, "Don't worry, Lao Wang, this thing has been solved." When Wang Han heard this, the expression on his face suddenly became strange. What does it mean that it has been resolved? These overwhelming creatures are a group of monsters, not ordinary flocks of birds. Wang Hun was just wondering when the two close-in defense guns of the warship on the big screen started to fire. Wang Hun's eyes were attracted to them. So in the next few minutes, the expression on Wang Hun's face became more and more exciting. Later, after a round of videos were played, Yang Ge turned to Wang Hun and asked, "I've got it." What's wrong with you?" At this moment, Wang Hun was shaking as if he had the hiccups. He wiped the sweat off his face and asked Yang Ge tremblingly, "Sir, what is this picture?" Halfway through the question, Wang Hun looked at the environment he was in, then looked at the close-in defense gun in front of the warship through the glass of the command room. And then he shut up, quickly putting away the Xianling realm in front of him. Wang Hun lowered his head and did not dare to look at Yang Ge, and said timidly, "Sir, all the Xianling realms have recorded the scene. What's next?" Ask Gong Sun how to prepare some Liaodong specialties. Send one to each of the envoys from Zhao, Yin, Goryeo, and Qi. It's almost Mid-Autumn Festival, so let's show our gratitude to the emperors of each family. Wang Hun's mouth twitched. How can you just express your feelings? You are deliberately making the emperors upset. Based on the firepower just now, Wang Hun dared to guarantee that any emperor of these empires would suffer from insomnia after seeing it. There are 5 Xianling realms in total. Zhao, Yin, Qi, Goryeo, and 1 remaining. Yang Ge hesitated for a moment and said, "Send it to Qin." Wang Hun responded, "Yes. Early morning. Report to the commander. The integrated military base mobile expansion dock has been generated. Please select the construction location." Yang Ge, who was taking a nap with his eyes closed on the deck and enjoying the night sea breeze, immediately opened his eyes and selected the area he liked on the map on the main control panel. Afterwards, the sound of machinery operating was heard from under the entire battleship. The tail cabin opened, and a giant transport vehicle similar to the one used when the coastal defense base was established before appeared. However, there was only one transport vehicle before, but this time there were 5 transport vehicles. 5 giant transport vehicles turned on the ship mode on the sea and headed towards the designated location. Yang Ge immediately dispatched the Longbow helicopter and Tiger Eagle UAV to escort them. They had a smooth journey and arrived at the designated area. One of the transport vehicles expanded on the spot, and a 3-story building, several barracks, and a large warehouse immediately rose from the ground. Then a team of 300 soldiers ran out of it. After lining up, the leader stepped forward and said into the headset, "Report to the commander. Lu Jian, the commander of the engineering battalion, reports to you." "Engineering battalion? What the hell?" Yang Ge asked. "Why is it only partially expanded?" "Commander, the terrain here needs to be modified. Only after the modification can we continue to expand the base. Before that, I need to understand the commander's planning layout for this base." "Okay, wait a moment." "Yes." Yang Ge sent the rough plan he had drawn up to Lu Jian's mobile phone. Lu Jian looked at it for a while and said to Yang Ge awkwardly, "Commander, the area you drew up." "How? A bit small?" Yang Ge looked at his planning sketch again. The area he designated was a full 200 square kilometers. Even in his previous life, this was definitely a large-scale military base configuration. The famous Guam military base of a certain rogue country was only 130 square kilometers. And now this person told him that 200 square kilometers was too small? How is that possible? For the first time in history, Yang Ge felt that there might be a fake product in the battleship system. Yang Ge asked, 200 square kilometers is not enough? Tell me what is in the base." The comprehensive military base includes a base command center, training center, tank production center, shipbuilding center, airport, aircraft production center, robot production center, logistics equipment center, missile center, and emergency shelter center. Lu Jian listed all the centers one by one, and Yang Ge understood as he listened. He immediately apologized to Lu Jian in his heart. After counting all these, 200 square kilometers were indeed not enough. Yang Ge himself was not a professional in this kind of thing. Seeing that the battalion commander of the engineering battalion was quite professional, Yang Ge simply waved his hand and said directly to Lu Jian, "If it is not enough, you can expand it. If it really doesn't work, it doesn't matter if the whole island is included." When Lu Jian heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. He confirmed with Yang Ge, "Commander, do you really want me to oversee the expansion?" Yang Ge was a little sleepy at this moment and said, "Well, take your pick. This island and the surrounding sea areas are all up to you as long as you like them. Do you have any other questions?" At this moment, Lu Jian seemed to be full of energy. He saluted first, then replied to Yang Ge with 6 words. "I guarantee to complete the task." After listening to this, Yang Ge interrupted the communication with Lu Jian, yawned, and went back to the lounge to sleep. Chapter 146 Watcher Military Base. When they woke up the next day, Lu Jian and his engineering battalion soldiers on the island had already started working. However, looking at where the group of people were busy, Yang Ge felt that something seemed to be wrong. He hurriedly opened the revised plan that Lu Jian had sent him early last night. After seeing it, Yang Ge was stunned for 3 seconds before he reacted. "Oh shit," Yang Ge had only casually said last night. It doesn't matter if the whole island is included. He certainly didn't think that Lu Jian would really transform the entire island into a military base. That would be such a waste. The entire Jeju Island is nearly 2,000 square kilometers, and it would be totally unnecessary. It turned out that Lu Jian did not include the entire island. Yongge looked at the line on the map that divided Jeju Island in two from southwest to northeast. This guy only included half of the island. The area of nearly 1,000 square kilometers is 5 times larger than the 200 square kilometers previously designated by Yongge. Yongge stared at the plan for a long time and asked into the headset. Lu Jian, the base you planned is not small. A noise from the construction site came from the headset, and Lu Jian said to Yongge in a hoarse voice, "Hey, Commander, always consider the long term. According to your plan, how many soldiers can be stationed there at most?" Lu Jian said proudly, "Commander, don't worry. 100,000 soldiers can sprinkle water. 150,000 is also easy. 200,000 may be a bit nervous." At the end of the conversation, Lu Jian felt a little guilty, as if he was worried that Yongge would blame him for not being able to accommodate 200,000 people. But at this moment, Yongge really wanted to tell him, "Don't feel guilty, brother. I originally only planned to accommodate 10,000 people." The next day, the first piece of terrain transformation was completed. A giant transport vehicle was deployed here. Half an hour later, a 5-story building covering an area of 3,000 square meters rose from the ground. This is the command center of the entire comprehensive military base and also a comprehensive office center. Behind the base command center, separated by hundreds of meters of open space, are 2 other 5-story buildings with a slightly smaller area. They are the logistics equipment center and the robot production center. Lu Jian will green the open space in between, and further back are large barracks. The next night, the transformation of the second area was completed. This area is adjacent to the mountainous terrain in the central part of Jeju Island. Within the area are the training center, emergency escape center, and tank production center. The emergency escape center has tunnels connecting various central areas. At noon on the third day, the transformation of the third area was completed. This is another large flat area on the island. The main facilities are the airport, aircraft production center, and missile center. Mountain hangars and missile depots have been opened up in the mountains on the edge. On the fifth day, the transformation of a long and narrow bay, including a large connected shore area, was completed, which is the shipbuilding center. On the sixth day, the roads, greening, water, and electricity between the centers were completed, and the outer walls were built. At this point, the entire military base had been fully expanded. On the morning of the seventh day, when Yongge woke up from the cruiser dock near the coast and stood on the deck to enjoy the sea breeze, a loud military call was heard on Jeju Island. It was the sound of soldiers' drills. At the same time, several messages popped up on his main control panel. Report to the commander. The first comprehensive military base has been built. Please name it. Report to the commander. The garrison troops of the first comprehensive military base have been stationed, and there are currently 10,000 troops stationed there. Report to the commander. The functional centers of the first comprehensive military base are now ready for use. Report to the commander. The current daily energy consumption of the first comprehensive military base is 50. Looking at a series of prompts, Yongge first decided on the name of the base, Watcher. At the same time, the garrison of this base is also called the Watcher Corps. According to Young Ge's expectation, Prison Dragon, White Shark, and Sky Tiger will have their own legions and become independent armies in the future. When facing the outside world, all legions will be uniformly called the Decepticon Legion. Yongge took the Decepticon team onto the Cougar transport plane and planned to take a tour around the island without notifying anyone on the island. The Puma landed outside the gate of the military base on the island. The walls of the base were 5-meter-high metal walls, which surrounded the inside tightly. Yongge led Shuejian and others to the gate, and the gate of the base opened automatically. Swish. At this time, the guards standing guard at the gate saluted Yongge in unison. Yongge smiled back at them one by one. As soon as he entered the gate, 2 soldiers ran forward, and one of them said, "Commander, we can drive you through the entire base." Yongge nodded and said, "Okay." The 2 soldiers immediately ran behind them, and soon 2 military jeeps drove over. During this time, Yongge took a look at the preset weapons configuration of the entire military base. The Watcher military base has a total of 30 light armored vehicles, 20 light tanks, 300 armed Hummers, 200 armed helicopters, 50 transport helicopters, 100 military jeeps, 20 Growler air defense missile launchers, 10 Tomahawk land-based missile launchers, 2305 caliber self-propelled coastal defense guns, 1 800 caliber fixed cannon, not yet installed, and 4 420 caliber fixed cannons, not yet installed. In addition, each unit has heavy machine guns, anti-aircraft machine guns, and countless portable air defense missiles. Yongge sat in the moving jeep, observing the facilities in the military base while reading the introduction word by word. The shock in his heart was simply beyond words. This is just the preset weapon. If you want to buy more later. Suddenly, Yongge had a feeling in his heart, just like the feeling of being invincible after unlocking cheats and playing games in his previous life. The area was nearly 1,000 square kilometers, and it took Yongge half a day to complete a quick tour. Finally, he came to the command center. At this time, the Watcher base's 10,000-man army did not have a unified supreme commander, but low-level cadres from various departments were responsible for their own affairs, and their only supreme commander was Yangge. Chapter 147 Research and Development. Half an hour later, the heads of various centers sat together in the conference room of the Watcher Base Command Center. Yangge sat at the top. He looked around one by one. On his left were the 10 commanders and deputy commanders of the Watcher Base's 10,000-man army. On his right were the main persons in charge of the Missile Center, Ship Center, Aircraft Center, Robot Center, Logistics Equipment Center, and Base Hospital. After getting acquainted with everyone, Yangge opened the main control panel of the Watcher Base while listening to everyone's self-introductions. He first looked at the ship manufacturing module that interested him the most. The current Watcher Base can produce warships, unmanned deep-sea exploration submarines, attack submarines, unmanned intelligent patrol boats, frigates, armored transport ships, steam landing ships, cannon battleships, missile destroyers, air defense destroyers, aircraft carriers. Looking at this series of names, wow, can all warships be built? Yang Ge's heart suddenly skipped. He felt that things should not be so simple, so he directly clicked on the last aircraft carrier manufacturing option. Even though Yangge had a premonition that with the remaining 2 million points he had, going to see the aircraft carrier would most likely bring humiliation upon himself, he still wanted to take a look. Sure enough, the cheapest aircraft carrier starts with an 8 and ends with 8 zeros, 800 million. This is the cheapest one. Bang! Yangge slapped the table helplessly, which startled Tang Bin, the head of the Robot Center, who was introducing himself. Seeing the uncle who was much older than him looking at him in surprise, Yangge gave him a gentle smile. Great! Director Tang's Robot Center has ensured the safety of our soldiers to a great extent and also enriched the diversity of our tactics. I hope Director Tang can continue to work hard in the future. Tang Bin didn't expect that Yangge didn't say anything when the other group leaders introduced themselves, but when it was his turn, Yangge made such a big noise. For a moment, Tang Bin said excitedly, Commander, rest assured, the Robot Center will not let you down. In 3 months, the Robot Center will develop the second generation of TNG combat robots and put them into mass production. Okay, next one. Tang Bin sat down, and another middle-aged man next to him, who was slightly older, stood up and said, Hello, Commander. Hello, colleagues from the Watcher Base. I am Chang Jinli, the person in charge of the Missile Center. What a good name. No wonder he could be the head of the Missile Center. Yangge said to himself while looking at the price of the destroyer below the aircraft carrier. Well, it's still the cheapest, with the same 8 zeros, but the first digit has become 100 million. Bang! There was another sound, and Yangge slammed the table helplessly again. Chang Jinli, who was speaking, also stopped and looked at Yangge with some doubt. Yangge also smiled at him and said, The Missile Center is our core deterrent force. Director Chang, in the future. Chang Jinli smiled. He first glanced at Tang Bin and the Robot Center next to him, then raised 2 fingers and looked at Yangge. Commander, rest assured. Within 2 months, the first test-type Beifeng strategic-class intercontinental ballistic missile will be successful. Yangge listened and asked almost reflexively, Does it require a de-investment? There is no way. Looking at the aircraft carrier and destroyer with a 9-digit construction cost, Yangge now feels like a penniless pauper. Chang Jinli said, The last or de-investment is still sufficient, and it can fully support the completion of the research of the first generation of Beifeng missiles. When did I ever invest in the Missile Center's research and development? This was clearly the first time I had seen Chang Jinli. At this time, a prompt popped up on the battleship's main control panel. Report to the commander. The energy required for the first research and development task of each functional center has been included in the energy required for the construction of a comprehensive military base. Yangge understood immediately. It seemed that the 1 million energy spent on building the base was quite worthwhile, including the research and development tasks of these centers. You know, research and development is a bottomless pit. In addition, there are so many base preset weapon configurations and an army of 10,000 people. Yangge nodded to Chang Jinli and said, Okay. Chang Jinli sat down, and then a relatively thin, middle-aged man stood up and said, Hello everyone, hello Commander, I am Chen Fei from the aircraft center. As Yang Hongwei was talking, Yangge looked at the cost of the frigate in the shipbuilding module. According to Yang Ge's expectation, how expensive could a frigate be? He should be able to afford it now, right? When I took a look, well, it was a little cheaper. There was 1 less zero, making it 7 now. It started with a 2, but it was still the cheapest model, priced at 20 million. Bang! In the conference room, there was another sound of slapping the table. This time, Yangge didn't need to speak. Chen Fei already understood. It seemed that the commander valued him as much as the Robot Center and the Missile Center. Yang Hongwei raised a finger and looked down at the audience. Commander, rest assured, all my colleagues, the aircraft center will develop the first generation of unmanned fighter jets within 1 month. The first generation of unmanned combat aircraft? Your Tiger sculpture is already the 3rd generation. Okay. Ahem ahem. Looking at Chen Fei's smug expression, Yangge coughed twice and said, Director Chen, my drone is already the 3rd generation. Chen Fei put away the smug look on his face and asked Yangge carefully, Commander, are you talking about combat drones? Yangge nodded. That's right. Chen Fei smiled slightly. Commander, what I just said was an unmanned fighter, not a combat drone. Yangge was slightly dazed, blinked twice, and seemed to have heard the difference. He asked, What generation? When Yangge asked this, Fei Chun lowered his voice a little. Russian Standard 3rd generation. Yanga felt a little bit sorry. If it was the American Standard 3, it would be awesome. Unfortunately, it was the Russian Standard. He asked Chun Fei, Director Chun, when will the American Standard 3 be released? Bang! This time, it was not Yang Ge who hammered the table, but Chun Fei from the aircraft center. He punched the table in front of him and said firmly, Don't worry, Commander. In half a year at the fastest and a year at the slowest, the aircraft center will definitely develop an unmanned American Standard 3rd generation fighter for you. Good. After that, Chun Fei sat down. The last person who stood up was a fat young man wearing glasses. Like the others before him, he first greeted Yang Ge and everyone else in the room, and then he introduced himself. I am Zhang Wentian from the Shipbuilding Center. Unlike other centers that would first talk about the projects they were developing, Zhang Wentian finished a speech in just one short sentence. Looking at Yang Ji's puzzled look, he seemed to remember that he had forgotten to say something. The fat man smiled and said, Commander, our center does not have any RD tasks. We are only responsible for production and manufacturing. As long as the commander is fully invested, gunboats and combat boats can be launched in 3 days, frigates in half a month, destroyers, battleships, and cruisers in 2 months at the fastest, and aircraft carriers in half a year at the fastest. Yang Ge, Chapter 148, The Method of Blinding. Kistate, Capital Linz. The envoy returning from Goryeo encountered storms at sea and was delayed for several days. By the time he returned to Linzi, 8 days had passed. The envoy returned to Linzi with the Goryeo specialties sent by Zhao Chuan, the Liaodong specialties sent by Gong Sun Hao, and a Xinling realm. After the Qi State Yuan guards checked all the gifts and confirmed that there were no safety issues, they brought them to Tianjiang. However, Tianjiang didn't even look at these gifts. What kind of gifts could compare to the Goryeo kingdom? Tianjiang asked the envoy standing below. What did Goryeo say? The envoy showed some embarrassment between his eyebrows and said in embarrassment, Your Majesty, the newly succeeded Goryeo king Zhao Chuan is very friendly and willing to continue to have good relations with our country, but they refused to hand over the villain who killed Li Chunyuan. They only provided the whereabouts of the villain, who is now entrenched in Jeju Island. As he spoke, the envoy pointed to the dozens of boxes of gifts that Gong Sun Hao had, and took out a mysterious spirit realm from one of them and presented it with both hands. This is presented to your Majesty by the villain named Megatron. He said it was the Mid-Autumn Festival, so I want to give your Majesty a small gift. Tianjiang sneered. Humph, you think you can get rid of me just by giving me a little gift? Below Tianjiang, a young man who looked somewhat similar to him stepped forward and bowed, saying, Father, this Goryeo is clearly not willing to accept my offer, so I am willing to lead the Dengzhou Navy to approach the Goryeo coast and put pressure on it. No hurry, let's see what this thief has to say first. Tianjiang nodded to a eunuch beside him, and the eunuch stepped forward, took the Xinling realm from the envoy's hand, and brought it to Tianjiang. This eunuch was obviously also a Taoist practitioner. He pointed his finger at the mirror, and a trace of spiritual power poured into it. Suddenly, the smooth mirror surface of the Xinling realm began to change, and the picture gradually appeared. At first, Tianjiang's face was full of pride mixed with a hint of sarcasm. As the ruler of a great empire, it was normal for him to be a little arrogant. However, as the scene from the Xinling realm appeared, Tianjiang's expression quietly changed. Tianjiang's face first changed from full of pride to a slight frown, and then his eyes suddenly widened, followed by shock and disbelief, especially when the bomber appeared. Tianjiang stood up from the chair behind him. The eunuch who was close noticed that Tianjiang's body was trembling slightly. In the end, when the scene ended, Tianjiang stood there in a daze. For a moment, the envoys and the Prince of Qi looked at Tianjiang cautiously and did not dare to speak. After a while, Tianjiang ordered the eunuch beside him. Show it again for me. Promise. The eunuch acted according to Tianjiang's order. This time Tianjiang had only one expression on his face the whole time. He frowned and watched carefully. Suddenly, he burst into low laughter, and the laughter became louder and louder, and finally turned into a complete sneer. After the second round of videos were played, Tianjiang instructed the eunuch, show Xinger this Xinling realm. Promise. The eunuch brought the Xinling realm to the young man below, and the scene started playing again. The young man's name was Tiansheng. He was the second prince of Qi and the second son of Tianjiang. At this moment, Tiansheng was looking at the scene of Xinling realm. Just like when Tianjiang saw it for the first time, the expression on his face kept changing, except that in the end he was more exaggerated than Tianjiang. Tianjiang was just trembling slightly and dazed, but Tiansheng seemed to be transported into an ice cave, shaking violently and trembling with fear. Father, this? Tianjiang frowned at his son's behavior and said coldly, Didn't you see any clues? Tiansheng stared at the darkened Xinling realm in the eunuch's hand for a while, then looked up at Tianjiang and said, Please forgive me for my stupidity, father. Snort. Tianjiang slapped the armrest of the chair and said coldly, You can't see this? Humph. That ignorant kid actually used such a trick to fool me, and he almost succeeded. At this time, Tiansheng still had a puzzled look on his face. Tianjiang glared at him and said, The images on the Xinling realm are not directly recorded from real life, but from demonstration images of some other magical instrument. When Tianzhong said this, not only Tiansheng, but even the eunuch and the envoy could not resist their curiosity. Tianzhong waved his hand and said, "Take a look, it's not a rare thing." The envoys immediately surrounded them. Although the eunuch had the Xianling realm in his hand, he had not gotten Tianzhong's permission before and had just lowered his head and did not dare to look at the picture in the mirror. This time he looked at it together with Tiansheng and the envoys. After a moment, the scene ended, and the three of them showed a look of sudden enlightenment at the same time. Tiansheng stepped forward and bowed. "My father is wise. The scene in the Xianling realm is indeed a little strange." Tianzhong flicked his sleeves and said coldly, "Yes, this picture of Xianling realm is mostly fake. It seems that this Megatron is a bit cunning, but he forgot that if he really has this ability, in this world, how can he be an unknown person? How dare Li Chunyuan go against him? Xinger, I will test you this time. I will send General Yang Long to lead the Dingzhou Navy to approach Goryeo. You will set off with the army as the deputy general. On the way, you will lead a detachment to Jeju Island to capture this Megatron for me. Do you have the confidence?" Tiansheng immediately bowed and said, "I will do my best to fulfill your orders." Okay, although this Xianling realm scene is fake, that person was able to execute Li Chunyuan and got Zhao Chuan's support, so he must have some skills. When you leave, take a Tiamu guard with you and go prepare. Promise. 2 days later, on Jeju Island, Yang Ge, who was walking in the Watcher base, suddenly saw several dense light spots appearing off the coast of Jeju Island on the base radar detection map. From the shape of the light spots, he knew that they were 3 warships. At the same time, the voice of the duty officer of the base defense center sounded in Yang Ji's earphone. Reporting to the commander, 3 large ships have appeared off the coast of the Watcher base. They are currently 200 kilometers away from Jeju Island. Yang Ge said to himself helplessly, "Tisk, hey, although I've said it many times, but I still want to say, isn't it good to be alive?" Yang Ge did not issue an order immediately, but waited for another hour. After confirming that the 3 ships were indeed heading for Jeju Island, Yang Ge said into the headset, "Defense Center, send a longbow helicopter over to take a look." Receive. Less than a minute after Yang Ge finished speaking, an Apache longbow-armed helicopter flew into the sky from the Watcher base with a loud buzzing sound. This reaction speed made Yang Ge very satisfied. At this time, on the sea northwest of Jeju Island, 3 warships flying the flag of the Qi Navy were moving forward at full speed. On the bow of the leading ship stood the second prince of Qi, Tiansheng, and a strong general with a beard. The general was holding a paper map in his hand, but what was strange was that the marks on the map representing their 3 ships were actually moving slowly. It seemed that the map was also a magical weapon. "Second prince, we will be able to land on Jeju Island in less than 2 hours." Listening to what the general beside him said, Tiansheng's face suddenly showed excitement. "Great, here's my chance to show off in front of my father." Chapter 149, Domineering Cannon. Soon, everyone on the boat saw a black dot flying over the horizon. As the black dot gradually grew larger, Tiansheng and others only felt a strong wind blowing, and their clothes rustled. Tiansheng covered his forehead with his hand and looked at the thing flying from the sky. Seems familiar? It seemed like he had seen him somewhere before, but Tiansheng couldn't remember where exactly he had seen him before. He asked the strong general beside him, "General Wang, what is this?" The Navy general standing next to Tiansheng was named Wang Lei. How could he recognize the longbow helicopter flying in the sky? Wang Lei frowned and shook his head. "Your Highness, I don't know. They look a bit like our divine kite-flying army." After a while, the longbow-armed helicopter had already flown close to the 3 Qi Navy warships, and the pilot's sharp voice came from the external communicator. "Warning! You have entered the territorial waters of the Decepticon naval base. Please stop the ship immediately and inform us of your purpose." Faced with Chang'an Wuji's question, neither Tiansheng nor Wang Lei took it seriously. After all, compared with the 3 naval warships of Qi state, the Chang'an Wuji did look a little small in size. Flying things are not uncommon in this world. The state of Qi has an army of 10,000 flying divine kites, and each person can control a mechanical bird to fly into the sky. Inside the Watcher base, Yang Ge looked at the 3 large ships that ignored his Wuji and said into the headset, "Longbow 101, you can return." In order to facilitate unified management, Yang Ge numbered the armed helicopters at the Watcher base with 3-digit numbers starting with 1. When the second comprehensive military base was built later, he used 3-digit numbers starting with 2, and so on. Receive. The voice of the driver of the number 1 Changbao helicopter came from Yang Ji's earphone, and then the helicopter flying in the sky in front of the Qi Navy quickly flew away. On the Qi warship below, Tiansheng looked at Wu Ji, who was leaving, and wondered where he had seen this thing. After ordering the helicopter to return, Yang Ge opened the missile module of the Watcher base on the main control panel. He just remembered that the Watcher base only had air defense missiles, but no anti-ship missiles. Eagle Strike Missile Land-Based Launch Vehicle. A land-based launch vehicle equipped with 4 Eagle Strike missiles, requiring 1,000 energy points. 1,000 points of energy were nothing to Yang Ge. He waved his hand and directly bought 20 vehicles. However, looking at the progress bar, if he waited for the land-based missiles to come out, the 3 ships would probably have landed as well. Yang Gu frowned. Could it be that this military base that cost 1 million energy to build didn't even have any anti-ship means? And he needed his own warships to help? He looked at the weapon systems of the Watcher base one by one. The 305 self-propelled coastal defense gun was good. Yang Gu continued to look down and snap. Yang Gu suddenly clapped his hands. How could he have forgotten this powerful weapon? Fixed caliber cannon. After looking at the parameters carefully, Yang Gu discovered that the 800 caliber cannon at the Watcher base was not the German railway cannon during World War II in his previous life, but a fixed cannon, and it was obviously modified and strengthened. The maximum range of this cannon could reach 200 kilometers, which was 4 times the range of the German 800 caliber railway cannon in his previous life. Yang Gu immediately asked into the headset, Lu Jian, move that 800 caliber big thing to the top of the mountain in the middle of the island. Lu Jian's voice sounded immediately. Received. How long will it take? The terrain on the top of the hill was originally designed for the artillery position and has already been transformed. The internal and external passages and ammunition depots have already been built. We can use the giant cannon as soon as we get there. It will definitely be done in an hour. Good. It seems that it takes more than 2 hours to build an Eagle Strike missile land-based launcher, but this thing is still fast at 1 hour. So, 5 minutes later, Yang Gu saw Lu Jian actually drove 3 locomotives out of his engineering battalion warehouse. Lu Jian's engineering battalion was fully automated. Although it had only 300 people, its construction capabilities were top-notch. However, no matter how fully automated it was powerless to move the giant cannon weighing more than 1,000 tons. It could only be pulled by a train with 3 locomotives. The train pulled the more than 1,000-ton cannon up the mountain, where there was an automated, movable rail passage leading directly to the top of the mountain. With 2 of the 3 locomotives pulling in the front and 1 pushing in the back, it took more than half an hour to pull the more than 1,000-ton cannon to the top of the mountain. At this time, the top of the mountain had been transformed by Lu Jian into a platform of about 1 square kilometer. Standing in the middle, one could overlook the entire Jeju Island. At this time, a message popped up in Yang Ji's main control panel. Report to the commander. The 800 caliber cannon has been successfully installed. Please set up a takeover unit for the cannon. Report to the commander. The 800 caliber cannon has been successfully installed. The cannon comes with 10 shells. Subsequent shells are produced by the Logistics Equipment Center and need to be purchased separately. When Yang Gu heard this, he looked towards the top of the island's mountain through his eagle eyes and saw a giant cannon emitting black and copper metallic colors standing on the highest peak of Jeju Island. The barrel of the gun, which was more than 40 meters long, was pointing obliquely towards the sky, and his whole body exuded an aura of domineering to destroy the world. What does caliber mean? It means that an adult man can squat inside it. Looking at the black gun barrel, Yang Gu began to select artillerymen. He picked out the company commanders of the 9 artillery companies in the artillery regiment in 1 day. After that, he purchased artillery shells and opened the Logistics Equipment Center module. The artillery shells of this giant cannon were not cheap either. 1 shell required 200 energy, and 1 artillery shell was equivalent to an Eagle Strike missile. Yang Gu first asked the Logistics Center to produce 100 shells. It is worth mentioning that the shells of this giant cannon also have to be pulled by train, because 1 shell weighs 4 or 5 tons. Soon, 3 Cougar helicopters landed next to the giant cannon on the top of the mountain. A company of artillery battalion came down from above. The leader saluted in the direction of the command center and shouted, Report to the commander. My name is Lu Erpeo. I am the commander of the 6th Company of the Watcher Corps. From today on, I will be in charge of the cannon on the top of the mountain. The commander can give me any orders at any time. Yang Gu nodded and said, 2nd Artillery, familiarize yourself with the operation process first. I have sent the targets to you. Beat them up for me later. Report to the commander. No need to familiarize ourselves with the operation of various artillery pieces. We are ready to fight. After saying that, Lu Erpeo turned to the soldiers lined up behind him and ordered, Load. It was impossible to load a 4 or 5-ton shell manually. Several soldiers immediately operated the loading equipment that came with the cannon. In less than a minute, Lu Erpeo's voice rang out again in Yang Ji's earphone. Report to the commander. The cannon on the top of the mountain is ready. Shall we fire? Chapter 150 disappeared. Looking at the eagle-eye view, the 3 Chi warships were still more than 100 kilometers away from landing. Yang Gu asked Lu Erpeo, under the premise of ensuring accuracy, how far can this giant cannon fire? Lu Erpeo thought for a moment and said, 100 kilometers. The error could be controlled within 50 meters. An error of 50 meters is basically negligible for a shell of this power. Okay, let's wait a little longer. Yes. Time passed little by little, and after about an hour, Tiansheng could vaguely see the outline of Jeju Island on the sea that was thousands of miles away. At the same time, Lu Erpeo's voice rang through Yang Ji's earphone. Commander, it's 100 kilometers. Yang Gu, who was walking, stopped and waved to Nada Sheng through the eagle-eye screen on the virtual panel. It seems that you are also a rich or noble person. I don't know whether this is your luck or misfortune. 2nd Artillery, fire. Yes. After receiving Yang Ji's order, Lu Erpeo turned around and waved to the soldiers behind him. Fire. The artillerymen over there immediately got busy. Everyone put on their earmuffs and adjusted the barrel of the 40-meter-long cannon slightly. After a while, boom, a deafening sound rang out on Jeju Island. The 40-meter-long cannon trembled all over, and suddenly a beam of fire and a large amount of fog shot out from the muzzle with a diameter of almost 1 meter. Tian Sheng, who was on the sea, also heard this sound. He was so frightened at first that his whole body trembled. Then, before he could say anything, he saw something in the sky falling rapidly towards his warship. Bang! As everyone on the other two Qi Navy warships stared in astonishment, accompanied by a sudden deafening explosion, a thick beam of fire shot up into the sky from the commanding ship where Tian Sheng was. Boom! Tian Sheng only felt a flash of fire in his eyes, and then he lost consciousness. The intense heat caused by the explosion of nearly 5 tons of artillery shells turned Tian Sheng into ashes the moment the fire appeared. Looking at the rapidly gushing flames, Tian Sheng finally remembered where he had seen that flying thing in the sky before. It was the scene in the Xianling realm that his father had asked him to see. The bomb landed right in the middle of the handsome ship and exploded. As flames flashed, a powerful shock wave brought huge waves and spread rapidly around with the handsome ship as the center at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, Tian Sheng's Qi State naval flagship, which could accommodate 3,000 naval soldiers, was nearly 100 feet long from front to back and 10 feet high from the deck to the sea surface, suddenly fell apart like paper. The originally strong and hard keel and deck would turn into pieces of broken wood and exploded. After the fire, violent waves spread in all directions, crashing. Water splashed down from the sky onto the two Qi Navy warships on both sides. A Qi Navy soldier looked blankly at his compatriots jumping around without making any sound. Suddenly, a spray of water fell on him. The intense stinging and burning sensation immediately made him jump up and scream. However, the soldier was surprised to find that he had opened his mouth to roar, but he heard nothing. This was not an isolated case. The sudden explosion caused many soldiers on this ship to temporarily lose their hearing or suffer tinnitus. The third warship was even worse. The ship was overturned by the shock wave, and countless Qi soldiers fell into the water and their lives were unknown. Whoosh! The sea breeze blew the thick smoke up into the sky. After an unknown amount of time, the sea was filled with floating wood debris. On the ruins of the ship, which had become a charred piece of wood, a high-hanging Qi flag with the Chinese character Shui on it was burned to only a piece of rags in the fierce fireworks. The second prince of Qi disappeared, and the Tianmu guards who were responsible for secretly protecting Tian Sheng also disappeared. That's right, it disappeared. This is how the soldiers on the Qi warship that escaped described it. They didn't know what happened at that time, and no one could explain the situation clearly. This made Liang Long, who was showing off his power off the coast of Goryeo, feel panicked and confused. Suddenly, a soldier ran up to Liang Long holding a Xianling realm and said, "General, His Majesty is looking for you." Liang Long slapped his forehead weakly and knew the reason without thinking. He took over the Xianling realm, and a trace of spiritual power flowed in. Suddenly, Tian Zhang's furious face appeared in the mirror. Liang Long, what's going on? Every royal family member, important official, and general in Qi State has different Taoist marks on their bodies. Once the mark disappears, it is either erased by someone with high cultivation level, or the person is dead. Obviously, the second Prince Tian Sheng would not ask someone to erase the mark on his body for no reason, so the situation is very clear. Liang Long bowed to Tian Zhang in the mirror and said slowly, "Your Majesty, calm down. I just received information from the soldiers who escaped back. From what they said, the situation at that time should be that His Royal Highness the Second Prince was attacked by a Taoist with profound cultivation. The opponent is likely to be a Jinwu-level strongman." Huh? Tian Zhang on the other side laughed out of anger. "You, now, immediately, transfer to Jeju Island. I want to see what kind of person dares to kill my beloved son." Liang Long frowned and said carefully, "Yes." The Emperor of Qi was not the only one who wanted to cause trouble for Yang Ge. That night, Yang Ge, who was sleeping in the commander's lounge of the Watcher base, was suddenly awakened. The voice of the staff in the duty room of the base's garrison center came through the headset. "Report to the commander. The base radar has detected a large number of marine creatures approaching the base from the east. They are currently 200 kilometers away from Jeju Island. At their speed, they are expected to reach the shore in an hour." After listening to this, Yang Ge took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He had been troubled by a lot of things recently. It seemed like he had stirred up a hornet's nest by getting Jeju Island. This so-called large area of marine life is most likely the monsters of the Demon Alliance. Thinking of this, Yang Ge suddenly felt a little troubled. He couldn't keep fighting with the Demon Alliance, right? He sat cross-legged on the bed and thought for a while, then got up and came out. Shui Jian was standing guard at the door. He had taken over Old Wu's job since Old Wu passed away. Yang Ge and Shui Jian came to the command center. At this time, the 10 commanders and deputy commanders of the Watcher Corps had already arrived. As soon as Yang Ge entered the door, Shui Jian behind him shouted, "Salute!" Bang! Immediately, Everyone in the command center stood at attention and raised their right hands to salute Yang Ge. Yang Ge waved his hand and walked to his seat, looking at the big screen in the command center. At this time, the big screen was showing the images taken by the Hawkeye of the Watcher base. Yang Ge frowned as he looked at it. What the hell is this? Murloc? Naga? Tidewater? Chapter 151 Military Monk. Under the starry night sky, the wind was strong and the waves were high on the dark sea. Large waves were surging, and groups of creatures with human bodies and fish tails were moving forward rapidly, swinging their tails. These creatures reminded Yang Ge of the demon fish king, who was killed by more than a dozen missiles he had launched before. At the same time, Yang Ge was also a little puzzled. If these things couldn't fly, could they get ashore? Rubbing his temples, Yang Ge had a slight headache after being woken up in the middle of his sleep. He said to the 5 regiment leaders and 5 deputy regiment leaders in the command room, "There are still 55 minutes before these things come ashore. I'll give you 25 minutes to come up with a countermeasure. I want to annihilate this group of monsters, leaving no one behind. I want to make the Monster Alliance know what pain is." The 10 captains and deputy captains immediately started discussing when they heard this. Yang Ge closed his eyes and took a nap. Just after 5 minutes, the voice of the garrison center staff rang through his earphones. "Report to the commander. A large fleet of 36 ships of varying sizes were spotted 200 kilometers to the northwest, flying the flag of the Qi Navy." "Okay, got it." Yang Ge said this very calmly, but at this moment he was so angry that he felt like bursting into the sky. He just wanted to have a peaceful sleep. Why was it so difficult? Yang Ge closed his eyes and his mind was spinning rapidly. After a moment, he opened his eyes, adjusted the communication channel, and said into the headset, "Attention, anti-ship missile forces at the base. The target fleet is 200 kilometers northwest. From now on, every time the enemy advances 10 kilometers, launch an Eagle Strike missile to sink one of their ships. Receive. 5 Eagle Strike missile land-based launch vehicles that began production during the day have been completed and can fire a total of 20 Eagle Strike missiles." Yang Ge doesn't believe that the enemy can really withstand 20 Eagle Strike missiles and reach the island. His orders did not end there. Adjusting the channel, Yang Ge continued to give orders into the headset. "Attention, cruise missile troops at the base. Launch Tomahawk missiles target Qi capital city, in the center of the Imperial Palace. Receive." A firm response came from the headset. The 10 Tomahawk missile land-based launchers in the Watcher base were on standby in batches around the clock. At this time, Yang Ge gave an order, and the control team of a launcher immediately got busy. After a moment, the squad leader shouted, "Launch!" A soldier pressed the ignition button, and whoosh! A large cloud of fog surged out, and a Tomahawk missile with a thick tail flame soared into the night sky and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. The coordinates locked by this Tomahawk missile were the center of the Imperial Palace in the capital of Qi. Normally, the center of the Imperial Palace was a hall used for worship and ancestor worship. There should be no one there at this time. Yang Ge wanted to use this tomahawk to warn the Qi Emperor Tianjiang. However, he didn't know that the person he killed in the daytime was the son of the Qi Emperor Tianjiang. If someone told Yang Ge this fact, perhaps there would be some changes in the number of tomahawks launched in the targeted locations in this airstrike. The Tomahawk missiles were still flying slowly in the sky, and the discussion in the command center of the Watcher base had not stopped. Groups of fishermen were moving rapidly towards the Watcher base. The distance between the Qi State Navy and Jeju Island was closer, 190 kilometers. Swoosh! Inside the Watcher base, next to the cruise missile unit base, violent flames also erupted from the newly established anti-ship missile unit base. A land-based Eagle Strike missile flew into the night sky and flew towards the northwest in the dark night with a long trail of thick smoke. On the sea, more than 30 warships were advancing towards Jeju Island under the cover of night. Dengzhou Navy, as one of the main navies of Qi State, possessed a special long-range attack early warning capability. Liang Long was on the top of the ship using the magic weapon clairvoyance to look at the sea ahead. Suddenly, a sharp cry came from a birdcage hanging behind him. Quack! It was a pitch-black crow. At this moment, the crow made a sharp and unpleasant sound that was extremely urgent. Liang Long's face changed slightly when he heard it. He immediately ordered the messenger behind him. "Blow the warning horn. Remind all ships to be on guard. Order the soldiers to take up their combat positions and lay out the defensive formation diagram." The military monks are a mysterious type of soldier unique to the state of Qi. They originated in the military Saint Valley of Qi and were created by the military Saint Sun Xiu. Whenever the Qi state sent out a large army, there would usually be dozens of military monks cooperating in the war. A single military monk did not have any special abilities, but a group of military monks could use the secret military techniques to lay out formations during the battle. Sometimes this could change the world, sometimes boost the morale of the army, and sometimes even make the 3 armies fight to the death. It can be said that all the military monks' knowledge was born for large-scale wars. "Promise." The messenger behind Liang Long responded loudly, and then blew a special horn. As soon as the horn on the commander's ship sounded, soldiers with special armor ran out from other ships. These soldiers sat cross-legged on the highest point of the ship with their fingers on their brows. After a while, spots of light lit up on the tops of more than 30 ships, and at the same time, more than 30 voices gathered together, like the words of the gods. The military says, to defend a position that is sure to be strong, you must defend a place that is not attacked. As soon as these words fell, the more than 30 points of light connected into one, and a moment later, a huge light curtain blocked the sky above the entire fleet. Seeing this light curtain, Liang Long felt a little more at ease. Soon, there was a fierce sound of breaking through the air from the horizon. Liang Long saw a ball of intense fire and thick smoke flying towards him rapidly. The flying speed of the Eagle Strike missile was not as slow as that of the Tomahawk. In the blink of an eye, it reached the sky above the Qi Navy. The missile fell and rushed towards a warship on the flank of the Qi Navy with unparalleled speed. At this moment, Liang Long's heart was in his throat. He didn't know what was flying towards him. He could only praise silently, hoping that the defensive formation diagram drawn by the military monk could block this thing. Buzz! When the Eagle Strike missiles landed on the light curtain, ripples spread out from the intersection of the two. At this moment, the crows behind Liang Long cried out at the highest pitch. On the more than 30 warships beside him, tens of thousands of Qi Navy soldiers held their breath. Bang! A fierce flame suddenly appeared in the night sky, and the Eagle Strike exploded in the air and failed to fall and hit the target. Call! Liang Long on the commanding ship breathed a sigh of relief. The crows behind him instantly disappeared, and tens of thousands of Qi Navy soldiers burst into cheers. Liang Long waited for a while, letting the soldiers relax a little, then pressed his hand down, and the cheers on the commanding ship stopped immediately. Liang Long turned around and ordered the messenger. Order! The enemy's attack methods can't do anything to us. All ships advance at full speed. Promise. Another round of horn sounds, and more than 30 warships speeded up. Chapter 152 Sparks. Overwatch Base Command Center. Just when the Eagle Strike missile was blocked in the air and exploded, Yanggu opened his eyes. At that moment, he felt refreshed, not sleepy at all, and his headache was gone. He looked at the light curtain that lit up above the Qi State Navy fleet and said to himself, Joy, finally someone who can arm wrestle has arrived. Then, Yanggu said into the headset, Base anti-ship missile force, same target, 2 bursts. Receive. Immediately, above the anti-ship missile force of the Watcher base, 2 Eagle Strike missiles with intense tail flames and thick smoke flew into the night sky again, whistling towards the sea in the northwest direction. Quack! On the ship of General Qi, the crow behind Liang Long suddenly made a sharp cry again. In this dark sea, the crow's cry made Liang Long very impatient. He turned and looked at the messenger behind him, who immediately understood, and the unique horns sounded throughout the fleet again. Soon, the lights on more than 30 ships lit up again. Liang Long looked at the military monk who was sitting cross-legged on the ship's tower beside him. At this time, a bright light was emitted from his brow, and he was muttering something. His right hand was rhythmically drawing a strange symbol in the air. Above his head, a ball of light like a small sun was shining. This ball of light is the core of the formation diagram drawn by the military monks on the more than 30 ships. The military monk on the commander's ship is also the leader of the more than 30 military monks in this fleet. In a blink of an eye, the light shield appeared again above the fleet. All the Qi soldiers looked up at the light shield protecting their heads and marveled at the magic of the military secret method. Not long after, the sound of breaking air was heard in the sky, and 2 streaks of sparks streaked across the night sky at a rapid speed. Behind Liang Long, the leading military monk saw 2 balls of fire, and immediately a solemn look appeared between his brows. His speech speed gradually increased, and the amplitude of his right hand swinging in the air became more exaggerated. The light shield in the sky immediately became thicker. However, the other naval soldiers did not seem to notice this scene. They just looked at the 2 balls of fire falling from the sky with interest. The first attack when the light shield was successful gave them confidence, and everyone became fearless. Swoosh! 2 Eagle Strike missiles fell rapidly, and just like before, 2 ripples spread out when the missiles collided with the light shield. Clang, clang. 2 more brilliant flames exploded in the air. The more than 30 naval warships on the sea were still safe and sound. All the naval soldiers were excited again, and even laughed towards the distant sea. No one noticed that the faces of the military strategists on the various ships had turned pale. Interesting, but I don't believe that this broken thing of yours can last forever. Inside the command center of the Watcher base, Yang Ji's curiosity was aroused. He had discovered through the eagle-eye view that this light shield was artificially created, and it seemed to be some kind of Taoist secret method. Just as Yang Gu was about to speak, the discussion of the 10 group leaders and deputy group leaders behind him had ended. One of them walked up to Yang Gu. Yang Gu raised his hand to signal him to wait, and then he spoke into the headset. Anti-ship missile forces, keep adding more missiles for this time. Receive. After Yang Gu finished speaking, he checked the time. 20 minutes had passed. He looked up at the person next to him and asked, Any results? Standing next to Yang Gu at this time was the head of the regiment, Wang Hu. Wang Hu was of medium build and had a square face. He looked very down-to-earth. He said to Yang Gu, Yes, Commander. We have already discussed a preliminary method. Tell me about it. Swish, 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 swish. This was the sound of 4 Eagle Strike missiles launching into the air, but Wang was not affected at all and spoke at a steady pace. Commander, we have come to a unanimous decision to use coastal defense artillery or armed helicopters to deal a heavy blow to these invading sea monsters. And then, Wang, who said this, looked at Yang Gu cautiously and continued, then, let them go. As if he was afraid that Yang Gu would get angry, Wang spoke faster and continued, because we feel that it is unlikely to completely wipe out these monsters that can swim on the sea with our existing weapons. At present, our radar and eagle-eye detection areas are limited. We don't know where these creatures come from. We will let these monsters go this time and send helicopters to follow them. When we have the coordinates of these monsters' lairs, we will launch a large number of cruise missiles from the base. Although this will not completely wipe out the invading monsters tonight, it will definitely deal a heavy blow to the Monster Alliance. Yang Ge listened and silently thought about Wang Hu's proposal. His regional detection satellite was launched from the White Shark base at that time, and the area covered was also centered on Liaodong. Jeju Island could only detect the strait between the Demon Alliance territory and Goryeo, and it would not be able to detect any further. Thinking of this, Yang Gu opened the main control panel of the Watcher base and finally found the option of regional satellite in the system function of the missile center. A regional satellite requires 500,000 energies, and launching a rocket requires 100,000 energies. It does not require research and development and can be directly produced. It is a mature technology that the missile center has already mastered. Yang Gu directly placed an order to purchase a set. The production process took about 5 days. After 600,000 energies were consumed, Yang Gu now had 2 million and a few hundred energies left. After a while, the 4 Eagle Strike missiles flying to the Qi Navy fleet had begun to fall, while the Tomahawk missile flying to the Qi Imperial Palace was still flying slowly in the sky. Bang, 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 bang. 4 brilliant balls of fire exploded above the Qi Navy fleet. This time, Yang Ji's missiles still failed to harm the Qi Navy in the slightest. On the ship of the Qi State Commander, the leader of the military strategists was breathing heavily. The attack of the 4 Eagle Strike missiles just now caused him considerable damage. This time, Liang Long finally noticed his abnormality. His heart suddenly tightened, and he hurried forward to ask with concern, Lin Bingxiu, how are you? As he got closer, Liang Long saw that the soldier's face was covered with beads of sweat, and his face had lost all color. He gasped and said to Liang Long, General Liang, I personally no longer recommend that the army move forward. If there is another attack of this magnitude, I am afraid that all of our 30 or so soldiers will die. If we die, the meaning of the military practitioner's words was very clear. They were still far away from Jeju Island. Without these military practitioners, what would happen to Liang Long's Navy fleet? Liang Long was a little hesitant. He said in embarrassment, Lin Bingxiu, the Emperor's order cannot be disobeyed. Lin Bingxiu asked back, General Liang, the Emperor's order cannot be disobeyed, but we can't take our Qi soldiers to die in vain. If we can achieve some strategic goals, then it would be worth dying. But right now, we can't even see the shadow of the enemy, so this sacrifice is useless. As the two were talking, suddenly snap, the crow in the cage screamed again, and a few sparks lit up in the distant sky. Looking at those bright flames, this time Liang Long and Lin Bingxiu's faces changed at the same time. Those 8 tiny sparks are actually 8 Eagle Strike missiles. Chapter 153, Soldier's Valley. The sound in the sky quickly grew louder, and the 8 sparks gradually turned into 8 balls of intense fire, carrying 8 streams of thick smoke, like a long dragon in the dark night, crossing the sky and heading straight for the Navy fleet here. Liang Long was immediately in a hurry. He turned to the soldier beside him and said, Lin Bingxiu, hurry up. Why? The man sighed, hesitated for a while, and finally seemed to have made a difficult decision. He said to Liang Long, General Liang, I will help you again this time, but I have a request. Liang Long was a little flustered for a moment. The soldiers in the same valley had always been doing voluntary labor for the Imperial Army. When would they put 4 conditions? However, Liang Long could not care about that at the moment, and hurriedly said, Lin Bingxiu, you say? The soldier named Lin first sat cross-legged on the ground, muttering something. Soon, the ball of light above his head appeared again. At the same time, small balls of light also appeared on more than 30 other ships. At this time, the soldier Lin looked at Liang Long and said, General Liang, I have 2 conditions. First, please give the order now that all warships immediately turn around and cannot move forward any further. Liang Long was so anxious that he stamped his feet when he heard this. Oh my Lin Xian, Lin Bingxiu, you are sending me, Liang Long, to the execution ground. The military practitioner named Lin Xian just looked at Liang Long without saying a word. Seeing 8 missiles approaching from the sky, Liang Long gritted his teeth helplessly and said, Okay, I promise you. After saying that, Liang Long ordered the messenger behind him. Blow the horn. All ships turn around and return. Woo! As the horn sounded, a smile appeared on Lin Xian's face, and then he began to draw some kind of symbols in the air with his right hand. He waved his right hand, and suddenly a curtain of light reappeared above the Qi Navy fleet. When the light curtain stabilized, Lin Xian stopped whispering and turned to look at Liang Long. General Liang, my second condition is that when you return to Qi capital this time, you must die to advise His Majesty that there are powerful people in this sea area and that we should not start a large-scale military campaign here again. Liang Long said in a somewhat lost tone, I'm probably going to die if I go back this time, so I'll listen to you and make a last-ditch appeal. What's the harm? Lin Xian's smile grew wider. He raised his head and looked at the endless starry sky, muttering, I, Lin Xian, entered the Holy Valley to practice at the age of 6. It has been more than 20 years since then. I have served the Great Qi Empire for 3.5 years. Today it has finally come to an end. Master, the military saint, your disciple Lin Xian, has returned to the world. Upon hearing this, Liang Long hurriedly turned back to look at Lin Xian, only to see that he had closed his eyes at this time, with a strong golden light shining from his head, supporting the light ball above. The same scene happened on every ship in this fleet. More than 30 golden lights shone from every military monk. In the golden light, the faces of these more than 30 people had the same indifferent expression, and everyone opened their mouths to say their names. Master of Military Saint, Disciple Lin Feng, Disciple Yifan, Disciple Wang Yin, Disciple Xiao Yun, Disciple. The soul has returned. When the last 3 words sounded together, the light shield above the fleet suddenly emitted a bright light, and at this time 8 Eagle Strike missiles in the sky also began to fall. I warn your Majesty that you must never enter this place again. Finally, Lin Xian smiled and said to Liang Long again, clang, 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 clang. In the sky, 7 balls of intense fire exploded one after another, illuminating the dark sea surface as bright as day. It was an extremely magnificent scene, and all the naval soldiers of Qi State covered their eyes with their hands. After a series of explosions, the light shield in the sky finally couldn't bear it anymore and disappeared. At this time, Liang Long and others seemed to hear a rapid sound of breaking through the air on the side of their ship. Boom! Liang Long was suddenly horrified. He didn't care about the sparks still falling from the sky. He turned his head to the side where the loud noise came from. He saw that beside his own ship, a huge warship exploded instantly. Fierce flames and dark clouds rose. The warship carrying 2,000 Qi Navy soldiers was instantly turned into a pile of broken wood debris. Looking at the sea water that had been dyed red by the fire, Liang Long was speechless for a moment. Suddenly, Lin Xian's words just now seemed to ring in his ears again. I warn your Majesty that there is a powerful person here. You must never come here to start a large-scale military operation again in the future. In the territory of Qi State, in the center of a vast mountain range, in a wide valley, a villa was carved out layer by layer on the steep stone wall, as if by magic. The villa rises from the bottom of the valley and follows the mountain to the top of the mountain. At a glance, it covers an area of at least nearly 1,000 acres. There is a stone tablet at the entrance of the villa with 3 large characters engraved on it. Valley of the Saint of War. The main hall in the center of the villa. Looking inside from the door, the entire empty hall is brightly lit. Only when you walk in can you see thousands of candles burning inside. These candles are placed on circles of steps that look like circular stairs, starting from the center of the hall, spreading upward layer by layer, until the outermost circle of candles is about to touch the top of the hall. Among these candles in the hall, some are actually quietly changing their positions on their own. In the center of the hall, there was a desk. At this moment, an old man with white hair and cloth was sitting behind the desk, holding a bamboo scroll in his hand and reading it carefully. Suddenly, there was no airflow in the hall, but the flames of more than 30 candles began to flicker. The old man put down the bamboo slips and turned to look over. A moment later, a whole area of more than 30 candles on the east side of the hall went out simultaneously. The old man frowned, and after a while, he laid out 36 talismans on the desk, picked up the brush, and quickly wrote out the names one after another. At the end, the old man said loudly, in the east direction, 36 lights are off. Soon, a little book boy ran in from outside the hall, carrying a tray to the old man. The old man put the talismans with names on them into the tray. The book boy frowned and said, why did so many disciples in the valley die all at once this time? The old man's expression did not show any fluctuations, and his voice was filled with the vicissitudes of life. You should ask your master. It has been at least 10 years. The last time so many people died in the Soldier Saint Valley was when we fought with the state of Chu. The little book boy ran away with the tray in his hand. His feet were as light as if he was carrying nothing, and he quickly came to a small courtyard at the highest point of the villa, knelt down in front of a thatched house, put down the tray, and said loudly, greetings to the Grand Master of the Military Saint. Today, 36 disciples of the Military Saint Valley have returned. Soon, a calm voice came from the thatched hut, which was not like hearing that more than 30 of his disciples had died at once. Got it. Death is like the extinguishing of a lamp. Clean up the lamp pool. Send a talisman to the Nian Tower, and also call Han Yin to deliver a letter to the Emperor of Qi on behalf of the Master. Yes. 400 miles away from the Military Saint Valley, in the capital city of Qi, Tianzhong looked at the rubble of bricks and tiles in front of him in shock. How could this look like an imperial palace at all? Just now, A ball of fire fell from the sky and turned the Qi Huang Hall, which Tianjiang usually used to worship his ancestors, into ruins. Chapter 154 Qi State is powerful. This. A group of guards and eunuchs surrounded Tianjiang, not knowing what to do. Tianjiang himself looked at the ruins of the Qi Emperor's palace. He inexplicably recalled the scene played in the Xianling realm that day, thinking about the huge bird-like creature flying in the sky and dropping bombs on the ground. When Tianjiang thought of that scene, he woke up instantly. He hurriedly looked up at the night sky, looked around for a long time, and made sure that there was no foreign object under the starry sky before he lowered his head and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Taking another look at the Qi Emperor's palace, which had become a ruin, Tianjiang didn't dare to think about it. If that thing had fallen on his bedroom, he was afraid that his sons would have been competing to blockade the palace and mourn for him. Could it be that the scene in the Xianling realm is real? Thinking of this, Tianjiang suddenly felt a chill all over his body. No, impossible. In panic, Tianjiang accidentally spoke out what he was thinking, leaving the guards and eunuchs around him confused. Take Xianling realm and contact Liang Long. Several eunuchs understood this sentence, and one of them ran out immediately. After a while, he came back with the Xianling realm. A trace of spiritual power poured into it, and Liang Long's figure appeared in the Xianling realm. Tianjiang immediately asked him, Liang Long, how is the situation over there? Looking at Liang Long's expression, Tianjiang's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He had been the emperor for so many years, and he could tell at a glance that things were definitely not going well for Liang Long, and it was very likely that he had encountered a very serious setback. Sure enough, Liang Long in the mirror stammered, Your Majesty, we are on our way back. What? Tianjiang flew into a rage when he heard this. Liang Long, you are so brave. Facing Tianjiang's angry scolding, Liang Long did not dare to refute a word. He had been a soldier for half his life, but he did not expect to become a deserter in the end. Liang Long did not dare to look directly into Tianjiang's eyes. He lowered his head and said, Your Majesty, I will wait until I return to the capital and accept your punishment. Tianjiang sneered. Go back to the capital? Humph, Liang Long, I will let the imperial envoy wait for you at the dock. Snap. After Tianjiang finished speaking, he grabbed the Xianling realm and threw it to the ground, smashing it to pieces. Tada, tada, tada. At this time, an eunuch came running from behind, shouting, Your Majesty, the disciple of the Confucian sage, Mr. Ziyun, is coming. What? Tianjiang immediately put away his anger upon hearing this, turned around and ordered several eunuchs, Fix my clothes for me. Promise. Several eunuchs stepped forward and straightened Tianjiang's slightly messy clothes. Then Tianjiang turned to look at the eunuch who came to report the news and ordered, Bring Mr. Ziyun here to see me. Promise. Soon, a middle-aged man in a white shirt and a short sword on his waist came walking over. He walked steadily and looked straight ahead. When he arrived in front of Tianjiang, he bowed slightly and said respectfully, The Confucian disciple Zhong Ziyun pays respect to your majesty. Tianjiang waved his hand and said, Mr. Ziyun, there is no need to be so polite. I believe that Mr. Ziyun is here because the Confucian master has noticed the shocking changes in my palace, right? Zhong Ziyun smiled and said, Yes, it is precisely because of this matter that my master sent me here to meet your majesty. Tianjiang suddenly felt at ease. If the Confucian saint was willing to help, and with the military strength of his own empire, Tianjiang even felt that he could not only make Goryeo a vassal state, but could even directly incorporate it into the territory of Qi. Thinking of this, Tianjiang's eyes became very hot. He asked Zhong Ziyun, What does the Confucian sage think? Zhong Ziyun said softly, My master asked me to tell your majesty that the matter in the East Sea cannot be done. What? Tianjiang thought he had misheard for a moment and asked again quickly. Zhong Ziyun cleared his throat and said again, Your majesty, my master said that the matter in the East China Sea cannot be done. Tianjiang was stunned. Why is this happening? Although my master studied Confucianism, he also studied astrology and divination. My master said that a strange star suddenly appeared in the northeast of our great Qi. The color of the star looks like greedy wolf. Therefore, during this period of time, my master advises your majesty to either make friends with the neighboring countries in the northeast or avoid them. Don't rashly engage in war. Every word of Zhong Ziyun hit Tianjiang's heart like a hammer, making Tianjiang feel extremely suffocated. As the emperor of one of the 7 great empires, he felt extremely aggrieved at this moment. Mr. Ziyun, the Confucian sage is obviously from Qi. Why are you helping outsiders? Zhong Ziyun bowed slightly, took a step closer to Tianjiang, and whispered in Tianjiang's ear, Your Majesty, you are wrong. My master is helping you. Tianjiang was so angry that he laughed. His long-term identity as an emperor made him forget that in a conflict between the strong and the weak, preventing a possible conflict is to help the weaker party. And Tianjiang certainly would not think of himself as the weaker party. At this moment, Tianjiang's respect for Zhong Ziyun disappeared instantly, and he even sneered. Mr. Ziyun, the enemy killed my son, and now you are advising me to lower my head and telling me that you are helping me? Why? Do I look like an idiot? Zhong Ziyun raised his eyebrows and asked, Your Majesty, I want to ask, why did your so-called enemy kill the second prince? Tianjiang was speechless for a moment and could only make up his mind. Even if I was wrong first, I shouldn't have killed my beloved son directly. Zhong Ziyun smiled inexplicably. Your Majesty now thinks that the other party is rude, but when has Your Majesty ever reasoned with Zhao to the north, Wei to the west, Wu and Shu to the south, and Goryeo across the sea? If Your Majesty was only bullying Gaoli, then my master would definitely side with you, because Gaoli is no match for you and would not bring disaster to Daki. However, you are now going to provoke a ferocious, hungry wolf and let my master's people fall into endless war and disaster. Naturally, my master has to come and advise you. After saying this, Zhongxian bowed solemnly to Tianjiang and said, This is my teacher's advice. It is up to Your Majesty to listen to it or not. I will take my leave now. After saying that, Zhongxian turned and left. Zhongxian's words made Tianjiang feel dizzy. At this time, there was another sound of hurried footsteps. A eunuch ran up to Tianjiang and said, Your Majesty, the soldier saint's disciple Han Yin is here. Upon hearing the identity of the visitor, Tianjiang's originally dim eyes instantly brightened up again, and he immediately said, Yes, yes. The great power of my Qi state is not just the Confucian saint. There is also the military saint. As long as the military saint is willing to help me, I don't need the Confucianists. After a while, a eunuch came over with a young man. The man looked no more than 20 years old and had a scholarly look on his face. However, Tianjiang did not dare to be disrespectful to him because this man was called Han Yin and was the most proud disciple of the military saint Sun Xiu. His military skills were said to be 50% of Sun Xiu's. At the same time, this man was also the prospective royal son-in-law that Tianjiang had chosen. Han Yin, disciple of the military saint, greets His Majesty. Quickly, excuse me, Han Yin. I wonder why the military saint sent you here this time. Han Yin took out a letter from his sleeve and presented it with both hands. This is my master's handwriting. Please read it, Your Majesty. Tianjiang took it in a hurry, opened it, and saw. Instantly, Tianjiang spat out a mouthful of blood. There was only one sentence written on the letter. From now on, the disciples of the military Saint Valley will no longer participate in the war of the Qi State Navy. Chapter 155, Watcher Cannon. Yang Gu was naturally unaware of what was happening in Qi State. He was currently eating a plate of crispy rose lava-filled cookies. This was the midnight snack provided by the cafeteria at the base. Yang Gu ate while paying attention to the movements on the sea. 10 minutes ago, the large group of mermaids suddenly stopped moving forward and floated densely on the sea, keeping a distance of about 30 kilometers from the shore, as if they were waiting for someone. Yang Gu made a rough estimate and concluded that there were at least 20,000 to 30,000 fishmen. The Qi Navy in the northwest had already retreated. The other party had already paid the price. Yang Gu did not bother them anymore. He took a bite of the crispy pie and turned to look behind him. If they are at our doorstep and don't move, then we should take the initiative to welcome them. Let's implement the method you just discussed. Yes. The 10 captains and deputy captains responded in unison, and then the sound of various orders was issued in the command center. Shore Artillery Battalion, prepare the second round. Reload immediately. Wu Jiying, everyone, be in position within 2 minutes. 2nd Battalion, 2nd Regiment, immediately support the 1st Battalion station northeast of the base. While the Watcher base was busy, the wind and waves on the sea gradually became stronger. The huge waves brought by the strong wind were getting higher and higher. Suddenly, after a wave of huge waves, a huge and ugly human head covered with fish scales floated up from the sea. Like other fishmen, the upper body of this huge, ugly fish was like a human figure, with 2 arms covered with fish scales and a thick harpoon in his hand. Roar! The extremely ugly mermaid's upper body alone that was exposed above the water was nearly 10 meters tall. He let out an ear-splitting roar as he appeared. His ugly appearance made Yang Gu in the command center feel uncomfortable in his stomach, and he almost vomited out the pie he had just eaten. Human, the demon commander is here. Come out and greet him. Yang Gu curled his lips when he heard this. He had killed a demon fish king that was equivalent to the Jinwu realm. So what was this demon general? He had learned from Wang Hun that the strongest among the demon clan was the demon god, followed by the demon emperor, then the demon king, and then the demon general. Huh? Wait. Yang Gu recalled that the 9-headed snake he encountered at sea seemed to be a demon general. Including the demon fish king that came later, they all possessed strong attribute energy. So this fishman demon general is very likely to have it as well. But now the battleship system has not given any prompt, probably because it is too far away from the opponent. Yang Gu immediately said into the headset, 2nd Artillery, the demon general has arrived. Please fire a cannon to welcome him. Although Lu Erpeo also belonged to the Guardian Base Artillery Regiment, he became independent from the Artillery Regiment after he was appointed by Yang Gu to take over the giant cannon on the top of the mountain and took orders directly from Yang Gu. Yes! Lu Erpeo's vigorous voice rang through Yang Ji's earphone. From the moment Lu Erpeo and his company of soldiers took over the giant cannon, they were destined to be stationed on the top of the mountain all year round. Fortunately, there were barracks built for them by Lu Jian. Except for the strong wind, the conditions on the top of the mountain were not too harsh. This treatment was much better than that of the border defense troops on the top of the snowy mountains in Yang Ji's later generations. The wind on the island was already strong at night, and it was even more howling on the top of the mountain. After receiving Yang Ji's order, the 40-meter-long gun barrel on the top of the mountain slowly began to rotate. After all, it was a weapon weighing more than 1,000 tons, so the rotation process lasted for nearly 2 minutes. During these 2 minutes, the broadcast in the Watcher base sounded. Attention! Attention! The Watcher's cannon is about to be activated. Please prepare for protection. The Watcher's cannon is about to be activated. Please prepare for protection. Watchman cannon is the name Yang Ge gave to the 800 caliber cannon. As for the broadcast, it was also Yang Ji's request. Because the noise made by the cannon was too loud, in order to prevent unnecessary health damage to the soldiers in the base, he required prior notification within the base before the cannon was activated. When the broadcast sounded, soldiers from all units in the base put on earmuffs. Lu Erpeo was using a military scope to observe the target location, while a slightly more literary soldier beside him was using his own to quickly calculate data, such as the parabola and muzzle height angle. As for the wind speed, although there was strong wind on the top of the mountain at this time, for an artillery shell weighing nearly 5 tons, it would basically have no effect as long as there was no giant tornado. After a while, the muzzle of the 800 caliber Watcher cannon was slightly adjusted, and then all the members of the cannon company put on earmuffs. Lu Erpeo raised his arm and swung it downwards violently. Boom! There was a flash of fire from the muzzle of the huge caliber cannon, and suddenly the entire Jeju island was like a bolt of lightning coming out of nowhere. Not only the people on the island, but even the mermaid monsters dozens of miles away in the sea were greatly frightened. The mermaid monster just showed anger on his fish face, and then he felt a swift and hot breath in the air flying towards him rapidly. But the shell weighing nearly 5 tons hit the mermaid demon commander steadily, but the effect was not what Yang Ge and others had expected. Roar! The mermaid monster let out a scream, and its entire thick body was smashed into the seabed by the rapidly flying cannonball. Wow! Looking at the large amount of sea water splashed by the demon general falling into the sea, there was silence in the command center for a moment. No one expected such a scene to occur. Yang Ge was also confused. He blinked and asked into the headset, "Second artillery, can this giant cannon also be used as a catapult?" On the top of the mountain, Lu Erpeo watched the scene over there through his own eyes and suddenly said awkwardly, "Commander, I'm sorry, this may be a dud." Yang Ge, what the hell? Although this shell is only 200 energy each, it is not expensive, but it is not cheap. How can it be a defective product? Yang Ge was about to slap the armrest of his chair to find the person in charge of the logistics equipment center, but bang! A deafening roar was heard from the bottom of the sea, and a thick water column with a diameter of nearly 100 feet suddenly rose up as if it was about to break through the sky. This is the power of the explosion caused by a 5-ton artillery shell detonating on the seabed. At this moment, the explosion-proof glass reinforced by special means in the command center of the base, where Yang Ge and others were located, made a rustling sound. At the same time, the alarm sounded, and a team of fully armed soldiers quickly appeared outside the command center. The first time the 800 caliber cannon was used, the base only felt a strong wind at a distance of 100 kilometers from the target. Now the center of the explosion is 30 kilometers away from the shore, and they're almost 10 kilometers from the shore to the base command center. If the residual power of the explosion is so strong at a distance of 40 kilometers, what about the situation on the sea? The real-time picture sent back by the Hawkeye UAV on the big screen was temporarily blue, but it recovered after a few seconds. The sea surface that was densely packed with mermaids before now looked peaceful. There was nothing but the sound of waves. The tall mermaid demon general was nowhere to be seen. It seemed as if a light rain was falling on the entire sea surface. Yang Ge looked at the radar detection map of the base. The sea area that was originally full of densely packed light spots, symbolizing the breath of life, was now completely dark. Yang Ge never expected that this 5-ton shell would explode underwater and have such a terrifying destructive power. At this moment, Yang Ge seemed to understand why. With the same warhead weight, the destructive power of a torpedo is stronger than that of a missile. Chapter 156, Unknown Target. The 10 regiment commanders standing behind Yang Ge looked at each other in silence, especially the commander of the artillery regiment, Zhao Jin, whose face was as red as a monkey's butt. The 10 people had just said to Yang Ge that it is impossible to wipe out the enemy with the existing firepower, but now their faces were swollen to the sky. In fact, this cannot be blamed on the 10 regiment commanders. After all, no one would have thought of firing the 800 caliber shells as torpedoes. Yang Ge also knew that this was actually an accident. If the shell of the Watcher's cannon had exploded as soon as it hit the mermaid demon general, it would not necessarily have achieved such a result. But this gave Yang Ge an idea. He said into the headset, "Director Yang, does your logistics equipment center have any projects under development right now?" The person in charge of the logistics equipment center was named Yang Hongwei. Yang Hongwei was very nervous that night. If there was really a problem with the Watcher cannon shell and it didn't explode, Yang Ge would force him to tell the whole story. Upon receiving Yang Ji's call, Yang Hongwei immediately said, "Yes, Commander. Do you want to develop underwater shells that can be fired by the Watcher cannon?" It is indeed easier to talk to smart people. Yang Ge said, "Yes. How much investment do you need?" Yang Hongwei asked back, "Commander, is the main purpose of your development of this bomb to kill targets above water or underwater targets? If it is an underwater target, it will be a bit difficult. This is a very difficult subject. If you just want to kill surface targets through underwater explosions such as torpedoes and depth charges, then it is easy. You just need to improve the fuse of the existing shells." Yang Ge thought about it and thought that the underwater enemies were not a threat to him at present. Besides, he was going to build submarines in the future. He said to Yang Hongwei, "The main purpose is to deal with large-scale enemy surface targets, just like today." Yang Hongwei in the headset seemed to be relieved. "If that's the case, 100,000 energies will be enough, at least half a month." Yang Ge frowned and said, "Half a month is too long. I will give you 200,000 energy points. You must see initial results within a week and enter mass production within half a month." After saying that, Yang Ge cut off the communication without caring about Yang Hongwei's reaction, then turned on the main control panel of the Watcher base and injected 200,000 energy into the logistics equipment center. At this time, Yang Ge heard Lu Jian's call request through his earphone. He answered the call and said, "Go ahead." Lu Jian looked extremely exhausted. "Commander, we have cleared all the bodies of the strange birds on the island. We have obtained more than 18,000 crystal cores. Where should we send them to you?" Crystal core? 2 seconds later, Yang Ge finally realized that he only remembered that the Demon King and Demon General had strong attribute energy, and he almost forgot that the crystal core of the Demon Beast could extract energy. Yang Ge replied, "Send it to the warship. By the way, Lao Lu, there are still a few monster corpses on the sea. I need you to take their crystal cores." Lu Jian also hesitated for 2 seconds. Then he seemed to suddenly remember something and asked cautiously, "Commander, the cannon on the top of the mountain just now." "That's right. Those monsters were killed by the giant cannon." "Are you sure? Just how many?" "It's a little dark, so I can't see clearly, but I don't think there are too many. You'll know when you go over and take a look." "Good." After hanging up the call with Lu Jian, Yang Ge turned to look at Wang Hu, who was closest to him, and asked, "Captain Wang, if, for example, you suddenly died due to some accident, then your position is captain." "Bang." Wang Hu stood at attention and answered loudly, "Report to the commander. If I die, my deputy commander will take over my position, and the commander can also appoint someone else to take over my position." Oh, I see." Yang Ge touched the back of his head. Although he felt relieved, he still felt a little guilty. It seemed that he was too kind. The next day at noon, Yang Ge got up. As soon as he opened his eyes, a message popped up on his main control panel. "Report to the commander. The batch crystal core energy extraction has been completed, and a total of 269,845 energy points have been obtained. Extracting 18,000 crystal cores can yield more than 260,000 energies. The monster that died at sea last night must have twice as much energy." Suddenly, Yang Ge seemed to have discovered another way to make money. Reporting to the commander, "There is an unidentified target approaching the base from the northwest." "Here we go again?" Yang Ge almost cursed on the spot. Is this dog Emperor of Qi never going to stop? The staff at the base's garrison center heard Yang Ji's angry curse and didn't dare to speak for a moment, until Yang Ge asked, "How many people came this time?" The garrison personnel here said cautiously, "Commander, there is only one this time." "One? Then it seems that he is not seeking death." Suddenly, Yang Ge looked at the real-time picture of Hawkeye and then at the radar detection map, and he found an extremely strange scene. "Ask the battalion on duty to send a helicopter over to take a look." "Yes." Soon, a longbow attack helicopter took off into the sky and flew towards the northwest. The one coming from the northwest was a mechanical bird, on which sat a young scholar with a bookish look on his face. At this moment, the scholar was skillfully controlling the mechanical bird with his hands to fly towards Jeju Island. Soon, a buzzing sound was heard in front of the scribe, and an armed helicopter appeared in front of him. Faced with the strong wind brought by the helicopter, the young scholar tapped his fingers lightly in the air a few times, and suddenly a golden light appeared beside him, protecting his whole body. There was no wind at all within the golden light. Before the longbow helicopter could send a message, the scholar took the initiative to introduce himself. "Hello, my name is Han Yen. I am from Qi, a disciple of the military Saint Valley, and I would like to visit, Lord Megatron." Yes, this scholar with a bookish face is the favorite student of the military saint, a disciple of the military Saint Valley, the future son-in-law of the Emperor of Qi, and a master of the secret military tactics, Han Yen. Yang Ge in the Watcher base thought about it and said into the headset, "Invite him to the island for a chat." Receive. Next, Changdong Wuji took Han Yen to the island. When they arrived over Jeju Island, Han Yen's face was suddenly covered with beads of sweat. Not to mention the black muzzle of the giant cannon on the top of the mountain. Han Yen felt at least 20 strong auras locking onto him. What Han Yen felt were the anti-aircraft missiles in the Watcher base. This was due to the particularity of the military secret technique. Anything extremely dangerous could not escape the senses of the military practitioners. Of course, it depended on their cultivation level. It didn't mean that all military practitioners could feel that there were 20 anti-aircraft missile launchers below them in the sky. Wu Ji directly landed Han Yin in the base. A military jeep drove over. The soldiers politely asked Han Yin to get in the car and drove him to the reception room of the base. On the way, Han Yin touched the jeep under him again and again, like a curious child. 10 minutes later, Han Yin sat opposite Shui Jian in the reception room of the Watcher base. Shui Jian smiled at him and said, "Hello, Han Bingxiu. I am here to receive you on behalf of Lord Megatron. May I ask why you are here this time?" Han Yin also smiled back at Shui Jian and said softly, "I came here this time for 2 reasons. First, I wanted to see the mysterious force that my master is so secretive about, and second, to do something that would betray my country." "Oh, please go straight to the second point." Han Yin's bookish face revealed a calm expression that seemed to be a person who had seen through the vicissitudes of life. "The Emperor of Qi is determined to be an enemy of your forces. I am here on behalf of the military Saint Valley to discuss the alliance with you." As he spoke, Han Yin picked up the glass of water in front of him and drank a little. "The water is poisonous," Shui Jian suddenly said. Han Yin's smile grew wider. "So what if it's poisonous?" After saying that, he drank the entire glass of water. Shui Jian stretched out his hand, and a soldier came over and put a pistol in his hand. Snap! The moment Shui Jian pulled the trigger on the gun, Han Yin's expression changed slightly. He could feel that it was a dangerous weapon. Shui Jian walked up to Han Yin. His smile faded, and he said in a cold voice, "First, outsiders are not allowed to visit the Decepticon base at will. Second, the Decepticons will not form an alliance with anyone or any force, because for the time being, no one or any force in this world has the qualifications to do so. Third, if you want to be protected by the Decepticons, you must show some sincerity." After Shui Jian finished his 3 sentences, he pointed the gun at Han Yin's head. Bang. A gunshot was heard, but the expected scene of brain bursting did not appear. Han Yin in front of Shui Jian's eyes instantly shrank and finally turned into a piece of paper floating on the ground. The strange thing that Yang Gu discovered before was that this person did not generate any light spots symbolizing the breath of life on the radar detection map. So when the Garrison Center reported to Yang Gu, it only said that an unidentified target is approaching the base. Chapter 157, Military Saint Sun Xiu. In the 3 or 4 days after the death of Han Yin's paper clone, the Watcher base fell into a rare peace. Of course, this did not include Lu Jian's engineering battalion. In the past few days, Yang Gu has expanded the base's armaments. 20 armed speedboats equipped with heavy machine guns have been added, mainly for nearshore defense. These things are cheap, unlike warships that cost tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of energy. 20 armed speedboats only cost a total of 100,000 energy. 200 Tiger Eagle UAVs were produced. At the same time, Yang Gu invested 200,000 energies into the aircraft center, asking Yang Hongwei to solve the limitation of the UAV's flight distance. Now, the longest flight distance of the Tiger Eagle UAVs, whether on Yang Ji's warship or the Watcher base, is only 200 kilometers, far below Yang Ji's expectations. The 420 caliber fixed cannons were also installed on 4 high grounds in the base at Yang Ji's instruction. 3 days later, Lu Jian finally cleaned up the corpses of tens of thousands of mermaids floating on the sea and handed over more than 30,000 energy crystal cores to Yang Gu, which brought Yang Gu 500,000 energies. Among them, the crystal core of the mermaid demon general did not produce strong attribute energy, but provided more than 40,000 energies at once. At the same time, good news came back from Wu Qiangxin in the past few days. He led the Hu cavalry to discover 2 more spiritual mines near the border of Liaodong and Goryeo. Yang Gu immediately produced a set of mining equipment from the White Shark base and the Tianu base, and the 2 bases were responsible for transportation and security. In less than 3 days, the 2 newly discovered spiritual mines entered normal working mode. Some minor incidents occurred in the meantime. More than 2,000 unruly Hu cavalry fled into the Liaodong area and caused chaos. As a result, they were chased by 10 armed helicopters from the White Shark base and were all annihilated. This scene made the 3 brothers Gongsun, who came to support them, stunned again. The 6th day was the day when Yang Gu test-fired the underwater shells of the Watcher cannon. After rushing and working hard, with Yang Gu doubling the budget, 3 improved underwater shells were finally developed. These 3 shells use 3 different fuse improvement methods. This test firing is to see which improvement method is mature. Early that morning, Yang Hongwei and several staff members from the artillery department of the Logistics Equipment Center came to the command center with panda eyes. Soon, Yang Gu came over. He looked around and saw that Zhao Zhen, Yang Hongwei, and his party were all there. He sat in his chair and said into the headset, "Second artillery start?" "Yes." On the top of the mountain, Lu Erpeo received Yang Ji's order and immediately ordered the soldiers of the giant artillery company behind him to put on earmuffs and start working. Soon, Lu Erpeo's report came through Yang Ji's earphone. "Report to the commander. The test firing of the Watcher cannon-type underwater artillery shells has begun." After saying that, Lu Erpeo swung his arm downward vigorously. Boom. Suddenly, the Watcher's cannon roared again. Flames rushed into the sky and finally fell into the sea 50 kilometers away. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Half an hour passed, and the sea was still calm. It seemed that the first shell had failed. At this time, Yang Hongwei quietly turned his head and glanced at Yang Ge. He felt a little uneasy. He said to an assistant behind him, "It can be confirmed that the model shell has failed. Mark the sea area and find a way to deal with the waste shell later." Good. The assistant behind Yang Hongwei immediately wrote down the coordinates in his notebook. At this moment, the RD personnel from the artillery department of the logistics equipment center standing behind Yang Hongwei felt a little embarrassed. Although it was normal for experimental RD tests to fail, this was the first time that the commander had given them a major task. If it failed, how would the dozens of RD personnel in the logistics equipment center face it? Yang Ji's expression was normal at this time. After waiting for another half an hour, Yang Ge said into the headset, "Second artillery, start testing the second one." Yes. This time the cannon adjusted its position and aimed in another direction. A moment later, Lu Erpeo reported to Yang Ge. "Report to the commander. The test of the Watcher cannon-type underwater shells is now starting." Boom! After Lu Erpeo finished speaking, the deafening sound of a cannon rang out again. A beam of fire spurted out from the muzzle of the 800 caliber gun, and a cannonball weighing nearly 5 tons flew into the sky and eventually fell into a sea area 50 kilometers away. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, bang. About 3 or 4 minutes after the shells fell into the water, a loud noise was heard. The explosion-proof glass in the command center made bursts of noises, and a waterfall of water shot up into the sky over the test firing area, like a mushroom cloud blooming on the sea. It was done. Looking at the power, it is no less powerful than the shell that exploded underwater a few nights ago. Yang Hongwei and his colleagues in the gun department were relieved. Yang Hongwei immediately said to his assistant, "Record the time it takes for the shell to explode from firing. Also, what is the depth of the explosion?" He stopped and wrote down the time recorded on his stopwatch, then opened his own and took a look, saying, "The underwater explosion depth is 346 meters. Yang Hongwei nodded and glanced at Yang Ge secretly again. This time, his back was a little straighter than before. Just as he was about to test fire the third shell, Yang Ge suddenly heard a report from the garrison center through his earphone. "Report to the commander. Northwest direction. New." Yang Ge had already opened the Hawkeye detection map and looked over. There was a light spot coming towards him rapidly from the northwest. The speed was very fast, even faster than Yang Ge's battleship. The eagle-eye real-time view turned, and Yang Ge saw that it was an old man with an immortal look. But the strange thing was that although the old man had a head full of white hair, there was not a single wrinkle on his face. The description of white hair and a childlike face was very appropriate. At this time, the old man was actually able to float and walk on the sea. He lightly touched the waves with his toes, and the whole person flew forward a long distance. In the short time that Yang Ge observed him, the old man had moved forward at least 10 kilometers. Suddenly, the old man looked up at the Hawkeye drone in the sky. Looking through Yang Ge's big screen, the old man and Yang Ge's eyes met. He was dressed in cloth, and his whole body seemed to be as light as a feather. He just stood on the sea, smiled at the Hawkeye drone in the sky, and said, "Sun Xiao, the military saint, is here to visit Lord Megatron." This old man turned out to be Sun Xiao. This old man is actually the famous military saint, a figure in the holy martial realm, Master Han Yin, who came here a few days ago. After a while, a tiger carving drone flew over. Sun Xiao's smooth face, which was very inconsistent with his age, showed a hint of curiosity. He looked at the drone in front of him for a long time until Yang Ji's voice came out of it. "I wonder what the military saint is here for?" At this time, the great military saint Sun Xiao actually bowed deeply to the drone, and then said word by word, "Sun Xiao came here to apologize for the rudeness of his disciples before, and secondly, I want to discuss something with Lord Megatron in detail." Seeing that Sun Xiao was so humble, Yang Ge did not refuse coldly. What's more, he was a great man in the holy martial realm and the founder of a school. The resources in his hands were not small. Yang Ge was happy to meet him. Soon, Sun Xiao was invited into the reception room of the Watcher base, and Xue Jian came to accompany him. Yang Ge had a video call with him through the large screen in the reception room. Chapter 158 Sniper Beheading. In the evening, a Puma helicopter flew over a remote coast in Qi State and disappeared in the golden sunset. At night, in Runcheng, Qi State, in a magnificent courtyard complex, 3,000 Confucian scholars sat on the ground on a high platform. The leader, Zhong Ziyun, sat at the head of the Confucian scholars, with a green lamp in front of him, holding a scroll and chanting loudly. In the use of ritual, harmony is the most important. The way of the ancient kings is this, and it is the best for both the small and the great. Zhong Ziyun's shout was not heard with much force, but it resounded throughout the square. Then the 3,000 Confucian scholars followed suit and said in unison, "In the use of ritual, harmony is the most important. The way of the ancient kings is this, and it is the best, both small and big." Zhong Ziyun continued, If there is something that cannot be done, then know how to be harmonious and be harmonious. When he was halfway through reading, Zhongxian suddenly put down the scroll in his hand. The door of a building in front of him opened, and a tall man with a height of 9 feet 6 inches and bulging eyes walked out. The man was holding a tortoise shell in his hand. Zhongxian immediately bowed and said, "Disciple greets master." Behind Zhongxian, 3,000 Confucian scholars said in unison, "Disciples greet our master." The man who was called mentor by Zhongxian and 3,000 Confucian scholars was the helmsman of Confucianism at that time, Confucius, also known as the Sage of Confucianism and the Sage of Confucius. The man nodded, then walked up to Zhongxian and said softly, "Zun, let all the disciples pack their bags. Starting today, I will take you to travel around the countries." Zhongxian was surprised and asked in confusion, "Master, didn't you say that we would set out after the beginning of spring next year?" Kong and I looked back at the sky in the north, which was the direction of Chidu City. He closed his eyes, sighed softly, and said in a calm voice, "You can't wait until next year, so go and prepare." Zhongxian stopped talking and bowed slightly, saying, "Yes." As soon as Zhongxian turned around, he immediately turned back and said, "Master, today's remarks have not been included yet." Kong and I looked at the northern sky and seemed to be in a state of hesitation. After a while, he retracted his gaze, threw the tortoise shell in his hand to the ground, turned around and walked towards the hall he came from, leaving a sentence that kept echoing in the air. Misfortune sent by heaven can be forgiven, but misfortunes brought upon oneself cannot be forgiven. An hour later, a huge carriage emerged from the city like a cloud, and behind the carriage, 3,000 Confucian scholars walked on the clouds. Zhongxian was driving the huge vehicle frame for Kong and I to fly in the sky, and he said in surprise, "I didn't expect that my master's cultivation has reached such a supernatural level, and he can make 3,000 junior brothers with varying cultivation levels fly in the air. I am really ashamed of this disciple." On the frame, Kong and I was resting with his eyes closed. After a long while, he opened his eyes and looked at the vast land of Qi below. He said calmly, "Xian, the path of cultivation is endless. Try to say less flattering words in the future. Saying too much will affect your state of mind." "Yes, disciple, I understand. Master is so powerful, but I wonder how powerful the military saint who is as famous as Master is." A complicated look flashed across Kong Ni's eyes. He turned his head and looked at the mountain below him. He said, "The military saint's cultivation is no less than that of my teacher, but the military saint himself is obsessed with military affairs. Most of the military Saint Valley disciples also practice the art of laying out military battle formations, which is far from the Confucian art of benefiting all people." Zhongxian was a little distracted while listening to what Kong and I said, until Kong and I reminded him, "Xian, drive carefully." "Yes, I know I was wrong." The next day, Qi State, Dengzhou Navy Port. Dengzhou has been very lively these days. As early as 2 days ago, the other 2 major navies of Qi State, Liezhou Navy and Lengyan Navy, gathered in Dengzhou. It was for this day that the emperor of the Great Qi Empire would personally see off the 3 navies. On the high platform built in the Navy port, Liang Long knelt on the ground with a pale face. Behind him was a prison card with 2 big scarlet characters on it. Treason. Under the high platform, generals of all levels and some soldiers of the 3 major navies lined up to fight. The warships on the sea in the distance were also filled with soldiers of the 3 major navies. 100,000 eyes were gathered on the high platform, among which the expressions of the soldiers of Dengzhou Navy were the most complicated, and each of them showed an expression of reluctance. Soon, an eunuch came forward with a sword and an axe. He held a scroll of bamboo slips in his hand and said to the officers of the 3 naval divisions below in his shrill voice. The traitor Liang Long led the army outside and ignored the imperial order. He withdrew the army privately, which damaged the achievements of our Great Qi in expanding the territory. According to the military law of the Great Qi, he will be executed immediately. After the eunuch finished speaking, he shook the bamboo slips in his hand and spread them out to the generals below. Then the eunuch walked to Liang Long and said in a sharp voice, "General Liang, I am just following orders. Please don't find the wrong person if you want to take revenge." Liang Long had a look of determination on his face. When he ordered the withdrawal of troops that day, he had expected this result today. At this time, Liang Long said to the eunuch in a calm voice, "This eunuch, can you please convey a message to His Majesty on behalf of Liang Long?" "General, please speak." "Your Majesty, please do not launch an expedition to the East China Sea. Otherwise, I am afraid that the 100,000 naval forces of Great Qi will be in danger." The eunuch hesitated for a moment and said, "Don't worry, General. I will definitely convey it to you." Liang Long looked at the eunuch with gratitude, closed his eyes and said, "Then Liang Long would like to thank the eunuch on behalf of these 100,000 Navy brothers." "You're welcome, General." After the eunuch finished speaking, he gave a sharp shout to the executioner who was already in position. "Execute." The axeman stepped forward and pulled out the prison card behind Liang Long, raised his sword high, and swish. With one swing of the knife, Liang Long's head and body were separated, and bright red blood flowed all over the ground. The eunuch waved his hand behind him, and a group of people immediately ran up and began to clean up the corpses and sweep the stage. As they watched Liang Long's corpse being dragged off the stage, the officers of the Dengzhou Navy below suddenly groaned in low voices, and some of them even shed tears. Seeing this scene, the friendly officers of the Liaozhou and Lengyan navies nearby all showed curiosity on their faces. Soon, the stage was cleaned up, and after a while, another eunuch came up and shouted at the top of his voice, "Your Majesty has arrived!" Then Tianjiang climbed onto the platform under the protection of a group of guards. As soon as he got on the platform, Tianjiang looked at the eunuch who had previously supervised the execution of Liang Long and asked, "Did the traitor have any last words?" The eunuch bowed his head and said no. After hearing this, Tianjiang seemed to have let out a breath of relief. He strode to the center of the stage, looked at the thousands of generals and officers at all levels below, as well as the naval soldiers in the distance, and cleared his throat. Behind Tianjiang, a Taoist Tainwei pointed his finger in the air slightly, and Tianjiang's words immediately resounded throughout the entire naval port, allowing the 100,000 naval soldiers to hear them clearly. "Navy soldiers of the Qi, I am your emperor." As soon as Tianjiang finished speaking, the entire military port was filled with cheers like a tsunami. "Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty!" The shouts of the Liaozhou Navy and the Lengyan Navy were getting louder and louder, while the voice of the Dengzhou Navy was much lower. Many officers of the Dengzhou Navy, who were close to the platform, stared in a daze at the red floor under Tianjiang's feet, where Liang Long had just fallen. Tianjiang didn't seem very satisfied with the noise made by these 100,000 people. He raised his hands and shouted, "Come on, soldiers! Let your emperor hear your voices! Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty!" This time, 100,000 naval soldiers roared with all their might, and the soldiers of the Dengzhou Navy also raised their voices, because the emperor on the high platform was obviously paying attention to them. "Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty!" However, amidst the roaring sounds, 3 barely perceptible noises suddenly rang out one after another. No one reacted except the 2 Tianwu guards closest to Tianjiang. Tianwu guards, as the name implies, are guards of the Tianwu realm, and are the core guarding force of the Qi royal family. At this moment, the 2 Tianwu guards beside Tianjiang immediately took out their weapons and swung them in front of him. Zan, zan, ban. The first 2 sounds were made by the 2 Tianwu guards using their weapons to unlock the hidden weapons that were flying towards them. The third sound was boom. A loud noise sounded between the 2 Tianwu guards, and Tianjiang's body slowly fell to the ground amid the shouts of "Long live His Majesty" from 100,000 naval soldiers. The 2 Tianwu guards hurriedly looked at the floor. The emperor of a country had now become a headless corpse. Just now, under the gaze of 100,000 people and amid the thunderous cheers of "Long live His Majesty," Tianjiang's head exploded out of thin air. 2 kilometers away, on the outermost watchtower of the Dengzhou naval port, Ing, Ci, and 2 other snipers selected from the Watcher Corps slowly packed up their weapons, kicked away the corpses of the Qi soldiers under their feet, turned around and went down the watchtower, used their grappling hooks to climb over the port wall, and left quietly. Chapter 159: C-type shells. Watcher base, restaurant. Sun Xiu stayed overnight in the base and was now eating breakfast with relish. After a while, the sound of combat boots stepping on the floor was heard, and Xue Jian came up behind him. "Mr. Bingsheng, Lord Megatron asked me to inform you that the decapitation plan has been successful. The cooperation between the Decepticons and Bingsheng Valley has begun." Sun Xiu, who originally had an immortal appearance and white-haired youthful face, had completely lost the image of a hermit. He held a Rujiamo in his left hand and chopsticks in his right hand, and swished. "First, I took a mouthful of noodles with soybean paste, and then crunch." Sun Xiu took another bite of the Rujiamo in his hand and said while chewing, "General Xue, I have eaten the cold Rujiabing of Qin and the fried noodles of Yin, but the taste is not as good as yours." Xue Jian's lips moved slightly, and he stood there without saying a word, just watching Sun Xiu, a military saint, get his mouth full of grease, and silently waited for him to finish eating. After a while, Sun Xiu wiped his greasy hands on his white beard and said, "General Xue, if you have anything to ask, just ask." Xue Jian frowned. How could he know that the old man had doubts when he didn't even reply? However, he didn't dwell on it and asked directly, "I don't quite understand. You are a saint-level figure and a Qi citizen. Why would you betray Qi?" "Belch!" Sun Xiu wiped his hands with his beard, stood up, burped, looked at Xue Jian, and said, "I betrayed the emperor of Qi, not the country of Qi. Some people have been sitting on the throne for too long and think they are the supreme ruler of the world. They disregard the lives of the people and attempt to drag the country into the quagmire of war for their own selfish desires, causing the people and soldiers of Qi to suffer fearless sacrifices. Even if we military strategists can tolerate him, Confucius, the Confucian master, will not forgive him. Shouldn't you military strategists like this kind of war? That's when your disciples from the military Saint Valley can put their skills to good use." When Xue Jian said this, Sun Xiu looked at him with a strange look and said, "That's because we can't beat you. If you were extremely vicious, the sons of the military family would naturally fight to the end for their families and the country. But I found It seems that your Lord Megatron doesn't like anything except a few special hobbies. Now he has completely controlled the huge kingdom of Goryo, but he only took 2 spiritual ores. Although the newly appointed Goryo crown prince was taken hostage, this also made Goryo king Zhao Chuan afraid to act recklessly after he came to power. As a result, the lives of Goryo people have been better during this period of time compared to when Li Sunwan was in power. Shuejian straightened his chest and adjusted the headset beside his ear, saying, "Our commander is indeed a man of the highest character, personality, and looks." Sun Xiao ignored Shuejian's flattery for Yanggu, approached Shuejian and asked, "General Shui, can you tell me why Lord Megatron likes to collect things like spirit stones? Also, I saw Lord Megatron yesterday and he looks so young. Is he married?" Shuejian looked around deliberately, then whispered to Sun Xiao, "Master Bingsheng, everyone has their own special hobbies, and the commander is no exception. He is still single, so some special hobbies are inevitable. If you have a suitable young woman around you." Ahem ahem. Suddenly, Shuejian heard Yang Gu clearing his throat through his earphone. He could no longer continue his sentence and could only change the subject immediately. "Sir Military Saint, we were supposed to conduct an artillery test yesterday, but then you came over. I would like to invite you to visit with us today." After saying that, Shuejian motioned Sun Xiao to follow him. The two of them left the restaurant. Sun Xiao pointed at a huge cannon on the top of a mountain in the middle of the base that was pointing diagonally toward the sky and asked, "General Shui, is that your formation cannon?" Shuejian walked forward and said, "It's not a formation cannon. It doesn't require spiritual power from you cultivators. Ordinary people can master it after training. All the weapons of the Decepticon Corps are like this. What we are testing today is the shells of this thing." Sun Xiao frowned when he heard this. He asked, "How powerful is this thing? Can I see it up close?" Shuejian nodded and said, "Sure. Do you want to go up by yourself, or should I ask my colleague to take you up?" Sun Xiao shook his head and said, "I don't want to go to the place where the artillery is fired. What can I see there? I want to go to the target area where this thing fires the shells." Shuejian was stunned at this. After all, this old man could be said to be Yang Ji's partner now. If something unexpected happened, the consequences would be unpredictable. At this time, Yang Ji's voice came from his headset. "Let him go, but let him write a suicide note first. If he dies, it's his own business. It has nothing to do with us." Shuejian relayed Yang Ji's words to Sun Xiao. At that moment, Sun Xiao's expression suddenly became extremely wonderful. 10 minutes later, Sun Xiao handed the suicide note to Shuejian and said with a look of grief and indignation, "I am a great military saint, a great martial arts master, but today I am forced to write a suicide note. If this matter gets out, I am afraid that all the cultivators in Yunxia will laugh their heads off." When Shuejian heard this, the hand that had taken the suicide note stopped immediately. He said to Sun Xiao, "Master Bingsheng, you can choose not to go." "Of course I will. How can a cultivator miss such an eye-opening opportunity?" "General Shui, just tell me the direction." Shuejian took out his own, which had the coordinates of the area where the Watcher cannon shells were tested today marked on it. After reading it, Shuejian said to Sun Xiao, "Master Military Saint, if you start from here to the southwest, 50 kilometers, no, according to your calculations, it should be 120 miles. There is a reef there, which is the test firing area today. The conversion between the general distance algorithm of Yunxia continent and the kilometer algorithm used by Yang Ji's legion is that 1 kilometer is roughly equal to their 2 miles. Okay, General Shui, please send someone to take me out of your base. This is your territory after all. I'm afraid Lord Megatron will be unhappy if I fly away directly." After hearing what Sun Xiao said, both Shuejian and Yang Gu, who was listening to the conversation, felt a little favorable towards this military saint. Immediately, a military jeep drove over and Sun Xiao got in. Before leaving, Shuejian told him, "Master Military Saint, just take a look from high up in the sky, but don't go to the surface of the water. Thank you, General Shui, for your concern." Then the jeep started and took Sun Xiao to the outside of the base. Sun Xiao got out of the car and walked to an open area. He touched the ground with his toes and suddenly flew into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Half an hour later, Yang Gu, Yang Hongwei, and others arrived at the command center of the Watcher base. Yang Gu said into the headset, "Second Artillery, let's start." "Yes." On the top of the mountain, the giant artillery company was busy again. Not long after, Lu Erpeo reported to Yang Gu. "Report to the commander. The test firing of the Watcher giant cannon underwater shells has begun." After saying that, Lu Erpeo waved his hand, boom. The Watcher cannon roared once again. From the sound of the cannon, it was no different from the previous 2 test firings. However, this time the muzzle fire was visibly faster than the previous 2 shells. Bang! Soon, the shells fell into the designated sea area, splashing a large amount of water. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Bang! Just in the 5th second, the shell exploded underwater. At this moment, the entire sea surface seemed to be boiling. In the real-time footage captured by the Hawkeye UAV, the originally calm sea surface suddenly became turbulent waves. If the previous type of shells brought up a thick waterfall, then this type of shells would completely blow up the upper surface of the entire sea within a few kilometers of the blast center into the sky. The large area of seawater that was blown up rushed straight into the sky. Sun Xiao, who was flying in the sky, was shocked beyond words. Even though the mighty waves that rose up into the sky were heading straight for him, Sun Xiao did not take any protective measures and was swallowed up by the fierce seawater in the blink of an eye. Even Yang Gu in the command center was shocked. What kind of concept is it to blow up an entire area of seawater? Yang Gu had only heard of this situation once in his previous life. That was when a rogue country tested a nuclear bomb on the seabed. As a result, 2 million tons of seawater were blasted into the sky, forming a large tsunami. Later, the warships were irradiated, causing the rogue country itself to suffer. Although the seawater blown up by the 5-ton shell was not as exaggerated as 2 million tons, the mushroom cloud of huge waves on the sea surface that looked like doomsday even made Yang Gu doubt his own orders. Was the underwater giant cannon bomb he developed wrong? After a brief moment of shock, Yang Hongwei, the head of the logistics equipment center, immediately said to his assistant, "Data." The young assistant was staring in shock and only came back to his senses after hearing Yang Hongwei's voice. He repeated the explosion scene to himself and then said, "The shell detonated approximately 5 to 6 seconds after entering the water, and the explosion depth was 124 meters. Yang Hongwei nodded, and he turned to Yang Gu and said, "Commander, a 100-meter explosion depth should be the blasting depth that can bring out the maximum power of these 5-ton shells. Do you think the effect is okay?" Yang Gu turned his head and glanced at Yang Hongwei. At this moment, Yang Hongwei looked like he had gotten something for nothing. Yang Gu nodded. Okay, your logistics center did a great job this time." Hearing Yang Ji's affirmation, Yang Hongwei showed a satisfied look on his face. He looked around and found it a pity that the heads of other functional centers were not there at the moment. Time passed by little. The seawater that was blown up into the sky had not yet fallen down. The water column in the middle had been completely evaporated, and the seawater in a certain area of the sea formed a fault. Yes, it is indeed a fault because the other layer is flown into the sky. Wow! After a few minutes, a large amount of seawater fell like a flood from the sky. Sun Xiao had already suffered an impact when this piece of seawater was blown up before, and this time he was hit by another huge wave. At this moment, Sun Xiao seemed to be somewhat lost and distraught. He did not use his spiritual power to resist the seawater falling from the sky, so the great military saint was instantly washed into the sea below by the seawater falling from the sky. This scene reminded Yang Gu of the scene when he flushed the toilet in his previous life. Looking at Sun Xiao, who was swallowed by the seawater, Yang Gu secretly complained in his heart. Could it be that the founder of military strategists and the great martial arts master is going to die just like that? It seems that it was a wise move to ask him to write a suicide note first. Half an hour later, Sun Xiao, who was soaked like a drowned rat, looked like an old man in distress. He no longer had the immortal look he had before. He walked on the sea in a daze and finally reached the Watcher Base Island. Xue Jian drove a jeep out of the base to pick him up. When Sun Xiao saw Xue Jian, he seemed to come back to his senses. He looked down at his wet body and blew gently. Suddenly, wisps of white smoke came out of his head, and his wet clothes dried up in an instant. Sun Xiao got on Xue Jian's jeep and looked at Xue Jian meaningfully. Xue Jian asked, "Master Military Saint, do you have any words to say?" Sun Xiao turned his head to look at the huge cannon on the top of the mountain and sighed. "If your weapons were popularized in the world, haha, all the sects, thousands of schools, Taoists, and martial artists in Yinxia would no longer need to exist." After lunch, Sun Xiao had another video call with Yang Gu. The two discussed some cooperation matters. In the evening, several Puma transport planes took Sun Xiao and Wang Hu away and flew to the territory of Qi. Although the beheading was successful, the action against the Qi royal family was not over yet. Tianzhong's sudden assassination caused quite a stir in Dengzhou, and soon Tianzhong's 3 sons got the news. If Tianzhong hadn't died before, there should have been 4 sons by now. The eldest prince Tianxiong was already in charge of the capital city of Qi and had the most supporters among all the officials. As soon as he got the news, he immediately summoned the commander of the Tianwu Guard, the commander of the Yulin Guard, and the commander of the capital garrison to his residence to discuss the matter. Soon, the 3 parties reached a unified opinion, and the gates of the capital city were closed immediately. The third prince, Tian Bin, whose biological mother is the sister of the admiral of Lizhou Navy, rushed to Dengzhou as soon as he received the news. At this time, the 3 major navies of Dengzhou gathered together with 100,000 combat-ready soldiers. After Tian Bin arrived, the admiral of Lizhou Navy Wu Jun and the admiral of Langya Navy Guy Fai Long immediately joined hands. The admiral of Dengzhou Navy Liang Long had just died, and Deputy Admiral Pang, he had no choice for the time being, and also joined the third prince's camp. The fourth prince, Tian Lei, is the youngest but has the highest cultivation level. He is only 17 years old, but has already stepped into the realm of Tianwu. He has no idea of the throne. After Tian Xiong closed the city gate, he flew out of the city alone and went to Dengzhou. Late at night, outside the city of Qi, on the top of a mountain, looking at the dark Qi capital at night, Sun Xiao bowed slightly to Wang Hu beside him and said, "General Wang, I would like to thank you here. Please do not let this country fall in a civil strife." Wang Hu smiled and said, Don't worry, military saint. A stable chi state is in the best interests of the commander. I assure you that this chi state will not be in chaos. Chapter 160 Armed Raid. Dengzhou Naval Port. In the commander's tent, the third prince of Qi, Tian Bin, the admiral of Liuzhou Navy, Wu Jun, and the admiral of Lengyan Navy, Gai Feilong, were toasting each other and having a great time. Originally, the deputy admiral of Dengzhou Navy, Pang Yi, was supposed to be there too, but Pang Yi did not attend the banquet, citing illness as an excuse. After 3 rounds of drinks, Gai Feilong looked at the empty table prepared for Pang Yi and said to Wu Jun, "My uncle, it seems that Admiral Pang still has some other ideas in his mind." Snort! Wu Jun snorted coldly, then sneered. He is just a deputy admiral. He can't even handle the internal affairs of the Dengzhou Navy. What ideas can he have? As he spoke, Wu Jun looked at Tian Bin, who was sitting on the main seat, and raised his glass. "Don't worry, second prince. 100,000 Navy soldiers are here. The nearby prefectures have all sent their greetings, willing to support you to take the throne. Even if you can't sit on the throne this time, I guarantee that you and Tian Xiong will share the qi equally." Tian Bin's face immediately showed some joy when he heard it. He raised the wine glass in his hand and gestured to Wu Jun. "Thank you, uncle, for your help." The uncle and nephew smiled at each other, and each drank the sake in his cup. Call. At this moment, suddenly a strong wind howled outside the general's tent. Gai Feilong glanced outside and asked in confusion, Is the wind blowing?" Tian Bin was also puzzled. Wasn't the wind too strong? Only Wu Jun listened carefully, then immediately slammed the table and shouted, "Someone come!" Tian Bin's voice scared Gai Feilong at first. At this moment, he was the only one in the big tent besides Wu Jun's uncle and nephew. What did Wu Jun mean by calling for help at this time? 2 personal soldiers rushed into the tent, and Wu Jun ordered, "Immediately mobilize all personal soldiers to guard the general's tent." Tian Bin looked at Gai Feilong, whose face was already extremely pale, and said to Wu Jun, "Uncle, are you making a big fuss?" Wu Jun waved his hand and said, "No, this wind is different. At this moment, we must ensure your safety no matter what. We cannot be careless in the slightest." After saying that, Wu Jun also noticed the strangeness on Gai Feilong's face, and he immediately comforted him. "Admiral Gai, don't worry. Although you and I have different surnames, we are like brothers. Wu Jun will never do anything that would let his brother down. If Admiral Gai has any doubts, just leave." Gai Feilong felt a little better after hearing this and smiled at Wu Jun. "Brother Wu, you are wrongly blaming me." However, just as Gai Feilong was halfway through his words, boom, boom, suddenly, 2 loud explosions erupted in the naval port. At this moment, the 3 people in the tent stood up at the same time. Wu Jun and Gai Feilong looked at each other solemnly, and then walked out of the tent together. Tian Bin was about to catch up, but Wu Jun raised his hand and said to him, "Second prince, please stay here and don't go out. Everything that is happening now is aimed at you." "Good." Tian Bin nodded and responded. In this short moment, the Qi Navy soldiers in the naval port were in chaos, with chaotic and hurried footsteps. Wu Jun walked to his personal soldiers outside the tent and asked, "What happened?" Wu Jun's personal soldiers looked around in confusion, and one of them said, "General, it seems like 2 fireballs fell from the sky." Wu Jun narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, "So, it is a Taoist to attack the military port? Humph. There are 100,000 naval soldiers here. They are simply courting death." At this time, the wind in the naval port was getting stronger and stronger. There were also bursts of buzzing sounds in the sky. In the distance, the doubtful voices of the Navy soldiers came. "What is that? It seems to be able to breathe fire. I just saw that thing emit 2 fireballs. Everyone be careful, it's coming this way." Wu Jun's personal soldier suddenly opened his eyes wide, pointed at the night sky above his head, and said to Wu Jun tremblingly, "General, look." Wu Jun looked up and saw several huge dark green metallic objects flying in the sky. Wu Jun was stunned and cried out, What is this?" Gai Feilong, who was following behind Wu Jun, also had a shocked expression on his face. The next moment, Wu Jun showed a fierce look on his face. "Call the archers. No matter what it is a capital crime to break into the military port. Shoot it down for me. Promise." The 2 bodyguards ran away upon hearing the sound, and flying in the sky at this time were 5 Apache longbow-armed helicopters. The 5 longbow-armed helicopters flew around the military port tent below, and the Hydra rocket launchers mounted under the wings emitted several flashes of fire. Swish, swish, swish. Several rockets exploded in the military port, flames suddenly appeared, and a team of soldiers who had just assembled were blown to pieces in an instant. Wu Jun and Gai Feilong's eyelids twitched when they saw this scene. The 5 longbows did not start a killing spree in the naval port of 100,000 people, but only cleared out the defensive forces around the big tent. Soon, Wu Jun was surprised to find that there were only about 100 or 80 personal soldiers left around his tent, and the other naval soldiers who came to support could not get through at all. In less than half a quarter of an hour, his tent was actually isolated in this naval port. Every time a soldier tried to rush over, he would be hit hard by the monsters flying in the sky. Seeing another group of soldiers being blown to pieces by a rocket, Wu Jun shouted to the outside, "Go find those damned military monks. In our formation cannon. Archers, shoot this thing down for me. The soldiers outside obeyed the order and ran away. After a while, the two bodyguards who had just run out to mobilize archers came back, leading a team of archers with hundreds of people behind them. A glimmer of hope appeared in Wu Jun's eyes. He pointed at several longbow weapons in the sky and ordered, "Shoot." The leader of the archers looked at the several longbow helicopters in the sky with surprise in his eyes, but this did not affect his orders to his archers. Immediately, hundreds of archers were divided into two groups. The first group had already bent their bows and drawn arrows, pointing them directly at the several longbow helicopters in the sky. "Shoot!" The commander gave an order, and whoosh. In an instant, a rain of arrows flew into the sky. However, the armed helicopter was already carrying a strong hurricane-force wind, and most of the arrows shot by the ordinary archers were blown off course by the strong wind before they could even reach the armed helicopter. Occasionally, a few arrows hit the armed helicopter softly, and they only made a slight sound before falling from the sky. At this time, two of the 5 helicopters hovering above the military port's tent flew out and flew towards the Chi archers. Staring at this strange thing they had never seen before, the archers were stunned where they were. Chapter 161, Armed Assault 2. The leader of the archers seemed to feel a little threatened by the two flying steel giants, but as a commander-in-chief of the great Chi Empire's navy, his pride did not allow him to take a step back. The commander drew the sword from his waist, pointed it at the two longbows in the sky, and shouted, "Shoot again!" The second team of archers, which were originally divided into two teams, raised their bows and arrows, resolutely followed the orders of their superiors, and shot arrows that had already been put on the bowstrings into the sky. Whoosh! Ding ding da da. However, even this close-range direct fire did not cause any harm to the two flying longbow weapons. Instead, the machine gun under the longbow helicopter instantly emitted a violent flame. Boom, 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 boom. The dull sound of machine guns rang out, and a large number of archers in the team below fell down instantly. No, it wasn't that a whole group of them fell down, but that a whole group of them were wiped out in an instant. The large caliber machine gun bullets from the armed helicopter hit the archer below, directly breaking his torso in half, leaving a blur of blood and flesh on the ground. What's worse, the upper body of the archer was completely blown apart, leaving only 2 legs standing in place. The commander of the archers was treated favorably at the first moment. A rain of machine gun fire was sprayed over him, and he exploded on the spot in an instant. In the blink of an eye, this team of hundreds of archers was wiped out. In the commander's tent, Wu Jun and Guy Filong were dumbfounded. What the hell was this thing? As the noise in the general's tent grew louder, more and more Navy soldiers gathered around. A general who looked like a senior commander raised his spear and waved it forward. "Vanguard Battalion, follow me." Swoosh! Before the general finished saying the word charge, he saw a beam of fire from the sky flying towards him. Bang! A rocket hit the general steadily. Flames appeared, and the soldiers behind the general retreated together. In the sky, a Cougar transport plane slowly landed and dropped 2 ropes 50 meters in the air. Then a team of fully armed soldiers from the Watcher base quickly descended through the ropes, and bang! The Marines stepped on the ground with their combat boots, and 2 soldiers landed first. Wu Jun saw that someone had fallen from the flying giant. All of a sudden, the fear that had just risen in his heart disappeared. He waved his hand to the soldiers around him and said, "Catch them, promise." A team of Wu Jun's personal soldiers who were guarding outside the big tent immediately ran forward, and the 2 watchmen who had just landed raised their assault rifles and fired a few single shots. Bang, 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 bang. The team of Wu Jun's personal soldiers that rushed over all fell to the ground in less than a breath. This scene was even more bizarre to Wu Jun than the helicopter launching rockets in the sky. He stepped back involuntarily. At this time, Guy Filong stepped forward to support Wu Jun. He looked at the soldiers who had just landed and said coldly, "Brother Wu, please wait a moment. These are just some firearms. Guy, we'll go and help you solve your problem." At this time, Wu Jun remembered that Guy Filong beside him had already entered the realm of Tianwu 2 years ago and was the #1 martial artist in the entire Daki Empire. Wu Jun hurriedly said, "Then I'll leave it to Brother Guy." Guy Filong drew out the dagger from his waist and stepped forward quickly. He stepped on the ground and jumped high into the air. Guy Filong's target was not the soldiers who fell from the helicopter. He wanted to attack the Puma helicopter in the sky. However, at the moment when he just stepped on the ground and jumped up, the 2 longbow warriors had already noticed him. When Guy Filong jumped into the air, swish, swish, 2 streaks of fire, trailing white smoke, flashed by in the night, and 2 rockets flew straight towards Guy Filong. In a flash, Guy Filong exerted strength in his right hand, and a cold and sharp sword edge shot out from the dagger in his hand, flashing past as fast as a meteor. A rocket was instantly split into 2 halves and exploded in the air. Bang! Bang! Just as Guy Filong dealt with the first rocket, the second rocket hit him steadily. For a moment, the violent shock wave and the scorching heat generated by the explosion made Guy Filong feel a little uncomfortable. Most of his clothes and armor were burned, and his blood was churning throughout his body. But that was all. This rocket did not cause fatal damage to Guy Filong. Due to the violent explosion of the rocket, Guy Filong could only fall to the ground and make slight adjustments. At this time, hundreds of miles away from the Dengzhou Naval Base, Yang Ge was sitting in the command center of the Watcher Base, observing the battle situation in the Dengzhou Naval Base through the big screen. Seeing that Guy Filong could actually withstand a rocket, Yang Ge immediately showed a sneer on his face. Longbow 116, 117 use anti-tank missiles. Is the Tianwu realm very strong? Yang Ge had no idea about this. After all, he had killed all the Jinwu realm masters before. However, looking at this Guy Filong, he seemed to be difficult to deal with. I wonder how his physical strength compares to that of a tank. Receive! Receive! In the Dengzhou Naval Military Port, the pilots of the Liangjiang Chang'an helicopters that had just attacked Guy Filong responded at the same time. The next moment, two anti-tank missiles that were much thicker than the rockets popped out from under the wings of the armed helicopters, whizzing towards Guy Filong on the ground with fierce tail flames. Is it happening again? After experiencing the power of the two rockets just now, Guy Filong has already understood that the flaming things emitted by the flying steel giant are not fatal to him at all. Let alone two rockets, he can withstand 4 or 8 more. However, when the two anti-tank missiles flew in front of Guy Filong, he suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. The thing flying this time seemed to be slightly larger than the previous one. Bang! Two anti-tank missiles hit Guy Filong at the same time, and the same explosion sounded. At this time, Wu Jun and others who were watching the battle turned their heads back, because the fierce flames rising into the sky made it difficult for them to adapt. After 3 or 5 breaths, Wu Jun slowly turned his head and looked over. He found that the place where Guy Filong was just now had completely turned black. As for where Guy Filong was, perhaps they had to ask from the charred remains on the ground. All that happened in front of the general's tent took a long time to describe. In fact, the whole process took no more than 2 or 3 minutes. By then, Wu Jun had already discovered that he was no match for this mysterious force. He no longer ordered his personal soldiers to go up and die. After all, it was not easy to train his own personal soldiers. At this time, several more soldiers landed from the Puma helicopter, and a team of 20 people was quickly formed. Then this team of soldiers rushed towards Wu Jun with various weapons in their hands. The team leader shouted to Wu Jun and the soldiers behind him, "Put down your weapons." Clang. Without Wu Jun saying anything, the soldiers behind him had already obeyed him, which made Wu Jun's face turn red and white. At this time, the soldiers on the opposite side didn't care about Wu Jun's feelings. The captain raised his assault rifle and shouted, "Everyone squat on the ground and hold your head." Wu Jun's personal soldiers didn't react for a while. Except for a few smart ones who squatted down first, the others were still standing there stupidly. At this time, another soldier began to count. 1, 2, 3, shoot. After 3 sounds, bang, 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 bang. The personal soldiers of Wu Jun, who were still standing there, all had bloody holes on their heads and collapsed to the ground, including Wu Jun himself. Crash. The team leader lifted the curtain of the tent and strode in. Tian Bin inside was already frightened, seeing the fierce-eyed team leader curled up in a corner of the tent and trembling. The team leader hung his rifle behind him, walked up to Tian Bin, grabbed his head with one hand, and took out a photo with the other hand to compare it carefully with Tian Bin. The captain looked at him for about 5 seconds, then threw Tian Bin behind him and said coldly, "The target has been captured. Take him away." Chapter 162, Armed Assault 3. The squad of soldiers behind the captain heard the sound and stepped forward, put a black hood on Tian Bin's head, then walked out of the tent and walked towards the Puma helicopter. At this time, the Puma helicopter had slowly landed on the ground. This squad of soldiers escorted Tian Bin to board the plane, and finally the Puma took off and disappeared into the night under the escort of 5 longbow helicopters. At the same time, in the capital of Qi, in the Imperial Palace, it was late at night, and everything was silent. From time to time, Tianwu guards flew overhead, carefully inspecting every corner of the palace. The day after the news of Tian Zhang's assassination came, Tian Xiong entered the palace. At this time, some eunuchs loyal to Tian Bin in the palace had long been cleared out, and even Tian Bin's biological mother, concubine Wu, was placed under house arrest. The Tianwu guards were divided into 2 groups to patrol around the clock, and the defenses of the palace gates and surrounding areas were extremely strict. As the eldest prince, Tian Xiong understood that as long as he could survive now, he would be the winner. As for how his biological father died, that was not important, at least not important to him at the moment. At worst, he could track down the assassin after he came to power, but before that, his most important task was to secure his position first. During such a period, Tian Xiong naturally found it difficult to fall asleep. He stood in Tian Zhang's study, looking through the window at the Tianwu guards flying in the sky from time to time, which gave him a sense of security. Humph, that Bing Shengu is really ungrateful. When I sit firmly on the throne, I will make sure that old son Xiao has a lesson. In that coney, he actually took his disciples out for a trip at this critical moment. Humph, when you come back, don't even think about staying in Qi state. Tian Xiong muttered to himself angrily, expressing his unwillingness. Suddenly swish, Tian Xiong saw a flash of fire suddenly streaking through the sky and chasing after the Tianwu guard, who had just flown across the sky. Bang. A violent explosion occurred in the air, flames filled the sky, and the silence of the palace was instantly broken. Two other Tianwu guards quickly appeared outside Tian Xiong's study, and the Tianwu guard in the sky was not seriously injured after being suddenly attacked. Instead, he rushed towards the place where the fire came from. You bold thief. You're looking for death. That day, Wu Wei quickly determined where the fire came from. It was a residential house in the city of Qi. In a blink of an eye, he flew over the house and even saw the figure fleeing in panic in the darkness below. However, at this moment, Tian Wu Wei felt a sense of alertness in his heart. He felt that there was a very dangerous thing that seemed to be secretly staring at him. No, not just one. Da-da-da-da-da. In an instant, a series of unusual noises rang out, and 6 anti-aircraft machine guns aimed at the Tianwu guards in the sky and released flames crazily. The 14 caliber anti-aircraft machine gun bullets that could penetrate the steel plates of a helicopter rained down on Tian Wu Wei, turning him into a mass of rotten meat in the air in the blink of an eye. After seeing this scene through Hawkeye, Yang Guo at the command center said into the headset, "Director Yang, it seems that your guess is correct." The reason why the Tianwu guards were led out of the palace was because Yang Hongwei, the head of the logistics equipment center, had previously put forward a hypothesis to Yang Guo. Facing these Tianwu realm martial artists with strong individual combat capabilities, when powerful missiles could not be used, large caliber heavy machine guns with strong penetration might be more effective than ordinary rockets. After the death of Tian Wei, several armed helicopters flew over the city wall of Chidu from outside the city and headed straight for the palace. 10 minutes later, Tian Xiong was also blindfolded and taken to a helicopter. As for the 2 Tianwu guards, they were shot into sieves by Chonggong Wuji's machine guns. Between Chidu City and Dengzhou Naval Military Port, a figure was flying quickly from high in the sky towards the Dengzhou Naval Military Port. This is Tian Lei, who is in a hurry to see his biological father for the last time. He is also the only prince among Tian Zhong's sons who did not fight for the throne after his death and only wanted to come and see him. Suddenly, Tian Lei, who was flying quickly, stopped in the air and turned to look to the side. Over there, 3 longbow weapons were flying towards him rapidly. In the cockpit of the Longbow 121 armed helicopter, the co-pilot looked at Tian Lei over there and said into the headset, "The other side seems to have discovered us." Then Yang Ji's voice rang out in his earphone. "The target is a martial artist in the heavenly martial realm. He is difficult to deal with. If he is in danger, you can just eliminate him. Receive." The 3 longbow fighters continued to fly at a constant speed after receiving Yang Ji's order, while Tian Lei stood in the sky and looked coldly at the 3 huge monsters here and shouted, "What?" The helicopter on the other side started to speak, and the pilot inside said, "Tian Lei, your 2 brothers are under our control. Now I want to inform you that if you don't want Qi to fall into civil strife, you must go to the military Saint Valley within 3 days. You brothers will be reunited there." Tian Lei was shocked when he heard this. "What did you say?" Tian Lei was not shocked by the arrest of his 2 useless brothers, but was surprised by the relationship between them and Bingxing Valley. Then a trace of ferocity flashed in his eyes. "Bingxing Valley betrayed my father. It seems that you are the murderer of my father." After saying that, Tian Lei's robes moved without wind, a purple light shone behind him, and a tall, giant snake totem appeared faintly. The giant snake totem was floating in the air, glowing slightly. If you didn't notice the sharp fangs at first glance, you would definitely think it was a dragon instead of a snake. "The target refuses our request. Attack." As soon as the leading helicopter pilot spoke, the 3 armed helicopters fired their machine guns at Tian Lei. Boom, 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 boom. Roar! Suddenly, there was a roar. Before the 3 helicopters could fire a few rounds, a ferocious giant snake appeared out of nowhere under the cover of night. The giant snake hovered in front of Tian Lei and helped him block all the cannon bullets. What was incredible to all the helicopter pilots was that the bullets from the 30 caliber machine gun did not leave any trace on the giant snake. The pilots of several armed helicopters gasped. Yang Ji's eyelids also twitched as he looked at the giant snake that suddenly appeared. Suddenly, he had a bad premonition. At this time, the temporary action team leader, led by the 3 Chonggong Wu Zhizhong, immediately shouted into the headset, "Raise the flight altitude." 3 armed helicopters immediately flew high. Use air-to-air missiles all, 2 bursts. Swish, 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 swish. 6 air-to-air missiles popped out from under the wings of the helicopter and flew straight towards the snake. However, the snake did not dodge. It twisted its huge body slightly, and its thick tail suddenly swung across the night sky. Bang! A longbow Wuji was hit head-on by the snake's tail. Snap! There was a sharp sound caused by metal being deformed by a severe blow. The longbow helicopter that was hit head-on by the snake's tail instantly lost contact with the base. The entire helicopter collapsed in the middle and was almost broken in half. The attacked helicopter smashed into the ground below like a cannonball. Boom! Finally, the helicopter landed and exploded, and there was another brilliant fire. Chapter 163 Armed Assault 4. The giant snake did not stop after just shooting down an armed helicopter with its tail. At this time, the 6 air-to-air missiles launched by the 3 armed helicopters had already hit the giant snake steadily. Bang, 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 bang. Roar! 6 missiles exploded on the giant snake. The snake let out a roar, its tongue sticking out high, and large pieces of scales fell off its body. However, this did not affect the giant snake. It leaped forward suddenly, opened its scarlet mouth, and bit another armed helicopter with its sharp fangs. Snap! The giant snake ignored the helicopter that was madly firing its machine guns at, and its sharp fangs instantly pierced through the steel plate of the helicopter. Immediately, the communication signal between the longbow attack helicopter and the base was interrupted. Seeing the snake's fangs piercing into the helicopter like biting into tofu, Yang felt a tightness in his chest. He immediately said into the headset, "Longbow 132, retreat immediately. Now!" The three armed helicopters are Longbow 131, 132, and 133. The one that was hit by the snake's tail is Longbow 133. The one that is bitten in the snake's mouth is Longbow 131. And the remaining one that has not been attacked for the time being is Longbow 132. At this time, Wang Hu's voice came. "Commander, I can send the nearest armed helicopter to provide support. It will arrive in half an hour at the fastest. No, you don't have to worry about this, Tianlei." Yes. In the cockpit of Longbow 132, the two pilots were in tears. The pilot in charge of the helicopter pulled the joystick, and the entire armed helicopter began to move backwards. Boom. The helicopter bitten by the giant snake exploded. The pilot inside forcibly activated the missile under the wing. Under the close-range explosion, the armed helicopter was the first to turn into a sea of fire. Roar! Obviously, the helicopter that detonated all the missiles in the snake's mouth caused some damage to the giant snake. Suddenly, large amounts of snake blood flew out of the snake's mouth. At this time, a strange scene happened. The big snake disappeared out of thin air. Tianlei, who had been hiding behind the big snake, was revealed and stood in the air with a cruel sneer on his face. Seeing this, Yang immediately said into the headset, "Longbow 132, be careful." Just as Yang finished speaking, the giant snake that disappeared out of thin air reappeared, appearing right in front of Longbow number 132. The next moment, the huge snake body wrapped around Longbow number 132. The steel giant Apache longbow armed helicopter now looked extremely small and powerless under the entanglement of the giant snake's body. Crackling. There were waves of metal deformation, sounds, beep. The picture on the big screen in the command center turned dark blue. At the same time, the communication signal of Chang'an 132 in Yang earphone disappeared completely. The result was obvious. In the blink of an eye, all three longbow attack helicopters were destroyed. At this moment, the huge command center of the Watcher base fell into deathly silence. This was the first time that Yang had encountered failure since he traveled through time. Although there had been casualties when facing the King Tiger before, the strategic goal was achieved that time, and the King Tiger was beaten back to rebirth. It was a success in the overall situation. But this time, the three armed helicopters were wiped out, and the strategic goal was not achieved. It was a naked failure. Yang felt a heavy pain in his heart. He closed his eyes and thought for a long time, then said, "It's my fault. Things have been going too smoothly recently. I was careless. It's my fault." Shui Jian, who was standing behind Yang spoke first. "Commander, no one can fight without losses all the time. This war is not over yet. It is too early to reflect on it now." Shui Jian said this and quietly sent a message with his own. Yang naturally knew about Shui Jian's news. His battleship's main control panel could monitor the communications of all system production equipment, but he did not speak. Immediately, Wu Qiaoxin's communication request came through Yang headset. Yang clicked to answer it, and Wu's honest voice immediately sounded over the other end. "Commander, I'm ready to go at any time." The message Shui Jian just sent was to Old Wu. "Call." Yang let out a long sigh and asked Old Wu, "How are the two newly discovered spiritual minds?" "It has entered normal operation and everything is stable." "That's fine. Your mission is to lead the Hu cavalry to continue advancing into the heart of the White Mountain Land and the eternal winter forest." "Commander, I understand." After saying that, Yang hung up the call with Wu Qiaoxin. Opening the satellite view, Yang looked at the vast land of Qi State. He said coldly into the headset, "Wang Hu asked Sun Xiao, didn't he say that Tianlei was just a martial artist in the heavenly martial realm? See how he explains it. If he can't give me a satisfactory answer, then wait for the military Saint Valley to be razed to the ground." "Yes." Wang Hu could already hear the anger in Yang tone. In fact, Wang Hu was no less angry than Yang because the people who died were from his group. At this time, Wang Hu's face was extremely cold. He walked up to Sun Xiao and asked coldly, "Speak." Sun Xiao also observed what happened over there through Wang Hu. At this time, Sun Xiao's face was full of shock. He kept talking to himself. "I can't believe it. I can't believe it." Wang Hu took out his service pistol from his waist and fired. He cocked the gun and raised the muzzle, not at Sun Xiao, but at the young man standing behind Sun Xiao, Han Yan. "Unexpected what? Are you trying to say that you didn't expect that Tianlei would actually hide his strength under the detection of a Saint Martial Realm Master like you? Old man, I warn you, if you say that, I will make a bloody hole in the body of your most proud disciple." Sun Xiao looked in the direction of the Qi capital without saying anything. Instead, Han Yin said, Master, I never thought that the Prince of Qi would become a demon cultivator. Wang Hu frowned. Demon cultivator? At this time, Sun Xiu said solemnly. Yes, he is of noble status. What kind of cultivation method can't he obtain? Why did he choose to escape into the demon sect? As he spoke, Sun Xiu turned around and bowed deeply to Wang Hu, and said humbly, General Wang, this time it was indeed me, Sun Xiu, who failed to do my job well. So, I have promised Lord Megatron that I would give him half of the spiritual stones, spiritual crystals, and spiritual essences in the Qi State Treasury in my Soldier's Valley. Now I have decided that Soldier's Valley is willing to give all the spiritual stones, spiritual crystals, and spiritual essences accumulated over the past 100 years to Lord Megatron. As soon as Sun Xiu finished speaking, Han Yin was the first to lose his composure. He looked at Sun Xiu with a shocked expression and asked, Master, how can the junior brothers practice without spirit stones? Sun Xiu said calmly, all of you should stay at home and study literature for 3 years. Han Yin couldn't accept it. He whispered, but, Master, the appearance of demon cultivators is a good opportunity for us cultivators to eliminate harm for the people. Snort! Wang Hu immediately said in a cold voice. Don't worry. You don't have to worry about this matter. Overwatch Base Command Center. Yang Ge sat in his seat for a while, rubbing his brows. After about 10 minutes, he looked at the satellite view and said into the headset, Okay, you're here to attend your father's funeral, right? Then I'll give you a grand funeral. White Shark Base, Fighter Command Center, number 1. Number 2, take off immediately. Target Qi State, Dengzhou Naval Base. Receive. Receive. The responses from Tang Ming and another fighter pilot came immediately. Inside the White Shark Base, the hangar that was originally pitch black suddenly had all the lights turned on, making it as bright as day. Inside the hangar, 2 fighter jets started up slowly. Chapter 164 Fighter Encirclement. There are 2 routes from Liaodong to Dengzhou and Qi. One is by land, passing through the territories of Yin and Zhao. This route is very long and requires a big detour. It takes 10 to 20 days for an ordinary horse to walk. The second is to take the sea route. Liaodong and Qi are both peninsulas protruding towards the ocean from the Yunxia continent. The 2 are separated by the sea, with a sea area of about 100 kilometers in between. Even at the speed of an ordinary warship, it is possible to arrive in 2 hours. At this time, it only took the 2 fighter jets 10 minutes to fly from the White Shark Base in Liaodong to the sky above the Dengzhou Naval Military Port. Report to the commander. Number 1 and number 2 have arrived above the target. Through the images sent back by the 2 fighter jets, Yang Ge saw that the Dengzhou Navy port below was in chaos. He calculated the locations where the 3 armed helicopters had crashed and said into the headset, Direction 20 degrees west by north. Keep moving forward. The 2 fighter jets changed course and continued flying. However, within 5 minutes, Yang Ge saw a moving light spot from the fighter jet's radar view. Judging from the moving speed, it was most likely Tianlei. Yang Ge took a deep breath. Get closer to the target. Receive. The 2 fighter jet pilots Tianfei and Tang Ming responded at the same time. A minute later, Yang Ge saw Tianlei's figure from the fighter jet's real-time picture. He clenched his fist and ordered in a cold voice, Destroy. Receive. The voices of Tianfei and Tang Ming came at the same time, swish, swish. 2 air-to-air Sidewinder missiles immediately flew off from the racks under the wings of the fighter, with a flash of fire at the tail end, and then flew forward rapidly. Tianlei also felt the 2 giant steel objects flying in front of him. He sneered disdainfully. Humph, 2 more coming? At this time, Tianlei stopped in the air as he did before. Purple light flashed in his eyes, and a giant snake totem was looming behind him. However, this time the fighter jet was not like the previous longbow-armed helicopter. It went forward to communicate with Tianlei first. At this time, Tianlei's snake totem had not yet been fully formed, and 2 Sidewinder missiles had already whizzed in. Boom, boom. 2 Sidewinder missiles hit Tianlei's body accurately. 2 balls of fire burst out at the same time in the dark night. Tianlei fell downwards like a piece of paper. However, Yang Ge was not careless at all, because the giant snake totem in the air did not disappear. In addition, Yang Ge did not think that 2 air-to-air missiles could destroy a Tianwu realm cultivator. After all, the power of air-to-air missiles and the Eagle Strike anti-ship missiles on his warships that were strengthened by the launcher were not the same thing. The former was far inferior to the latter. Fortunately, Yang Ge's was one of the few fighter jets that could carry anti-ship missiles. Although only 2 missiles were carried on each plane, it was completely enough. At this time, Tianfei and Tang Ming heard an order that they felt was extremely cruel. Air-to-air missiles won't work. Use anti-ship missiles. Receive. Receive. Looking at the Tianlei that was flying lightly downwards, Tianfei opened the safety cover of the anti-ship missile button and said to himself, Commander, you think that using a missile that shoots down planes to shoot people is not exciting enough. You have to use a missile that shoots down warships to feel satisfied. Tang Ming, the pilot of another fighter plane, also said pitifully, Yes, I also think the commander's order is so cold and ruthless, but I like. After saying that, Tang Ming's voice changed, and he said coldly to the co-pilot behind him, "The fire control radar has locked onto the target." Immediately, the co-pilot's voice came, "Target locked. Good." Number 2 launches Harpoon anti-ship missiles. Tang Ming's gloved fingers pressed the launch button of the anti-ship missile, and whoosh. At the same time, in the cockpit of another fighter, Tian Fei and his co-pilot were having the same conversation. Number 1, launch the Harpoon anti-ship missile. Swoosh. 2 Harpoon anti-ship missiles popped out from under the wings of the 2 fighter jets and rushed towards Tian Lei with tail flames. At this time, Tian Lei over there fell head first to the ground below, his eyes full of horror, a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The previous easy destruction of 3 armed helicopters gave Tian Lei very strong confidence. But this time he did not expect that the opponent would cause him considerable casualties as soon as he came up. And seeing 2 more lumps of iron with flames flying towards him, which were more than a circle larger than the previous 2 lumps of iron, a sense of crisis rose in Tian Lei's heart. The next moment, the purple light in Tian Lei's eyes shone again. In an instant, snake scales appeared on Tian Lei's body. The tongue in his mouth turned into a snake tongue, and the lower half of his body turned into a thick snake body, which twisted into a ball and protected his head. Then 2 Harpoon missiles came flying at high speed and exploded on the snake. Bang! Bang! Roar! A burst of shrill roars broke out, coming from 2 directions. One came from Tian Lei, who was hit by 2 anti-ship missiles, and the other came from the huge snake totem. Tian Lei's giant snake appeared. The thick snake body swept towards the 2 fighter jets, but the flying speed of the fighter jets was not comparable to that of the armed helicopters. Tian Fei and Tang Ming gently pulled the operating lever and flew through the entanglement of the giant snake. Roar! The giant snake opened its mouth and pounced on Tian Fei's number 1, but of course it missed. At this time, Tang Ming's number 2 took the opportunity to fire a 6-barrel Vulcan cannon at the giant snake. Boom, 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 boom. The fire of the Vulcan cannon shells was extremely obvious at night. The fierce flames sprinkled on the giant snake and instantly brought about bursts of crackling sounds. The Vulcan cannon carried by it. Although the caliber of the shells was only 20, it looked inferior to the 30 machine gun of the longbow Wuji, but it had a high firing rate. The 6-barrel rotary tube firing method could fire up to 1,000 rounds per minute, and it was equipped with tungsten core armor-piercing, discarding sabot bullets. The giant snake's seemingly hard scales were torn to pieces in less than 10 seconds after being fired upon by the Vulcan cannon. Roar! The giant snake let out a roar, and the part of its thick and long body that was hit by the concentrated fire of the Vulcan cannon was forced to bend downward, and the originally coiled snake body formed a bow shape in the sky. As Tang Ming's fighter plane continued to advance, the amplitude of the bend became more and more exaggerated. At this time, Tian Fei's number 1 also turned around. He pressed the Vulcan cannon button on the joystick, and immediately the giant snake was surrounded by 2 fighter jets. Roar! The screams of the giant snake became more and more tragic. Tian Lei over there was not feeling well either. Tian Lei, who had turned into a half-snake, half-human form, lay motionless on the ground. Every piece of snake scale on his body was oozing blood. After a long time, Tian Lei's scaly hand finally moved. Chapter 165, Fiery Red Lotus. Whoosh! 2 fighter jets flew past the giant snake rapidly, and after flying a long distance, they turned around and swept over again with their Vulcan cannons. The giant snake had no way to deal with the 2 fighters and could only take the beating. After being hit by 2 rounds of Vulcan cannons, the snake finally fell from the sky. Bang! The huge snake body fell to the ground, causing a cloud of dust to fly. At the same time, Tian Lei slowly stood up from the ground. His entire body was covered with dark green blood stains from snake scales. At the moment the big snake fell to the ground, a purple light flashed in Tian Lei's eyes. The next moment, the big snake suddenly exploded and formed into small snakes, which began to flee in all directions along the terrain below. At the same time, Tian Lei himself turned into an ordinary snake, drilled into the snake group, and fled to the mountains. Suddenly, the nearby mountains, forests, and plains were filled with a sea of rapidly moving snakes. They were all crazy, poisonous snakes, constantly spitting out their tongues and trying to escape into the distance. If you get closer, you can see that these poisonous snakes have serious wounds on their bodies. The mountains and plains below are full of poisonous snakes, and there are at least tens of thousands of them. Tang Ming in the sky got goosebumps all over her body. This scene made her, as a girl, extremely uncomfortable. "Commander, where are we now?" At this moment, Tian Fei and Tang Ming were both a little confused. Faced with such a special situation, they didn't know what to do. At this time, in the command center of the Watcher base, Yangge picked up a cup of freshly brewed tea in front of him, blew on the tea soup, took a sip, and sipped. He exhaled a breath of hot air, but Yang Ji's voice was unusually cold. "Use cluster bombs." "Receive. Receive." After receiving Yang Ji's order, Tian Fei and Tang Ming immediately controlled the fighter jets to chase the madly moving sea of snakes. Tian Fei's number 1 flew forward, and Tang Ming flew behind. Then they both opened the protective cover of a button at the same time. At this time, both of them had solemn expressions. Cluster bombs were a controversial type of bomb in Yang Ji's previous life. There are two main types of cluster bombs. One is a large bomb box filled with hundreds of small bombs. The bomb box will explode in the air during the descent, and then the hundreds of small bombs in the bomb box will be scattered to a large area below and then explode and kill. Another principle is similar, but the bomb box is not filled with small bombs, but steel nails. A cluster bomb can release 5,000 steel nails shot down from the sky. If there are 10 or 100 cluster bombs, this is also one of the violent crystallizations of human wisdom. Because of its high lethality, the International Federation Organization strictly prohibits its use in wars among countries. However, this can only be required of some small countries, such as Yang Ji's Shalom country and the Rogue country on the other side of the ocean, which don't care about the so-called International Federation Organization at all. The cluster bomb carried by Yang Ji's fighter jet was the first type, with 300 small bombs hidden in each bomb bay. A few seconds later, Number 1. Launch cluster bombs at large-scale moving targets. Number 2. Launch cluster bombs at large-scale moving targets. Two large bombs that looked unusually ordinary, but were only slightly larger than other aerial bombs, fell from under the wings of two fighter planes, one in front and one behind, respectively, towards the front and back ends of the moving sea of snakes on the ground. It just so happened that at this moment, the boundless sea of snakes entered a relatively flat area with no shelter around. Two cluster bombs suddenly exploded when they were about 100 to 200 meters away from the ground. The two balls of intense fire illuminated the entire sky as if it were daytime. Then, 600 small bombs rained down on the sea of snakes below. The so-called small bomb is only powerful compared to the huge bomb box. At this moment, Tianfei and Tang Ming in the sky raised their heads and did not look at the scene on the ground below. Boom! Soon, the first flash of fire burst out in the dense sea of snakes, and a black cloud rising into the sky instantly appeared in the dense group of snakes. The poisonous snakes were either burnt to death by the explosion on the spot or blown into the sky by the shock wave of the bomb. However, there was more than one bomb waiting for these snakes. When the first small bomb exploded, the fire, explosions, and the sound of the snake's skin being scorched never stopped in this area. Boom, 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 boom. Above the earth, fiery red lotuses symbolizing death bloomed again and again, as frequently as drumbeats. The high-temperature red flames continuously burned poisonous snakes into charcoal, and countless poisonous snakes were killed every second. The explosion lasted for a long time, but sporadic small bombs would still explode from time to time, and at this time this piece of land had become a grave of thousands of snakes. This place is not within the visible area of the battleship radar in Hawkeye, and the satellite cannot detect life breath, so the radar detection image representing the life breath cannot be seen. However, looking at the area within a radius of several miles below, all he can see are dry and black snake corpses. Yang Gu is very satisfied with the result. Even if some of Tian Lei's snakes survive by chance, it would definitely be no more than 1%. Then, Yang Gu said into the headset, Number 1, Number 2, go to Dingzhou Navy Port now. Tianfei and Tang Ming were stunned when they heard this. It seemed that the commander was not going to give up. The people of Qi were really in trouble. Then the two of them immediately responded, Yes. It took only 1 minute for the two supersonic fighters to arrive above the Dingzhou Naval Port. At this time, Yang Ji's orders came through the headsets of the two main pilots. Raise your height and wait for that thing crawling on the ground. Yes. Yes. The thing crawling on the ground, in Yang Ji's words, naturally refers to Tian Lei. At this time, Yang Gu didn't know whether Tian Lei was dead or not. He just wanted to wait for now. The flight time is about 6 hours, and only an hour has passed since takeoff. Yang Gu can definitely afford to wait. Just as Yang Ji's two planes were circling over the Dingzhou Naval Port, a golden light suddenly rose at the edge of the area where the cluster bombs had just been dropped, and a young monk wearing a cassock and with fair skin walked into the area. The golden light came from the young monk. The monk held a staff in his hand with a frown on his face. He looked at the large number of snake corpses on the ground and slowly moved forward. When he walked to the center of the bombed area, boom! The monk stuck his staff into the blackened soil on the ground and sighed, What a sin! What a sin! I don't know who this lunatic is, to kill so many lives like this. After saying this, the monk sat cross-legged on the ground, clasped his hands in front of his chest, and chanted a passage from Sanskrit scriptures. Soon, a lotus flower suddenly grew from the ground, carrying the monk slowly into the air. At the same time, in other parts of the area, golden lotus flowers also grew one after another. Every time a lotus flower grew, the nearby snake corpses would gradually dissipate, and the dried land would slowly come back to life. Half an hour later, the lotus under the monk disappeared, and the whole land regained its vitality, without any sign of having been bombed before. The densely packed snake corpses also disappeared. The monk fell to the ground, but suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of the Dingzhou Navy Port, and exclaimed, Not good! A demon cultivator has appeared over there. Chapter 166, 100 Strong Soldiers. Outside the Dingzhou Naval Port, several poisonous snakes with wounds all over their bodies slowly crawled over. These snakes looked as if they had rushed out of a sea of fire, and most of them were already dying. Not long after, several poisonous snakes quietly climbed up the wall of the naval port, and after landing, they swam towards the nearest military tent. It was already late at night, but the naval port was not quiet at all. The second Prince Tian Bin was missing, and the admirals of the Liuzhou and Manga navies were killed on the spot. Now the soldiers of the three navies were in a panic, and generals at all levels were discussing matters in the central military tent. Several poisonous snakes gathered around the tent. One of them swam quietly to the door curtain of the tent. The snake head squeezed through the door curtain and just went in a little bit, then it immediately shrank back. Then the whole snake swam quickly back to the dark shadow beside the tent. Wow! The door curtain of the tent was opened and two Navy soldiers walked out. The two soldiers walked towards the tent while unbuckling their belts. One of them said worriedly, "Old Wei, what do you think we should do? The emperor is dead, and our boss is also dead. What's going on?" "Don't worry about it. There are so many people above us anyway. Just take care of your own life." As the two were talking, they had already arrived behind the tent. Coincidentally, this was where the poisonous snakes were hiding. In the darkness, of course, the two men did not notice the poisonous snakes lying on the ground. Two sounds of dripping water were heard, and the two soldiers began to release water towards the shadow in front of them. Suddenly, one of the soldiers swung his gun violently, and the splashing water instantly splashed all over the man next to him. The man immediately shouted angrily, "Lao Li, what are you doing?" The soldier called Lao Li opened his eyes wide and said nothing, which made the other soldier very angry. "Are you pretending to be stupid? I'll kill you." As he said that, the soldier also swung his sword violently, hitting half of Lao Li's body. Don't blame me. You were the first one." The soldier couldn't continue speaking. He looked at the two poisonous snakes wrapped around Lao Li's leg. The sharp fangs in the snake's mouth had already pierced Lao Li's leg muscles. The soldier saw that Lao Li's legs were shrunken at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the two snakes were frantically sucking his flesh and blood. In an instant, the soldier shuddered all over. He wanted to walk, but found that his legs were out of control. He wanted to call for help, but he opened his mouth and no words came out. Suddenly, he felt a few soft things wrapped around his legs. In the sky, two fighter jets were still circling high in the sky. Neither Tian Fei nor Tang Ming, including Yang Gu in the command center, noticed that anyone had come to the naval port. Could it have died in the bombing of the cluster bomb? Yang Gu frowned as he pondered this question. Cluster bombs do have a strong killing range, but if you want to kill a cultivator in the Tianwu realm, it may still be difficult. At this moment, Yang Gu truly felt that as the sphere of influence under his control gradually expanded, one warship was really not enough. If he had a warship in the waters outside Chi State, even if it was a missile frigate, he would not be so passive. But thinking that even a frigate would cost 8 figures, Yang Gu felt a headache. In the military port, in Liang Long's tent, Liang Long was dead, and now the largest marshal's tent in the Navy port was used by Pang Yi as a meeting room. As soon as Tian Bin was abducted, Pang Yi summoned all the generals above the rank of Centurion from the three navies to discuss matters here. As a result, everyone was arguing in a mess, but no one could come to a conclusion. Where did this beggar come from? "Get out!" Suddenly, the guards outside the tent shouted, and then an unusually cold voice rang out. "Get out!" Then there were several screams, and then there was a crash. Then, the curtain of the commander's tent was pulled open, and a young man strode in. Seeing this man, everyone including Pang Yi stood up. Pang Yi rubbed his eyes, stood up in surprise and said, Fourth prince." The person who came was Tian Lei. At this moment, Tian Lei looked like a beggar. Every piece of clothing on his body was torn off. His originally fair skin was becoming extremely charred, and there were large patches of festering on it. Tian Lei walked straight to Pang Yi, looked around, and asked coldly, "Are you the biggest here now?" Pang Yi glanced at the other deputy admirals of Liuzhou and Manga Navy, and then said, "Fourth prince, the three of us have the same official rank." Tian Lei glanced at the two men and said coldly, "Get out of here. Find 100 strong soldiers to come here." The generals looked at the three deputy admirals at the top. The three men said nothing and no one left. This scene made Tian Lei very angry, and he turned to look at Pang Yi. At this moment, Pang Yi suddenly remembered some legends about the fourth prince. He hesitated and said, "Fourth prince,